Audiobook title Reborn as the Empire's Genius Minister FM01 to 258 End original title. I am the female supporting character. Shanmu says I am a famous Prime Minister throughout the ages FM01 to 258 End Part 0. 2. Some officials who had previously held grudges against Aureli Pendragon blushed. They hadn't expected that their efforts were all seen by Aureli Pendragon, and that she was thinking of them so much. Marquis Channing is actually so considerate of us, an old censor with white hair sighed, his voice choked with a hint of emotion. He turned to Aureli Pendragon and for the first time sincerely called out, "Master Dragon." Aureli Pendragon touched her nose. Being thanked was unexpected. However, some smart people saw the key to this plan, especially Prime Minister Alastair. He gasped. This was simply a shocking, open conspiracy. Commending achievements was true, but thinking about it from the other side, since those with achievements could enter the hall and be respected for all eternity, what about those who made mistakes and had faults? Achievements and faults would be compared, and honour and disgrace would be clear. Once a hall of meritorious officials was built, entering it would become the glory that officials pursued for their whole lives. Those who were corrupt, neglected their duties, or delayed national affairs would not only be unable to enter the hall, but would also be nailed to the pillar of shame due to comparison, to be reviled by future generations. In this way, officials would inevitably be strict with themselves, not daring to be slack in the slightest, and the trend of corruption would naturally decrease greatly. Prime Minister Alastair looked at Aureli Pendragon, his eyes extremely complex. It was hard to imagine she was only 17. Prime Minister Alastair's gaze swept over Arthur Pendragon, who was standing with his hands behind his back, and his chest puffed out. The doubt in his heart returned. Was she really Arthur Pendragon's child? Could he say it? He actually thought Aureli Pendragon's brows and eyes looked a bit like his. He would ask his wife when he got back if a child had ever been taken away. Collecting his thoughts, Prime Minister Alastair stepped forward and, under the eyes of everyone, bowed deeply to Aureli Pendragon. This bow was no longer the perfunctory gesture of a Prime Minister to a junior, nor was it the hypocrisy of officialdom, but a heartfelt salute to a colleague, respectful and solemn. Master Dragon, I admire you. This was the first time Prime Minister Alastair called her Master Dragon. This title was the affection the people of Great Aurelian had for her. Aureli Pendragon quickly returned the salute. Emperor of Aurelian watched this scene, and 6 words appeared in his mind. When generals and ministers are in harmony, the world is at peace. Chapter 70. Toilet paper. From the city walls to the countryside, an atmosphere not felt in a long time permeates every corner. What the commoners discuss with the most relish is none other than the decree issued by the Emperor of Aurelian some time ago. Now, at the entrances of various prefectures, the ink on the newly erected monuments of merit has yet to dry. On the dark blue-black stone tablets, the names of those who donated money and grain are listed from top to bottom, with every single character read over and over again by countless pairs of eyes. Tusk, tusk, tusk. I knew Master Zhang was kind-hearted. Last year, when the heavy snow sealed the city, he provided hot porridge at the city god temple for 3 months. Now that he heard our country was in need, he even donated 200,000 taels of silver. Under the old locust tree, an elderly man with greying hair and beard pointed at the name on the tablet, every word filled with praise. A woman carrying a bamboo basket beside him nodded repeatedly. Indeed. The government said this silver will be used entirely on us. They'll start repairing the roads immediately, and they'll even provide 3 meals a day and pay wages. A young man in short-sleeved work clothes patted his chest. Heh, there's such a good thing. I'll be the first to sign up when the time comes. Besides the donations for road repairs and the Hall of Meritorious Officials, the Emperor of Aurelian also ordered people to collect data on soldiers who died in battle, saying that a monument would also be erected for them. He would also provide fixed annual pensions to the families of the soldiers. Such benevolent governance made the commoners deeply grateful. Upon learning that it was Aureli Pendragon who proposed this, the cries of Little Master Dragon became even more sincere. Meanwhile, in the capital, similar scenes were unfolding. Minister Shu was an inconspicuous minor official in the Ministry of Justice. Because of his position, he dealt with punishments year-round, to the point that his neighbours were afraid when they saw him. But these past few days had been different. When Aureli Pendragon suggested the donations that day, he had followed the crowd and donated a little. It wasn't much, but these bits and pieces were also written on the merit board. Every day, the newspapers posted at the city gates had bailiffs reading the names of the donors countless times. When Minister Shu made his donation, he didn't know that his actions would change his life. For example, right now. Today was a day off, and Minister Shu was out for a stroll with his wife and children. Just as he turned the corner, a passerby greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Minister Shu." Along the way, the gazes that used to avoid him were now filled with gentle smiles. Several familiar elders even held his hand, asking after his well-being, and before leaving, they stuffed a few warm eggs into his arms. As his fingertips touched the warmth of the eggshells, Minister Shu felt a surge of heat rush from his palm straight to his heart. He suddenly recalled his youthful ambitions. Back then, he had studied diligently, seeking only to serve the people after entering officialdom. But so many years had passed, and he was still one of the lowest-ranking officials. Such days had gradually worn down his spirit, making him forget his loftier aspirations from his youth. The commoners before him were so simple and honest that it was truly heartbreaking. For just a sliver of meager kindness, they responded with boundless enthusiasm and trust. Filled with emotion, Minister Shu led his wife and children home. As he passed by the Sterling Manor, he saw quite a few commoners gathered in front of the gate. Their hands were full of tokens of their appreciation, and the doorman was politely declining them with an expression that was both happy and distressed. "Is little Master Dragon resting today? Please don't let her overwork herself. This is a cake my daughter made. Could you let little Master Dragon have a taste? I sell pancakes in the east of the city. This is a new flavor I came up with. I think it's quite delicious, so I came to bring some for little Master Dragon to try." Minister Shu stood there, listening to the cries of little Master Dragon. He felt that heart of his, long dormant, heating up inch by inch. If he were Aureli Pendragon, he would also be willing to do something for these people. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Aureli held the report on the National Treasury's income, grinning from ear to ear. This is only the donation money from the capital and surrounding areas, and it already amounts to such a sum. Once the decree spreads across the country, why worry about the National Treasury not being full? Aureli Pendragon clutched a letter she had just received, a trace of worry knitting her brows. The letter was from her cousin, Lord Tristan Thorn. The bandits who caused chaos in Whispering Vales had all been executed, but the strange thing was that all the survivors had committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment, leaving behind no testimony whatsoever. Even the prefect of Nanju, feeling ashamed for failing the Emperor's grace, had committed suicide out of shame. Not a single living soul was left, Aureli Pendragon said softly. "It seems the waters in Whispering Vales are even deeper than imagined." The smile on the Emperor of Aurelian's face vanished instantly, and he said in a low voice, "I have ordered Lord Tristan Thorn to temporarily take over the position of Prefect of Nanju. Everything leaves a trace. As long as he investigates carefully, he will sooner or later be able to ferret out that tale." Seeing that Aureli Pendragon was still worried, he added, "Rest assured, I have secretly dispatched a batch of new-style armor and weapons to Nanju, and even approved a few thunderbolts. Lord Tristan Thorn will be fine." Upon hearing this, the worry in Aureli Pendragon's heart eased slightly. She hoped her cousin could find out the truth soon and return home safely. Leaving the palace, Aureli Pendragon went straight to the paper mill. This factory was still in its infancy and had not been publicized. As soon as she entered, the manager greeted her with a distressed look. "Little Master Dragon, you've finally come. What happened?" Aureli Pendragon asked. The manager said with a bitter face, "It's young Master Du. Ever since Prince Shiva brought him here for an inspection, young Master Du hasn't left. He just loves to tinker on his own. He created a new type of paper, but that paper is too soft and can't be written on at all. Isn't this just messing around? A very soft paper." Aureli Pendragon raised an eyebrow. "Yes, little Master Dragon." The manager sighed repeatedly. "Young Master Du says this paper has great uses and insists we add manpower to make more of it, but isn't this just wasting materials? Take me to see it." Aureli Pendragon could hardly wait. The young Master Du was the boy beside Prince Shiva whom she had met at the tea house that day. His full name was Baron Malachi. Prince Shiva had spent his whole life pursuing the Great Tao. He had never married and had no descendants. Baron Malachi was an orphan he had saved while travelling. According to Prince Shiva, this child was incredibly intelligent. However, Aureli Pendragon had not officially met him yet. After turning through several gravel paths, the sound of pulp pounding and wooden mallet striking could be heard. The further she walked, the clearer the scent permeating the air became. Besides the grassy smell of ordinary paper pulp, there was a hint of sweet fragrance. "Little Master Dragon." Baron Malachi bowed formally upon seeing her arrive. Compared to Prince Shiva, who was quite old yet still flighty, this child was too precocious. Aureli Pendragon was attracted by the soft paper beside him, and her eyes lit up. The paper was stacked neatly, in a pale beige colour with a soft lustre. She reached out and picked one up. The texture was incredibly soft. As her fingertips brushed over it, the paper felt delicate and smooth, without the roughness of ordinary paper. The fragrance she had smelled earlier was coming from the paper. Good heavens, you've already managed to make toilet paper, and it even came in a scented version. He had only been here for a few days. Toilet paper. Baron Malachi tilted his head upon hearing this novel name. This name is indeed very fitting. It was never meant for writing. It's for palace hands, cleaning objects, or even for use in the latrine. What? The latrine? The manager turned deathly pale with shock and nearly collapsed. Little Master Dragon. Paper is a vessel for literature and history. How can it be used to wipe one's backside? Orlai Pendragon, however, had bright eyes. Completely ignoring the manager's wailing, she looked straight at Baron Malachi. How did you come up with this? Baron Malachi scratched his head. I heard Master say the National Treasury was empty. Since I happened to come here with him and learned that the books currently being printed by the paper mill couldn't be released yet, I wondered if I could use these materials to make something that could make money. Little Master Dragon, please look. Baron Malachi handed the scented paper to Orlai Pendragon. Scholars and literati pride themselves on being refined and elegant. I thought, since the soft paper is gentle and fragrant, if we printed elegant patterns like plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums on it, and cut it into small, compact sizes, it should be very popular. A stack of paper could sell for at least one tael. The manager felt dizzy upon hearing this. This paper was extremely cheap to produce. Selling it for one tael so expensive, did he really think those scholars and literati were fools? Who would have thought that the next second, something even more heart-stop palace would follow? He heard the kind and benevolent little Master Dragon in his heart say, "That's too little. It should be at least 10 taels." If it were packaged properly and inscribed with a few lines of poetry, Orlai Pendragon felt that even 10 taels was too little. Manager, oh my god. Chapter 71. Orlai Bow. Hello. Who is this? Leaving the paper mill, Orlai Pendragon felt refreshed. Baron Malachi is another promising talent. The Orlain Empire is truly full of brilliant stars. The future is promising. Miss, shall we return to the Sterling Manor now? Lara followed behind. Seeing that her mistress could barely hide the smile in her eyes, she felt happy too, though seeing how her mistress had been toiling for days, she felt more heartache than anything else. Orlai Pendragon did not stop walking. Let's go to the manor first. She thought of Asher. As a future expert in farming, he had been settled at the manor for quite some time, and she hadn't checked on him in a while. She wondered how his progress was coming along. As the carriage reached their destination, the moment she stepped down, Orlai Pendragon called the steward over to ask about Asher's recent situation. The steward's expression was strange as he stammered, "Miss, young Master Song went to bathe the moment he learned you had arrived." Bathe? Orlai Pendragon looked up at the sun still high in the sky, feeling somewhat puzzled. Did he need to be so formal just to see her? The steward looked troubled. It's just that if he doesn't bathe, he really can't come to see you. Orlai Pendragon was curious. What has he been doing all these days? Carrying manure. The steward spat out 2 words, his tone a mix of amusement and frustration. Orlai Pendragon. On the first day young Master's son arrived, he took a look at the crops in the field and asked me for a manure bucket. Recalling this, the steward felt helpless. For this period of time, he's been soaking in the fields every day, either carrying manure to fertilize or squatting in the dirt to observe. He's always covered in a stench. It's truly hard to meet people without bathing. I see. Orlai Pendragon twitched the corner of her mouth. Walking along the field path towards the depths of the manor, she saw busy farmers all along the way. The seedlings in the fields were a lush green, much sturdier than in previous years, and growing promisingly. The steward followed along, smiling from ear to ear. Miss, the yield-increasing formula you provided is truly miraculous. Look at these seedlings. They're much sturdier than those in the neighbouring manor. This year is sure to be a harvest year. Orlai Pendragon nodded. As her gaze swept over a patch of land, her footsteps suddenly halted. She squatted down, scooped up a handful of soil, and rubbed it between her fingertips, her brows slightly furrowed. Too much water was poured. The soil is a bit waterlogged. Oh, it's all my fault. The steward slapped his thigh. This plot is managed by Futaiju. He fell ill a few days ago, so his granddaughters have been taking care of it. Those little girls were terrified the crops would lack water, so they kept watering them, but I've already reminded them. Futaiju. Orlai Pendragon looked up. Is that the one from Stone Village? The household where only 3 granddaughters are left. Exactly. The steward replied quickly. Miss, please rest assured. You instructed that medical expenses for those in the manor are to be covered by the Sterling Manor. so I have already sent silver and medicinal herbs over. Fu Taishu's condition has already improved. Hearing this, Orelai Pendragon finally felt relieved. Just as they were speaking, a thin figure walked quickly from the distance. Orelai Pendragon looked up. It was indeed Asher. He still looked as frail as ever, his complexion pale, and his frame thin. If she hadn't heard about it firsthand, she would find it hard to imagine how he managed to work with such a body. However, his skin was flushed with an unnatural red at the moment, clearly because he had scrubbed himself extremely hard while bathing. You have come. Asher walked up to her and nodded slightly, his voice still soft and slow, carrying a hint of illness. Just at this moment, the sky screen above their heads lit up without warning. Orelai Pendragon was stunned and casually instructed those beside her, bring a few stools over. Let's sit here and watch together. Echo had not appeared for many days in a row again. Today, it was the same tune as always. Hello everyone, I'm your history content creator chrono archivist Echo. I have really missed you all so much. Without further ado, today's topic is historical figures who were guided by Orelai onto the great path. First, let us welcome our first figure, Orelai's loyal fan, the farming expert who started by carrying manure, the famous agricultural expert, the muscular hunk Asher. Orelai Pendragon, she could still understand the previous titles, but what is muscular hunk unlike in the past? This video directly displayed a portrait of Asher. The man in the painting was dressed in short attire, his bronze skin tight and shining, the muscle lines on his arms distinct, his chest broad and thick, radiating an aura of masculinity. His grinning expression even carried a hint of hearty ruggedness. Orelai Pendragon was completely dumbfounded. She slowly turned her head to look at the actual Asher beside her, thin-framed, flushed, and looking half-dead, then looked up at the powerful, muscular man on the sky screen, falling into deep contemplation. If the one on the sky screen is Asher, then who is the one beside her? Hello, who is this? Did she mistake the person? To be honest, every time I see Asher's portrait, I really don't understand why Clara Records writes it like this. The miss worried about young Master Asher again today. He appeared as if he could not bear the weight of his own clothing, and the miss deeply feared he might pass away at any moment. This sentence means that Asher was delicate and weak, and Orelai was truly worried that he would suddenly pass away one day, and Orelai said this more than once. In Orelai's heart, Asher was like a porcelain doll, but the strange thing is, historical records describe Asher like this. Master Asher, resembling a fierce tiger, carried 100-gin bucket of manure on his shoulder as if it were a child, walked barefoot through the fields, bared his chest and arms under the scorching sun, his muscles and bones bulging. All who saw him sighed, a true hero. Orelai Pendragon, meh, resembling a fierce tiger. Chapter 70, True Old-Fashioned Redemption Literature. Meeting Orelai Pendragon's incredulous gaze, the tips of Asher's ears burned slightly, his voice as light as a feather. That is me. Ignoring the earth-shattering change in skin tone, both his features and contours were exactly his own. Asher slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sparkling. Is this what he will look like in the future? So magnificent and robust. With a physique like this, he would surely be able to carry several more buckets of manure, reclaim several more moor of wasteland, and likely do more than double the farming work he does now, right? How truly exciting. When I first saw this portrait, I really wanted to grab Orelai's hand and ask, do you have an eye ailment? You're telling me this mighty and robust man is a frail, sickly beauty. Orelai Pendragon. How was she supposed to explain this? Time is a butcher's knife, a sickly weakling transformed into a farmhand. Fortunately, Echo changed the subject. The question of whether Orelai had an eye problem swirled in my mind for many years, until I grew up and scoured the official and unofficial histories of the Orelaian Empire, only then realizing I had misunderstood her. Orelai, sorry tilde. Orelai Pendragon. We've discussed before that Emperor Valerius once bestowed several male concubines upon Orelai, but they were all unceremoniously sent off to farming by Orelai, and Asher was one of them. Male concubines, after all, are certainly chosen to be refined, gentle, and considerate confidants. Those who pass the layers of palace screening are carefully cultivated, with top-tier looks and temperaments. Furthermore, Asher came from a scholarly family and had been well read in poetry and books since childhood. Given this family background and combining it with Orelai's description, one can deduce that in his early years, he definitely did not look like he did in that portrait. It is a pity that portraits of him in his youth were not passed down, or we, the later generations, have restored his appearance from that time based on descriptions in historical records. Let's all take a look. The scroll slowly unfurled, and a picture of a beauty as clear as a gentle breeze and bright moon appeared before their eyes. The person in the painting wore a moon-white robe, their skin fair to the point of being almost transparent, yet their lips were sickly pale. Their brows and eyes were handsome, their temperament as warm and gentle as jade, and their whole being permeated with a faint scholarly aura, like a willow swaying in the wind, carrying an inherent, fragile beauty. Aurelie Pendragon nodded. This is more like it. She really wasn't blind. It's hard to imagine these two paintings are actually the same person. It's too miraculous. How could Aurelie bear to send such an elegant and refined beauty to do farming? What a waste. Isn't it even more miraculous that not only did he do the farming, but he actually achieved great success and became a renowned agronomist in the Aurelian Empire? After admiring the two portraits with such huge contrast, Echo continued with the main business. Asher was born into a wealthy scholarly family. The first 10+ years of his life were peaceful and happy. He was loved by his parents, well-read in poetry and books, and should have had a bright future. But later, his family fell into ruin, and his father sold him to a brothel for 5 taels of silver. His days in the brothel were extremely miserable. He was a man who had studied books. He carried the pride of the scholar in his bones, and naturally was unwilling to grovel to serve those pot-bellied, wealthy, and powerful officials. But in such a place, resistance would only invite more cruel treatment. The root of his illness was contracted at that time. The video played, pulling the viewers into that oppressive scene. In the dim and damp woodshed, the smell of mold mixed with a faint scent of blood rushed toward them. There was pitifully little light, relying only on a palm-sized small window overhead to let in a few bleak rays of light, barely outlining the messy wood pile in the room, and the figure curled up in the corner. Asher huddled in the darkest corner, his thin body wrapped in a coarse cloth garment full of patches and stains, with bruises and scars vaguely visible on the skin beneath the clothes. At this moment, he held a mouldy steamed bun in his hand. He didn't eat it immediately, because this was the only thing he had to fill his stomach now. Creak Tilda. The door to the woodshed was pushed open. A hoarse, impatient voice sounded. Kid, have you thought it through? 3 more days. If you still refuse to take guests, I'll break your legs. Asher's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, but there was no fear in his eyes, only a cold stubbornness. I won't take them. His voice was severely hoarse. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Par. The burly man spat, his eyes fierce, still daring to be stubborn. I think your bones are itching for a beating. As he spoke, the burly man stepped forward to take action, but was stopped by the steward behind him. The steward narrowed his eyes, examining Asher, a sinister smile curling the corners of his mouth. Don't rush. This kid is good material. It would be a pity to ruin him. Starve him for a few more days. I don't believe he won't beg for mercy. The door was closed again, and the woodshed returned to darkness and silence, leaving only the sound of Asher's weak breathing. He clutched the steamed bun in his hand, swallowing it with difficulty as it mixed with blood and tears, murmuring survive. Woo woo woo. Watching this made my tears fall. It's truly ridiculous. The teachings from childhood, the integrity of a scholar, one's own flesh and blood, all of it couldn't compare to 5 taels of silver. Asher watched the scrolling bullet comments, those undisguised kindnesses, and heartache caused his tense brows and eyes to soften significantly. Those days in the brothel were indeed bitter, so bitter that several times he felt he couldn't hold on, and even had thoughts of seeking death. But even so, he never thought about selling his dignity. He didn't hate those who beat and scolded him. After all, their positions were different, and each was just trying to make a living. The only person he resented in his heart was his own father, who had pushed him into the abyss. Asher had his own integrity. Even when forced to the brink, he never thought about compromising, and had even long been prepared to choose death over submission. But just as he was on the verge of despair, the royal family sent people to select male concubines. As soon as Asher heard it was for Aurelie, he immediately signed up. Do you find it strange? A person who would rather break than bend, how could he suddenly choose to bow his head? Actually, the reason is simple. First, Asher had already met Aurelie, and second, that person was Aurelie. You have met me. Aurelie Pendragon looked at Asher. She really couldn't remember. I have. Asher pursed his lips. You just forgot. Asher, was not the type of person who would just go off with anyone. It was only because that person was her. Just as Asher was preparing to tell that old story, he heard chrono-archivist Echo's voice cut in. The autobiography of Duke Song records. Once, I fled to a brothel. It was deep winter, and I saw her providing disaster relief outside the city walls. She saw that I was covered in wounds and sores, and sent people to give me money so that I could treat my illnesses. Her virtue was as bright and clear as the moon in the sky. I engraved this upon my heart, and dared not forget it. Asher smiled slightly. I have met you. It's just that, Master Dragon. You've helped so many people. How could you remember someone as insignificant as me because the person was Aurelier? Asher knew that she would certainly not force people like them to do things they didn't like. So he signed up, and then he escaped the abyss. Speaking of this, Echo suddenly laughed. Actually, Asher really did think about being a good male concubine for Aurelier. When he was selected, he put on makeup and powder and studied etiquette diligently every day. But the fallen flowers had intentions while the flowing water had no heart. Har 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 har. Asher, your laughter is a bit noisy to me. A cold, aloof white moonlight, and a frail, pitiful little thing. Are there any authors who can write fanfiction about this? It's simply the perfect dish for redemption literature, even if it is only one-sided from Asher. King doing farming later was also because this was the task Aurelier assigned them, and he didn't want to disappoint her. It feels like many people in the Aurelian Empire have a one-sided crush on Aurelier. Aurelier only takes responsibility for flirting, and never puts out the fire. What kind of scumbag woman's grit is this? Ha ha ha, that's right. Sister cuts down both men and women. To this day, we still don't know what kind of feelings Alara Valerius actually has for Aurelier. Chapter 73 She Desired. Asher gazed at the teasing words on the sky screen, his eyes rippling slightly. Although some things had deviated from their path, and had not yet come to pass. Yet, whether it was he on the sky screen or he in this very moment, he could not help but be moved by Aurelier Pendragon. He never lamented that she was like a bright moon hanging high, not shining solely upon him. On the contrary, he was grateful. It was precisely because the moon's clear radiance shone upon all living beings that he was able to possess a beam of moonlight. He was one of those living beings. Asher came from a wealthy family in his youth and had never worked the land. Even after falling into the world of ice, he had never learned the craft of farming. Therefore, when Aurelier sent him to the manor for farming, he was lost. He did not know what to do, yet he wanted to complete every task she gave him well. What method did Asher use? He went to ask the old farmers in the manor, asked the steward, and asked Kisui. He earnestly absorbed knowledge, and the reason he carried the manure bucket was also related to Aurelier. As chrono-archivist Echo's voice faded, the pre-edited video was revealed. In the footage was Asher when he first arrived at the manor. He held pen and paper, solemnly recording every farming technique taught by the others. When asked about the steward, a soft, nostalgic light rippled in the old man's eyes. Back when this manor first came under the young lady's name, she said she wanted to lead everyone in farming. Others didn't believe her, so she personally reclaimed an acre of land and carried manure water to irrigate it every single day. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on the steward's face. She thought no one knew, but everyone was secretly watching. Asher stood where he was, the steward's words echoing in his ears, while a small figure uncontrollably emerged in his mind. What must Aurelier Pendragon have looked like back then? So small, yet bearing burdens that did not belong to that age, travelling back and forth between the field ridges day after day. He, as a man, had only just arrived a few days ago and already found such a life unbearable. She was only a child then, so frail a frame. How did she grit her teeth and endure it? His throat trembled slightly, his heartache overflowing. She must have suffered so much. It was precisely these words that awakened the lost Asher. He began to imitate the way Aurelier had been back then, bound to tend to the land, walking step by step, firmly and steadily. Starting from carrying manure, every step he took afterward was one Aurelier had once taken. Asher experienced firsthand how difficult this path was, and thus, he wanted all the more to fulfill Aurelier's ideals. Asher's talent in this area was not very high, but he was willing to put in the hard work. After learning the method of crossbreeding crops, he spent his days immersed in the manor, single-mindedly studying the matter. Everyone knows what happened afterward. Not only did Asher cultivate grain seeds with a yield of 1,000 catties per moo, but he also added many delicious ingredients to our dining tables. Hearing this, a starlight shimmered in the depths of Asher's eyes. Joy surged in his heart. He couldn't wait to share this excitement with someone, and the person he most wanted to tell was right by his side. Did you hear that? I really did it. Asher gazed at Aurelier Pendragon, his expression not only filled with joy, but also a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Aurelier Pendragon looked at him, her brows slowly relaxing, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Is that strange? You have always been such an excellent person. Asher was suddenly stunned. Excellent. When I first saw you at Lion King Abode, you were covered in wounds, in such a wretched state. The journey from Lion King Abode to the manor is not short, and the carriage ride was bumpy all the way. Yet from beginning to end, you never frowned once. Aurelier Pendragon said softly, affirming him. With such perseverance, you will succeed in whatever you do. You will succeed in whatever you do. Will succeed, succeed. These words echoed repeatedly in his mind, the lingering resonance long-lasting. So, in her eyes, was he actually like this? Intense disbelief surged in the depths of Asher's eyes, that glow mixed with incredulous bewilderment, like a lost person suddenly encountering the light of day, not knowing how to receive it. Such praise, did he deserve it? He was merely someone who had fallen into the world of vice, stained by filth, carrying the gloom of the past. What virtue or ability did he have to deserve her praise? Asher bit his lip. Self-abasement and inner struggle almost drowned him, but he only saw her looking at him, saying clearly, word by word, of course you deserve it. The hardships of the past did not defeat you. Instead, they tempered your resilience, making you even stronger. Her gaze carried unquestionable affirmation. You are very impressive, aren't you? Assured so. This was his strength. On the sky screen, chronoarchivist Echo's voice interrupted his thoughts. My goodness, speaking of this, I've realized that many of the characters who appear are quite shippable with Aureliar. There was a conversation between Asher and Sayun after they met that had me obsessed for a while. Let's take a look. The late summer wind, carrying the scent of wheat, swept across the boundless fields. The heavy ears of wheat swayed gently in the breeze, rolling into a golden ocean. The two actors playing Sayun and Asher stood side by side on the field ridge, gazing at the magnificent sight of rolling wheat waves before them, silent for a long time. The wind brushed past their hair, and Sayun spoke first. Is this scene before us your ideal? Hearing this, Asher shook his head slightly, no. Sayun did not seem surprised by this answer. He simply turned his head to look at him, waiting quietly for what would follow. The wind in the fields grew stronger. Asher's gaze crossed the golden wheat waves, looking toward the distance. His ideal was very simple, to fulfill her wishes. Sayun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The Prime Minister's ideals will all come to pass. Under the sky screen, Asher recited these 4 words silently in his heart. He felt as though the fog in his heart had been completely swept away. Yes, to fulfill her wishes. Chapter 74. Can you visit me in my dreams tonight? Sayun. Aureli Pendragon's gaze fell upon that figure on the sky screen. The actor playing Sayun had hair white as frost. The weight of years settled within her locks. She appeared to be in her 60s. Calculating based on the information revealed in the video, by that time, she should have long since turned to dust. Tracing back the years, Sayun would not have been considered young at this point. But Aureli Pendragon had seen the roster that the Emperor of Aurelion had sent people to investigate. Among all the people in the Aurelion state with the same name, none matched that age. Could it be that this other master of agriculture was not from the Aurelion state? Chronoarchivist Echo's commentary continued. Asher being able to achieve such success was inseparable from his own efforts, and also inseparable from Aureli's careful cultivation. You really have to say, thinking about it this way, Aureliar was truly quite hardworking. Not only did she have to be busy with court affairs, but in her spare time, she also had to offer guidance to others. That's right, that's right. Even Emperor Valerius said he wanted Aureliar to be the emperor. If she had another workload, I'm afraid my wife would be worked to death. I agreed to Aureliar sitting on the dragon throne, on the condition that Emperor Valerius finishes handling all the affairs. Even after becoming the retired emperor, he must still review memorials every day. The Imperial Palace. These people of later generations. Emperor of Aurelion looked at these comments and scolded with a laugh. Is there any justice? He had already abdicated, and he still had to work. They only knew how to cherish his little master dragon. Although he was old, didn't he also need to be cherished? Before they were saying how charming an ancestor he was to them, and how much they admired him and all that. It's all nonsense. The year Aureli passed away, Asher was still in his prime. Upon suddenly hearing the terrible news, white hair grew overnight, and he seemed to age more than 10 years. Asher once wrote in his autobiography that, in fact, he also wanted to follow Aureliar at that time, but he held back, because everything Aureliar sought in her life was nothing more than a peaceful and prosperous world, with every household having full granaries, and no worries about food or clothing. If he were to just leave like this, who would continue this long-cherished wish for her? The new video began to play. In the frame was Asher in his old age. Time had carved deeper marks on him. His back was completely hunched, his steps no longer as steady as they once were, each step revealing slowness and heaviness. Yet even so, he still kept watch in the fields every day, his shoes covered in morning dew and mud. From dawn until dusk, his gaze always followed the crops in the field, his fingertips stroking the veins of the rice ears over and over again, as if he were tending to the most precious treasure. Master, it is getting dark, and the wind is cold. You should go back to the house and rest. A disciple wearing a short blue cloth shirt walked over quickly, holding a thin jacket in his hands. Carefully draw Palace it over Asher's shoulders. The rice seedlings are growing well today, and we disciples have recorded the data. You do not need to work so hard every day. Asher slowly straightened up, his movements carrying undisguised exhaustion, yet he still smiled at his disciple. It is fine. Seeing it with my own eyes makes me feel at ease. He raised his hand to pull the thin jacket tighter around his shoulders, his gaze looking once more towards that dark green rice field, his eyes full of attachment. The crops in this field are the same as people. They must be watched constantly, so as not to waste time. The disciple knew his master's stubbornness, and did not try to persuade him further, simply accompanying him silently by his side, supporting him as they walked slowly towards the house not far away. The night deepened, and light lit up inside the house. Asher reached out with slightly trembling hands, and took a simply bound little book from the corner of the table. The cover had already yellowed, and the corners were severely worn, clearly due to being read every day. Master, are you writing something again? The little disciple guarding the door asked softly, holding a bowl of warm rice porridge in his hands. Asher looked up and smiled, taking the rice porridge and placing it aside. His fingertips gently caressed the cover of the little book, his eyes tender and affectionate. While I can still remember clearly, I will write a few more lines. He paused, his voice becoming extremely soft, as if he were speaking to his disciple, or perhaps to himself. Some things, some words. I must let her know. The disciple sensibly retreated and gently closed the door. Under the lamplight, Asher first raised his hand to rub his weary eyes, then slowly moistened the tip of his brush. He looked down at the blank pages in the little book, silent for a moment, then slowly raised his brush. The ink fell onto the paper, spreading out in faint traces. Our Aurelian, since you passed away, 33 years have passed in a flash. Are you well in the underworld? I assume you are safe. Those you held dear all miss you as they did at the beginning. And every year we burn paper money to send to you, many times more than usual. Now it is the time when the harvest is about to be completed. This year there has been frequent rain, yet the crops in the fields are lush and abundant. I imagine it is another bountiful year. What are you doing now in the 9 springs? The common people honor you as the goddess of agriculture, and the king has also built temples and shrines for you. When I return to the springs after my 100 years, you must still protect me. For decades, there has not been a day that I have not thought of you. How cruel your heart is, to really enter my dreams. Tonight, could you visit me in my dreams? The vernacular version has been put in the author's note. Writing to this point, Asher stopped his brush. He tore off this page, put it into the candle flame, and slowly burned it. Asher buried all his longing and grief deep in his heart, devoting the rest of his life to action, just to realize Aurelia's wish. In the 5th year after the new emperor ascended the throne, the hybrid rice he had painstakingly researched increased in yield by another 10% compared to before, benefiting thousands upon thousands of common people. Asher never married in his life, and had no children, yet he took in countless disciples. He never cared about their backgrounds, treating every disciple as his own son or daughter, pouring out all he had learned in his life to teach them. The commentary voice gradually slowed, and the relevant footage of Asher also neared its end. In his later years, Asher compiled an agricultural compendium, which is still the core textbook for our generation of agricultural students to this day. In the history of agriculture in China spanning thousands of years, the contribution made by Asher is undoubtedly huge, and his character has deeply influenced generation after generation. Just as Aurelian said to him back then, he was originally a very amazing person. Ever since Aurelian passed away, Asher wrote a diary every day. After he finished writing, he would burn it for her. Ha ha ha. It's really too cute. Aurelian, so annoying. I can't even have peace after death. Side-eye smile Doge. The person above. Are you allergic to romance? Isn't this worth shipping? The last sentence really made me tear up. The only grievance Asher had towards Aurelian in his life was that she really visited him in his dreams. Har. Next door, Lara Valerius could dream of Aurelian every night for a while, which made this little old man so angry that he didn't eat the grain Aurelian grew for 3 days. As expected, only the real sister-in-law can make the toxic solo fans break their defenses. Just kidding. Marquis Lignon's mansion. Real sister-in-law. Seeing these 3 words, Lara Valerius' eyes widened. So this is how the people of later generations view the relationship between her and Sister Aurelian. It's quite embarrassing. The review of Asher ends here. Actually, there are really too many people who have been guided by Aurelian, such as Celeste Pendragon, Jiang Tong, Baron Malachi, Clara of the Vales, and so on. In this video, I have selected 2 relatively representative figures. As for the finale, I believe everyone already knows. It's coming, it's finally her turn, right? Apart from her, Who else was most deeply influenced by Aurelier? After all, she is the child she watched grow up and taught personally. Ah, the teacher is my Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian. Chapter 75 The Holy Emperor Aurelian Ming. Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian. Ming signifies a clear and upright governance, one that illuminates the subtle and obscure, knowing how to point capable people without bias. Shen signifies one who encompasses the heavens and earth, whose wisdom aligns with the heavenly Tao, and who acts as a paragon for all nations by conforming to the will of the people. To have these two characters appended to a temple name carries a weight greater than Mount Tai, the sky screen hung suspended above the firmament of the Aurelian Empire, like a boundless piece of ink jade, casting a clear radiance over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. At this very moment, in the imperial dynasty beneath the sky screen, the entire nation watched with bated breath. The common people only sought to glimpse the wisdom or folly of the next ruler, whole palace for a lifetime of stability and peace, while the high officials and nobles harbored their own agendas, secretly calculating how to choose a master early and secure a long-term future for their families. The current imperial court of the Aurelian Empire was far from harmonious. Although Emperor of Aurelian had appointed Crown Prince Julian as the Crown Prince, this Crown Prince possessed mediocre talent and could hardly command the respect of the masses. Furthermore, Emperor of Aurelian had many heirs, and the forces behind each prince were deeply intertwined. Many families could no longer restrain themselves and had already chosen sides early, causing the factional strife within the court to grow increasingly intense. However, ever since the sky screen first revealed that the next emperor would be the imperial grandson, some factions had restrained their sharpness. They had originally thought it would be a long time before the sky screen revealed the details of the next successor, but they had not expected this day to arrive so quickly. Aurelier Pendragon watched the sky screen, her focus fixed on the words in the barrage comments. When mentioning the imperial grandson, the female pronoun she was used. The next monarch was actually a woman. At the thought of this possibility, Aurelier Pendragon's eyes crinkled into crescents. Both she and the Emperor of Aurelian had the intention to raise the status of women, but the shackles of feudal ethics were deeply rooted and could not be shaken in a single day. Although Emperor of Aurelian was a rare and enlightened ruler, who knew what kind of character the next monarch would have, this hidden worry had circled in her heart countless times. But at this moment, the revelation from the sky screen made all her worries vanish like smoke. Only a woman could truly empathize. Besides Aurelier Pendragon, there were others in the court with sharp minds who had also glimpsed this crucial point. Prime Minister Alastair's residence. Prime Minister Alastair narrowed his long, slender eyes, his tone deep. It is actually a female emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhang knitted his brows into a tight knot. Father, a woman serving as Prime Minister is already an unprecedented anomaly. Now, a woman is to ascend the throne as Emperor. This is simply absurd. Prime Minister Alastair slowly turned around, his sharp gaze sweep Alice across his son's face like a blade, carrying a trace of mockery. Ask yourself honestly, do you truly believe women are incapable of ruling, or are you afraid that in the future court, you will be inferior even to women? Father Zhang, struck to the quick by this remark, lowered his head awkwardly. The world today is no longer what it once was. Prime Minister Alastair's voice deepened. Given the current circumstances, I will soon retire. If you cannot adapt to the times and shoulder the heavy responsibility of leading the Zhang family, then I will replace you with a son who can. Yes, I will take your teachings to heart. Zhang bowed in response, cold sweat already seeped Alice from his forehead. There is one more thing. Prime Minister Alastair changed the subject, his tone sharpening with cruelty. As for Master Zhang, since a decision has been made, it must be cut off cleanly, leaving no future trouble. Master Zhang was none other than Master Zhang. Since returning from the palace banquet that day, Prime Minister Alastair had not hesitated to remove him from the clan and strip him of his surname. Even if Aurelier Pendragon truly did not hold it against them, what about the Emperor of Aurelian? What about those who had received favours from Aurelier Pendragon? If he did not handle this matter properly, the official career of the Zhang family would likely end with this generation. Prime Minister Alastair would never keep such a useless, incompetent son who would only drag the family down. At this point, only the blind and ignorant likes of the Zyro family could fail to see the situation clearly. Prime Minister Alastair sneered inwardly, as if he had already foreseen the downfall of the Zyro family. Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian is the next monarch to take over the dynasty from Emperor Valerius of Aurelian. She is the daughter of Crown Prince Julian and the Crown Princess, and the granddaughter of Emperor Valerius of Aurelian, Valerius Augustus. A daughter, a granddaughter. One sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. Within the capital, An old official gazed at the sky screen, trembling with rage, pointing a finger at the sky screen. His lips quivered. What? A woman ascending the throne as emperor? This is simply... Before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black, and he fainted straight away. In the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Julian and the Crown Princess heard these words. At first, their faces were filled with disbelief, but then, an expression of wild joy swept across their brows. The haze and pressure that had shrouded the Eastern Palace for years seemed to dissipate at this very moment. Crown Prince Julian gazed intensely at the Crown Princess's lower abdomen, his voice trembling with excitement. Could it be you, my dear daughter? The Crown Princess wept with joy, raising her hand to gently stroke her lower abdomen, her eyes filled with tender anticipation and the radiance of motherhood. Deep within the Imperial Palace, in the Singing Palace, Empress Dowager Wang sat upright on her couch. The string of prayer beads she was turning suddenly paused, and she murmured to herself, "The heavens are about to be turned upside down." She turned her head to look at her confidant. "Go and tell the Wang family. Do not act foolishly in the court tomorrow." Indeed, at this very moment, every corner of the Aurelian Empire had fallen into unprecedented clamour and commotion. There were those who agreed, those who opposed, those who were suspicious, and those who were overjoyed. Chronoarchivist Echo's words were like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, completely disrupting the situation in the Aurelian Empire and signalling that a brand new and unknown era was about to begin. Aureli Pendragon watched the figure on the sky screen, her lips curling. She is quite leisurely. Because of her few words, countless people will be unable to sleep for a long time. Tilda. Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian was born in the 21st year of Canning. The 21st year of Canning. It seems the child currently in the Crown Princess's womb is her obedient disciple. Aureli Pendragon felt a sense of anticipation. Although Aureli had a younger sister and brother at home, she was not someone who liked taking care of children. Why did she agree to Emperor Tiberius the Wise's request to take this little baby as her disciple? The answer lies in her dew-grabbing ceremony. Please watch the VCR. Inside the banquet hall of the Aurelian Empire's Imperial Palace, red silk hung from the beams, palace lanterns were suspended high, and the scene was filled with joy. On the soft carpet in the centre of the hall, a little baby, carved from pink jade, lay on its stomach. The baby's pair of dark, round eyes curiously scanned the surroundings, her little mouth slightly pouting, looking extremely adorable. In front of her was laid a large red brocade cloth embroidered with auspicious patterns, upon which were neatly arranged the various items needed for the dew-grabbing ceremony. The royal relatives and civil and military officials standing at the edge of the soft carpet were whispering and discussing excitedly, their tones full of glee. Grab the brush. Grab the brush. In the future, she will surely be a talented woman well versed in ancient and modern times. In my opinion, she should grab the jade tablet. A golden seal is also good. It signifies wealth and long-lasting prosperity. Various expressions of anticipation rose and fell. Everyone hoped the little baby would grab the item that matched their own wishes, and the scene was exceptionally lively. On the main seat, Emperor of Aurelian held a cup of imperial wine, but did not drink it, only gazing intently at his granddaughter, his brows filled with affection. Seated at the position below Emperor of Aurelian was his most trusted and favoured official, Aureli Pendragon. She wore a simple and elegant brocade robe, with faint orchids embroidered on the hem of her skirt, her temperament cool yet gentle. She watched the little baby quietly, her gaze soft. "My beloved subject," Emperor of Aurelian suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a smile. "What do you think my granddaughter will grab?" Upon hearing this, Aureli Pendragon shook her head slightly. Your subject does not know. Who would have expected that in the next second the little baby would crawl towards Aureli Pendragon, making baby noises. Her movements were not agile, even a bit clumsy, with her short legs kicking and her chubby little hands alternating forward, both cute and funny. The little baby crawled past the treasures and objects covering the floor, heading straight to Aureli Pendragon's feet. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she reached out her chubby little hand and accurately grabbed the hem of Aureli Pendragon's garment, clutching it tightly in her palm, refusing to let go. Emperor of Aurelian was stunned. Aureli Pendragon was also stunned. Everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, Emperor of Aurelian suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He put down his wine cup and picked his granddaughter up from the floor. The little baby was held in her grandfather's arms, still clutching Aureli Pendragon's clothes tightly. Emperor of Aurelian held his granddaughter, the joy in his brows almost overflowing. He looked at Aureli Pendragon, his tone full of pride, as expected of my granddaughter. She has good taste. With this move, she has grasped the most precious treasure of our Aurelian Empire. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 76. He who obtains the moon treasure will rule the world. The image froze between the pure, innocent eyes of the young child and the look of astonishment on Aurelian Pendragon's face. That's right. Our Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian stunned everyone at her Jiu-Jitsu ceremony by reaching out and grabbing the most brilliant pearl of the Aurelian Empire. As expected of Emperor Othniel the Blind, she hadn't even fully developed her intellect yet, but she already recognized a person of talent. Her eye for talent is truly superb. At an age when she was still drooling, she had already secured such a formidable backer for herself. Quick, give her some 666 is Emperor Othniel the Blind. Water brushes and swords. Watch me grab someone who can stabilize the world. Emperor Othniel the Blind. What if Daddy is useless? No problem, watch me. Inside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Julian watched the lively comments on the sky screen and shook his head with a helpless smile. These descendants of later generations are truly uninhibited. They dare to joke about anything. At that time, Aurelian had not yet been appointed as Prime Minister by Emperor Tiberius the Wise, but the latter had already recognized the former's world-taking talent and had been paving the way for Aurelian in the imperial court. That phrase, the most precious treasure of the Aurelian Empire, was filled with Emperor Tiberius the Wise's every expectation. And there was another magical aspect to this Jiu-Jitsu ceremony. Once Emperor Othniel the Blind grabbed Aurelian, she refused to let go. Whenever anyone tried to separate them, she would wail loudly. It wasn't until Emperor Valerius jokingly asked if she wanted Aurelian to be her teacher that Emperor Othniel the Blind finally let go. It was also Aurelian's first time encountering such a situation, and feeling that this child was fated to be with her, she began her journey of raising the child. Isn't it magical? Isn't it? As soon as these words appeared, the barrage of comments on the sky screen surged like a tide, instantly flooding the entire horizon. Even the common people of the Aurelian Empire couldn't help but nod. The bond between Master Dragon and the future emperor must have been arranged by the heavens. Otherwise, how else could one explain this strange occurrence? I really have to laugh at those conspiracy theorists claiming that Emperor Othniel the Blind saw Aurelian's talent earlier on and designed it all intentionally. How old was she then? She hadn't even fully developed her intellect. What could she possibly understand? It can only mean that fate was destined by heaven. Ha 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 ha. Saying she's a transmigrator is more believable than those conspiracy theories. After all, hugging Aurelian's thigh in advance is simply the optimal solution for a transmigrator. I once suspected that Emperor Othniel the Blind was a sole transmigrator from our later generations, and only clung to Aurelian because she knew of Aurelian's future achievements. Now it seems that was just overthinking. All signs indicate that Emperor Othniel the Blind was a genuine native of the Aurelian Empire, only growing up under the subtle influence of Aurelian Pendragon from a young age. Her world-governing talents were personally taught by Aurelian. Aurelian was also very responsible. Once she accepted a disciple, it was a lifelong commitment. How old was she back then? She even changed Emperor Othniel the Blind's diapers herself. At that time, Emperor Othniel the Blind was closer to Aurelian than to her own parents. The Eastern Palace. Crown Princess Lady Zipporah gazed at the words on the sky screen and gently stroked her lower abdomen. A flicker of undisguised melancholy crossed her expression, but it quickly returned to calm, as if she felt it was meant to be. Her life would probably just be like this. If the Crown Prince lost power in the imperial court, the fate of her and her maternal family could be imagined. Now that this child was conceived in her womb, and the sky screen had so clearly indicated the future direction, having the child get close to Master Dragon would ultimately be more secure than relying on others. Thinking of this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Zeolina's eyes. She must pave a foolproof path for her child-grown archivist. Echo's voice swirled in the air. Drop Palace, another bombshell on the Aurelian Empire. At that time, none of the officials in the imperial court opposed Emperor Othniel the Blind becoming Aurelian's student, simply because Aurelian's official rank was still low back then. Even though she was deeply favoured by Emperor Tiberius the Wise, in the eyes of others, she couldn't stir up much of a storm. It was just a harmless anecdote of the imperial family. But we who look back at history from a god's eye perspective can see a truth verified by time. And that is whoever gains Aurelian gains the world. Whoever gains Aurelian Pendragon gains the world. These words carried immense weight. What supreme praise! Did the sky screen know what it was saying? Countless people's breathing became hot and heavy, and even the Emperor of Aurelian was stunned. Regardless of whether the person our Aurelian taught was Emperor Othniel the Blind or not, her disciple was destined to become a monarch of the Aurelian Empire, because she simply had that ability. But Aurelian didn't just teach anyone. The fate of the Jiu-Jitsu ceremony, combined with the talent Emperor Othniel the Blind displayed after becoming sensible, and one key piece of information that is, Emperor Othniel the Blind's gender. My Aureliar started paving the way in her first year of entering the imperial court. No, perhaps even earlier. She herself had no desire to become emperor, but the next monarch had to be a woman. Gratitude to Aureliar, gratitude to Emperor Othniel the Blind, gratitude to Emperor Tiberius the Wise. It was the beginning of that era that allowed the status of women in the imperial dynasty to rise step by step, leading to the increasingly better circumstances of later generations. The content creator is absolutely right. The value of whoever gains Aureliar gains the world is still rising. In fact, whoever Aureliar supported, that monarch could become an emperor of the ages. After all, an emperor's achievements and reputation have never been separate from the supportive pillars of talent. That's not necessarily true, Tilder, as mentioned before. If the person on the throne at that time hadn't been an enlightened monarch like Emperor Tiberius the Wise, Aureliar's shocking remarks back then would have been enough to invite death at worst. It can only be said that history was destined long ago. Emperor Valerius and Aureliar were originally destined to be the eternal monarch and subject who achieved each other. Another day of wanting to transmigrate. If you went to other eras, you might not survive a single episode. But if you went to the Aurelian Empire under the rule of Emperor Valerius and Emperor Othniel the Blind, you could definitely live out your life in peace. The Imperial Palace. Eternal monarch and subject to Emperor of Aurelian repeated these 4 words in a low voice. His voice was not high, but it carried undisguised pleasure. Well said, well said. The Emperor of Aurelian felt a little proud. Yes, if it were someone else, say his father, could they have had this vision? This Emperor of the ages was meant to be him. With such achievements in this life, when he reached the afterlife, he would ride right on his father's shoulders. Presumably, the ancestors wouldn't object when they saw it. He Seneschal Cedric, what was His Majesty imagining again? Aureliar was indeed a very responsible teacher. Although she wanted to cultivate a monarch, she also respected Emperor Othniel the Blind's wishes, so she didn't deliberately teach her the art of kinship at first, but instead took her to see the suffering of the world. Because Emperor Othniel the Blind was of the royal family and enjoyed the offerings of the people, she could choose not to become emperor and could become anyone, but she must never become a vampire who exploits the people. The video played. It was spring, and Aureliar Pendragon held the little girl's hand, taking her to the porridge shed in the south of the city. Watching the common people holding coarse ceramic bowls and wolfing down thin porridge, the little girl frowned and asked in a milky voice, "Teacher, why don't they eat pastries? The osmanthus cakes in the palace are so sweet." Aureliar Pendragon crouched down, touched her head, and said in a gentle yet solemn voice, "Because they have no fertile land to farm and no extra money to buy grain. Being able to drink a bowl of hot porridge is already a luxury. You must remember, when holding a high position, you can enjoy pastries, but you must also shoulder the responsibility of ensuring that the people of the world can eat their fill." The little girl nodded as if she understood, but quietly took out the candied fruit hanging from her waist and stuffed it into the hands of a sallow and emaciated little beggar beside her. Time came to summer. The 2 of them, one big and one small, went to the farmland in the northern suburbs. Watching the farmers walking barefoot on the scorching ridges, swaying hose to weed, with sweat streaming down their dark backs, the little girl looked at their cracked lips and couldn't help asking, in such hot weather, "Can't they take a rest?" Aureliar Pendragon looked at the scorching sun on the horizon and said softly, "Sowing a grain of millet in the spring produces 10,000 seeds in the autumn. Their hard work today is so that their whole family can have food in the winter. Every decree your imperial grandfather makes in the imperial court must take into account these people who face the yellow earth and turn their backs to the sky." Later, she also took the little girl to a tea house by the post station, listening to the casual talk of merchants coming and going, speaking of the beacon fires at the border, the bitterness of harsh government, and the daily necessities of ordinary families. The little girl's eyes turned red as she listened. "Teacher, I want to let them all live a good life in the future." Aureliar Pendragon touched her head. Because she saw the hardships of the common people, and because she understood the responsibilities of her position, the seed in Emperor Othniel the Blind's heart was quietly sprouting. "It makes my heart soft." Emperor Othniel the Blind not only treated Aureliar as a teacher, but also as a mother without a blood relationship. After all, she was raised by her own hands. Emperor Othniel the Blind was really so cute when she was young. Mummy kisses. Chapter 77. Emperor Othniel the Blind, I'll take the throne with me. Emperor Othniel the Blind grew up in the direction of becoming an emperor. In the 31st year of Canning, as Emperor Valerius grew older, the struggle for the succession within the Aurelian royal family became increasingly tumultuous. In August of the same year, the original Crown Prince Julian was stripped of his position as heir. Eastern Palace. As I expected, I have indeed been deposed. Crown Prince Julian sighed deeply. He did not covet power. He was only saddened that he had disappointed his imperial father. Lady Zipporah squeezed his hand, and tears shimmered in the eyes of the couple. After Crown Prince Julian was deposed, many factions stepped forward to petition Emperor Valerius to appoint a new heir. However, looking at his sons, Emperor Valerius knew clearly that if any one of them were to become emperor, the country he had painstakingly managed would begin to decline after his passing. It was at this moment that the young Emperor Othniel the Blind caught his eye. As Echo narrated, the video played frame by frame. Inside the imperial study, the Emperor of Aurelion and Aureli Pendragon were discussing state affairs. On a low stool beside the dragon desk sat a young girl of about 10 years old. It was the young Emperor Othniel the Blind. She wore her hair in double buns, adorned with 2 pale pink beaded flowers at her temples. Though her features still held the innocence of a child, she sat with a straight posture, listening intently to those obscure and difficult terms. When the 2 adults had finalized their plans, the Emperor of Aurelion glanced at his granddaughter and, suddenly struck by a whim, decided to test her studies. "Let me ask you, what is the sorrow of Shili?" The little girl's gaze narrowed slightly. After a moment, she said softly, "The sorrow of Shuli is not merely about the millet growing luxuriantly in the ruins of the ancestral temples and palaces, but more so the pain of the fallen capital and the drifting of the home and country." She paused, then looked up at Emperor Tiberius the Wise. "Your granddaughter believes that when a monarch governs a country, the people must be the foundation. If one loses the hearts of the people, even with towering palaces, it will eventually turn into the scene of Shili. Just as Imperial Grandfather often says, the vast empire is protected for the peace and happiness of the common people, not for the glory of one person." Emperor Valerius had not expected his granddaughter to be able to answer, and even less did he expect her to draw inferences and speak of the way of governance. Having looked at a bunch of good-for-nothings for so long, Emperor Valerius was truly stunned when such a clever child like Emperor Othniel the Blind suddenly appeared, so he tested her with several more questions. Emperor Othniel the Blind answered them all. Although there were some flaws, it did not matter. She was still so young. There was plenty of time. In the scene, the Emperor of Aurelion listened to his granddaughter's words, the surprise in his eyes gradually turning into a sharp glint. When his granddaughter finished speaking, Emperor Valerius suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to look at Aureli Pendragon, who stood to the side smiling. "Is this why you brought her here today?" Upon hearing this, the smile in Aureli Pendragon's eyes deepened. "Your Majesty is joking. This subject cannot influence the thoughts of the imperial grandson." Emperor Valerius raised an eyebrow and drew out his tone. "Oh, Imperial Grandfather." A crisp, childish voice rang out. The Emperor of Aurelion looked down to see his granddaughter's small hand tugging at his dragon robe. "Please do not blame teacher. It was I who wanted to come." The Emperor of Aurelion reached out and lifted her onto his lap. His fingertip gently tapped Pallas her nose. Then tell me, what was the reason you followed your teacher to the imperial study so eagerly?" The little girl looked up, meeting his eyes directly. In her clear eyes, there was not a shred of a child's timidity. Instead, they revealed a firmness inconsistent with her age. "Your granddaughter has come to recommend herself." Emperor Valerius was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He deliberately put on a straight face to tease her. "You little girl, what are you recommending yourself for? Could it be that you want to be the emperor?" Before he could finish, he saw the small figure in his arms nod vigorously. "Yes." Seeing how serious she was, the Emperor of Aurelion also became solemn. "Do you know what a woman must go through to become an emperor?" The little girl tilted her small face up, without the slightest hint of retreat. She said every word with absolute certainty. "Your granddaughter knows. But I am not afraid. I know even better that this path is 100 or 1,000 times harder than a man ascending to the throne. But Imperial Grandfather," she leaned forward, her gaze burning, "the empire cares about whether the ruler has the people in their heart, and whether they can make the state of Aurelion prosperous and peaceful. When has it ever cared whether the ruler is male or female?" "Well said." The Emperor of Aurelion clapped and laughed, as expected of a student taught by little pay. At this moment, Emperor Valerius saw the shadow of Aurelion in his granddaughter, and he saw even more the future of a country. Inside the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelion looked at the young girl on the sky screen, laughing heartily. That day, she also fought for herself just as boldly. "My granddaughter is exactly like her. Ha ha ha." To say such things at this age, I ask you, isn't she impressive? Emperor Othniel the Blind, I reached out and took the throne. Aurelion, I did not teach her that. These are all the child's own ideas hiding merit and fame.jpg. Emperor Tiberius the Wise, good heavens, the vision of my grandchild leaves my pile of sons in the dust. Emperor of Neil the Blind, did not just dare to say it, she also acted on it. After this conversation, Emperor Valerius observed her closely for several months and found that this child was indeed material for an emperor. In March of the 32nd year of Canning, Emperor Valerius restored Crown Prince Julian to his position as Crown Prince that appointed Emperor of Neil the Blind as the imperial grandson, the next successor to the dynasty. Once these words were spoken, the court and the public were in an uproar. Those courtiers and princes who had fought tooth and nail for the succession were all stunned. Chapter 78. Even the women of the Shen family can hold their own. It's more than just being dumbfounded. They've turned into complete idiots, haven't they? They've been arguing here for ages, so how did they suddenly jump an entire generation? Emperor Tiberius the Wise, I'm not listening, and here is a surprise for you. Crown Prince Julian didn't see that coming, did you? After all this back and forth, the position of Crown Prince is finally mine again. Crown Prince Julian, I didn't see that coming. I truly didn't see that coming. Since Emperor Valerius has already decided to establish Emperor of Neil the Blind as the next successor, he is paving the way for her in every aspect. As the biological father of the crown grandson, it wouldn't sound very good if Crown Prince Julian were labelled as a deposed crown prince. To avoid adding even the slightest blemish to the reputation of the future Emperor of Neil the Blind, Emperor Valerius simply restored Crown Prince Julian's position. He even issued an imperial decree stating that after he passes away, Emperor of Neil the Blind will directly ascend the throne, while Crown Prince Julian will be elevated to retired emperor. This really shows how little he trusts his own son's abilities. He doesn't even want to let him be emperor for a single day. Jump Palace from Crown Prince directly to retired emperor. Such a leap is unprecedented. Who says Crown Prince Julian has no ability? This is a feat that ordinary people truly couldn't pull off. This reminds me of the phrase Emperor Valerius often uses to scold old pay, which I think applies quite well to the Kshu Crown Prince. Although the Crown Prince is slightly dull, he is truly good at procreating. Ha 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 ha. I really want to see these two figures who rely on their daughters for their status get together. I'm sure they must have endless common topics to discuss, right? Echo laughed without any restraint, but her eyes were filled with pure teasing, without a shred of malice. Inside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Julian finally understood the awkwardness Arthur Pendragon had experienced in the past. When the sky screen mocks people, it truly leaves no room for face. Here he is, after all, the Crown Prince of a nation. Where is he supposed to put his face in the future? Inside the Stirling Manor, Arthur Pendragon chuckled upon hearing this. When he first heard about Crown Prince Julian's predicament, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Sure enough, the sky screen didn't let him off the hook after all. Has anyone counted how many times the sky screen has called him stupid? Skip Palace a generation to establish an emperor, and it being a woman ascending the throne, it's not hard to imagine how spectacular the imperial court was at that time. But the Aurelian Empire of that time was no longer what it used to be. The Emperor of Aurelian had troops, power, and the support of the people. His word was law. There was also the full support of Aurelian, who had an extremely high reputation among the people, plus the dedicated assistance of several officials promoted by the monarch and minister themselves. Even if those pedantic and stubborn ministers were filled with unwillingness, the matter of Emperor of Neil the Blind was still decided just like that. Beneath the sky screen at this moment, if one were to ask who was the happiest to hear this news, it was not Aurelian Pendragon, nor was it the Emperor of Aurelian. It was the thousands upon thousands of women of this era. Previously, when the sky screen mentioned that Aurelian Pendragon had become a prime minister as a woman, they merely regarded it as a rare anomaly that occurs once in a millennium. Many even joined the men in cursing her. Perhaps some truly agreed with those prejudices, but for the majority, how could it not be a case of being unable to help themselves? If they did not go with the flow, those pointing fingers and rumours would cling to them like maggots on a bone. But now, the sky screen had revealed that the next monarch of the imperial dynasty was also a woman. This news was like a beam of scorching light, piercing through the thick haze and shining into the fields of their hearts, which had already been pried open by Aurelian Pendragon. At this moment, in the hearts of countless women, a restless flame was ignited. It was an unwillingness to accept their fate, and even more, a longing for the future. They were about to welcome a new life. In a remote and barren small mountain village, a young woman held her thin, frail daughter in her arms. On both mother and daughter, old and new scars were intertwined, shocking to the eye. The daughter was about 5 or 6 years old, so thin she was just skin and bones, with only her eyes bright and dark. She looked up at the sky screen, the words of Echo echoing in her ears, her eyes bursting with hope as she asked timidly, "Mother, if the next Majesty is a woman, will Father stop hitting us in the future because Mother didn't give birth to a younger brother?" The woman gently stroked her daughter's sallow hair, tears sliding down silently. She shook her head. Mother doesn't know either, but Mother knows that our days in the future will definitely be much better. At the Shen mansion, Shen Qingyan was accompanying her family as they gazed at the sky screen, holding a copy of the spring and autumn annals in her hands, her fingertips slowly caressing the pages. Chapter 79. My beloved grandson. Seeing her like this, Mother Shen frowned, her tone full of displeasure. You're a young woman. What is the use of reading these classics and histories? It would be better to learn more needlework, so you can prepare for your future marriage. You are not young anymore. You should be married by next year. Shen Qingyan's fingertips stiffened upon hearing this, but she was no longer the little girl from before who would be crushed by her mother's words. She raised her head, her eyes flashing with unprecedented brightness. I won't get married. In the future, I'm going to be a female official. A female official? Her younger brother, who was standing nearby, scoffed upon hearing this, his face full of disdain. That is nothing but wishful thinking. Shen Qingyan furrowed her brows tightly and looked at him with a sharp gaze. Why can't it be me? My studies have never been worse than yours. If you can take the imperial examinations to seek an official career, why can't I? The current emperor is wise and powerful, and with young Master Dragon here, it is only a matter of time before women can take the imperial examinations to become officials. I must prepare in advance so as not to waste this life. As soon as she finished speaking, it drew a sharp rebuke from Mother Shen. Absurd. You are simply ignorant of the ways of the world. I think the one who is absurd is you. Before Shen Qingyan could retort, an aged yet powerful voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was, surprisingly, old Madam Shen. Mother Shen looked at her mother-in-law in disbelief. Did you not once value the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the women above all else, always urging Qingyan? Even Shen Qingyan was filled with surprise. She had never imagined that the first person to stand up and support her now would be the grandmother who had once been determined to make her follow the rules and learn to be a virtuous wife and mother. Old Madam Shen looked at Shen Qingyan, the usual severity in her eyes fading, becoming soft. I demanded such things of Qingyan in the past because I was afraid she would be criticized by others. In this world, people's gossip palace tongues can truly drown a person. However, she paused, her gaze turning toward the sky screen, her tone suddenly enlightened. The times have changed. My son can uphold the prestige of the Shen family, and my grandson can uphold it. So why can't my Shen family's granddaughter uphold it too? Shen Qingyan swept her gaze around. Others' contempt would not defeat her. Instead, it would become the strength that made her even stronger. The more they looked down on her, the more she would live her life to prove them wrong. Shen Qingyan was not the only one with such thoughts. The Aurelian Empire was changing. After Emperor Othniel the Blind was named the imperial grandchild, Emperor Valerius began to teach her the art of kinship. And Aureli placed even greater importance on her moral character. She was indeed a wonderful child. She did not neglect her studies because of her title, but instead worked even harder. To what extent did she work hard? Everyone knows that Emperor Othniel the Blind listens most to Aureli, but in this regard, no one's advice works. This child is a natural workaholic. But studying all the time is definitely not good. After all, Aureli was worried about Emperor Othniel the Blind's health. She was still just a child. She had tried advising her and scolding her, but nothing worked, so Aureli came up with an idea. The video played. The time period was the 2nd year after Emperor Othniel the Blind was named the imperial grandchild. The vermilion gates of Stirling Manor opened slightly, and a tall, upright figure stood with hands behind her back, walking hurriedly toward Lan Aurelian Pavilion. That person was only in her early teens, her small face taut, with not a hint of childishness between her brows, but instead, an aura of natural authority that commanded respect without anger. On the soft couch inside the pavilion lay Aureli Pendragon. Teacher. The young Emperor Othniel the Blind hurried forward, her usually cold and stern face full of alarm. She stumbled to the side of the couch and gripped Aureli Pendragon's hand tightly. Teacher, how did you become so ill? Seeing the person on the couch, her face was as pale as paper. Even her lips had lost all colour, and her eyelids were as heavy as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, lacking even the strength to lift them. Cough, cough, cough. Her fit of violent coughing struck. Aureli Pendragon managed to speak with effort, her voice as light as a wisp of smoke. Recently everything has been complicated, and I have been exhausted, so I just collapsed like this. Cough. Teacher, don't say any more. The young Emperor Othniel the Blind choked, her eyes instantly turning red. She hurriedly took the medicine bowl from the maid, carefully scooped up a spoonful, and brought it to her lips. Chapter 80. The Dynasty of the Ming Dynasty. After feeding her the medicine, She clutched a handkerchief and wiped the stains from the corners of her mouth, a growing fire of anger in her eyes. Teacher, who has upset you? Tell me, and I will certainly not spare them. Orla Pendragon merely closed her eyes and coughed, too weak to speak. Standing to the side, Lara covered her mouth with a handkerchief and choked out, Your Highness, my mistress falling ill is not because of anyone else. It is all because of you. These past few days, my mistress has tossed and turned, unable to sleep, worrying daily about whether you are eating well, whether your studies are too exhausting, and fearing you might ruin your health. It is only because of this excessive worry that she... Upon hearing this, young Emperor Othniel the Blind's gaze fell upon Orla Pendragon's pale cheeks on the couch. As her eyes shifted, she realized something. Chronoarchivist Echo's voice interjected. That's right. Our Orla went to great lengths to stage this act of being ill, all just to let Emperor Othniel the Blind get some rest. Emperor Othniel the Blind is so perceptive. She saw through it immediately. But she couldn't point it out. She knew clearly that Orla was doing this for her own good. She also understood that as long as she didn't agree to rest, this stubborn teacher of hers would likely keep up the act of being sick until the very end. What could she do? She could only indulge her. But Emperor Othniel the Blind was born with an inability to sit still. On the first day she set aside her duties to rest, she managed to force herself to stay put. By the second day, having nothing to do, she was already restless. By the third day, she simply couldn't bear it any longer. The video began to play along with Chronoarchivist Echo's words. After resting for 3 days, young Emperor Othniel the Blind saw that Orla Pendragon's illness had not improved, so she went to Stirling Manor again. This time, she did not have the servants announce her. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she saw Orla Pendragon comfortably basking in the sun on a rocking chair. A maid beside her was peeling grapes and feeding them to her. With that leisurely and carefree appearance, where was there any sign of the lethargy of someone suffering from a serious illness? Caught in the act of faking illness, Orla Pendragon showed not a hint of embarrassment. Instead, she slowly lifted her eyelids. My illness hasn't fully recovered yet. Why have you come looking for me? Young Emperor Othniel the Blind sighed helplessly, walked to the side of the rocking chair, and crouched down. Looking at her teacher, she said earnestly, Teacher, I truly cannot rest. I have never been accepted by those old fogies. Even with you and Grandfather Emperor backing me, those who work against me in the shadows have never ceased. Since I have resolved to shoulder this heavy responsibility for the nation, I must be responsible for my choices and for the people of Orlion. My identity as a woman dictates that this path will be 1,000, 10,000 times harder than it is for my imperial uncles. But I have prepared myself. Whether it is maneuvering in the imperial court or learning statecraft, I must give my all to learn and to act. I want to make those who doubt me submit in conviction. But right now, I cannot stop, because there is simply too much to learn. Every word young Emperor Othniel the Blind spoke was sincere, and her eyes were filled with earnestness. Teacher, I promise you, once I have finished learning these things, I will definitely stop. Is that all right? Seeing her like this, Orla Pendragon stared at her for a moment and sighed. Teacher understands. Although Orla feels heartache for Emperor Othniel the Blind, she understands this child's ambition and character better than anyone. Therefore, she will not force her to do things she dislikes in the name of love. It's like that. Our Emperor Othniel the Blind is truly a child with a sense of responsibility. Orla was also persuaded by her. Orla also knows the pressure she is facing. Sob, sob, sob. They are both such good babies. It's just those people who oppose Emperor Othniel the Blind who are bad. I'm really done. How can I even ship this pair? I must be crazy. The Imperial Palace. Emperor of Orlion sighed deeply. This child is a good one. Such resounding and powerful words actually came from the mouth of a youth who had not yet reached adulthood. It was truly shocking. His eyes were filled with gratification. She truly taught this child extremely well. As his words fell, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. His fingertips tapped Palace gently on the desk. Sigh, how much longer until my dear grandchild is born? He counted on his fingers, feeling that the time was quite long, and turned his head to ask, Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, do you think I will be able to see my dear grandchild when I wake up from a nap? Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, never mind. He was already used to it. Stirling Manor. Orla Pendragon listened quietly to Emperor Othniel the Blind's words, and a conclusion had already formed in her heart. The next monarch of Orlion should be her. Since establishing her long-cherished wish, Emperor Othniel the Blind has been working hard toward her goal. She desperately absorbs all kinds of knowledge, not just from textbooks, but also by observing the needs of the people from the grassroots level. Her childhood was entirely occupied by state affairs. Not a single day was spent like other children of her age, letting herself go. She told Orla that once the situation stabilized, she would give herself a vacation, so that Aurelier and Emperor Valerius could rest easy. It is just a pity this promise was never fulfilled in her lifetime. Sigh, here comes the emotional damage again. Aurelier and Emperor Valerius both died too early. Especially Aurelier. She passed away hastily before some things were even explained. After they left, the state of Aurelian immediately took a turn for the worse. Although Emperor Othniel the Blind had been winning over the hearts of the people for so many years, all of this came too suddenly, and the time given to her was still too short. Sigh. Speaking of this, Echo also sighed deeply. The hearts of the people of Aurelian under the sky screen also tightened. U2 Village. A circle of villagers sat under the tree. The village head, Wang Digwei, swallowed hard and finally managed to let out a sigh. Young Master Dragon should not have met such an end. Who says otherwise? A man next to him fiercely slapped his thigh. A farm woman wiped her tears and added, if I could use my life to trade for young Master Dragon, I wouldn't hesitate. After I die, I will definitely ask the heavens, why did they give young Master Dragon such an ending? Sounds of agreement rose one after another. In the crowd, a child with pigtails suddenly popped out. He looked up with an innocent face and said crisply, my mother says, if you offer more incense to the ancestors, you can be reborn into a good life in the next one. After I finish watching this sky screen, I will go to the statue of the goddess of agriculture and pray more. Once these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Right. Pray more. Wang Digwei stood up abruptly and shouted eagerly, let the whole village go and pray. May young Master Dragon be free from disaster and hardship, be in good health, and live for 500 years. Hearing this light sigh from Chrono Archivist Echo, Aurelier Pendragon's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Based on the usual pattern, after playing the first half of Emperor Othniel the Blind's life, it's likely that a reign of knives is coming next. Chapter 81. Finally, I can rest. Just as Aurelier Pendragon expected, the Chrono Archivist launched into the heartbreaking plot without hesitation. Throughout her life, apart from the first few years when she was as carefree as a normal child, Emperor Othniel the Blind never had a moment of rest after she came of age. When the news of Aurelier and Emperor Tiberius the Wise's passing spread, the first thing to be shaken in the Aurelian Empire was the public sentiment. How could the people of Aurelian bear the blow of the sun and moon falling at the same time? For a time, the entire Aurelian Empire was immersed in an impenetrable sorrow, as if the spirit and energy of the whole nation had been suddenly drained away. Immediately following this, those with restless intentions were the sons of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, that is, the various imperial uncles of Emperor Othniel the Blind. These people had harbored ulterior motives while Emperor Valerius was alive. Even though the emperor had already established the crown prince as the heir, they had been outwardly submissive while never reducing their hidden resentment by even a fraction. Even the princes were coveting the throne, so how could those forces that had been suppressed by Aurelier, Emperor Tiberius the Wise, or Emperor Othniel the Blind let slip such a golden opportunity to cause chaos? In their bones, they could not tolerate a woman riding above them all. Through Miss Bow's words, a small figure of Emperor Othniel the Blind seemed to appear before Aurelier Pendragon's eyes. She was alone, trapped in the centre of a treacherous vortex, surrounded by deep waters and scorching fires. She felt a pang of heartache for this child. If she were still there at that time, or if the Emperor of Aurelian had not yet departed, they would surely have cleared away all the thorns and obstacles for her. What a pity. Both of them left too early, caught off guard, without even having the time to stabilize this rapidly developing palace dynasty. This child, how tired she must have been. Emperor Othniel the Blind was only in her teens, yet she had already shouldered the heavy responsibility of the entire dynasty. She saw through the many flaws hidden beneath the seemingly prosperous facade, and was even more aware of the severe consequences that would be triggered by the sudden departure of the two core figures supporting the dynasty's operation. At that time, the generals stationed outside the Aurelian Empire heard the bad news, and were all unwilling to fight, thinking only of returning immediately to see their beloved Prime Minister and His Majesty off on their final journey. Emperor Othniel the Blind knew the principle that one must secure the interior before dealing with the exterior. Helplessly, the dynasty's path of external expansion had to be temporarily shelved. She had to first soothe the panicked public sentiment, quell the rebellions of the imperial uncles, and also take the opportunity to root out the pests in the imperial court one by one. Each and every one of these tasks was a grueling battle that consumed time and effort. What? They dared to rebel? Inside the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelian, who was already gloomy upon hearing that his sons refused to accept his precious granddaughter, felt his anger soar to the heavens upon hearing they had thoughts of treason. The air pressure around him dropped to a terrifying level. These idiots. When I was alive, they didn't have the capability. Now that I'm dead, do they think they're worthy of being emperor? The Emperor of Aurelion's eyes churned with monstrous rage. On one hand, he hated that he had ultimately left such hidden dangers for his precious granddaughter, and on the other, he couldn't help but feel heartache for the people of the Aurelian Empire. No matter which side ignited the flames of war, the ones who suffered were always the innocent commoners. These incompetent sons, if they were truly this disobedient, he could actually do without them. No, he still had to keep Crown Prince Julian. Unexpectedly, Miss Bow's tone shifted abruptly, but the ambitions of Emperor Othniel the Blind's various imperial uncles ultimately did not succeed. The rebellion plan was cut short while it was still brewing. This was mainly because of the people. They were just having trouble accepting the grief of the sun and moon falling, not that they truly did not acknowledge Emperor Othniel the Blind. Since she was the heir appointed by Emperor Valerius and the disciple personally taught by Aureliar, she was naturally born with the full support of the people. Emperor Tiberius the Wise's sons actually thought that the chaotic public sentiment meant they did not submit to Emperor Othniel the Blind. How ridiculous! Not to mention others, as long as Emperor Othniel the Blind gave the order, even if someone really dragged her off the throne, the people of the Aurelian Empire would definitely follow suit and rebel for her again. This is public sentiment. When the princes wanted to rebel, perhaps their trusted aides wanted the credit of following the dragon. But don't forget, most of the people under their command were from the bottom rungs of society. As long as they were commoners, they wanted peace. How good were the days during the era of Aureliar and Emperor Tiberius the Wise? They didn't want to go back to those days. Thus, the plan was leaked just like that. Public sentiment. The fourth prince murmured these two words, his expression dazed. At this very moment, he suddenly understood a little. The phrase, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world," which his father often kept on his lips, was visualized on the sky screen. Even his crown prince brother, who had always been viewed as a good-for-nothing, had long understood the weight of these words. "Master, then our plan." The fourth prince glanced nonchalantly at his trusted aide, Zhu Zhu, beside him. The latter's face was full of complex emotions. "Zhu Zhu, how long have you been with me?" Replying to master, "A full 5 years." Zhu Zhu bowed his head, his tone still respectful. "In these 5 years, have I ever treated you poorly?" The fourth prince raised his eyes, his gaze falling on him with a hint of inquiry. "Never." How could he dare to say he was treated poorly? Back then, his old mother was critically ill and medicine was ineffective. It was the fourth prince who spent a huge sum to invite a doctor, forcibly snatching his mother's life back from the hands of the king of hell, and even arranged for proper care. This kindness was heavier than 1,000 catties. Precisely because of this, even though he knew the fourth prince had improper intentions, he was willing to serve him loyally without a single complaint. But ever since the sky screen hung high, the belief in Zhu Zhu's heart began to waver. The fourth prince always said that the crown prince was muddled and incompetent, and if he ascended the throne one day, he would surely throw the Aurelian Empire into chaos and cause suffering for the people. He believed it, and hoped that the fourth prince could replace him and give the people a clear and prosperous age. But the sky screen clearly demonstrated that the one who could shoulder the world was not the fourth prince. Zhu Zhu's heart was churning when he suddenly heard the fourth prince ask softly, "Will you report me?" Just like what was said on the sky screen. This sentence was light, but it hit Zhu Zhu's heart like a stone. He looked up abruptly, meeting the fourth prince's bottomless eyes, and said in a deep voice, "This subordinate would not dare." The fourth prince suddenly laughed. That laughter carried a bit of self-mockery, a bit of realization, and a bit of indescribable loneliness. It was would not dare, not would not. The fourth prince picked up his wine cup and drank the strong liquor in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but it could not suppress the melancholy in his heart. He waved his hand, his voice carrying a bit of exhaustion and a bit of relief. "Forget it, forget it. You may go down. I only want to be a person of leisure." After quelling these disturbances, Emperor Othniel the Blind spent a full 5 years. In these 5 years, the officials of the imperial court were completely purged. Of course, many officials who would become famous throughout history during Emperor Othniel the Blind's reign also emerged. For example, Shen Qingyan, and also people like Sir Qi and Zhu Zhu. Fourth prince's residence. Zhu Zhu, who had just finished expressing his loyalty, stared wide-eyed at the fourth prince. "Fourth prince, symbol 30C, symbol 311 glottal stop, symbol 323 glottal stop, symbol 323. Zhu Zhu, guilty, twiddling fingers. How about you ask me again?" The chronoarchivist always dropped bombshells inadvertently. The people of the Shen household were almost shot to death. A group of people stared blankly at the equally stunned Shen Qingyan. Old Madame Shen did not expect that the moment she supported her granddaughter's idea, she would hear such a thing in the next second. Her granddaughter, Lai Wenrong's granddaughter, was a famous official of Emperor Othniel the Blind, the kind that would be famous for generations to come. What if it's just the same name? Shen Guangyang held it in for a long time, pouting unconvinced, and retorted with his neck stiffened. How old is sister? That empress hasn't even been born yet. How could it be sister? Shut up. Lai Wenrong came back to her senses. The cane in her hand struck Shen Guanyang's lower leg with anger, the force so great that Shen Guanyang winced in pain. Mother. Seeing this, Madame Shen rushed over to hug her son, her brows knitted together, her tone full of dissatisfaction. How could you use such a heavy hand? Yana is also your own grandson, and there is Qingyan. She turned to look at Shen Qingyan, her eyes filled with blame. Yana is your own younger brother after all. He was beaten, and you just stand by and watch coldly. Shen Qingyan stood where she was, looking coldly at this scene, but a sense of unprecedented relief welled up in her heart. Chapter 80. Too long time no see, Prime Minister. She really wanted to thank the sky screen and thank Miss Bo. From this day forward, even her father would have to hold her in higher regard. She had previously only thought about taking the official examinations to escape this cage, but now she had new ideas. Why should she leave? Why couldn't she fight for the inheritance rights of the Shen family? She wanted to become the head of the Shen family and personally hold the destiny of this family, the destiny of everyone in it. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Lady Sipora was also shaken when she heard the name Echo reported. What is it? Crown Prince Julian saw that her expression was unusual and quickly reached out to support her arm. Is something uncomfortable? Lady Sipora collected herself in disbelief. My second sister-in-law gave birth to a daughter before the new year, and her name was decided a few days ago. It is Sir Kikui. During the reign of Emperor Othniel the Blind, the status of women improved visibly. There were more and more outstanding female officials in the imperial court. Emperor Othniel the Blind also changed the marriage system. Capable women could establish their own households, practice polyandry, and children could take their mother's surname. She even established specific criminal laws for this. Those who gossiped would be imprisoned. Among the common people, more and more women began to show their faces in public, step palace out of their homes to strive for a better life through their own efforts. No one forced them to marry, and even if they did not marry or have children, they would not be judged. If they were married and suffered domestic violence from their husbands, they could not only divorce, but also receive the rights they were entitled to. These were all explicitly written in the law. To prevent people from being afraid to speak out, Emperor Othniel the Blind also established a rule. Those who were brave enough to report such cases would be rewarded with 10 guan of money. Under the sky screen, countless women widened their eyes. These few words from Echo seemed to pull them into a wondrous dream. Heavens, if this were truly a dream, they would rather never wake up. Emperor Othniel the Blind perfectly inherited the strengths of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, knowing people and assigning them to the right roles. She placed every official in the most suitable position, consolidated power, and employed both kindness and severity. Just like that, the entire dynasty not only began to function again, but the happiness of the common people also surpassed that of the reign of Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Because by that time, the Auraline state had grown seeds that yielded 1,000 catties per moo, planted crop after crop. To achieve the vision of every household having surplus grain, Emperor Othniel the Blind often went on incognito inspections. Children and the elderly were also very happy during the reign of Emperor Othniel the Blind. Even if they encountered natural disasters, they were basically not abandoned because Emperor Othniel the Blind would distribute silver to them every year. What? We can even receive money? The common people under the sky screen were dazed by these piece-by-piece good news. Some elderly people grinned, showing their teeth. Although they wouldn't receive money, their descendants would live such a good life. What should they do when they feel like thanking Master Dragon and the Emperor of Auraline again? I started smiling unconsciously just listening to this. However, those policies regarding women took several years before they began to function normally. It is understandable. They had been suppressed for so long that they were truly afraid that this was a dream, and were too afraid to touch this new life. Sigh, what a pity, the words of Echo and the text from the bullet comments appeared together. It is a pity that Emperor Othniel the Blind died so young. Sigh. Auraline Pendragon's back stiffened. She was not surprised by this news. She could piece together this child's personality from the fragments of words on the sky screen. Emperor Othniel the Blind had been so diligent while she was still alive. Now that the people she could rely on were gone, she must have had to put in even more effort to achieve such results. Emperor Othniel the Blind died from an illness caused by overwork. The words from the sky screen confirmed Auraline Pendragon's guess. She closed her eyes, her heart filled with regret. The medical skills in this ancient era were too backward. Even a small cold could be fatal, let alone illnesses caused by years of overwork. Her past self on the sky screen must have raised the status of physicians, but it seemed that medical development was still too slow. In this lifetime, she must bring this matter forward. She had to raise the status of physicians as soon as possible and vigorously support medical research. How was penicillin made again? Was it by finding bacterial strains in moldy food, or by finding a way to build a simple culture environment? As these thoughts flowed, she suddenly remembered that she had successfully developed glass. Perhaps she could try to make a crude microscope. Aurelia Pendragon did not think for too long. Although she was not a professional, she could call for help. When Emperor Othniel the Blind was young, she had to study hard to gain everyone's recognition, and after she became the monarch, she had to work hard to make the country better. After learning about her physical condition, she not only did not stop, but she worked even harder. She said to the inner officials, "I must provide the next monarch with a stable dynasty before my body runs out of oil and the lamp dries up." Besides this, she also had to cultivate an heir who would be worthy of the common people of the world. Emperor Othniel the Blind did not dare to rest for a single day, until the sky screen showed Emperor Othniel the Blind in her middle age. She held a scroll in her hand, gently explaining the principles of governing the country to her daughter beside her, her eyes filled with the affection of an ordinary mother. Watching her daughter's intelligent appearance, Emperor Othniel the Blind suddenly stopped speaking and gently brushed her fingertips over the top of her daughter's head. "Mother Emperor, what is wrong?" "Nothing." Emperor Othniel the Blind collected herself, a faint smile curling at her lips. "I just feel that my royal child has grown up and will surely be able to stand on her own in the future." She seemed to have foreseen something and sent her daughter away. Then, she walked slowly toward the imperial study, each step taken with composure and determination. In the center of the imperial study hung two scrolls, straight and proper. Emperor Othniel the Blind walked to the scrolls and first bowed deeply to the portrait of the man wearing dragon robes with a majestic face. "Imperial grandfather, your grandchild has not failed your expectations, nor have I failed the decision you made back then." After bowing, her gaze landed on the other portrait. It was a woman wearing the official robes of a prime minister. It was her teacher. Emperor Othniel the Blind's eyes instantly became incomparably devout, carrying an unconcealable exhaustion and relief. "Teacher, your disciple can finally rest." Taking one last deep look at the two paintings before her, Emperor Othniel the Blind walked to the desk. After finishing the review of the memorials on it, she slumped over them, and really like a child, and slowly closed her eyes. Aurelia Pendragon stared quietly at the figure slumped over the desk on the sky screen, her emotions like cotton wool soaked in warm tea, sinking with a heavy softness. Even though the wind and frost between that person's brows were greater than her own, and she was slightly older, the pity surging in her chest was dense and genuine. This was her future disciple, Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian, a child so well behaved that it made one's heart tighten. Looking back at her life, she had carved the word duty into her bones and blood, exhausting her heart and soul for the stability of the Aurelian state and the well-being of the people. Only until the very last moment, when her life burned out, was she willing to lay down all her burdens and allow herself to return to the child longing for protection. Aurelia Pendragon's fingertips curled slightly. At this moment, she very much wanted to pass through this illusion, gently touch her head, and tell this child, "You don't have to be this tired." Perhaps this mental wish was too profound. In the image, a palm emitting a warm, golden, soft light slowly appeared and gently rubbed the top of Emperor Othniel the Blind's head. Emperor Othniel the Blind lifted her eyelids with difficulty, her eyes reflecting the golden light, as if she saw something. A faint, relieved smile curled at her lips, her breath so weak it was almost inaudible, yet she clearly let out two words, "Teacher." This time, the eye she closed never opened again. In the 28th year of Chengde, Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian passed away. Chronoarchivist Echo's voice was steady, but carried a sense of melancholy. After hearing this, Aurelia Pendragon felt as if her chest was blocked by something heavy and stifling. Calculating the time, this was yet another monarch who died young, and from the time the sky screen began to recount Emperor Othniel the Blind's life, it had only been a short hour. Just 1 hour, and it had contained a person's entire life. The video material above is from the TV series The Legend of Othniel the Blind. The director polished the plot too delicately, and the actors' acting skills are god tier. They practically brought every character to life. I strongly recommend everyone to watch it. Especially this last deathbed scene, Emperor Othniel the Blind's fantasy before she died. It made me cry. In this life, Emperor Othniel the Blind could only briefly let down her guard when she was beside Aurelia. At that moment, She must have been whole palace for Aureli to come and pick her up. Indeed, even in front of her respected imperial grandfather, she had to maintain the image of the crown prince. She was a child who was truly very tired. This old one here is tearing up in front of the phone again. I have watched this show. There is no melodramatic romance throughout, just pure historical political intrigue with a female lead. The plot is tight and logical. I'm crazy about recommending it to everyone. Woo woo woo, I'm broken. Emperor Othniel the Blind not only inherited Aureli's ideology, but even this fate of working hard all her life and dying young. Why must the heavens be so cruel to people? Calculating it this way, the lifespan of the emperors after the Aurelian state doesn't seem very high. Is Emperor Valerius actually the one who lived the longest? In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelian widened his eyes. What did it mean that he was the one who lived the longest? What on earth happened to his descendants? No one responded to him. The images on the sky screen faded, leaving only the figure of chronoarchivist Echo. It is time to say goodbye to everyone again. I haven't decided what to edit for the next video, so I will meet everyone a little later. That is all for this episode's content. I will post a topic in the comment section. If you could travel back to the reign of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, who would you most want to see? What would you most want to do? Bye bye tilde tilde tilde. Echo waved her hand with a smile at the camera. The common people of the Aurelian state also learned to do it in a proper manner. Bye bye, Miss Both. After the sky screen dissipated today, Aureli Pendragon's mood could not calm down for a long time. Miss Lyra walked in lightly, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge. After putting down the porridge bowl, she stood behind Aureli Pendragon, her warm palms gently covering her shoulders and kneading them. Please take a rest. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lyra was honest and straightforward by nature and did not understand many things, but seeing her miss frowning since the sky screen dissipated, her heartache was as real as a needle prick. She knew that her miss carried great matters in her heart, but she only hoped that she could be more relaxed and not have to carry everything alone. Aureli Pendragon felt Lyra of the Vale's concern, and her heart warmed a little, but the thoughts in her mind were still tangled like a mess of hemp, impossible to cut or sort out. Aureli Pendragon was especially grateful for the appearance of the sky screen, which allowed her to know about the regrets of the future. However, she couldn't help but think, could she change their endings? She wanted to change her own ending, change the endings of the Emperor of Aurelian and her disciple, and change the endings of her cousin, official Lady Genevieve Thorne, and others, as well as the people of province of Kadira. These were all living, breathing human lives. Could she really do it? Lyra also does not know. Lyra of the Vale's voice sounded. It turned out she had spoken these words out loud without realizing it. Lyra of the Vale's eyes reddened. Actually, Lyra only hopes that Miss can be a carefree young lady of an official's family, without having to frown and calculate those troublesome things. Eating well and sleep soundly every day. Just being happy is enough. But I know that Miss has her own mission in her heart. Lyra of the Vale's tone was full of heartache. But Miss, although Lyra is stupid, when you're tired or weary, I can serve you tea and water, massage your shoulders and back, and I will always be with you. These words left Aureli Pendragon somewhat stunned, but it did indeed tear away a part of the fog. She was never alone. We're not the people she wanted to protect the foundation of her moving forward. If she didn't even dare to try, wouldn't it be in vain? Aureli Pendragon realized that she had become obsessed. Her own state of mind was also being influenced by the sky screen. This was not a good sign. She took a deep breath and picked up the hot porridge on the desk. The warm rice porridge slid into her stomach, dispelling the coldness of an empty stomach, and gradually calmed her surging emotions. After drinking the last mouthful, she looked up at Lyra of the Vales. Go to sleep. Tomorrow's imperial court would surely be turbulent. She wondered how many fish would jump out that was fine. She was only afraid that they wouldn't jump. Then Miss, please rest well. Lyra carefully tidied up the bowl and chopsticks and gently closed the door. Aureli Pendragon sat back down at the desk, opened the notebook filled with the densely recorded information from the sky screen, and her fingertips traced over those familiar or strange names and endings, sorting through her chaotic thoughts over and over again, until her state of mind was completely calm. She blew out the lamp and got up to walk toward the bed. The moment she closed her eyes, she suddenly caught a strange sensation. Aureli Pendragon subconsciously recited 2 words in her heart. The next second, a gentle and clear female voice sounded in her mind. Long time no see, Prime Minister. Aureli Pendragon's heart moved at the system's address. But at this moment, her attention was entirely focused on the merit points. How could there be so many? Up until now, the things she had done were very, very few. Only hearing the system say word by word, "This is faith. Prime Minister. Chapter 1. The wind rises in Aurelian Dew. The weather was terrible. The rain fell incessantly. It had started last night, and hadn't stopped since. By this morning, the rain had not weakened. Instead, it had become even more torrential. Raindrops the size of beans wove into a grey curtain of rain. The sky was pressed extremely low by thick clouds, and even the usually dull sky screen seemed to have merged into one. Inside Lan Aurelian Pavilion, however, it was a different scene. Lyra was meticulously dressing Aurelian Pendragon in her official robes. Her nimble fingertips wove through the fabric, smoothing out the wrinkles, before she carefully styled Aurelian Pendragon's hair into a bun and inserted the jade hairpin symbolizing her rank. Clara held a logbook, reporting the work progress of the past few days in a steady tone. Once everything was ready, Aurelian Pendragon moved to the main hall to have breakfast with her mother. During the meal, they chatted about daily matters, mostly consisting of her mother urging her to be careful on her way to court since the roads were slippery in the rain. After the meal, Aurelian Pendragon and her father set off for the imperial palace. Ancient officials usually attended court early. Generally, they had to gather in the main hall at the hour of the rabbit, which was 5 in the morning. At the beginning of his reign, the Emperor of Aurelian, out of consideration for the toil of his officials, delayed the time by half an hour. After Aurelian Pendragon entered the court, because the sky screen had once said she was frail, the Emperor of Aurelian took it to heart and simply delayed the court time further to the hour of the dragon, which was 7 in the morning. This progress in reform benefited more than just Aurelian Pendragon. Today's morning court was destined to be anything but calm. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, there was a commotion. The officials stood in rows on both sides. Their expressions varied. Before long, a 4th-rank official stepped out of the ranks, his voice filled with a deliberately heightened urgency. "Reporting to Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial to present." "Granted," came the calm, emotionless voice of the Emperor of Aurelian from the Dragon Throne. The official raised his eyes, scanned the people in the hall, and said in a deep voice, "The sky screen stated that the Crown Prince is not a wise choice for heir, and the matter of a female emperor ascending the throne is even more absurd. This subject implores Your Majesty to reselect a successor from among the princes to solidify the foundation of the state and stabilize the mountains and rivers." Hey, this meant forcing the Emperor of Aurelian to depose the Crown Prince Shivad, appoint another heir. They didn't want to see the next successor be a woman. Aurelian Pendragon narrowed her eyes as she stood in her position, not rushing to step forward. The Emperor of Aurelian still had many people at his disposal. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately retorted. Aurelian Pendragon was quite surprised by the choice of person. It was actually the Minister of Rights, Lucius Vance, who had been the one opposing her entry into officialdom back at the imperial manor. The old man puffed out his beard and glared. Simply nonsense. His Highness, the Crown Prince, is the legitimate heir. How can he be deposed just like that? Do you still have His Majesty in your eyes? And do you still have loyalty to the ruler? Oh, so it was still to uphold legitimacy. Sometimes, Aurelian Pendragon truly felt that such people were terrifyingly pedantic, yet strangely pure. Afterward, the court split into several factions. One faction consisted of the partisans of the various princes, who took the opportunity to fan the flames and proposed re-establishing the heir. Another faction, led by Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, firmly opposed deposing the Crown Prince. There were also some calculating neutrals who kept their heads down, silent, watching the changes, offending neither side. There were also some officials who, while supporting the Crown Prince, were wary of the prophecy about the female emperor and remained wavering. Only a few people obscurely defended the matter of the female emperor, their voices, weak, quickly drowned out in the dispute. The Emperor of Aurelian sat upright on the dragon throne, wearing a crown with 12 strings of beads. The hanging beads covered his brows and eyes, making it impossible for people to see his thoughts. He just quietly watched the chaos in the hall, neither stop palace, nor expressing an opinion, as if he were merely an onlooker standing outside the situation. Aurelian Pendragon stood in place, watching this farce with great interest. In her past life, she had seen in historical documentaries that when ancient officials disagreed during court, they would even resort to physical altercations when arguing. Today, she had witnessed it firsthand. This group of usually gentle and refined civil officials, once their eyes turned red from arguing, lost all semblance of gentility, with spittle flying everywhere. If they couldn't win the argument, they also knew a few moves of fisticuffs. Especially Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. This little old man was very shrewd, always hiding behind his colleagues to kick someone, and after doing so, he would act as if nothing had happened, hands behind his back, continuing to curse and swear. Aurelian Pendragon found it secretly amusing, even thinking that the reason the Emperor of Aurelion delayed calling a halt was probably because he found the scene quite interesting and wanted to see how far these ministers could go. It wasn't until everyone in the hall had more or less sustained some injuries that the Emperor of Aurelion spoke slowly. "That is enough." The noisy hall instantly quieted down, leaving only the slightly heavy breathing of the crowd. Aurelion Pendragon looked at her father beside her and saw that his clothes were neat and he was uninjured. The next second, however, she saw her father, taking advantage of the moment everyone was stopping, unobtrusively stretch out his foot and trip the official beside him who had been arguing the most fiercely. That person stumbled and almost fell. Aurelion Pendragon. The court returned to silence. The Emperor of Aurelion gave a look to the head eunuch, Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, beside him. Eunuch Cedric understood, held up a bright yellow imperial edict, and began to read slowly in his shrill voice, "By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the eternal peace of the state depends on a virtuous heir. The sky screen has manifested signs indicating a portent of prosperity for the nation's fortunes. Since I ascended to the throne, I have been diligent day and night, wishing only for the people to be peaceful and prosperous, and for the ancestral temples to endure. Now I hear that the crown princess is pregnant, and a precious child will soon be born. The celestial phenomena have responded, and purple clouds come from the east. This is the heavens favoring the Aurelion Empire, bestowing a treasure to save the world. I have pondered what the sky screen has shown. A female emperor inheriting the throne is not a violation of legitimacy, but truly the mandate of heaven and the desire of the people. As for the infant in the crown princess's womb, observing the anomaly of the celestial phenomena and examining the trend of national fortune, it must be a person of exceptional intelligence and deep blessings. You will be able to inherit the ambition of the predecessors and protect the mountains and rivers in the future. To comply with the will of heaven, soothe the hearts of the people, and solidify the foundation of the state, I hereby issue this edict. I confer the title of imperial grandson upon the unborn female infant in the crown princess's womb, and bestow the golden book and golden seal." The Emperor of Aurelion's edict caught everyone off guard. Some old officials were quite speechless, looking at the Emperor of Aurelion with resentful eyes. "Your Majesty, you already had a plan in your heart, yet you didn't want to say it earlier. Did you just want to watch us make fools of ourselves?" "Your Majesty, this must not be done." The first to voice opposition was an imperial censor. "That child has not yet been born, and fortune is hard to predict. It is unknown whether she can even survive safely, so how can you bestow the title of imperial grandson so hastily? This is contrary to ritual and law, and I fear it will invite heavenly punishment." Aurelion Pendragon took a look. It was one of the second prince's men. "Presumptuous." The Emperor of Aurelion's voice suddenly turned cold. "Are you openly cursing my imperial grandson? I think you're tired of living. Guards, drag this traitor out and behead him." The officials in the hall shuddered in fear, and no one dared to speak easily again. But among the crowd, there were still many whose brows were dark, their lowered eyelids hiding the calculations in their eyes. That's right. The child was still in the crown princess's womb. There are countless variables in a 10-month pregnancy, and whether she could be born safely was an unknown. The Emperor of Aurelion's gaze was like a torch, sweep palace over everyone in the hall. Who else is unconvinced? No one answered. They valued their lives. "We will obey the decree." The voices were uneven, but they had ultimately accepted this sudden imperial edict. But the storm of the day was not over yet. "Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Marquis Channing for distributing grain and rice on a large scale, currying favor, winning over the hearts of the people, and harboring ulterior motives. This person is ambitious. I request that your Majesty punish her." Aurelion Pendragon raised her eyes. "You." Chapter 2. Princess Geoffure, the guardian of the nation. Aurelion Pendragon was quite speechless. Listen, just listen to what they were saying. Doing good deeds and still getting scolded for it. As expected, when someone wants to smear you, anything can become a sword to attack you with. Nonsense. Did you eat excrement by mistake this morning? Otherwise, why are you spewing such filth here? Arthur Pendragon's roar exploded in the hall. Hearing someone scolding his daughter, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. "Master Dragon." The official, choked by this blunt and crude scolding, turned ashen, pointing a finger at Arthur Pendragon. His voice trembled in the great hall before the Emperor, discussing state affairs. "How can you be so vulgar and unruly?" He truly couldn't imagine how a court official well versed in poetry and books could say such things. Vulgar. Arthur Pendragon took a step forward, continuing his verbal assault. "When it comes to vulgarity, how could I compare to you? You're at such an advanced age. Eat less than a pig, run slower than a dog, and yet you bully a young girl. It's simply worse than a pig or a dog. PF50, on the imperial throne, the Emperor of Orline couldn't hold it in any longer. A light chuckle broke through the tense atmosphere of the hall. The official had originally intended to throw himself before the throne to cry and plead for mercy, but upon hearing this mocking laugh from the Son of Heaven, he felt a rush of blood to his head. His vision blurred, and he began to sway, about to collapse to the ground. Who would have thought that Arthur Pendragon, with quick eyes and fast hands, would stride forward and give his arm a hard pinch? Oh, a wail echoed in the hall. The official was in so much pain that tears and snot streamed down his face. He was instantly dragged back from the brink of fainting, as sober as one could possibly be. Arthur Pendragon gave a cold laugh. The account for impeaching his daughter hasn't been settled yet, and you want to faint? Not a chance. Orlai Pendragon couldn't help but smile. Since she began participating in court affairs, her father had been like a ruffled fighting cock. At first, he was clumsy with words, and was often left speechless by those pedantic scholar officials. Later, he somehow found enlightenment, discovering that the simpler the language, the more effective it was at shutting the other party up. From then on, he was full of talk about excrement and farts. Your Majesty, the official, having suffered pain and unable to win the verbal battle, simply knelt on the ground, crawled forward a few steps, and cried out hoarsely, "We truly cannot let Lady Pay disrupt the moral order." That sky screen appears repeatedly, and what it says is absurd. Perhaps it is being manipulated by Lady Pay in secret. She is a demoness who brings disaster to the country and the people. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall turned frigid, and one could hear a pin drop. Even those officials who had previously had complaints about Orlai Pendragon subconsciously moved to the side, fearing that they would be implicated by this mad rhetoric. The Minister of War secretly swallowed his saliva. My goodness, has he been scolded into madness? In my opinion, you are the monster causing chaos in the country. A stern rebuke rang out. The Minister of Revenue stroked his white beard and stepped out with righteous indignation. If one were to ask who benefited the most after Orlai Pendragon became an official, without a doubt, it was the Ministry of Revenue. She brought money and grain to the Ministry of Revenue, and these were indispensable things. Before Orlai Pendragon appeared, the Ministry of Revenue had to pinch every penny. They had never lived such a good life. Even if Master Dragon truly possesses those heaven-defying methods, she is no demoness, but an auspicious omen. After the Minister of Revenue finished speaking, several other officials stepped out to agree. Orlai Pendragon looked at this scene before her. Her heart stirred slightly, and she was momentarily dazed. She didn't know where it started, but so many supportive voices had risen up behind her. Her gaze landed on the official kneeling and crying on the ground, wearing the robes of a fifth-rank official. It was a lowly rank in this court. Where did he get the courage to defy the world and impeach her? He was likely just a discarded pawn. There was a desperate resolve in his eyes. The demoness has appeared, bringing chaos to the country, Your Majesty. The official seemed to have given up everything, shouting at the top of his lungs as he turned and charged fiercely toward the coiled dragon pillar nearby. The crowd gasped, and the Emperor of Orline on the throne darkened his expression, but the tragic sight of blood splattering on the spot did not occur. Orlai Pendragon had been keep Alice an eye on him. While he was shouting, she had quietly moved to the side of the pillar, and now, seeing him lunge, she tripped him. Thud! A dull impact sounded. The official lost his balance and fell face first onto the ground. His forehead hit the floor, immediately raising a large bruise, causing him to grimace in pain. The incident happened in an instant. Before the crowd could recover, Arthur Pendragon had already strode forward and pinned the man down firmly. He was terrified. If this person had really died by hitting his head in the hall, even if his daughter were innocent, she would not be able to escape the stain on her reputation. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Orline watched this absurd farce. The smile on his face had long since faded, leaving only ice-cold emptiness in his eyes. He looked at the official who was still wailing on the ground, a wave of sorrow washing over his heart. He considered himself diligent and wise, exhausting his efforts to guard this great land, yet within this court, there were still such parasites who disregarded the national economy and the people's livelihood. In their eyes, there was no country, no loyalty to the monarch, and no common people, only selfish desires. The Emperor of Orline closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was indifferent. Drag him away and execute his entire family. He wanted to die, then grant his wish. The civil and military officials had various thoughts, but no one stepped forward to court disaster. The Emperor of Orline swept his gaze over the crowd and finally landed on Orlai Pendragon, immediately issuing a second imperial decree. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the Pendragon family has a daughter, Orlair, who is intelligent by nature, understands reason, possesses the talent to govern the world, and holds the virtue to help the people. She is truly a treasure of the nation and a pillar of the state. Having observed her actions and examined her heart, I deeply admire her virtue and am fortunate to be connected with her. Now I hereby issue this clear decree to adopt her as my foster daughter, and confer upon her the title of Princess Geohir, Protector of the State. Eunuch Cedric read the Emperor of Aurelian's decree word by word. The high officials with bowed heads were filled with tumultuous thoughts. A princess was nothing rare, but a princess protector of the state carried immense weight. Not even the Emperor of Aurelian's own daughters enjoyed such an honour. And her title Geohir, illuminating civilization. Prime Minister Alastair, standing among the court officials, quickly grasped the deep meaning within. If others said that Aureli Pendragon winning the hearts of the people was overstepping, now that she was a member of the imperial family, it was perfectly justified. Furthermore, even if Aureli Pendragon's reputation grew ever higher in the future, perhaps even surpassing that of the Emperor's conferment today greatly precluded any future impeachment by others. This what overwhelming favour and trust. Even Prime Minister Alastair was envious. He suddenly remembered the sky screen saying that the Emperor of Aurelian had once considered letting Aureli Pendragon ascend the throne. Looking at it now, that thought had likely never truly disappeared after the morning court session ended. Some interested parties hiding in the shadows were furious to the point of exploding. After all their plotting, not only had they failed to cause any damage to the imperial grandson and Aureli Pendragon, but their status had actually been elevated. Aureli Pendragon stood under the corridor, watching the panicked figures in the curtain of rain, a faint arc curving at the corners of her lips. Master Dragon, a soft call came from behind her. She turned and saw an attendant walking quickly with an oil paper umbrella, holding a plain-coloured cloak in his hands. Master Dragon, the rain is heavy outside. His Majesty has ordered that you should rest in the palace. The imperial physician who will check your pulse is already waiting. You may return to your manor after the rain stops. The attendant's tone was respectful. As he spoke, he stepped forward and carefully draped the cloak over her, even fastening the ties at the collar securely. Arthur Pendragon, who was nearby, saw this and said in a low voice, "Then Dad will head back first." Aureli Pendragon nodded, watching her father's figure disappear into the curtain of rain. The rain brushed past, blowing the loose hair at her temples into disarray. Aureli Pendragon looked at the churning dark clouds in the distance, stretched out her hand to catch a few raindrops, and feeling the chill on her fingertips, she murmured, "The wind has risen." The wind, carrying the force of the rain, became increasingly frantic, and this storm was by no means confined to within these palace walls. Chapter 3 Junixun. The rain poured down like a deluge, pattering against the bluestone slabs, splashing up layers of spray, and cascading down from the eaves, weaving a dense, impenetrable net of water. The wind wailed as it passed through the hall, sounding like the whispers of countless aggrieved spirits, tightening one's heart, and leaving one filled with unease. Inside a palace hall. Master Dragon, you haven't been resting well lately, and your body is a bit weak. I will write a prescription for you to calm your nerves and nourish your body. Imperial Physician Wang withdrew his fingers from Aureli Pendragon's wrist, his tone filled with a touch of concern as he spoke truthfully. Aureli Pendragon nodded slowly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyelids. Thinking of having to drink that bitter medicine again, she frowned, then quickly smoothed her expression. The Emperor of Aurelian and her family were deeply concerned about her health. The former had even specifically sent an imperial physician to take her pulse every 5 days, which could be considered a happy trouble. "Thank you, Imperial Physician Wang," Aureli Pendragon said, pulling a book from her wide brocade sleeves. Imperial Physician Wang's gaze fell upon the book cover. He was stunned at first, then, thinking of a possibility, his eyes lit up, a flash of disbelief crossing his pupils. "This is..." Aureli Pendragon curled her lips into a faint smile. "Last time you mentioned you wanted to see that surgical medical book, and this is it." The sky screen had said she gave official Lady Genevieve Fawn a medical book, and Imperial Physician Wang had mentioned it when taking her pulse. Previously, she hadn't had the capability, but now that she had accumulated many merit points, she had exchanged for one. After exchanging for it, Aureli Pendragon had personally transcribed it and sent it to the paper mill to have many copies made. When official Lady Genevieve Fawn arrived in the capital of Aurelian, she would surely need it, as would other physicians. Upon hearing this, Imperial Physician Wang hurriedly took the book with both hands. As his fingertips touched the paper, an indescribable excitement surged within his heart. He carefully turned to the first page. Before his eyes were clear diagrams and detailed annotations. The unheard of diagnostic and treatment methods, the exquisite depictions of medical instruments, all of it made him hold his breath instantly, as if the sound of the wind and rain outside the window had been completely shut out. A moment later, Imperial Physician Wang stood up and bowed deeply to Aureli Pendragon. Master Dragon is truly noble. This old man is endlessly grateful. In this era, techniques were always passed down internally and never to outsiders. They would never be easily shown to others. Yet Aureli Pendragon, having only heard him mention it in passing, had simply taken it out. Imperial Physician Wang finally understood why the Emperor of Aurelian, the Empress, and even the Empress Dowager liked her so much. Putting aside her official position, this young girl was truly very sincere. Aureli Pendragon turned slightly, reaching out to help him up. Her gaze swept toward the increasingly heavy rain outside the window, and she frowned. It seems this rain will not stop today. Imperial Physician Wang straightened up and tucked the medical book close to his person. Hearing her, he agreed. Master Dragon need not worry. His Majesty has always been considerate of your health. In such severe weather, he will surely send someone to escort you back to your residence. After Imperial Physician Wang took his leave, Aureli Pendragon sat by the desk, moistened her brush with ink, and began to think carefully. At this morning's court session, besides the 2 edicts issued by the Emperor of Aurelian, there were 2 other matters. The Emperor of Aurelian wanted her to choose a name for the imperial grandson in the Crown Princess's womb, saying the child had an affinity with her and would be her future disciple. Aureli Pendragon did not refuse. She, too, looked forward to the birth of the imperial grandson. The last matter was the arrival of envoys from foreign lands into Aurelian. In fact, the tributes from Aurelian's vassal states had already ended for the year. Logically, they shouldn't have come again. Yet now they were impatiently submitting memorials, and everyone knew what they were planning. The sky screen only appeared on the land of Aurelian, but there were no restrictions on who could watch it. Even if one was not a citizen of Aurelian, as long as one stood on this land, one could know the content of the sky screen. Aurelian was vast, and there were merchants from small countries coming and going. Information about the sky screen must have been spread out long ago. It would be a wonder if these places could keep their composure. The Emperor of Aurelian did not prohibit the spread of news, because it was impossible to stop. These envoys were likely coming to demand an explanation from the Emperor of Aurelian. After all, the sky screen said that in the future, their countries would all be incorporated into the territory of Aurelian. To put it bluntly, they would be destroyed. One must know that many of these countries had been designated as non-conquerable states by the previous emperor. Aureli Pendragon did not feel this matter was troublesome like the other old officials. On the contrary, she thought it was a good thing. A good thing? Has Master Dragon lost her mind? Although the foreign states are acting strangely, they have not violated our borders or broken our treaties. To launch a campaign against non-conquerable states would not mean losing the integrity of a great nation. The old official's words were resonant, and many civil officials nodded in succession. Prime Minister Alistair's gaze was profound. He looked at Aureli Pendragon thoughtfully and spoke slowly. Master Dragon, what is your insightful opinion? Once these words were spoken, the hall fell completely silent. Aureli Pendragon's eyes brightened as she presented her strategy, which consisted of only 2 words, military parade. Bringing her thoughts back, Aureli Pendragon smiled. According to their original trajectory, these countries were to be destroyed one by one, but perhaps this method could expand the territory without spending a single soldier or a single arrow. Although the amount of gunpowder developed now was not much, it was enough to use for intimidation. Plus, the methods of training soldiers she had seen in her past life, the uniform pace and imposing momentum, just thinking about it made her heart surge with excitement. Replicating the military parade of her homeland exactly was certainly not feasible in the short term, but as long as she could mimic their appearance and intimidate outsiders, it would suffice. This plan was feasible. Calming her mind, Aureli Pendragon lowered her head slightly, her wrist suspended lightly, and the tip of the brush descended slowly. The wolf hair brush, stained with thick black ink, swept across the rice paper with steady force, its strokes methodical in their rise and fall. 3 characters were written in one go. The ink tone was even, and the handwriting was elegant and upright. Xu Ningchuan. It was the name she had chosen for the imperial grandson. She hoped her disciple would have a safe and smooth life in this lifetime, also hoped for the stability of the Aurelian nation and the peace and prosperity of its people, and she hoped she could grow into someone with an open mind, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the nation. Hello everyone, I am a dreamer who runs on love. Please hit me hard with your love symbol 352 diamond suit symbol 352. Chapter 4, The Riverlands of Lev Flood, a review of treacherous officials. Aureli Pendragon sat in a carriage returning home. Dense threads of rain pelted against the carriage roof, making a pattering sound. She raised her hand to lift the side curtain, and the wind, mixed with a damp and cold aura, poured in. Squinting slightly, she could vaguely see several minor officials dressed in green official robes, wearing bamboo hats and straw rain capes, stood palace to clear the accumulated water from the street with great effort. The rainfall was truly too heavy. The capital's drainage system could not keep up for the moment. The rainwater rose above the ankles of the minor officials, and every step they took appeared exceptionally difficult. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of hidden worry flashed through Aureli Pendragon's heart. Who would have thought that this rain would become uncontrollable? For 3 consecutive days, there was still no sign of it stopping. Celeste Pendragon's constitution was naturally delicate, and in such damp and cold weather, she had inadvertently caught a cold, leaving her bedridden for days. Arthur Pendragon had no leisure time either. Every day after the morning court session, he would hurry out of the palace to the surrounding villages. The farmland on the outskirts of the capital had long been submerged by the rainwater, with vast stretches of crops soaking in the stagnant water. Such excessive rainfall was by no means a sweet dew for the crops. It was clearly a disaster of unprovoked calamity. Miss Lyra of the Vales' voice came from outside the door, and immediately after, the door was gently pushed open. Lyra closed her umbrella and walked into the room, her hair tips and shoulders still hanging with crystalline raindrops, clearly having returned through the rain. Official Lady Genevieve Thorne has arrived in the capital. This is the calling card she entrusted someone to deliver. Aureli Pendragon reached out to take the elegant calling card and slowly unfolded it. What met her eyes was a line of delicate and neat handwriting, with rounded strokes and straight horizontal and vertical lines. Every stroke revealed a touch of earnestness and gentleness. Aureli Pendragon unconsciously curled her lips. This was her recognized soulmate from later generations. She wondered what she would be like in person. The person who delivered the calling card said that the young divine Dr. Zhu very much wants to visit, but this cursed weather makes it truly inconvenient to travel. She specifically requested to come in person once the weather clears, but the heavens did not cooperate. The following days remained rainy and overcast. Only in the middle did it stop intermittently for a few hours, just enough to let people glimpse a glimmer of hope for it to clear. But in the blink of an eye, it was a torrential downpour again. The air was permeated with a faint musty smell. Even with such abnormal weather, the morning court session remained uninterrupted. In the Golden Throne Hall, even the military generals could see the extraordinary nature of this rain. The court officials engaged in fierce discussions surrounding flood prevention, drainage, and other matters, the atmosphere as heavy as the overcast clouds outside the hall. The ominous premonition finally came true. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Laju. An attendant stumbled into the grand hall. Upon hearing the 2 words Laju, the expressions of all their officials, including Aureli Pendragon, changed. The Emperor of Aurelian took the memorial and browsed it hurriedly. After finishing, he roared, "Absurd." The memorial was passed among the court officials, conveying one message: the river Lev had breached its banks. The river Lev was the largest river in the north of the Aurelian Empire, winding and flowing, connecting several regions including Sapphire Coast, Hue Prefecture, and Laju. Riverlands of Lev was located along the coast and was a basin, making it a place where floods had frequently occurred since ancient times. The Emperor of Aurelian's anger was not without cause. I issued decrees every year to reinforce the river dikes, and just before the year ended, I allocated a huge sum for repairs. Who can tell me why this still happened? Below the throne, all the officials lowered their heads. No one dared to respond. Aureli Pendragon's heart felt cold. Since it was sent as an urgent report, the disaster in Riverlands of Lev must have already spiraled out of control, and likely, the people were already suffering greatly. In this seemingly beautiful Aurelian Empire, just how many parasites were hiding? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. An old official stepped out and bowed, saying, "The urgent priority is to provide disaster relief and save the people. The people of Riverlands of Lev are still waiting for rescue. I implore your Majesty to make a decision quickly." The Emperor of Aurelian took a deep breath, forcing down the anger in his heart. He naturally knew that now was not the time to assign blame, but his mind, which had just calmed slightly, was stirred up again by the next sentence. "Your Majesty, I recommend young Master Dragon to go to Riverlands of Lev to manage the flood." The speaker was an official from the Ministry of Personnel, who was usually low-key in the court, and Aureli Pendragon had little impression of him. As soon as the words fell, several more officials stepped out one after another, all echoing the proposal. Aureli Pendragon wanted to laugh. This bunch of people, when they scolded her in the past, called her Marquis every other word. Now that it was time to use her, they started calling her young Master Dragon incessantly. The Emperor of Aurelion let out a cold snort, grabbed the memorial on his desk, and smashed it fiercely onto the head of the official who had spoken first. That official still wouldn't give up, Your Majesty. The Riverlands of Leth flood, while a natural disaster, likely also involves human error. Now the people are in a state of panic, and there is an urgent need for someone with outstanding ability to stabilize the situation. Young Master Dragon has a very high reputation among the people, and will surely not fail the trust of Your Majesty. After the morning court ended, Aurelion Pendragon was led by Eunuch Cedric to the Imperial study. The Emperor of Aurelion was already waiting in the hall, looking at her as she walked in with a complex expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. You are now the princess I have officially conferred. Why do you still address me so distantly? The Emperor of Aurelion spoke, feigning dissatisfaction. Aurelion Pendragon pursed her lips. She just hadn't adapted to it yet. Even the Emperor of Aurelion acknowledging her as his foster daughter was something she truly hadn't expected. Far farther, the two words spilled hesitantly from her lips, and Aurelion Pendragon's ears turned red. Yes, the Emperor of Aurelion responded quite happily. For some reason, having lived to such an old age, and having many children, this was the first time he felt this title sounded so pleasant. Having had his fill of being called father, the Emperor of Aurelion did not forget the serious matter. As for the Riverlands of Leth affair, you do not need to go. I have other candidates. The journey to Riverlands of Leth was long and arduous. How could he bear to let Aurelion Pendragon suffer such hardship? Moreover, there was no shortage of capable officials in the court. It was not necessarily required that she go in person. Changing the subject, the Emperor of Aurelion's expression darkened. If it weren't for today's incident, I really wouldn't have known that there were so many fish hiding in the court. Those who eat the ruler's stipend should share the ruler's burdens. But for this group, the object of their burden sharing was not him, their monarch. Aurelion Pendragon understood clearly and said softly, Father, since the decree has already been announced in the court, there is no reason to change it. This was not an impulsive decision, but one made after deep consideration. They are pressing step by step today, clearly aimed at me. If I retreat, and do not go this time, who knows what devious tricks they will use next time. A trace of sharpness emerged in Aurelion Pendragon's eyes. Taking this opportunity to ferret out those people would also eliminate future troubles, and save a lot of trouble. She paused. Moreover, this trip to Riverlands of Leth happens to pass through Nanju. There hasn't been news from my cousin for a long time, and I have always been somewhat uneasy. I want to go and see the situation for myself. How could the Emperor of Aurelion not understand this logic? He just did not want her to put herself in danger. The people of Riverlands of Leth were certainly important, but in his heart, Aurelion Pendragon's safety was more critical. Her wisdom alone could save more people. After pondering for a long time, the Emperor of Aurelion finally relented. Fine, I will grant your wish. I will assign more men to you, and I will also dispatch Ronan to you so that he can protect your safety. Ronan was the commander of the Imperial Guards. He was highly skilled in martial arts, loyal, and had always been responsible for protecting the Emperor of Aurelion's safety. The situation was urgent. Aurelion Pendragon set off the next day. When she arrived at the city gate, a slender figure came running from afar through the heavy rain, her mouth calling out with some urgency, Young Master Dragon. Aurelion Pendragon looked over and saw that the person who came was dressed in simple clothes, her hair soaked by the rain and clinging to her cheeks, yet it could not hide the delicate gentleness between her brows and eyes. For some reason, looking at this face she had never met before, that name surfaced in her mind at the very first moment. Is it King? Official Lady Genevieve Thorne ran to the side of the carriage, panting slightly, and nodded vigorously. I had originally thought about inviting you to go spring outing once the weather cleared. Now it seems I'm afraid I'll have to wait until you return from Riverlands of Leth to make that wish come true. As she spoke, she took out a pouch from her bosom. This is a peace charm I specifically went to pray for before I came to the capital. That temple is very efficacious. May your journey be safe. Aurelion Pendragon was stunned, and a warm current surged in her heart. She raised her eyes to look at official Lady Genevieve Thorne and smiled. Thank you. The disaster relief team headed north, the carriages rumbling and horses neighing, not daring to delay even a little. They travelled like this for a day, and only when the night was as dark as ink did they stop for the night in Jai County. The officials of Jai County had already received the urgent document and did not dare to be negligent. They had long ago cleared out the best residents in the city, properly settling Aurelion Pendragon and the accompanying officials. The candles in the post house flickered. Lyra stood by the table, poured a cup of hot tea for Aurelion Pendragon, and suddenly remembered something. She asked softly, Miss, the sky screen had previously mentioned the disaster in province of Kadira. and also spoke of many future changes. But for this flood in Laju, not half a message was mentioned. For this trip, Aurelia Pendragon only brought her along. Clara was left behind in the capital. Aurelia Pendragon held the warm teacup, and, upon hearing this, talked her with a solemn expression. Everything recorded by the sky screen can help us avoid many unforeseen disasters, but ultimately, we cannot rely on it too much. The road must be walked step by step, and one must navigate fortune and misfortune with one's own hands to be truly secure. Lara blinked, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Suddenly, her ears twitched slightly, and she turned her head abruptly to look out the window. Miss, the rain has stopped. This rain had finally stopped. Following it was a dazzling sky screen. Hello everyone, I am your history content creator chrono-archivist Echo. Previously, we talked about many famous officials of the Aurelian Empire, and they received a lot of praise from everyone. But those who deserve to be scolded must also be scolded. So today's content is the treacherous officials of the Aurelian Empire who will stink for 10,000 years. Chapter 5. If Emperor Valerius were a wise ruler, I would have been Prime Minister long ago. Or a treacherous sycophant. Sometimes, Aurelia Pendragon truly wondered if this sky screen was her real golden finger. Otherwise, how could every exposé be so beneficial to her? For instance, right now, it was exactly the time when the Emperor of Aurelian, and she most wanted to deal with that group of people, and this sky screen happened to appear at just the right moment. Recalling the way the merit system addressed her, Aurelia Pendragon took a sip of tea, the swirling steam obscuring her brows and eyes. On the sky screen, chrono-archivist Echo's voice was crisp and clear, and inside the post house, a commotion began. Who doesn't love a bit of gossip? I saw many interesting ideas in the discussion initiated at the end of the last video, and I've prepared a little Easter egg for everyone after this video ends. There are many well-known people in the Aurelian Empire, and some idiots are worth a dedicated episode. Feel free to curse them out, everyone. Even though it hadn't started yet, impatience was already visible in chrono-archivist Echo's eyes. One could imagine just how disagreeable these people were. Let's invite our first person of the day. Have I been too polite to him? The style of this video was super direct. Before the person's name was revealed, a clear portrait appeared first. The man in the portrait was dressed in official robes, with a fat face, murky eyes, and an air of greasy lecherousness. Before anyone could clearly see his features, a giant palm suddenly stretched out from thin air on the portrait. Slap Palace, that face left and right with a loud smack, smack, smack. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Aurelian Empire, inside a luxurious mansion, a certain official saw the face on the portrait, which was identical to his own. His pupils constricted, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Unable to catch his breath, his vision went black, and he actually fainted straight away. The servants attending to him saw this without the slightest worry, not even making a move to support him, just standing there expressionlessly. Even the concubine on the side, looking at the unconscious man on the ground, really furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with disgust. Stinking for 10,000 years, the concubine was a smart one. After realizing what was happening, she hurriedly waved at the servants. Quick, quick, quick. Pack up the gold, silver, and valuables in the mansion. Take as much as you can, and run as soon as you're done. Inside the post house in Jixian, Aurelia Pendragon looked at that face and amused herself. What a coincidence, isn't it? She knew this person. It was the very official who had recommended she go to Rivalins of Leth in the imperial court yesterday. Afterwards, the Emperor of Aurelian had found a random excuse to demote him. Now it seemed that once Echo finished speaking, he might not even have his life left. He, ancestral home Sapphire Coast, is from a branch of the Liu family, a scholar clan in Sapphire Coast. He has lived a mediocre life, and never made a single contribution worth mentioning. If some noble families are turd stirrers, then he is the turd itself. From head to toe, he reeks of stupidity and stench. He is also the founding patriarch of the brain-dead faction throughout history. Liu Ben. Liu Mansion. Liu Ben, who'd been woken up by pain when someone stepped on him in the chaos, hadn't even had a chance to open his eyes before he suddenly heard chrono-archivist Echo's evaluation, and fainted again. I really don't understand. He could have lived a mediocre life, but he just had to think he had great ability, and wanted that merit of supporting a new emperor. This Malachi is one of the Second Prince's men. These two are truly a nest of idiots. Second Prince's mansion. The Second Prince, who had a bad premonition upon hearing the name Liu Ben. It's over. But how could the sky screen say such things about his trusted aide? Master Liu has a belly full of poetry and books, and is overflowing with talent. It's just that his health is poor, and he always has headaches. but that has absolutely nothing to do with being stupid. Everyone knows the struggle for succession among the princes during the early period of Emperor Valerius was very intense. Malachi didn't have much talent. He only managed to put on official robes because he relied on luck to guess the exam questions correctly. But after he entered the court as an official, it took him over 30 years to be promoted to the 5th rank. Most of this was because his superiors thought he was honest and promoted him. But he didn't know that. He thought his promotion was too slow and blamed Emperor Tiberius the Wise, feeling that as long as Emperor Valerius was on the throne, the empire would be finished sooner or later. Emperor of Aurelian, seriously. He wants to blame him for his own stupidity. He really didn't have a deep impression of this Reborn. Actually, he didn't have a deep impression of any idiots, but he did know a little about this Reborn. For so many years, he had made no contributions and caused no trouble, and his rank was unremarkable, which led to him never being remembered whenever he wanted to purge the court. Thinking about it, this idiot actually had pretty good luck. Why did Malachi think this way? Because in his heart, if Emperor Valerius were a wise ruler, he would have been Prime Minister long ago. Emperor of Aurelian, idiot. Aureli Pendragon, moron. Minister of Personnel, something is wrong with his brain. Wait, this Reborn, it seems he was the one who promoted him. Chapter 6, the first bat, the hot pot hero of Diaviet. Let's first dig into how this guy Malachi and the second prince ended up becoming a pair, shall we? Among Emperor Tiberius the Wise's sons, only Crown Prince Xuan still cares about the lives of the common people. The rest are all stupid and wicked, and this second prince is the cream of the crop, thoroughly evil and ridiculously stupid. Emperor Valerius never lets the second prince handle any real responsibilities in court. Anyone with eyes can see that this kid has no chance of inheriting the throne, so any official with half a brain wouldn't choose him as their backer. What a coincidence, right? This Malachi is also someone nobody in court cares about. Even where he eagerly offered his allegiance to other princes, they didn't take him seriously. It was purely a case of fawning over those who couldn't care less about him. On one side, you have a useless prince who can't recruit any subordinates, but thinks highly of himself. On the other, a worthless official who can't find a backer, but is inexplicably confident in himself. Heh, it would be strange if these two didn't end up together, Echo said, taking a sip of tea with a weary heart. Taking advantage of this moment, the images on the sky screen began to shift, slowly unfolding the story of how the two formed their alliance. The night was as deep as ink, and everything was deathly silent. Reborn's stout figure scurried furtively through the streets of the capital, finally stopped palace in front of the second prince's residence. After being announced, he was led to the inner courtyard, where the second prince had been waiting for some time. Seeing one of the few officials who had voluntarily pledged allegiance to him, the second prince felt like his hardships had finally come to an end. Recalling the frustration of being ignored in court all these years, and then looking at Reborn, who had the insight to recognize his worth, tears couldn't help but well up in his eyes. Reborn, seeing this, thought his sincerity had moved the second prince. He was immediately overcome with emotion, feeling that he had finally met an enlightened master who appreciated him. He dropped to his knees with a thud and shouted passionately, "Your subject, Reborn, is willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for your highness." Upon hearing this, the second prince was moved beyond measure, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. "Official Lipu, please, rise. A soulmate is hard to find. Since you treat me this way, when I ascend to the throne in the future, I will surely grant you the honor of being above all others, save for me alone." Beneath the sky screen, Aureli Pendragon pursed her lips in silence. An official of the court, and a prince, even if it was just a private conversation, shouldn't they avoid saying such treasonous things so blatantly? Were their brains squeezed in a door or something? But what happened next made her mouth twitch even more. On the sky screen, Malachi and the second prince began to flatter each other, spouting nothing but self-intoxicated nonsense. The more they talked, the more they hit it off. The light in their eyes grew brighter, as if they could already see themselves at the pinnacle of power, their entire bodies burning with ambition. "Your Highness, do not lose heart." Malachi patted his chest, his face full of sycophancy. "Currently, His Majesty is blinded by treacherous officials and cannot discern talent. You, Your Highness, should step up without hesitation and take on the heavy responsibility of help Palace His Majesty distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous." And who was that treacherous official? Lady Pei. The second prince narrowed his eyes slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Aureli Pendragon, who was watching while drinking tea, choked. Lara hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting her mistress's back to help her catch her breath. While looking up at the two figures conspiring on the sky screen, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Her mistress, a treacherous official. This was the biggest joke under the heavens. That's right, Chronoarchivist Echo's voice rang out again. The second prince was already harboring resentment because he failed to recruit Aurelier. After Liu Ben's instigation and analysis, he became even more convinced that Aurelier was the treacherous official blinding Emperor Valerius and preventing him from seizing power. And he hated her to the bone. Aurelier Pendragon. What a massive scapegoat she'd become. She thought about it. After she became an official, the second prince had indeed written her letters, but the contents were either inviting her to a brothel or inviting her to a brothel. She didn't know much about this second prince at the time, and thought he was insulting her, so she wrote a letter refuting him. Now that she thought about it, good heavens, it turned out he was trying to recruit her. As for Liu Ben, does he really think Aurelier lacks talent? The answer is yes, he really does. If it were anyone else in the court, even if they cursed Aurelier, they would still acknowledge her ability in their hearts. But Malachi is different. He truly believes from the bottom of his heart that Aurelier is inferior to him, and he even thinks she is blocking his path. And so, these two hit it off immediately, thinking that as long as they defeated Aurelier, the court would shine with brightness, and afterward, they started to palace her up in every possible way. Aurelier Pendragon. Actually, strictly speaking, this Malachi is not a truly treacherous or evil person in the real sense. So why do people include him when listing treacherous officials? Because although he doesn't have the ability to do anything earth-shattering, the number of disgusting little things he does behind people's backs is countless. Aurelier Pendragon nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He was just like a fly, not much ability, but buzzing in your ear all day long. Extremely annoying. The worst thing about people like this is that once they view someone through coloured glasses, everything the person does is wrong. Stupidity is also a form of evil. Malachi unilaterally considers Aurelier his rival, so no matter what Aurelier does, he doesn't think about whether it's right or wrong. He just objects to it. It cracks me up with his brain. Even if he tried to think, would he be able to figure anything out? This reminds me of my desk mate in middle school. Just because my test score surpassed hers once, I didn't even take it to heart. She ended up reporting me for everything I did afterward. Isn't extreme stupidity also a form of great treachery and evil? I don't even want to mention the things he caused later on. He just kept being stupid, and his official rank was lowered and lowered by Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Even then, he didn't know where the problem lay and kept stirring up trouble, until finally, he was stripped of his official hat. However, that idiot of a second prince didn't realize that Malachi was also an idiot. He still believed that it was Aurelier who was suppressing true talent. After Malachi lost his official position, the second prince recruited him into his residence as a strategist. And then, the founder of the brainless faction, he's here. Speaking of this, before she could even finish the rest, Echo already started laughing. Emperor Valerius did assign tasks to his sons. Although the second prince was stupid, he received a few small errands. Wanting to do a good job, he went to ask for Liu Ben's opinion, but it turned out Malachi didn't know either. He wouldn't admit that he lacked talent, and he felt it was embarrassing not to come up with a solution, so he made up an excuse. Your Highness, my head hurts. In short, whenever he encountered a problem he couldn't solve, he would get a headache. The ridiculous part is that the second prince actually believed him. As a result, after talking about it so much, Malachi actually developed a real headache, and after going to the clinic for treatment, he felt the illness was getting worse. He went to investigate, and learned that the doctor who treated him had studied for a few days under official Lady Genevieve Thorne. And who is official Lady Genevieve Thorne? She's Aurelier's good bestie. At this point, Echo clapped her hands and spread them helplessly. This gave him the perfect excuse that Aurelier was out to get him. Aurelier Pendragon. What a massive scapegoat she'd become. Sending hugs to my Aurelier. She is simply the great Aurelion's #1 scapegoat. How can someone be so stupid it's funny? Could it not just be because you're getting old? I have to say, the second prince's love for Malachi is truly genuine. He believed that Aurelier was trying to harm his talented official, went to impeach her before Emperor Tiberius the Wise, and Emperor Valerius was so angry, he laughed, directly banishing the second prince to his fief. Chapter 7 Assassination. Aurelier Pendragon listened to this, the look of speechlessness never leaving her face. This Malachi was too outrageous, so outrageous that one dared not believe it was official history. She had heard plenty of unofficial history, but this was her first time hearing dog history. However, what she found most unexpected was Liu Ben's subsequent actions. He actually sold weapons to other countries. Aurelier Pendragon. How was this any different from treason? The second prince's fief crosses a desert to reach Dravidia. Although Dravidia is a vassal state of Great Aurelion, It has always been ambitious and has no intention of behaving itself. Because Dravidia is very close to Shishu, in the past, merchants from Dravidia often came to Shishu for trade. After the second prince took over Shishu, those merchants visited him at the first opportunity. Seeing this, Malachi also had the idea of doing business. The business he wanted to do would shock you if said out loud. It was weapons. Once these words came out, even those Dravidia merchants who had seen all kinds of storms were stunned. How could they not be stunned? Weapons are the foundation of a nation and the root of national security. Jishu is rich in iron ore. One could guess what they were up to with their eyes closed. A silver light flashed by. Orlai Pendragon glanced at the swing tree shadows and tapped her fingertips on the table a few times. Come to think of it, Jishu was also one of the largest weapon forging sites in Great Orlean at the time. Emperor Valerius naturally didn't feel at ease handing over such an important place to the second prince, the silly boy, so he specially sent a dedicated official to be responsible for weapon manufacturing and military equipment management. But after all, it was the second prince's fief, and the emperor was far away. Malachi was so bold that he actually secretly killed that person in charge. It would take a long time for a new person to arrive, and during this gap, he openly engaged in the business of reselling weapons. Speaking of this, Chrono-Archivist Echo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and the speechlessness in her tone was almost overflowing from the screen. At first, the second prince was still a bit hesitant. After all, the importance of weapons to a country is self-evident, no matter how stupid he was. He understood the stakes. But Malachi said that Dravidia was a non-conquest state. I would never fight Great Orlean in this lifetime. He also said that the second prince was someone destined for great things. And now that there were treacherous officials beside Emperor Valerius causing trouble, he must plan early and accumulate enough financial power and influence. That's right, even at this point, Malachi still hadn't forgotten his pipe dream of defeating Orlair and ascending to the throne himself. Orlair Pendragon, she was involved in this too. The second prince was coaxed by Malachi until he was dizzy and eventually nodded. However, he still kept some caution and only allowed Malachi to sell some obsolete, old weapons. But how could Malachi listen? Thinking that old weapons weren't worth much, he turned around and secretly sold a large batch of new-style weapons to Dravidia merchants. The second prince trusted him very much and didn't check. It wasn't until later that they actually used this batch of new-style weapons to invade the borders of Great Orlean that he realized what had happened, and that Dravidia was also very shrewd. Knowing they couldn't beat Great Orlean, but wanting to be disgusting, they bought weapons from Malachi on one hand and turned around to sell them to Chinu at 10 times the price, making money from both sides. What? They dared to make money off this prince? Do they really take me for a fool? The second prince was so angry that his face flushed red upon hearing this. The second princess consort, standing to the side, watched his exasperated appearance and finally understood Orlai Pendragon's feelings. Is that the point, Your Highness? Besides, aren't you a fool? She calculated privately that she must quickly write to her maternal family later to ask if she could take the opportunity to divorce. Thinking back to how she had been bewitched by this man's appearance and chased after him regardless of everything, she now felt full of regret. Fortunately, there is the sky screen. She has been completely disillusioned. Imperial Palace. The veins on Emperor of Orlean's temples were throbbing. He had once again been pushed past his bottom line of cognitive understanding by his second son, and the anger in his heart was about to erupt. Malachi deserves to die, and this stupid son shouldn't expect to live a good life either. He picked up his vermilion brush and wrote for a long time before finally drafting an imperial edict. Handing the edict to eunuch Seneschal Cedric, Emperor of Orlean, sighed wearily, stretched out his hand, and counted on his fingers how many sons he had left. To be honest, he wanted to depose all these useless things in one go. He looked at the sky screen. This noble and usually majestic emperor actually revealed a look of pleading in his eyes. Good sky screen, please leave me a few. Wait, he still has a few princesses. If the sons are useless, what about the daughters? But the next second, a line of barrage floated across the sky screen. Emperor Valerius is truly pitiful. His sons are all useless, and his 4 daughters are not trouble-free either. When the imperial grandson hadn't appeared yet, he had considered cultivating his daughters, but after seeing their character, he thought better of it. Emperor of Orlean, he silently retracted that last thought. My good grandson, hurry up and come. The future of Great Orlean depends on you. The treacherous officials listed in this episode of the Sky Screen video were simply a ready-made death list. Those officials who had previously hoped to be named by the Sky Screen and carve their names in history now had no such thoughts. They only prayed that they would not be nailed to the pillar of shame by the Sky Screen and could keep their lives. Emperor of Aurelion also calmed his mood. Everything the sky screen said hadn't happened yet, and he had a chance to change it. And as for the names mentioned, it would be a waste not to deal with them. What's more, there were a few among them who didn't get along with his daughters. And behead this one, confiscate the property of this one, confiscate this one too. Emperor of Aurelion issued one edict after another, full of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, inside the post house, Aurelion Pendragon leisurely tasted the tea. She could imagine Emperor of Aurelion's expression right now. Money. Lots and lots of money are going to be added to the national treasury again. Miss, I would really like to see what the little Easter egg at the end of the video mentioned by the chrono archivist is. Lara rested her chin on her hand, her eyes curious, completely unaware that although the wind and rain outside the post house had stopped, an unusual atmosphere was quietly spreading. They were destined not to have the chance to enjoy the Easter egg. Just as Lara of the Vale's voice fell, a sharp silver light, accompanied by a piercing whistle, struck directly. The sudden change happened so fast that it caught people off guard. Aurelion Pendragon's reaction speed was faster than her brain, and she subconsciously raised her hand to catch it. Looking at the arrow feathers grasped in her hand, Aurelion Pendragon's first reaction was, these assassins were actually quite polite, waiting until she finished watching the sky screen before making a move. This group of assassins came fiercely, every move vicious, aiming straight for vital points, clearly holding a determination to die. It was self-evident who they were coming for. The appearance of the sky screen had cut off the financial paths and livelihoods of too many people, so naturally, someone was eager to take her life. The guards sent by the Emperor of Aurelion were definitely not pushovers. Swords and shadows intertwined, and the post house instantly turned into a battlefield of life and death. After the fighting ended, the post house was a mess. The corpses of the assassins lay scattered everywhere. Blood stained the bluestone slabs red, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Princess. Ronan sheathed his sword and stepped forward to report. All the assassins have been executed. Nothing was found on them. Aurelion Pendragon stood in the midst of the blood-red ground. Her fingers slightly tightened, her lips trembling slightly. After exhaling heavily, her eyes returned to calm. Walking towards the assassin's corpse closest to her, Aurelion Pendragon took out a simple styled token from her waist and gently threw it on the corpse's chest. Now there is. Chapter 8 False Evidence. Ronan gripped a token, stooped down expressionlessly, rinsed it in the bloodstains of the corpse to wipe away the original clean patterns, and then tucked it into the cloth bag at his waist. It had been half a month since they set off from the capital. Over these past 2 weeks, they had encountered 5 separate assassination attempts. His methods for fabricating false evidence had become increasingly proficient. Miss, is this really okay? Lara asked, her tone tinged with worry. Will they accept it? Aurelion Pendragon was using a plain white handkerchief to carefully wipe the bloodstains from her short sword. The cold blade shimmered with a chilling gleam, and as the blood was wiped away, it reflected the calm deep within her eyes. The experiences of the past few days had long since numbed her from the initial disgust of seeing corpses. There was still a hint of fear, but she would overcome it. Hearing Lara of the Vale's question, she merely curled her lips slightly. They will have to accept it, whether they want to or not. Ronan added from the side, since the culprit was executed in front of the princess, does it really matter who orchestrated it? Dead men tell no tales, so isn't the truth whatever she says it is? Let's go. Aurelion Pendragon turned and boarded the carriage again. Time was tight, so she did not stop when passing through Nanju, instead sending someone to deliver the pieces of false evidence to Lord Tristan Thorn. Her cousin was very clever, and would surely understand her meaning. Perhaps it was because they were getting closer to the vortex, or maybe the masterminds behind the previous assassination attempts were temporarily lying low, but the rest of the journey was surprisingly peaceful, and they encountered no further ambushes. It was already late at night when they reached the territory of Laju. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the battered city. Aurelion Pendragon did not let anyone rest, but continued to advance into the city. They could afford to wait, but the disaster victims struggling on the brink of life and death could not afford to wait any longer. Outside the Riverlands of Leth prefectural office, there were scattered points of firelight. The local officials had already received news and were waiting outside the city in their official robes. Deputy Prefect Mulasheng of Riverlands of Leth pays his respects to Her Highness, the Princess Protector of the state. The leading official was slightly plump, sported a thick beard, and looked quite amiable, with a lingering scent of incense favoured by scholars of the time. Aurelion Pendragon lifted the carriage curtain, and as soon as she stepped out, an indescribable stench rushed into her nostrils. It was the fishy smell of soil washed away by days of rain, mixed with the stench of rotting corpses and the smell of feces from where the disaster victims had relieved themselves. She subconsciously rubbed the peace talisman gifted by official Lady Genevieve Thorne in her embrace. The cold touch helped her regain her composure, and she then asked in a deep voice, "Where is the prefect of Laju?" Upon hearing this, Deputy Prefect Mulasheng's eyes flashed with anger and regret, and he bowed to answer, replying to Your Highness. The prefect knew his failure in water management led to this monstrous disaster, and feeling the weight of his grave sins, he voluntarily surrendered to prison to plead guilty. Just 2 days ago, he committed suicide in prison out of shame and indignation. Orlar Pendragon gave him a faint look, said nothing more, and simply uttered a few words, "Let us go in." Step Palace into the city. The thick, cloying stench became even more intense, almost enough to make one faint. Orlar Pendragon had originally expected to see the wreckage and desolation of a city after a flood, but she had not expected the streets on both sides to be packed with dense crowds of people. There were faces that were sallow and emaciated, with high cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, wearing ragged clothes covered in mud and grime. But when they saw Orlar Pendragon's figure, a faint glimmer of hope ignited in those dull, lifeless eyes. "It's Master Dragon! It's Master Dragon! We are saved!" It was unclear who shouted first, but the cry acted like a fuse, igniting the entire crowd. Goddess of Agriculture! Heaven be praised! This old man can actually go on living. Woo-woo-woo. My lord, why did you come so late? My daughter starved to death just yesterday. Looking at the faces filled with suffering and expectation, and hearing the desperate cries and humble pleas, Orlar Pendragon's eyes grew slightly sore. She waved her hand, and the grain and supplies following behind her slowly and methodically entered the city. "Why is there so little grain? How is this enough for all of us to eat?" A sharp voice rang out from the crowd, like a bucket of cold water, instantly plunging the hopeful crowd into a state of unease. Orlar Pendragon lifted her eyes to look toward the source of the voice. Ronan understood immediately, and dragged the person who had spoken out from the crowded throng. The man was pressed to the ground, his cheek against the muddier earth. A flash of panic first crossed his eyes, but he then forced himself to remain calm, craning his neck and shouting, "What right do you have to arrest me? Did I hit the nail on the head? The disaster relief grain sent by the Imperial Court has likely been embezzled by you corrupt officials long ago." However, this time, very few people echoed his words. The sky screen was still hanging above them. Even if the common people had grievances against the Imperial Court in their hearts, they would not ridicule Orlar Pendragon. Seeing this, Deputy Prefect Mulasheng was so angry his face turned red, and he sternly scolded, "Nonsense. Her Highness the Princess is a renowned minister praised by people of future generations for benefiting the people, and she is the world at heart. How could she be the corrupt and lawless person you claim?" After speaking, he turned to Orlar Pendragon and bowed in apology. "I beg your Highness not to hold this against such an ignorant child. I know this boy. He is Zev the Cur from Zyroxy village. He lost his parents at a young age, and since Zyroxy village was hit hardest by the disaster, he must be overcome with grief, which is why he spoke without thinking." A meaningful smile curved the corners of Orlar Pendragon's lips as her gaze fell upon Deputy Prefect Mulasheng. Deputy Prefect Mu is actually so familiar with such a minor figure. That is quite rare. A bitter expression appeared on Deputy Prefect Mulasheng's face as he sighed. "After all, I am the parent official of Laju, and these common people are the subjects under my governance. Caring for their situation is naturally within the scope of my duties." That's right. Deputy Prefect Mu is a good official. Last year, when it snowed, several houses in the village collapsed, and it was Deputy Prefect Mu who sent people to help us repair them. Exactly. My family had a bad harvest last year and could barely make ends meet, and it was also Deputy Prefect Mu who sent grain over, allowing us to get through those days. The surrounding common people whispered among themselves, their words full of adoration for Deputy Prefect Mulasheng. Orlar Pendragon nodded slowly, her gaze turning cold, and she said word for word, "Take him down." Ronan accepted the order and, without hesitation, stepped forward with several guards beside him, instantly subduing the still bewildered Deputy Prefect Mulasheng. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Deputy Prefect Mulasheng was full of confusion, struggling to break free from his restraints. "I believe I have committed no fault. I ask your Highness to clarify." Orlar Pendragon did not look at him, but lifted her eyes to look at the restless crowd. "He is a spy from an enemy country." A spy from an enemy country. Deputy Prefect Mulasheng wanted to say more, but Ronan quickly covered his mouth. A spy. Uzi, who had been captured, struggled to lift his head and shouted loudly, "Deputy Prefect Mu has been working wholeheartedly for the people all these years, and you just open your mouths and slander him as a spy." You're clearly trying to cover up the truth of your embezzlement of the disaster relief grain. The incitement once again caused the crowd to fall into a small commotion, with many commoners showing expressions of confusion and unease. Orlar Pendragon had already heard the murmurs of dissatisfaction coming from the crowd. Ronan frowned, his hand pressing onto the hilt of the sword at his waist, his gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk, and he dragged a few more people out from the crowd. When those familiar faces were brought to the front, the chaos in the crowd became even more intense. Chapter 9 Work for Relief. All of you, shut up. A clear voice rang out, drowning out the clamour of the crowd. Looking toward the source of the sound, a figure was seen step palace forward. It was a woman dressed in plain clothes, appearing to be around 30 years old. Her frame was gaunt and bony, yet she kept herself tidy and clean. What surprised Orlar Pendragon even more was that after she finished speaking, the people actually quieted down significantly. I believe in young Master Dragon. The woman looked up at Orlar Pendragon, her eyes resolute. The sky screen said long ago that young Master Dragon truly cares for us commoners, even exhausting herself for our sake. And at such a young age, she paused, then continued. From the moment the minister entered the city, these few people have been inciting trouble on the side. If I remember correctly, it was also them who went door to door some days ago telling us that young Master Dragon would enter the city today and bring disaster relief grain, right? Orlar Pendragon looked at her, her eyes full of admiration. What is your name? Being watched by such a gentle and focused gaze, the woman's previous sharp demeanour instantly faded, and she became embarrassed. Seeing this, a woman in the crowd hurriedly replied, Young Master Dragon, she is Clara of the Vales from Chen Family Village. But when she was born, the pear trees in the village were in full bloom, so we all call her Clara of the Vales. Clara of the Vales. Orlar Pendragon softly repeated the name, her tone gentle. Yes, Clara of the Vales nodded shyly. She'd never felt that her tacky name could sound so pleasant. Perhaps it was because the person who called out the name had such a captivating voice. I understand. Orlar Pendragon gave her a gentle smile, then composed her expression, turned, and walked over to Guzi. What are you doing? Zevdikar felt his hair stand on end from her icy gaze, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Orlar Pendragon looked down at him. You're also a spy from an enemy state. Wurg. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out. The onlookers watched the scene before them in shock. The goddess of agriculture, whom they considered compassionate and a saviour, the living bodhisattva in their hearts, had actually personally plunged a short sword into that man's abdomen. She killed someone. The scene fell into a deathly silence for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief silence, Orlar Pendragon looked up at the crowd. Just as Miss Clara of the Vale said, since I entered the city, these few people have been sowing discord and inciting the hearts of the people here. Their intentions deserve death. Her gaze turned to the restrained Deputy Prefect Mu Lisheng. And this Deputy Prefect Mu, during a time of disaster when the commoners are starving, he eats until he is fat and round, with a ruddy complexion. If this doesn't explain anything, she paused, her tone mocking. If I am not mistaken, the incense on Deputy Prefect Mu's Julao, isn't it? This Julao incense was produced by an industry under her name. One stick of incense cost 1,000 pieces of gold. It was hard to come by. Ordinary officials could not afford it at all. As a mere assistant prefect, where did he get the money? Orlar Pendragon lowered her eyes and carefully wiped the short sword, her movements unhurried yet carrying an invisible pressure. Blind kindness could not provide disaster relief. After a slap, it was time to give a sweet date. Her tone softened significantly, carrying a soothing power. The disaster in Riverlands of Leth is urgent. I have come ahead with a portion of the grain to relieve your immediate needs. Subsequent grain carts will arrive one after another in the coming days, so you may all rest assured. This was only one aspect. On the other hand, it was also to see who exactly would jump out. Look, didn't that just fish out the culprits? Pass on my order. Immediately have people set up pots to cook porridge and distribute a bowl to everyone. Additionally, the corpses in the city must be handled properly to strictly prevent the spread of disease. After a great disaster, there must be a great plague. These potential hidden dangers had to be guarded against. Orlar Pendragon gave instructions for everything that needed to be done, then turned and walked toward the government office. Miss, were they really all spies? Lyra hurried to catch up with her, still feeling a lingering fear when she thought of her Mrs. Swift and decisive killing method just now. But more than that, she felt heartache. Could those goddamn traitors not let her mishandle her duties in peace? Look at what they had forced her originally kind and soft-hearted miss to become. Orlar Pendragon did not stop walking. If I say they are, then they must be. She walked quickly through the dilapidated streets, her gaze sweep palace over the grey, ruined houses on both sides. Through these broken walls and ruins, she could almost see the prosperity and liveliness of the city before the flood. But now, only devastation and deathly stillness remained. Looking at the corpses strewn across the side of the street, her heart gradually sank as well. Have someone compile a list of the deceased. For every household that has lost a family member, distribute a pension. Speaking to this point, Aureli Pendragon's voice lowered a little. If there is no one left in the family, then erect a monument to let people remember them. With the lingering stench haunting her nose, Aureli Pendragon suddenly remembered something. She stopped and ordered the guards behind her immediately send people to rush the production of a batch of masks. By the way, masks are. Returning to the government office, Aureli Pendragon did not go to sleep. The accompanying Imperial Envoy Tribune Silas and the remaining officials of Riverlands of Leth sat on chairs with furrowed brows. Aureli Pendragon sat in the main seat. Princess, there are simply too many things to do, and we don't have enough manpower left for post-disaster reconstruction. This was not a difficult matter. Aureli Pendragon proposed a solution. Then we shall use work for relief. Work for relief. Tribune Silas pondered these 4 words, his eyes lighting up. Brilliant. On one hand, it could solve the commoners' food and clothing problems, and on the other hand, it could provide extra manpower to rebuild their homes, a good strategy that served 2 purposes at once. The previous clouds of worry dispersed for the most part. Everyone sat together and quickly deliberated, and in no time, they had finalized and implemented all the matters. Since Aureli Pendragon entered the city, he had decisively taken down Deputy Prefect Mula Sheng and publicly executed the troublemakers of the Kerr on the spot. Such methods had long since intimidated everyone. The remaining Riverlands of Leth officials were all terrified into silence, not daring to act out in the slightest. What Aureli Pendragon said was law. No one dared to dispute it. They all bowed their heads in obedience, and the efficiency of their work was actually several times higher than before. Aureli Pendragon was very satisfied with this. After everyone dispersed, Ronan walked in. Princess, the matter you asked me to inquire about. Chapter 10 Conspiracy. The prefect of Lishu, Zuling Sheng, was a Jinchi scholar from the 15th year of Canning. He served as an official for many years with mediocre achievements, yet he never committed any major errors. He could be considered a mediocre official who followed the rules. My subordinates have investigated thoroughly, asking everyone throughout the prefectural office and the prison guards. Their accounts matched those of Deputy Prefect Mula Sheng. They all claim that Zuling Zheng committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Ronan reported truthfully. And his family? Aureli Pendragon tapped her fingertips lightly against the table, her voice devoid of emotion. They are all gone. Ronan's voice carried a note of incredulous gravity. The entire Zhu household, from the mistress to the servants, 13 people in total, all committed suicide. Some hanged themselves, others drank poison. The methods of death varied, and not a single word of a final testament was left behind. Such a coincidence. Aureli Pendragon's brows furrowed slightly. With the entire family of the Riverlands of Leth prefect wiped out, it was hard for her not to think too much into it. My subordinates found this in a secret compartment in Prefect Zhu's study. Ronan handed over an object. The secret compartment was hidden behind a bookshelf, flush with the wall. If I hadn't noticed that the bookshelf was slightly misaligned, I would never have discovered it. It was a broken hilt of a knife, made of rough wood with severely worn edges. A distorted pattern was carved into the hilt, with eerie lines. Aureli Pendragon touched the rough wood grain with her fingertips, her eyes darkening. This is not craftsmanship from the Aurelian Empire. She often visited the Ministry of Works, so she knew quite a bit about such things. Aurelian Empire weaponry was known for its fine carvings and exquisite workmanship. Even the sabres used by ordinary yeoman runners were far superior to this broken hilt she held in her hand. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and a minor official rushed in. Your Highness. It is bad. Deputy Prefect Mula Sheng. Deputy Prefect Mula Sheng has committed suicide in prison. He even left a suicide note. Aureli Pendragon took the envelope handed to her. The seal was sloppy, and upon opening it, she found a confession of crimes. The handwriting was neat. Every stroke was clearly that of Deputy Prefect Mula Sheng. It confessed that he had secretly embezzled the funds for the levy construction. When the matter was exposed and discovered by the prefect, he had to kill him to silence him in order to save his own life. He had thought he could cover this up forever, but he hadn't expected Your Highness to suddenly arrive in Riverlands of Leth to conduct a thorough investigation. Now, he was at the end of his rope. The lines were filled with deep regret, and he had even written down the location where the stolen money was hidden. Aureli Pendragon only glanced at it for a few moments before tossing the letter back onto the desk, her eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Deputy Prefect Mulasheng didn't commit suicide earlier or later, but chose to die suddenly just as she had taken him into custody. What did this signify? It signifies that he has a guilty conscience, Lyra replied softly. Orlar Pendragon glanced at her in surprise. This little girl had certainly made progress. She rubbed her temples, feeling that the waters of Riverlands of Leth were even more unfathomable than she had initially anticipated. By deliberately taking on all the blame in his suicide note, what exactly was Deputy Prefect Mulasheng trying to hide? Putting everything together, a vague idea had just emerged in her mind when an announcement came from outside the door. Your Highness, Clara of the Vales requests an audience. Let her in. In the interval while Clara of the Vales was arriving, her file had already been quietly placed on the desk. Clara of the Vales was originally from Hua Prefecture. After her parents died in an accident, she travelled to rely on relatives in Laju, settled there, married, and had a daughter. However, unexpected storms can arise in life. Last year, her husband passed away. Left alone and helpless, she had to set up a tofu stall in the county town to barely scrape by and raise her daughter. During the Riverlands of Leth flood, she had taken all the food left in her home to provide relief to her neighbours. It was precisely because of this righteous act that she had gained quite a reputation in the city, which was why people trusted her words. Perhaps because she saw hope, Clara of the Vales' complexion was a bit ruddier than before. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she fell to her knees with a thud. Master Dragon, I beg you to uphold justice for the common people. The giant family of Riverlands of Leth bullies others by abusing their power, occupies the people's farmland, and treats human lives as if they were grass. Miss Chen, please get up. Tell us slowly. Lyra of the Vales, receiving a signal from Orlai Pendragon, hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. Clara of the Vales recounted tearfully that she had originally lived in harmony with her husband, and her mother-in-law was kind and benevolent. Although their family was not wealthy, they lived peaceful lives. But who would have thought that the giant family would set their sights on her family's fertile land? Not only did they forcibly seize it, but they also beat her husband to death during the dispute. When her father-in-law and brother-in-law heard the tragic news and went to reason with them, they were viciously beaten by the giant family's evil servants. Her father-in-law died from his severe injuries, and her brother-in-law was left permanently disabled. Her mother-in-law, unable to bear these successive blows, fell ill and passed away. As her voice trailed off, the hall fell into silence, save for the sound of Clara of the Vales' suppressed sobbing. Are these members of the giant family still within the borders of Laju? Ronan shook his head, replying to Your Highness. Several major prominent families within Riverlands of Leth left as early as the flood. The giant family left even more hastily. Bring them back. Orlar Pendragon tapped her fingertips on the table. No matter to the ends of the earth, bring them back to me. Upon hearing this, Clara of the Vales' tense back finally relaxed. The long-accumulated grievances and sorrow instantly turned into tears that welled up in her eyes. She bowed deeply to Orlar Pendragon, her voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Master Dragon. Heaven knows how much she longed to avenge her family, who died so tragically. But the giant family held monstrous power in Laju. As a helpless, lonely woman, relying on her own strength alone was no different from throwing an egg against a rock. As for reporting to the authorities, she had never even considered it. The world said that Deputy Prefect Mulasheng was a good official who upheld justice for the people. But in her view, I could an official who spent his days in fine silk and brocade, living in comfort and luxury, truly empathize with the suffering and grievances of the common people at the bottom. Fortunately, Heaven finally opened its eyes and sent Master Dragon to Laju. Seeing her emotional state, Orlar Pendragon stood up, poured her a cup of tea, and handed it to her, her tone gentle. Miss Lihir, would you be willing to stay in the Yemen and take on a position? Clara of the Vales widened her eyes in disbelief. Although she was stunned, she still nodded, her tone firm. I am willing. She did not say anything like, I'm a woman, how can I serve in office? Nor did she show any timidity about lacking the ability. This decisiveness even made Lyra of the Vales, who was standing to the side, praise her. Miss Chen truly has extraordinary courage. Clara of the Vales smiled faintly. Although I don't know what I can actually do, I trust Master Dragon's judgment. Since you're willing to employ me, there must be strengths in me that I have not yet realized. Furthermore, I truly wish to help you share your burdens. Hearing this, Lyra became even more admiring. She turned to Orlai Pendragon and smiled. Miss, your eye for people is truly amazing. This Miss Chen will definitely accomplish great things in the future. Orlai Pendragon also nodded with a faint smile. But just then, Clara of the Vales' gaze unintentionally swept over the broken knife hilt on the desktop. and she subconsciously muttered, This thing looks somewhat familiar. Orelire Pendragon's eyes lit up. You've seen it. Take a close look quickly. Clara of the Vales concentrated and recalled for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in her eyes. I remember now. The complete version of this should be a short knife. I have seen it before in Hua Prefecture. Hua Prefecture. Yes, Clara of the Vales nodded, her memory gradually becoming clear. I remember this item quite clearly. My father was a businessman back then, and there were often merchants from foreign lands coming to province of Ethelgard to sell local products. My father saw that the style of this short knife was peculiar, so he bought one. The pattern on that hilt was exactly the same as this one. Speaking of this, Clara of the Vales seemed to recall something else, and added, back then, those foreign goods were quite the craze in province of Ethelgard for a while. Especially this kind of short knife. Many high-ranking officials and nobles scrambled to buy them, and they even specifically inlaid gemstones on the hilts, saying it was a symbol of status. Before her voice had faded, Orelire Pendragon and Ronan looked up almost simultaneously, their eyes meeting. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Hua Prefecture. Prince Jane, the second volume is also nearing its end. Once the matters in Riverlands of Lethe are wrapped up, the plot will progress quickly. I really don't know how to write about power struggles, but the plot requires it. Chapter 11 adding insult to injury. The entirety of Riverlands of Lethe was immersed in the atmosphere of rebuilding their homes. The people of Riverlands of Lethe were not only able to fill their stomachs, but sometimes they could even earn some wages for their future needs. The imperial court also issued an order to exempt them from taxes for the next 3 years, and promised that new varieties of grain seeds would be promoted here first. Those who had died were gone, but those who survived still had to live well. And what allowed the ordinary people of this era to survive could be summed up in 2 words, hope. Today, however, the city of Riverlands of Lethe was permeated with a layer of faint sorrow and solemnity. In the open space outside the city, a newly erected stone monument stood quietly. The names engraved on its face were all souls who had passed away in this flood. Countless eyes gazed at the monument. Most of the commoners were illiterate, but through the strokes, they saw familiar souls. Woo-woo-woo, my poor little Gewer. Mother didn't protect your woman that slumped before the monument, her tears mixing with mud and soaking her clothes. Not far away, a young man bowed deeply to the monument, choking with sobs. Mother, do you see? Your son survived. I survived. Young Master Dragon is here. Someone shouted, and the people spontaneously stepped aside to both sides. Orelire Pendragon, dressed in plain white, walked over slowly. She held a bouquet of wildflowers still wet with morning dew, walked to the monument, placed it down gently, then personally lit 3 sticks of incense and solemnly inserted them into the censer. Immediately after, she bent her knees and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times to the monument. Young Master Dragon, please, get up. An old woman with grey hair hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, her eyes full of being flattered. In her heart, she felt that commoners like her, whose lives were as cheap as grass, were unworthy of having someone of such status kneel and kowtow for them. Orelire Pendragon rose with the old woman's help. Her gaze swept across the weather-beaten yet resilient faces before her. A myriad of emotions welled up in her heart, but thousands of words were reduced to a single sentence. Live well. The sky above gradually turned gloomy, and bean-sized raindrops fell without warning. It's raining again. Someone exclaimed, their face showing worry. The raindrops became increasingly dense, slamming hard against their bodies with bone-chilling coldness. Orelire Pendragon was instantly soaked to the bone, and the strands of hair at her temples stuck to her cheeks. She looked up at the grey sky, a sense of indignation welling up in her heart. This was what they meant by the weather is unpredictable. The people of Riverlands of Lethe had just caught their breath from the suffering of the flood, and had finally ignited some hope, yet this sudden rain was about to push everything into unknown danger once again. Heavens, this is just too much. Miss, let's go back. The rain is too heavy. If you keep getting soaked, you'll get sick. Lara held an oil-paper umbrella, trying her best to hold it over Orelire Pendragon's head. But the gale carried the rain, causing the umbrella surface to flip and deform, and most of the rainwater still poured in with the wind. Orelire Pendragon wiped her face indiscriminately, forcefully clearing away the rainwater blocking her vision. Her voice was somewhat muffled by the wind and rain. Go to the dam and take a look. For these past days, the reinforcement project of the Yurshu embankment had been going on day and night, but this rain had come both fast and fierce. If anything went wrong now, all their efforts would be wasted, and the people of Riverlands of Lethe would once again be plunged into misery. Pass on my order. Immediately organize manpower to evacuate the people to higher ground for safety. Orelire Pendragon turned her head and ordered the official who had hurried over behind her in a low, firm voice. As soon as she finished speaking, She lifted her feet and strode toward the embankment. "Miss, wait for me." Lyra was full of anxiety. She hurriedly threw away the deformed oil paper umbrella and followed closely. By the banks of the Yushui River, the wind howled. The officials and labourers reinforcing the embankment were already in a flurry. The torrential rain had come too suddenly, and they didn't even have time to put on their bamboo hats and rain capes, tensely moving sandbags. The murky Yushui River was becoming increasingly turbulent in the storm. The waves rolled and crashed against the embankment, emitting a thunderous roar like a giant beast that had broken free from its shackles, opening its bloodthirsty maw, as if it could surge out in the next second and devour everything in sight. Orlar Pendragon looked at the scene before her and raised her hand to roll up her sleeves. "Your Highness, you must not." Realizing what she was about to do, Ronan rushed to Orlar Pendragon's side, his expression anxious. "You are of noble status. How can you do this kind of work yourself? Furthermore, the waves here are high and the embankment is dangerous. It's too risky. Please come with me to a safe place to take shelter." The wind and rain were too strong, tearing his words into fragments, but his anxious expression and earnest gaze were clearly conveyed to Orlar Pendragon. Orlar Pendragon patted his shoulder. "Since we're already here, you come and help too." Ronan, he stood frozen in place, watching this most noble princess of the world actually bend down and personally grasp a heavy sandbag. However, her strength was limited, and she struggled a bit as soon as she lifted the item to her waist. Lyra of the Vales, seeing this, immediately stepped forward and joined forces with Orlar Pendragon to lift the sandbag. The two of them gritted their teeth and walked step by step, with difficulty, toward the edge of the embankment, steadily stacking the sandbag into the gap. Rainwater slid down Orlar Pendragon's cheeks. She panted heavily, but did not retreat in the slightest. Ronan watched this scene, his expression shifting suddenly. He took a deep breath, wiped the rainwater from his face, turned around, and shouted to the guards behind him. "What are you all standing around for? If Her Highness can lead by example, how can we retreat? Get to work." Orlar Pendragon didn't know how long she had been busy. It was entirely by sheer willpower that she managed to straighten her back. She raised her hand to pound her sore and swollen waist. Taking advantage of this moment of respite, she subconsciously looked up, and then she froze. She saw that the surroundings were packed densely with figures. She remembered there weren't this many people before, right? Just then, a familiar voice cut through the wind and rain. "Young Master Dragon, please take a rest." Orlar Pendragon looked in the direction of the voice. It was Clara of the Vales. She was together with a few fellow villagers, working together to carry a giant rock, moving step by step toward the embankment. So, these people were the commoners of Laju. Orlar Pendragon couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Idiots." Fortunately, she had brought plenty of medicinal herbs this time, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to treat them. Chapter 12. Let's talk about Oraline Bow. Orlar Pendragon did not know how long she had been busy. She only knew she had been at it from day until nightfall. By midnight, the rain had eased, but no one dared to stop. Seizing this brief lull, they raced against time to reinforce the embankment. By the time the rain stopped completely, it was already the early hours of the morning. She slumped onto the ground, exhausted and completely unconcerned with her appearance. The surrounding commoners were the same. They were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to walk home. Seeing how thinly clad everyone was, Orlar Pendragon mustered her remaining strength and ordered the physicians to brew some medicine to prevent colds. The physicians dared not delay, and quickly set up large pots nearby. In just a moment, bowls of dark, medicinal soup were handed to everyone. The broth was bitter as it went down, yet no one present showed any sign of difficulty, nor was there a single word of complaint. Instead, they sat together in a circle, excitedly discussing the scene of fighting side by side just moments ago, even playfully competing over who had moved more sandbags and whose section of the embankment was sturdier. Orlar Pendragon listened to the sounds around her with a smile. Before her were faces that, though exhausted, were vibrant. There was something fiery burning intensely in their eyes. She knew that this was cohesion, the unity of sharing adversity, and even more so, a sense of belonging. From this day forward, this land would no longer be just a place to live for them, but a homeland to be protected with their lives. It was unclear who started the tune, but a melodious and rustic local folk song slowly drifted through the crowd. Following that, a second person joined in, then a third, a fourth. More and more voices joined in, eventually merging into a deep and warm chorus. "Miss, this singing is truly beautiful." Lyra of the Vales' eyes were strikingly bright. She had never been so exhausted, yet her heart was inexplicably filled with unprecedented joy and contentment. Ronan leaned against a nearby tree trunk, holding his sword. Hearing this, he explained, "This should be a folk song from Laju, passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. However, the local dialect is obscure, so I do not know what the lyrics are about. It sings of peace, it sings of joy." An official from Rivalence of Leth nearby remarked upon hearing this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his voice and joined the chorus. Orlai Pendragon slowly closed her eyes and listened intently. The voices included men and women, the elderly and children, as well as the yeomen runners and officials of Laju. Although she could not understand the meaning of the words, she could feel their emotions through the singing. "I almost forgot," Orlai Pendragon murmured softly, the corners of her lips slightly upturned. "What did you forget, miss?" Even though she was exhausted to this extent, Lyra of the Vale's gaze never left her mistress. "Take a guess." Orlai Pendragon did not answer directly. Just as the singing reached its climax, she hummed along softly, having other plans in mind. "Since ancient times, the world has been plagued by frequent wars. The empire has united and divided, divided and united, in endless succession. The common people might be of the southern dynasty today, but who knows, upon waking up tomorrow, they might belong to the northern kingdom. Their homeland changes drastically. Over time, their sense of belonging and identification with the dynasty naturally fades. Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian, also seized the empire from the hands of others. Although several generations have passed, all in all, this dynasty is not even 200 years old. Today's event served as a reminder to Orlai Pendragon. The true strength of a country never lies solely in the might of its armaments, the abundance of its harvests, or the prosperity of its economy. It lies even more in the heartfelt love of its people. Only in this way will people be willing to contribute to the country. Only then will there be a continuous stream of talent for the country to employ, and only then can the nation flourish forever. If one were to compare the Aurelian Empire to a person, the mountains and rivers would be its skin, and the myriad living beings would be its bones and muscles. Yet, within this body, one most crucial thing is still missing. That is the soul. Once the affairs in Rivalence of Leth are concluded and she returns to the capital, the initiative for universal enlightenment can be launched. Orlai Pendragon thought to herself. While she was deep in thought, the singing around her stopped, and in its place, a beam of golden light pierced the long night, spilling down from the eastern horizon. "It's dawn." A cry of surprise pierced the silence. Orlai Pendragon opened her eyes and looked towards the sound. The surrounding commoners also turned their heads one after another, gazing towards the east. In the distance, the dawn broke. The overbearing and intense light forcefully split the darkness of the long night, and a red sun, carrying 10,000 rays of rosy light, rose slowly. How beautiful! Lyra looked up, staring in a daze. Orlai Pendragon felt the same. Even spanning 2 lifetimes, she had never seen such a breathtaking sunrise. It was full of vitality and new hope. Along with the rising red sun, the sky screen, which had disappeared for many days, also hung in the sky, its clear radiance flowing and shining brilliantly. Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm your Aurelian Dynasty Review content creator, chronoarchivist Echo Tilda. On the sky screen, Echo wore an exquisite ancient costume, the hair ornaments on her head swaying slightly, her eyebrows curved, looking truly beautiful. Beneath the sky screen, the commoners spontaneously imitated her, waving and greeting her with smiles. Long time no see, Miss Bow. Seeing this, Orlai Pendragon's smile deepened. She turned to the official beside her and instructed gently, "Go prepare some hot meals, add more meat, and today we shall watch the sky screen here with the commoners. Additionally, take all the fabric from the yeoman's warehouse to provide warmth for everyone, and boil some hot water." She did not say this out of earshot of others, so her voice reached everyone clearly. Upon hearing that there would be meat to eat today, the children immediately began to chirp and cheer with excitement. The adults also stood up with smiles. "My home is nearby. I will go back now to change into clean clothes and bring some bedding for everyone." "Good. I'll go with you." The commoners who lived nearby enthusiastically returned home to fetch items, while those who lived far away thanked them politely, their eyes filled with warmth. Orlai Pendragon had watched the sky screen with the Emperor of Aurelian in the Imperial Palace, had admired the marvellous sight with civil and military officials in the Golden Throne Hall, and had witnessed it with her close family at the Stirling Manor. Yet only this time, she was sitting on the ground with the ordinary commoners of Liju, unconcerned with formalities and covered in dust, welcoming the sunrise and watching the sky screen together. While the people of the Aurelian Empire were greeting the chronoarchivist enthusiastically, netizens in another dimension were also posting comments. "Hello, hello, good morning. Still haven't figured out the uploader's update schedule, haha. Our Aurelian Dynasty exclusive uploader, I'm dying of laughter. She was originally an all-history category uploader, but she's been forced into becoming a solo fan of Aurelion. This outfit today is so pretty. Is it a new style from Honksihu Workshop? I managed to snag one too, but mine is the green version, hehe. Subbing. You all managed to get one. Am I the only one who was too slow? Honksihu Workshop. Lara gently tugged on Aureli Pendragon's sleeve. Miss, isn't this an enterprise under your name? Is it a coincidence in name? Aureli Pendragon lifted her eyes to look at the sky screen, her gaze landing on the subtle crescent moon mark on Miss Bo's clothing, and her expression paused slightly. On the sky screen, the chrono archivist rose playfully and twirled elegantly in front of the camera, her skirt blooming like flowers, bright and moving. Isn't it pretty? I stayed up all night the day before yesterday just to grab this limited edition new style. She chuckled, her tone full of pride. This is an enterprise of the Pendragon family. The customer service representative said that Aurelion from 1,000 years ago also wore the same style. Basically, that means Aurelion and I are wearing the same thing. Aurelion Pendragon. How did you not know about this? The Pendragon family of 1,000 years later was truly a marketing genius, even using their own ancestors for profit. Alright, back to the main topic. Today's protagonist is still our Aurelion Tilda. As everyone knows, Aurelion is an omnipotent apex paragon. Her poetic talent and literary fame are also unparalleled throughout history. Besides the previously mentioned sympathy for the peasants and white robe to a soulmate, there are many other famous lines that have been passed down through the ages. Today, let us experience Aurelion's life through her poetry. A scroll slowly unfurled, the ink even and clean, the handwriting neat and orderly, with a poem inscribed upon it. Reflections on observing the people of Lushu. Wind and rain rage all night, destroying the wild paths. The weary people stand in the spring morning, sweating on muddy roads. Their bodies remain trapped in hardship. In humble huts, within clothes, tears flow in secret. The dynasty changes hands, and homes are repeatedly altered. The people's hearts have no place to rest, their hopes difficult to fulfill. I wish to devote this life to pacifying the world, and not let the common people suffer sorrow ever again. At the end of the poem, the signature Aurelion Pendragon was clearly written. However, beneath the signature, it was densely covered with various seals, red and scattered, almost filling every blank space. Aurelion Pendragon searched for a long time, dazzled, before finally finding her own small, warm, and gentle personal seal in a corner. The corners of her mouth twitched. Could it be that another seal brother, similar to the one in her previous life's history, has appeared in later generations? Chapter 13. On another note. This poem expresses the author's compassion upon witnessing the suffering of the common people, and the desire to change the world. Help! Why did I blurt that out subconsciously? This is practically essential for the college entrance exam. Dead memories are suddenly attacking me. Every time I see the seals on it, I just want to give Emperor Nadav the Vandal a few slaps in the face. Such a wonderful original work, and these seals just drastically reduce its value. If you're forming a group, count me in. The Stamp Emperor really had nothing better to do, just sitting there all day long, Stamp Palace away like crazy, damn it. It is evident that people in later generations hold a lot of resentment toward this Emperor Nadav the Vandal. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelion's attention was likewise fixed on these three words, Ming. It seems the rule of the Aurelion dynasty was eventually overthrown. However, he was not surprised. Dynastic changes are the most normal of occurrences. To have such high praise in the comments of later generations, this life was not lived in vain. This poem was written by Aurelion for the common people of Riverlands of Lev in the 20th year of Canning. That year, there was a flood in Lushu. The water submerged houses and farmland, and many people died. The common people of Riverlands of Lev beneath the sky screen nodded. This had already happened, and chronoarchivist Echo's words once again brought up feelings of sorrow within them. By the time the grain and provisions approved by the Emperor of Aurelion for disaster relief arrived in Lushu, more than half had already been consumed. It was nowhere near enough to eat. The accompanying official, Lord Balthazar, was powerless to help, and exhausted in body and mind, he fell ill and died in Lushu. This was different from reality. What Echo was recounting must be the original trajectory. Aurelion Pendragon quickly figured it out. In that history spoken of by chronoarchivist Echo, she had only been an official for a few months. She had not yet established a firm footing in the imperial court, so naturally, she would not have been the first person thought of for such matters. Combining this with the current situation in Lushu, this death of Lord Balthazar was, in all likelihood, not due to a serious illness. As for why she eventually went to Lushu, Aurelion Pendragon felt it was something she had fought for herself, and what prompted her to actively request it must have been some major event. When the news reached the capital, the people of Riverlands of Leth were already in a panic, and unrest was only a matter of time. After careful consideration, Emperor Valerius dispatched his trusted confidant, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, to Lisieux. This Minister of Rights Lucius Vance is no ordinary figure. He was an official left behind by the late Emperor, known for his virtuous reputation abroad. At the time, he held the concurrent posts of Grand Tutor to the Crown Princeship and Minister of Rights. He was upright in character, and other officials had to address him as Grand Secretary upon seeing him. Known for his virtuous reputation, upright in character. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was stroking his beard in his residence, grinning from ear to ear. Quickly copy these words down and hang them in the main hall. This was the widely accepted evaluation of him by later generations. Although not as good as that girl Aurelia Pendragon, it was already very good. That girl, she is a little freak. Who could possibly compare to her? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's smile had only been on his face for a short while before it was frozen by chrono-archivist Echo's next sentence. Lord Minister of Rights Lucius Vance is indeed a good official. It's just a pity, sigh. Anyway, back to the topic. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, as everyone knows, whenever the chrono-archivist sighs, the person she is talking about either dies early or drops dead on the spot. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance widened his eyes, his heart pounding with anxiety, and then she suddenly stopped talking. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Who told you to go back to the topic? Hurry up and finish what you were saying. He is already at such an advanced age. Don't abuse the elderly. Father, drink some tea. Calm down. Liu Shuheng, seeing his father's face flushed with repressed anger, quickly poured a cup of tea and stepped forward to soothe him. Calm down, my foot. Your father is about to be calmed to death, and you want me to calm down. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was looking for someone to vent his anger on, and seizing the opportunity, he kicked him. Liu Shuheng, the pain in his buttocks made Liu Shuheng wonder if the chrono-archivist had made a mistake. With the strength his father possessed, he wasn't bragging, but he could live for at least another 20 years. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance is highly respected and virtuous. He is indeed a very good candidate. Aurelia Pendragon nodded in agreement. If it were that old fox Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, those schemes and plots in Riverlands of Lead wouldn't even dare to show themselves in front of him. But the sky screen had never mentioned the thing she was worried about. Could she have been mistaken? After arriving in Lisieux, he immediately distributed the disaster relief grain and came up with a good method of work as relief. And by eating and living with the common people of Lisieux, he quickly pacified public sentiment. Unfortunately, unexpected storms can arise in clear skies. Following the flood, another desperate event occurred. Speaking of this, the light in chrono-archivist Echo's eyes dimmed a little, and she heavily uttered 2 words. Plague. Plague. Hearing this, the common people of Riverlands of Leth looked at one another, shocked and uneasy. Oh heavens, what are we to do? That is the plague. Someone couldn't bear it and broke down crying. Everyone, be quiet. Aurelia Pendragon stood up and picked up a child who was crying from fright. Her words were quite effective. For a moment, countless eyes were fixed on her. The emotions within them were sorrow, despair, and pleading. I also know a little about the plague. It will not happen. Everyone can rest assured. Aurelia Pendragon gently patted the child's back and said firmly. She knew that what they lacked right now was a pillar of spiritual support. Moreover, this is the original trajectory. Since I arrived here, history has already been changed, hasn't it? Chapter 14. She was only 17 years old. She would absolutely not let the tragedy repeat itself. From the moment she stepped into Lisieux, she had prioritized epidemic prevention and control, methodically implementing one protective measure after another. Now, the streets and alleys within the city were clean and tidy, and whenever they were deceased, they were promptly and properly interred, without the slightest delay. Aurelia Pendragon even felt that, given Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's intelligence, he must have anticipated the possibility of an epidemic and made numerous preparations. It was just a pity that he had taken charge of the prefectural government too late. No matter how many strategies he had, it was already beyond saving. Everyone will survive. Aurelia Pendragon's tone was calm, as if she were soothing the anxious commoners beside her, and also as if she were convincing herself over and over again. Lyra of the Vale's eyes were already red. Her young miss was always like this, shouldering an immense burden all by herself. I promise. Aurelia Pendragon's voice was very soft, yet it carried a power that could soothe panic. What was most striking, however, were her eyes, firm and solemn. The surrounding commoners looked at her weary face, remembering that she had also worked all night last night, and recalling that ever since entering Lisieux, This young master dragon mentioned by the sky screen had not had a good night's sleep. Looking at her youthful face, they suddenly realized this young woman who silently shouldered everything and held up the sky for them was only 17 years old. Even if future generations described her as omnipotent, she was still just a half-grown child right now. According to the terminology of later generations, she would still be a minor at this age. Yet, most of the people present were much older than her. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. An old man, his eyes full of sorrow, spoke with a trembling voice. "We will all listen to young Master Dragon." Hearing this, the crowd didn't know what else to say, so they all nodded. Young Master Dragon, put this on. A woman gently draped a quilt over Orlar Pendragon's shoulders, her gaze kind. "This quilt is clean." After saying this, she stuffed a flour cake into Orlar Pendragon's hand and explained cautiously, "This was made with flour distributed by the government office, mixed with some wild vegetables. You should pad your stomach first. I washed my hands when I made it. It's very clean. Please don't mind it." The grain distributed by the government office was already meager, barely enough for the commoners to scrape by. She did not know how much hunger the woman had endured to save this flour cake. Looking at the flustered yet earnest expression in her eyes, Orlar Pendragon sniffled. How could I? How could she possibly mind such a heavy-hearted gesture? Lara quietly wiped away her tears on the side and curled her lips into a smile. It's so good. The next moment, a flour cake was also stuffed into her hand. Lara was startled, and when she looked up, she met the woman's gentle smile. Her features were mild, looking very much like her young miss. Smelling the faint aroma of the flour cake, Lara took a small bite. The texture was dry and hard, with no real taste, yet she felt that it was the most delicious thing in the world. Just as she was about to take another bite, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of her young miss, who, under the guise of lowering her head, quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The terror of an epidemic is something I'm sure everyone deeply understands. We experienced one ourselves a few years ago. Illness is the most ruthless. It can easily destroy an individual or even an entire family. Even in the modern era with advanced technology, it took many years for a major epidemic to slowly subside, let alone in ancient times when medical knowledge was backward. Epidemics spread rapidly. In the dynasties before Emperor Valerius of Orleans, when someone fell ill, the commoners of the entire city could only wait for death in silence. How desperate that must have been. Sob, 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 I'm really crying. The world really cannot do without doctors. Had Minister of Rights Lucius Vance not thought about the epidemic? He had thought about it, and had taken precautions. But everything was too late, too late, too late. As chronoarchivist Echo's voice faded, a tragic scene unfolded. It was a dilapidated and desolate city, the plaque on the city gate long since shattered, with only two characters barely recognizable. Lushu. The camera slowly pushed inward, scanning face after face that was desperate, filthy, and emaciated. Corpses, bloated from being soaked in rainwater, were piled haphazardly on the side of the street, and many bodies, thin as skeletons, lay scattered on the ground. These people had been starved to death. The streets were littered with excrement and filth everywhere. Even through the screen, one could almost smell the nauseating stench. The image froze on a man. His clothes were tattered, and he was so thin he was just skin and bones. He was lying on the corpse of a wild dog that had long since stiffened, his eyes bloodshot, gnawing on the cold flesh like a madman. The corpse had long since rotted and turned black, with maggots wriggling in the putrid flesh, yet he seemed not to notice, only intent on stuffing it into his mouth frantically. As he stuffed it in, he couldn't control his vomiting. In the end, his body tilted to the side, and he never got up again. Ugh, Lara had never seen such a terrifying sight. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant, her stomach churning violently. Orlar Pendragon pressed her lips tightly together, feeling fortunate over and over again in her heart. Fortunately, this time, she had arrived in Rivelins of Leather Step earlier. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance took over such a Lushu, where the environment was dirty, chaotic, and poor. Before he arrived, people ate whatever they could find, starving to death. They paid no attention to hygiene. You can imagine how strong his ability must be to be able to win the hearts of the people of Rivelins of Lead under such circumstances. Right, the Imperial Palace. Emperor of Orleans nodded slowly, a look of approval on his face. Although that old fellow is a bit pedantic in temperament, he does indeed have true talent and learning. If not for that, he would not have been able to sit firmly in a high position until now. At that time, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had focused most of his attention on disaster relief. But he seemed to have anticipated something and had submitted a memorial to the Imperial Court requesting more physicians. The epidemic came after all, and it happened to choose the moment when Riverlands of Leith had just caught its breath. The people of Riverlands of Leith were truly having a hard time. They had already lost so many people due to the flood, and with another plague, 9 out of 10 households were left empty. Listening to chrono-archivist Echo's emotional words, the people of Riverlands of Leith under the sky screen could not help but shed tears. Was it really heaven's will to destroy them? No, it wouldn't be. There was still young Master Dragon. Young Master Dragon would definitely help them. The epidemic came unexpectedly. In just one night, more than half of the survivors fell ill, and even the officials and accompanying physicians who came to Riverlands of Leith with Minister of Rights Lucius Vance were struck down. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance reacted extremely quickly and immediately ordered the city to be sealed. At that time, he had not yet been infected by the epidemic, but he knew in his heart that he could not leave, nor could he. He was the highest-ranking official in Riverlands of Leith at the time. If even he abandoned the city and fled, who could the commoners of the entire city rely on? Some subordinates advised him to take temporary refuge, but he shook his head and said, as their parent official, the commoners here have suffered to the bone their entire lives. I cannot let them suffer and die in despair. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance said that they must be left with a glimmer of hope to survive. But in his heart, this was a hopeless situation, with no possibility of survival at all. The Louis residence. Louis Shuheng was terrified to the core upon hearing this, clutching Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's sleeve and wailing, "Father, you cannot abandon your son. Or why don't you kick me a few more times to vent your anger? At least leave your son with a memento." Minister of Rights Lucius Vance looked at his son, who was crying his eyes out, and was momentarily choked with anger, his mouth twitching violently. This scoundrel. He was still alive and well. Bar. Good fortune and prosperity. He would never end up in that situation in this lifetime. He didn't go to Riverlands of Leith this time. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was very curious. Judging by Miss Bo's meaning, the people of Riverlands of Leith had survived this crisis. How exactly did they do it? Not to mention the attitude of the officials in the imperial court. Just speaking of that girl's medical skills, were they really that good? Chapter 15. Your Majesty, I will go. Sisters, this book is undergoing various title tests. The cover will change. Don't lose the book black. The moment the tragic news of the plague reached the capital, the court was in turmoil. No one expected Riverlands of Leith to be so unfortunate. Emperor Valerius was overcome with grief upon hearing the news. He immediately mobilized personnel to rush to Riverlands of Leith to do everything possible to save the people in the city. However, this decree to save the people was not implemented smoothly. Many officials in the court were urging him to abandon Laju. The sky screen scene started. The setting this time was the Golden Throne Hall. The middle-aged actor playing the Emperor of Aurelion had a pained expression. His gaze swept across the officials on the steps, his voice filled with unconcealable anxiety. Riverlands of Leith is in imminent danger. I intend to send someone to provide relief. My dear ministers, who is willing to take on this heavy responsibility? As soon as these words were spoken, the next second, a person stepped out from the ranks of the court officials. Your Majesty, Riverlands of Leith is currently a dead end. With floods compounded by the plague, the people in the city will surely not survive 1 in 10. Those remaining are either infected or waiting to die. I implore your Majesty to issue an order to completely blockade Laju. Not even a fly should be allowed out to prevent the plague from spreading. The Emperor had expected someone to step up out of righteousness, but he did not expect the words to be so cold-blooded. His face turned livid immediately, and he angrily rebuked, "Are you saying you want me to watch tens of thousands of people in Riverlands of Leith wait for death? There are still citizens there with a chance to live." Your Majesty, another official stepped out, chiming in. Heaven sent floods followed by a plague. It must be that the ignorant people of Riverlands of Leith angered the heavens. This is divine punishment. It cannot be defied. Absurd. The Emperor slammed the table, rose from the dragon throne. I was filled with towering rage. They're all ordinary people facing the yellow earth, working hard to survive their whole lives. How could they have angered the heavens? Even if it were truly divine punishment, it should fall upon me, the sovereign, not on the common people. The official was so frightened that he knelt and trembled, finally spitting out a statement. Perhaps it is the sins they committed in their past lives. Hey! The Emperor was so angered by this remark that he laughed. Drag him out and behead him. It's truly hilarious. To shirk the responsibility of going, they even came up with such an outrageous excuse. No wonder Minister of Rights Lucius Vance could rise to the first rank. Look at what kind of people these are. Not only do they refuse to save them, but they also make such snide remarks. It is sad, but it is also the most realistic portrayal. In history, before the time of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, there were almost no examples of plague control. If more people went, it would just mean a few more lives lost. The video continued to play. The emperor in the scene had his chest heaving violently from anger. His deep gaze swept across the civil and military officials again. I do not want to hear any nonsense. I will ask only once, who is willing to go to Laju? Under the sky screen, countless eyes watched all of this. Just then, at the end of the queue, a slight but upright figure stepped out. A clear voice pierced the dead silence in the hall. I'm willing to go. It's Master Dragon. The people of Riverlands of Leather instantly teared up. They had already recognized the identity of this actor. The character she played was Aurelire Pendragon. They were not surprised to see Aurelire Pendragon step out. Although they hadn't spent much time with her, they could feel that she was exactly this kind of person. But what surprised everyone was that as soon as Aurelire Pendragon's voice fell, one figure after another stepped out from the ranks of the officials. Your Majesty, I'm also willing to go. This was Arthur Pendragon. Old Dragon really loves Aurelire. Although his thinking was a bit ingrained in the beginning, after Aurelire showed her talent, he never held her back, but silently supported her. Exactly. He stepped out, firstly, because he couldn't bear to let his daughter venture into danger alone, and secondly, because he truly cared for the world's people. This old subject is also willing to go to Riverlands of Lev to fight the plague and save the people. This was the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yuanshan. He stroked his beard, his expression very firm. Minister Zhang Yuanshan's character is truly impeccable. Indeed, the old minister is Aurelire's friend across generations, and he is considered one of the people who supported Aurelire the most in the later stages. Father, this son is also willing to go. This was Crown Prince Julian. His eyes were incomparably sincere. Crown Prince Julian is such a good baby. Although Emperor Valerius always disliked him, he truly engraved the love for the people and filial piety into his bones. Isn't he just an emperor? Let him be one. I'm willing to transmigrate and assist him. Hehe. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelion looked at Crown Prince Julian's figure step palace forward on the sky screen, his face showing no surprise at all. He knew his son's character too well. Otherwise, he would not have made him the Crown Prince in the first place. The video on the sky screen continued. After Crown Prince Julian volunteered, several more figures stepped out from the ranks of officials one after another. Their official positions were inconspicuous, but they possessed a heart that loved the people and the courage to face death. The camera slowly panned across, leaving a clear close-up of everyone who stepped out, and their names and official titles appeared beside the sky screen. The Emperor of Aurelion watched intently, remembering those names one by one. His tense face finally relaxed, revealing a smile of unconcealable relief. Good. Very good. Seeing this, Echo also smiled gently, her tone filled with respect. Although the process is very difficult, no matter which dynasty or generation, there has never been a shortage of heroes in this world who care for the common people. Heilin, Chu Zibo, Jukengrong, and Huan, they may only occupy a short line in history books, insignificant, but whenever we read these names, we still cannot help but feel respect and be moved. Under the sky screen, the four people whose names were read out by chronoarchivist Echo! They were also recorded in history. Although it was only a name, they were already very satisfied. Under Aurelire's persistent argument, this matter still fell on her. The reason Aurelire used to argue for it was also very simple, which was that she said she knew how to treat the plague. Aurelire, I have a method. Emperor Valerius, and the civil and military officials. Then what are we waiting for? Even if the hope is slim, it is still hope. No one was optimistic about Aurelire, but she set off just like that. No one expected that she really made the surviving people of Riverlands of Lev live. Even Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was originally infected and lying in bed waiting to die. But unexpectedly, when Aurelire went, she pulled him back. The Liu residence. Hearing this, Liu Shuheng excitedly slapped Minister of Rights Lucius Vance on the thigh. Father, you didn't die. You can still be saved. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance wanted to slap his foolish son because of the pain, but he couldn't help but grin. Chapter 16. Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. Although Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had unfortunately contracted the epidemic, he still forced himself to endure his illness, managing the inside and outside of Riverlands of Lev in an orderly fashion. He guarded the city gates strictly to prevent the epidemic from spreading, having long resolved to die with the city. With his failing body, he took up his brush and wrote that final poem, which would be passed down through the ages. As the narration reached this point, the video displayed that very composition. Lyra did not understand poetry, but she was literate. Even she could see the tragic heroism and unwillingness within it. It was precisely because a person of such high virtue and prestige as Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was in charge that, after Aureli entered Lisieux, the situation of the common people was not as miserable as it had initially been. Even while afflicted with the disease, everyone was still able to be well-fed and secure. Just as Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had said, he brought a glimmer of hope to all the living souls in the city. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had long since separated the infected from the healthy within the city. After carefully investigating the epidemic situation, Aureli further optimized the isolation methods. She subdivided the patients into two areas, mild cases and severe cases. Furthermore, because the elderly and children had weak constitutions and were highly susceptible to infection, she specially set up two other areas to specifically house and care for them. Once everything was properly arranged, she immediately launched targeted treatment, racing against time against the epidemic. Immediately afterward, the video began playing scenes of Aureli Pendragon treating the epidemic. Accompanied by chrono-archivist Echo's explanation, everyone under the sky screen felt as if they had been pulled into the situation, their hearts tightening with anxiety. When Aureli decided to do something, she would inevitably do it with her whole heart. Before arriving in Lisieux, she rarely rested in the carriage. Whenever she had free time, she would pore over medical records and study treatment plans with their accompanying physicians. Infected patients would all suffer from headaches, fever, and persistent high temperatures, accompanied by symptoms such as incessant vomiting and rashes on their bodies. Working day and night, they finally found a case study in the medical books and then began to prepare the medicine. "Miss, you also understand medicine." Lara looked at Aureli Pendragon in astonishment. She had been by her miss's side for so many years, and had never seen her miss display the slightest bit of medical skill. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately smoothed it over, her brows and eyes filled with undisguised adoration. "That's right, Miss is naturally capable of everything." In Lyra of the Vale's heart, there was nothing in this world that could stump Aureli Pendragon. Sometimes she even felt that her miss was born with innate knowledge. Therefore, her miss must be a fairy descending to the mortal realm. It's coming. It's coming. What follows is a textbook-style epidemic control plan. When an epidemic occurred in our modern times, we also referenced this. In the video, one could see after Aureli Pendragon stepped into Lisieux, besides immediately dividing the isolation zones, she also successively established a series of epidemic prevention rules. She sent people to regularly fumigate the streets and alleys of the entire city with mugwort, rush-made cotton masks to distribute to the uninfected commoners, and strictly ordered everyone to boil their cooking and drinking water. She also stipulated that the commoners must frequently wash their hands and maintain hygiene. If anyone defecated or urinated in public, they would be fined. At that time, many people were puzzled. Treating the disease is one thing, but why do all these miscellaneous things? However, lives were at stake, so no one asked much. It wasn't until the epidemic in Riverlands of Lethe subsided that someone dared to ask the reason. Aureli explained it in detail. The general idea was that the epidemic could spread quietly, and countless tiny insects were hidden in places invisible to the naked eye, especially in the water. Only by boiling water could they be killed. Who understands my shock when I read this? In an era without microscopes, how did Aureli know about things like bacteria? Echo smacked her lips and continued. However, later on, Aureli actually managed to create a microscope. Bacteria, microorganisms. What on earth are these things? The physicians standing around exploded into an uproar. They all looked at Aureli Pendragon in unison, their eyes shining frighteningly bright, filled with a thirst for knowledge. Seeing this, Aureli Pendragon explained gently, "These tiny things are everywhere. For instance, what we often call wind evil entering the body is actually not entirely due to cold. It is often caused by these things invading the body." The Imperial Medical Academy physicians suddenly realized and hurriedly asked, "Then the microscope you mentioned, can it truly see these things?" Aureli Pendragon nodded gently, "Yes." Once these words were spoken, everyone's eyes became fixated, their faces clearly expressing that they wanted one. Aureli Pendragon touched her nose and smiled helplessly. "It is currently still under research. Once it is made, I will send it to the Imperial Medical Academy first thing." Although the physicians felt regret, they knew this matter could not be rushed and had to suppress their eagerness. The screen on the sky screen switched again, and the narrator's voice carried a hint of heaviness. The process of concocting medicine was by no means smooth sailing. This epidemic was ferocious, and the prescriptions initially issued by the Imperial Medical Academy physicians were extremely potent. However, severe patients were already weak and frail, their bodies like tattered cloth, and they simply could not withstand such strong medicine. After the first generation of prescriptions was administered, the mortality rate was as high as 80%. Even though the surviving Riverlands of Lead commoners were already deeply grateful to them, Aurelier was not satisfied. In her eyes, those were not cold numbers, but living human lives. The Imperial Medical Academy physicians who rushed to Riverlands of Lead had basically all volunteered, and countless folk physicians had spontaneously rushed there as well. Therefore, they did not want to watch the commoners die helplessly. They wanted to save more lives. Thus, everyone gathered together to redevelop a symptomatic prescription. Once the new prescription was made, they didn't know its effects yet, so naturally, someone needed to test the medicine, right? They could not joke with the lives of the common people. At that time, because Aurelier had taken proper protective measures, she had not been infected. She even had the thought of getting infected, and then testing the medicine on herself. The video progress bar slowly advanced, and the scene arrived inside the Riverlands of Lead Prefecture office. When Aurelier Pendragon voiced this idea, it immediately drew a chorus of opposition. The young maid playing Lyra was the first to rush forward to stop her. "Miss, such a dangerous thing must absolutely not be done. If someone really must test the medicine, let me go." As soon as her voice fell, another figure stepped out from the crowd. It was an old Imperial Medical Academy physician with white hair and beard, his back slightly hunched. He looked to be nearly 70 years old, yet his eyes were bright and spirited. His tone allowed no room for refutation. "Let this old man do it. This old man is of a great age and doesn't have many springs and autumns left. You're all still young. Your promising lives cannot be wasted in vain on such things." Just as everyone was vying to volunteer, Aurelier Pendragon in the video spoke softly, saying only one sentence. At the same time, Chronoarchivist Echo's voice overlapped with the sound in the video. "Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire." Once these words were spoken, the sky screen was instantly flooded with dense barrage comments. "Sob, sob, sob, I am crying to death." Even though Lyra is a maid, Aurelier has never looked down on her life, nor would she ever think that others should sacrifice themselves for her. Lyra looked at this comment and nodded vigorously. "That is exactly how it is. I really don't understand the mindset of that small minority of people who scold Aurelier for being a saintly mother. She is clearly just kind-hearted. She does everything herself, and never forces others in the slightest." Lyra looked at it, puzzled. "Miss, what is a saintly mother?" Aurelier Pendragon explained softly. "It means someone who wants to do a good deed themselves, but stands on the sidelines and demands that others pay money, exert effort, or even sacrifice their lives to complete it for them." After hearing this, Lyra of the Vale's eyes widened on the spot, and she blurted out, Isn't that just a crazy person?" "Yes, that is exactly what a crazy person is." Aurelier Pendragon smiled gently, a trace of faint helplessness flashing in the depths of her eyes. The term saintly mother was originally of very high praise. I don't know when it started being stigmatized into this state. However, in the end, none of these people got their wish. The Riverlands of Lead commoners heard about it and spontaneously petitioned. In their hearts, they were already infected, so why use healthy people to test the medicine? Moreover, Aurelier and everyone treated them so well. They were not ungrateful wretches. And in the minds of Aurelier and the physicians, the prescription had just been written, and even they didn't know what the effects would be. Although the commoners were sick, it wasn't impossible for them to live. How could they use human lives to fill the gap? Everyone's starting point was good, and everyone was thinking of others. "I'm really crying to death. Sob, sob, sob. Mom, this is the kind of ensemble cast I like to watch. I've lived my life like a wicked woman now. I urgently need to watch more videos like this to warm my heart." Aurelier is good, the physicians are good, the commoners are good, Lyra is good, the epidemic is bad. Does the epidemic have a Darwin account? I need to find it for a little something. Smile, smile, smile. Count me in. Ahem. Seeing such lively comments, Aurelier Pendragon's mood also lightened significantly. Family, who understands? Living 2 lifetimes really has its benefits. She actually got to see modern people cyberbullying an epidemic in ancient times. Chapter 17. Aurelian Bao is truly a divine healer, but there is no need for them. Isn't there still Minister of Rights Lucius Vance? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance knew about Aurelier's dangerous idea, and he was nearly dead, but was effectively angered back to life by her. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, Lu Shuheng. "So that is how my father lived." Deco seemed to remember something funny and burst out laughing. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, an old bag of bones, performed a startled bolt upright from his deathbed act. Ha 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 ha. Don't look at how he felt repulsed by Aurelier at that time. He actually admired this little girl quite a bit for being able to volunteer in such a situation. In Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's heart, Aurelier was an official, and an official capable of saving people from the plague. Her life was far more important, because saving her one life could save countless others. Hearing these absurd words, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance immediately wanted to hobble over with his cane and knock Aurelier on the head. Who would have thought? 1 second he was about to go see his ancestors, the next he was striding about with ease. Ha 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 ha. As a result, this little old man walked to the door and turned back, because he suddenly remembered he was still sick and could not go out and infect others. The funny thing was that he could not curse out the profanities filling his head, and Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was so angry. Guess what? The angrier this person got, the more energetic he became. Apart from the symptoms on his body, you could not tell anything from his spirit. Lu Mansion. Liu Shuheng scratched his head, ere final burst of energy before death. It did not look like it. However, he was indeed relieved about his father on the sky screen. According to your temper, you would not be willing to die until you vented this anger. Young Master Dragon is truly a miracle worker. Awesome. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. Sometimes, having such a child is quite helpless. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had no choice, so he wrote to Aurelier to scold her. After finishing the letter, perhaps feeling his anger subside, he collapsed back onto the bed half dead. Then, after Aurelier found out about this, it was as if she had a sudden stroke of genius. She replied to the little old man, mocking him, saying that his virtue did not match his position, that he was old and greedy for power, unwilling to make way for the younger generation. She even said that when he died, she would become the Minister of Rights and erase all his achievements. Even more ruthless, Aurelier dug up the article Minister of Rights Lucius Vance wrote for his imperial examination years ago, criticized it like a teacher, and belittled him at every opportunity. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance opened the letter and read it, blowing his beard and staring in anger. You brat. You child. He could die, but he could not die so indignantly. So he became energetic again, sat up, and coolly wrote back to Aurelier to scold her. Aurelier scolded him back. Back and forth they went, and the little old man inexplicably held on until the day the prescription was prepared. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, I am dying. Aurelier, I don't think so. Can you all say whether Aurelier understands medicine or not? Can you say whether she saved someone or not? Dogeface, I'm dying of laughter. When the physician brought the medicine to Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, the little old man was quite confused. Why am I not dead yet? This woman's medical skills are feared to be above mine. Dogeface. Ha ha ha. Lu Mansion. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance twitched the corner of his mouth. So, that's the method of a miracle worker. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor of Aurelion watched this comical scene, and laughed until he doubled over. In a great mood, his hands itched to write a letter to tease Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. Thinking and doing, Eunuch Cedric quickly spread the rice paper. Emperor of Aurelion picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote a line of words. Minister Lu, after you pass, I will bestow the position of Minister of Rights to my daughter. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, who witnessed the whole thing from the side above on the sky screen, laughed until tears welled up. She raised her hand to wipe her cheeks messily, rubbed her sore cheeks from laughing, and continued. From officials to commoners, everyone in Rivolence of Leth was of one mind, and they finally survived this plague crisis. The mortality rate for critical patients dropped to 20%, and those with mild symptoms were all cured. Almost no one had a case of reinfection. After another full month of observation, confirming there were no new cases in the city, Rivolence of Leth was finally completely unsealed. That's great. The people of Rivolence of Leth under the sky screen could not help but show a smile. I don't know who took the lead in applauding, and then applause thundered. Aurelier Pendragon curled her lips slightly. Yes, that's great. The video progress bar had slid to the end, with only a little left. The final freeze frame of the sky screen was 2 long scrolls of densely packed, neatly written names, covering the entire screen. Chronoarchivist Echo's voice faded from its previous playfulness, becoming exceptionally solemn and steady. These 2 lists, one records the names of the commoners who unfortunately died in the Rivolence of Leth disaster, and the other records the names of the doctors and bailiffs who rushed to the front lines that year. After the incident, Aurelier specifically ordered people to record all these names and personally supervised the construction of 2 bluestone steels. As thousands of years passed and wind and rain washed over them, these 2 steels always stood tall, passed down to later generations. Just as Aurelier said, we must remember the kindness of those who sacrificed themselves to help, and we must also remember the sorrow brought by this catastrophe. Carving names on stone steels is to ensure that generation after generation will never forget. Chapter 18. I'm going to go down in history. My child, look quickly. Is your mother's name on this sky screen? Within the crowd, a hunched woman clutched the scholar's sleeve and asked. Upon hearing this, The scholar first frowned. Mother, this list is ominous. Even so, he still raised his eyes to look at the long scroll unfurled on the sky screen. He didn't know until he looked, and he was shocked once he did. More than half the names of their entire village were on it. This is Uncle Daniu, and Brother Shanzi, second grandfather, second grandmother, even Gudan is on it. Mother, your name is also on it. He dared not imagine, if not for Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, if not for young Master Dragon, if not for these people willing to extend a helpless hand, would their entire village have perished. Why are you crying? The woman tried to make light of the situation, reaching out to wipe away her son's tears. Your mother is just a nobody. Can this even be considered leaving my name in history? But as she spoke, her own nose also began to sting. They were merely the lowest of the common people. What grand ambitions could they possibly have? Their greatest wish in life was simply that their descendants would not have to be mud-legged peasants again, and could live in peace. They just wanted to live well. Young Master Dragon, an old man, walked out, supported by others. Orlar Pendragon recognized him. He was the most warm-hearted village head in the surrounding 10 miles. The old man, leaning on his cane, walked tremblingly toward her. The next second, he knelt down directly. Thank you, and thank you all. The common people behind him watched the scene with red eyes, and they all knelt down without a word. In this moment, they only wanted to express their gratitude. Orlar Pendragon looked at them, stepped back slightly, adjusted her robes, and solemnly bowed in return. The first episode of learning about Orlar through poetry ends here. This series has many episodes, so everyone can look forward to them. Echo waved at the camera with a smile. As usual, after her figure disappeared, the video did not end. A line of text appeared on the huge screen. Not contending with the prosperity for vulgar colours, clear radiance alone illuminates the wind of ancient and modern times. An official shook his head as he read this line aloud. After savouring it, his eyes lit up. Good poem. What a good poem. It is indeed a good poem. Another person who understood poetry chimed in, listening to what the Chrono Archivist said. Could this poem also be written by young Master Dragon? It is truly fitting for young Master Dragon. Orlar Pendragon laughed instead. I actually think it is not describing a person. She was not narcissistic enough to write poems specifically to praise herself. Then what is it describing? I am not sure either. When the next episode of the Sky Screen appears, we will naturally understand. This was a poem written by the version of her on the Sky Screen's trajectory. Since that situation hadn't happened yet, how would she know? All right, don't disturb young Master Dragon. It's time to eat. The fragrance of food lingered at the tip of her nose. The scent of rice and meat intertwined, whetting one's appetite. Lyra went to get food for Orlar Pendragon. The chef in charge saw it was her, and specifically added an extra egg. No one had any objections. Instead, they were worried about whether they had enough to eat. Perhaps because she was too tired, Orlar Pendragon felt this meal was exceptionally delicious. When Magistrate Kenan arrived here, this was the scene he saw. That official, whose name would cover the ages, was sitting on the ground so casually, legs crossed just like the surrounding common people, chewing food in large mouthfuls, and even picking up the egg from her bowl to give to the child beside her. Even when the commoners picked food for her, she would smile and decline. If she really couldn't decline, she would accept it helplessly. Grandfather, is this really Gawain? Mercer watched with a frown, yet was incredibly shocked. She just ate the food picked up by chopsticks stained with the commoner's saliva without changing her expression. Isn't she disgusted? How is it? Is young Master Dragon not exceptionally unique? Alden Mercer did not feel surprised. On the contrary, he felt very at ease. Being able to do business with such a person, the Zier family need not fear being discarded once their usefulness is over. This was the first time Magistrate Kenan saw Orlar Pendragon. He only felt that although the youth's frame was a bit thin, she was like a pine and cypress, giving people the feeling of being able to hold everything up. And she had indeed held it up. Previously, when he sent Alden Mercer to the Pay household, after returning, this grandson praised her to the heavens and beyond. Although he kept it in mind, he hadn't paid that much attention to it. But today, although he hadn't officially met her yet, just by watching her from afar, he knew that there were some people born with such charisma. Ronan was leaning against a crooked tree, shoveling rice into his mouth. Hearing the subordinate's report, he glanced at the 3 grandfather and grandsons, then nodded. Your Highness, someone asks to see you. Soon, Magistrate Kenan and his party were led before Orlar Pendragon. Commoner Zier Zhong, head of the Canyon of Jericho Zier clan, greets young Master Dragon. Although Magistrate Kenan was of the age to be a grandfather, he was vigorous and spirited, showing no signs of decrepitude. Orlar Pendragon wiped the corners of her mouth and smiled. I have long heard of your great name, Master Zier, have you eaten? Would you like a bowl? Taste the human warmth of Lashu. Magistrate Kinan was stunned. He had imagined countless types of attitudes from Aurelia Pendragon, but he never expected that she would be so easygoing and natural, just like an old friend reunited, chatting about daily life. All right. Young Master Dragon, long time no see. Alden Mercer smiled at Aurelia Pendragon, then ran off happily to get food for his grandfather. Magistrate Kenan took the rice bowl, sat on the ground just like Aurelia Pendragon, without any airs of a head of a noble family. Gawain Mercer was dumbfounded. Who is this old man? Where did his dignified and composed grandfather go? Magistrate Kenan had come to deliver grain, knowing that young Master Dragon would come here to provide disaster relief, and that the distance was not far. I thought I would come to see you in person. Aurelia Pendragon nodded. She knew this old man was here to pledge his loyalty. Last time, she gave Alden Mercer many formulas, and after he returned, he wrote her a letter changing the original 70-30 profit split to 80-20. She took 80%. At that time, she had roughly understood what kind of person Magistrate Kinan was. Although the people of Riverlands of Leth had already weathered this disaster, one could never have too much grain. Aurelia Pendragon accepted it without any psychological burden. Seeing Zhejiang's happy appearance, she joked, Master Zier is righteous. I don't have anything to give you to show my gratitude right now, so how about I erect a monument for you? Who would have thought that as soon as the words fell, Magistrate Kinan was visibly shaken. On his usually composed and indifferent face, a bit of fervour arose. He looked at her with burning eyes. Young Master Dragon, is this true? Aurelia Pendragon. Seeing her expression, how could Magistrate Kenan not understand that this was a joke? But not only did he not drop the subject, he instead switched to a pitiful look, his eyes almost squeezing out tears. I'm an old man, young Master Dragon. You cannot deceive me. Gawain Mercer watched from the side, speechless. Case solved. Damn it. Monster, give me back my grandfather. Gawain Mercer looked at Aurelia Pendragon curiously. This woman is very strange. Why did his elder brother and grandfather become like madmen after meeting her? Aurelia Pendragon, being pestered by him, couldn't bear to look, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. It's true. As soon as the word fell, all the grievance and pitifulness on Zhejiang's face vanished instantly, leaving not a trace. He laughed heartily in his heart. If not for his status, he would have even liked to make a V sign like the people of later generations. Is this just a simple monument? No, this is leaving a name in history. Grandfather, what? How did you know I was going to leave my name in history? Alden Mercer, I just wanted to say, if you don't eat, your food will get cold. Magistrate Kenan picked his ear. Oh, you don't know. I also just found out that I'm going to leave my name in history. Aurelia Pendragon. Gawain Mercer, Alden Mercer. Chapter 19. I like her. The joking aside, let's get back to business. Alden Mercer laughed and said, the formula provided by Little Master Dragon last time successfully allowed our Zier family to let out a huge sigh of relief. Especially the glazed glass, which earned us a fortune. I have already ordered someone to send 1 month's revenue to the capital. The noble families of Canaan of Jericho are vaguely led by the Q clan, and the Q clan style of conduct is vastly opposite to that of their Zier family. Because of many sordid dealings, the Zier family is unwilling to associate with them, and thus has attracted all kinds of exclusion from the other noble families. Over these years, the Zier family has been suppressed everywhere and found it difficult to move an inch. If not for Aurelia Pendragon, I fear it wouldn't be long before they were squeezed out of Liuchuan. And after leaving, given the methods of those families, they certainly wouldn't let them live. Magistrate Kenan thought of this, filled with emotion, and bowed deeply to Aurelia Pendragon. Little Master Dragon, this time, you've saved my entire Zier clan. In the future, whenever you have an order, the Zier family will surely spare no effort. By performing such a grand gesture as the head of the clan, it signified that from now on, the Zier family would be completely bound to her, following her lead in all things. Aurelia Pendragon helped him up. Master Zier, please rise quickly. She currently really did have one thing she needed him to do. Returning to the government office. When Aurelia Pendragon took out several tokens and spread them on her palm, Zhejiang's pupil shrank suddenly. He saw that the characters engraved on them included all the other noble families, except for the Zier family. This is as she started to act. Aurelia Pendragon said indifferently, on my way to Lashu, I encountered many assassination attempts. These were left behind by the assassins. Left by the assassins? How is that possible? The noble families always act flawlessly. How could they leave such obvious things behind? Magistrate Kenan did not believe it, but he had to believe it. That group is actually this excessive. I understand what you mean. He did not take those tokens, since it is evidence. We cannot let them get a hold on us. If one were to ask who understands the family tokens best, of course, it would be them, who are also a noble family. Once he returns to Liuochuan, he will have people forge them again to avoid being caught by others. Orlai Pendragon understood his concerns and did not say much more. What she wanted was not these dead objects, but money and grain to ruthlessly carve a piece of flesh off those noble families, boiling the frog in warm water, dividing and conquering, and finally slaughtering them ruthlessly. This matter is of great importance. I will set off to return to Canaan of Jericho now. Magistrate Kenan bowed and took his leave. Wait a moment. Orlai Pendragon took out a token and handed it to him. If you encounter any crisis, you can go to Whispering Vales to find Lord Tristan Thorn. Also, that matter can begin preparations. Magistrate Kenan shuddered. Very well. She is not just satisfied with cutting flesh. She wants to dig up the roots of the noble families. After going out, Magistrate Kenan subconsciously wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. After the sky screen appeared, Orlai Pendragon's popularity among the people grew even stronger. Last month, he heard from a junior who returned from Aegis Marches that the people of Aegis Marches were all looking forward to the arrival of Little Master Dragon. Coupled with the scene he saw in Riverlands of Lev today, she had already won the hearts of the people in 2 prefectures without spending a single soldier or a single blow. And Sapphire Coast recently, in the streets and tea houses, everyone is singing the story of her and the Emperor of Aurelion. The chess pieces she laid out had actually long been spread across all directions. Poor Q clan and the others, still immersed in the illusion of being supreme, unaware that the places where they took root had been riddled with holes like a sieve. The decline of the noble families is already a foregone conclusion. Fortunately, he chose the right side early on. Even if it causes injury to muscles and bones, at least it can keep the clan safe and not end up with no bones left. It's a pity she has no intention of rebelling, otherwise could he have earned the merit of being a founding supporter? Asterisk cough 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 asterisk cannot think about that. He is now her. Oh no, a person of the imperial court. Magistrate Kenan left, but he left his son behind. Brother, you. Gawain Mercer was dumbfounded. Who could understand the feeling of redemption upon seeing his own brother dressed up so flamboyantly early in the morning? His face was also white. It seemed he had even applied powder and rouge. He has truly gone mad. Gawain Mercer was dazed. You wouldn't have feelings for her. That's right. He should have known long ago. His brother had been absent-minded since returning home. He thought he was possessed by evil spirits at the time, but now that he thinks about it, it was clearly lovesickness. Even this trip to Riverlands of Leth was requested by his brother himself. Alden Mercer was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. What do you like about her? Gawain Mercer asked curiously. Alden Mercer's face showed longing. That day, she took me to the outskirts. From the moment the explosives went off, I watched her expressionless and confident demeanor, and I especially wanted to kneel before her. Gawain Mercer. He did not understand, and he was greatly shocked. Is he sure he wasn't scared into kneeling? You don't understand. Although the sky screen said she has no intention for romance, I still want to try. Alden Mercer smiled and continued. Let's go, Siroy. Grandfather sent us here to learn. You are the legitimate son, and will have to carry the heavy burden of the family in the future. You cannot be the same as before. The 2 brothers walked into Orlai Pendragon's study. The woman inside was dressed in plain clothes, her long black hair held up by only a single hairpin. She had no extra decorations, yet she was stunningly beautiful. There was a feeling about her that could put people's hearts at ease. Gawain Mercer was stunned. Little Master Dragon. Although he was usually a bit nonsensical in his actions, he still admired Orlai Pendragon in his heart. You are here. Orlai Pendragon looked up, her gaze instantly locking onto Alden Mercer. Only when the latter was so embarrassed that he lowered his head did she withdraw her gaze. What are you doing? Gawain Mercer looked at the paper on the desk, feeling a bit curious. Orlai Pendragon did not even lift her head. Riverlands of Leth has just experienced a major disaster. Houses and crops are all gone. They cannot rely solely on disaster relief grain to live. I must think of some ways for them to survive. Then have you thought of any? Yes. Orlai Pendragon finished a stroke, then looked at the 2 of them and said, You 2 go to the moat and move sandbags first. She hadn't figured out what to have them do for the time being, but Gawain Mercer had just said one word when he was stopped by his brother. Very well. As the 2 brothers walked out, Alden Mercer whispered, You don't understand. Little Master Dragon must have her reasons for asking us to do this. Thinking of the scene that just happened, he was a little excited. She looked at me for a long time just now. Do you think she is, Is there anything else, little Master Dragon? Hearing her voice, Alden Mercer turned around immediately. Orlai Pendragon looked at his face hesitantly. After all, he was Zhejiang's son. If he went out like this, he would definitely be laughed at. She should probably give him a reminder. This shade doesn't really suit you. You have yellowish dark skin, and this powder makes your face a different color than your neck, which looks very strange. I suggest you use a yellowish foundation shade, and for blush, you can try terracotta brown. Alden Mercer, winking at her blind person. Chapter 20 Rivellins of Leth Pottery. Rivellins of Leth Prefecture. By the banks of the Yueshui River, the two brothers of the Zier family had been moving sandbags here for 5 whole days. As young masters from a wealthy, noble household who had always been pampered, when had they ever endured such hardship and toil? On the first day, the two of them still tried to maintain their dignity by returning to their rooms to rest, but later on, they became no different from the workers, Rat Palace themselves in bedding to sleep on the ground, and eating and living alongside the commoners for all 3 meals, without a shred of their former pampered air left. Orlai Pendragon felt quite surprised when she heard about this. That Alden Mercer could grit his teeth and persevere was within her expectations. He was deep-thinking and determined, never the type to give up halfway. But that Gawain Mercer could endure such suffering and never once give up really exceeded her expectations. Gawain Mercer was a standard noble playboy, born with an air of arrogance. She still remembered the day they first met, when his eyes and brows were filled with disgust and attachment toward the suffering of the common people. Orlai Pendragon had intentionally made them suffer. Only by personally experiencing the hardships of the world could one truly empathize with the joys and sorrows of a common people. Since Magistrate Kinamur was willing to entrust his 2 grandsons to her care, she would not be polite. The prefectural office. Orlai Pendragon unfolded the letter sent from Nanju. The contents within alarmed her. The forces in Whispering Vales were intricate and extremely difficult to handle. Lord Tristan Thorn had encountered several waves of assassination attempts there, but he had managed to stabilize the situation and found clues from fragmented pieces of information. The previous dynasty. Ronan stared at the handwriting on the letter, feeling it was absurd. The Lai Kingdom had already fallen 200 years ago. Orlai Pendragon seemed to think of something, looked up, and asked, "How much do you know about Prince Jain?" Prince Jain is gentle and indifferent by nature, has no desire for power or status, and lives like a carefree hermit. After His Majesty ascended the throne, he requested to go to his fiefdom, where he has remained law-abiding for many years and never acted suspiciously. Ronan replied truthfully. His words were exactly the same as what Orlai Pendragon usually heard, but sometimes those who appear honest are actually brewing a greater storm. Don't ask her why. She had, after all, been poisoned by many TV dramas. Orlai Pendragon also hoped she was overthinking it, but the fact told her she could not. The case of Deputy Prefect Mulishen, the annihilation of the Rivellins of Leth Prefect's entire family, the weapons of unknown origin in the hands of the Whispering Vales bandits, each and every incident seemed unrelated. But one must not forget Whispering Vales was also under the jurisdiction of Prince Jain, and Rivellins of Leth was not far from Nanju. With such major events happening in his territory, how could a vassal king like him be completely unaware? But why would it be connected to people from the previous dynasty? Orlai Pendragon could not figure it out, but she believed in her cousin. There was no need to speak of Lord Tristan Thorn's capabilities. Orlai Pendragon had already sent someone to the capital to deliver news regarding the matter in Laju, but this matter was of great importance, so she would only feel at ease if Ronan made the trip himself. Ronan also knew the situation was critical and immediately nodded. "There is no time to lose. I will set off immediately." As his voice faded, his figure vanished under the eaves of the prefectural office. After he left, Orlai Pendragon still could not rest. She looked at the items on the desk, tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, and called out in a deep voice, "Lyra of the Vales, go and bring those 2 here. Is my lady finally finding a use for them?" Lyra smiled, then responded softly, "Yes." In just a few short days, the Zier brothers seemed to have been reborn, looking like completely different people. Alden Mercer was still somewhat neat, his clothes relatively clean and tidy. But Gawain Mercer already had stubble growing, his hair was messy, and his air of arrogance had completely vanished. Despite his youth, he revealed a sense of world-weary vicissitudes. "Young Master Dragon." Alden Mercer bowed according to etiquette, his posture respectful. Orlai Pendragon nodded indifferently without saying much, and handed the items in her hand directly to them. Alden Mercer took it and unfolded it. Looking at the contents on the paper, he appeared confused. This is the method of livelihood I have planned for the people of Laju," Orlai Pendragon said in a calm tone. What was drawn on the paper was a brand new porcelain firing process. The exquisite nature of the vessel shapes and patterns far surpassed all porcelain currently on the market. Alden Mercer frowned slightly, but the porcelain business has always been firmly controlled by the Q family. If Riverlands of Leith want to get a share, I fear it will be difficult to open up a market. The Q family again. It seems I really am quite fated with them. Orlai Pendragon smiled, then added, however, this is a matter for you to resolve. She knew exactly what Magistrate Canaan was planning, but she would not keep useless people. Alden Mercer had been managing business affairs with his family since he was young. He was shrewd and experienced, making him the most suitable person to handle this matter. As for Gawain Mercer, she had not yet figured out what use this young master could have. Unexpectedly, after Gawain Mercer took the drawings and studied them carefully for a moment, he actually said, "It's not difficult." Once these words were spoken, even Alden Mercer looked at him in astonishment. Gawain Mercer looked up at Orlai Pendragon. "There's only one thing that I must trouble young Master Dragon with." "What is it?" "Compose a poem for this new porcelain." Orlai Pendragon raised an eyebrow. Very well. It seemed she had misjudged him. Chapter 21. Even gods are no match for Lord Pay. By the banks of the Yershui River, it was a scene of bustling activity. A labourer raised his hand to wipe the sweat rolling down his temples, looked at the dam body that had already dried and solidified, gripped his heavy hammer, lowered his waist to exert force, and smashed it heavily against the dam surface. The commoners watched with bated breath, only to see that the newly built dam was as steady as a rock, with not even the slightest sign of collapse. Seeing this, a joyful smile bloomed on everyone's face, and they praised repeatedly, "Wonderful, with it being this sturdy. We no longer have to worry about it being washed away by floods like in previous years." Indeed, indeed. It is all thanks to the cement that little Master Dragon came up with. This thing is truly a divine object. It is incredibly useful. In previous years, the dams built in Riverlands of Leith were merely piled up with earth and stone and compacted, looking thick but actually being vulnerable. Every flood season, once the river rose, the waves would strike only a few times before the earthen dam would soften and collapse, resulting in minor leaks at best, or a breach at worst, swallowing up the villages and fields along the bank overnight. Riverlands of Leith had exhausted countless manpower and material resources, yet in the end, they could only watch helplessly as the floods raged and people were displaced. But now, things were completely different. Clara of the Vales reached out to stroke the cold, hard surface of the dam, and what her fingertips touched was no longer loose yellow soil, but a solid and reliable barrier. "Wonderful. Now we can finally have a good night's sleep. Little Master Dragon is truly a blessing sent from heaven." Riverlands of Leith no longer fears water disasters. They were genuinely happy. Near noon, the yeomen provided a meal. The commoners put down their work, sat together holding their rice bowls, and could not help but sigh with emotion about their good life now. "I can eat my fill every day. Even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets." A man took a bite of rice and was directly intoxicated by the fragrance. To tell the truth, even before the flood, he had never lived such a secure life. Every meal was filling, and every few days there was meat to eat. This was a scene he had never dared to imagine before. "Who says otherwise?" An old man beside him nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly moist. "I have lived for more than half my life, and have never been this happy. I am willing to work for Little Master Dragon every day." It was just a matter of exerting a bit more strength. That was the one thing they had in abundance. A woman nearby wiped the corner of her mouth and lowered her voice to speak. "Hey, have you heard? That empty lot in the east of the city has already been marked off by Little Master Dragon, saying she wants to build a ceramics factory. This matter has already spread everywhere." Someone next to her immediately chimed in. "Alden Mercer said that Little Master Dragon feels sorry for us having lost our homes and fields, so she specifically found us a craft that can provide a long-term livelihood. When the time comes, every household can send people to work in the factory, and once the porcelain is sold for money, it will be distributed among us." "Distribute money?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then immediately put his hands together. "Oh my, this is a tremendous kindness. Heaven has eyes. Why pray to heaven? If you want to pray, pray to Little Master Dragon." Someone immediately interrupted, carefully taking out a small statue from his bosom, and even rolled his eyes slightly at the sky. "In the past, I prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Which one ever protected me? In the end, it is still Little Master Dragon who saves us from suffering." Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. Yes, the gods in the sky are not as good as their Little Master Dragon. Orlar Pendragon did not know about their conversation, but she could feel more and more faith turning into points. Half a month later, The sky screen finally appeared again. This time, the people of Riverlands of Lead had spirit, and could even smile and say Chrono Archivist Echo's usual catchphrases. Hello everyone, I'm your Auraline Dynasty uploader Chrono Archivist Echo. This is the second episode of our Seeing Auraline through Poetry, and it also relates to Laju. The people of Riverlands of Leith heard this and sat up straighter. At the beginning of the video, a clear and exquisite poem was hung up first. Flowing light condenses into jade. A heart of ice reflects the blue sky. Not competing with prosperity for vulgar colours, clear brilliance shines alone in the wind of ancient and modern times. Glaze. Auraline Pendragon identified the subject of the poem from the lines in an instant. Was a path to survival that the version of herself in the sky screen left for the people of Riverlands of Lead actually glaze. She smiled lightly. It really is destiny playing tricks on people. At the same time, Aldern Mercer and Gawain Mercer also understood. Brother, this is different from the current situation, said Gawain Mercer. In reality, she had given the glazing technique to the Zir family. Unexpectedly, even without glaze, she could still come up with other ideas. Her talent seemed endless. If one path went off track, she could casually open a new one. Not surprising. Alden Mercer smiled faintly. She had not written this poem about glazing in the sky screen now, but instead had written another one for porcelain, which was equally breathtaking. It was just that both came from her hand. He taking it in advance to use for the promotion of glaze. That wouldn't be too much, right? Alden Mercer picked up the teapot, slowly poured half a cup of clear tea, and pushed it in front of Gawain Mercer. During these days, the two brothers had spent their days buried in the smoke and fire of the kiln, and life was far from the comfort of fine clothes and food at home. But such a fulfilling life instead gave rise to a sense of stability they had never had before. Above the sky screen, Chrono Archivist Echo's voice sounded. Don't look at this poem as only 4 short lines, but behind it is a path to survival that Auraline found for the people of Laju. 2 major disasters struck one after another, and Riverlands of Leith was already devastated. Even if some people survived, their houses were washed away, their farmland was flooded, and the livestock they raised were either dead or lost. They were so penniless that they couldn't even find a complete quilt. You tell me, if Auraline had just left like that, could they have survived? They couldn't have. Auraline Pendragon shook her head. The situation in Riverlands of Leith now was much better than the history in the sky screen, but she still couldn't just walk away. The commoners could not live on disaster relief grain forever. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Building an extra road for them could also give them a chance to survive. The National Treasury at that time was so empty it rang. Although there was still some grain and grass, it absolutely could not be taken out. These supplies had to be provided to the soldiers on the front line, and also to prevent disasters that might occur in other places. One couldn't empty the National Treasury for the people of just one prefecture, right? Auraline thought for a long time and felt it wouldn't work. Since she had saved the people of Laju, it wasn't just for a moment. She wanted them to be able to live well in the future. She also knew that she couldn't stay in Riverlands of Leith forever. Really, Auraline's sense of responsibility is just too strong. Actually, she could have thought of some simple methods to help them hold out until the harvest next year. But compared to the suffering of living day to day, she hoped more that they could live with hope. People in Riverlands of Leith are giving their personal testimony. We are still doing this business here now, and every year we will perform a divine procession to ask Auraline to bless us with wealth. Ha ha! Isn't Auraline the god of agriculture? She is holding multiple jobs. Are you trying to tire her to death, Doge? Auraline, I'm really crying to death. This believer wishes to be surrounded by 8 male models in this life, praying for Auraline to bless me with money coming from all directions. What? Little Master Dragon handles this too. Seeing this sentence, not only the people of Laju, but everyone under the sky screen widened their eyes. Praying to Little Master Dragon not only brings food and clothing, but also wealth. Don't say anything else. Pray like crazy. Never mind the commoners. Even the officials in the court were eager to move. No choice. They were poor, especially the Minister of Revenue. Auraline Pendragon was not there, so he stared at Arthur Pendragon with his old eyes. Arthur Pendragon, Minister of Revenue. Little Master Dragon will live a long life. You're her father, so it should have some effect, right? Anyway, you're also quite old. Why don't you die first? Get lost. Arthur Pendragon was angered to the point of laughing. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? The Minister of Revenue hadn't had a chance to speak yet when someone grabbed his official robe. Arthur Pendragon looked back and saw his best old friend in court. Suhi, right. You also think he is too much, right? Unexpectedly, Suhi's eyes were burning. I think he is right. Old Pei, you dying alone to fulfill everyone else. Why don't you, Arthur Pendragon? You get lost too. There were also those who loved to watch the excitement, and didn't mind it being too big, who knelt in front of the Emperor of Orlean in a few steps, righteous and stern, where subject implores your majesty to execute Arthur Pendragon. He has committed the crime of deserving to die, but not dying. He realized it. He hadn't gotten rich until now. It must be because that guy Arthur Pendragon didn't die fast enough. Arthur Pendragon always felt an inexplicable gaze falling on him, feeling cold, and the source of the direction was the Emperor of Orlean. Your Majesty, cough cough, I was just thinking about it. I won't actually do that. Arthur Pendragon, Emperor of Orlean, eager to move JPG. Chapter 20, 2 of all the talent in the world. Orlean now possesses 8/10. Thus, Orlean created glazed glass. At that time, glazed glass was extremely valuable, and the Orlean Empire did not possess this craft. The glazed glass cups used by Emperor Valerius were all tributes from vassal states. Because glazed glass was rare and precious, it was highly favored by noble families and powerful officials. A single small glazed glass ornament could sell for the high price of 10,000 taels of silver. The contrast was truly stark. Poor families had to sell their sons and daughters just to afford a meal, while wealthy families threw money around like water. Moreover, this glazed glass was immensely profitable. After the Orlean Empire subsequently increased commercial taxes, the annual income Rivellins of Leith contributed to the national treasury was simply an astronomical figure. Indeed, the Emperor of Orlean nodded. Things are valuable because they are rare. He had previously treated glazed glass as a treasure, but who could have imagined that such exquisite, transparent utensils were actually made from a pile of sand and soil? Thinking about how much money Orlean Pendragon had earned for him using these useless things made him want to laugh. However, those small vassal states, they actually dared to deceive him by bragging that these things were peerless under heaven. Thinking about how much money they had made in the Orlean Empire all these years made the Emperor of Orlean ache with regret. Before Orlean created glazed glass, foreigners made a fortune. Later, when the Orlean Empire began to conquer the world, every time a nation was destroyed, the gold, silver, and utensils obtained could at least support the military and civilians of one province for 5 years. The Emperor of Orlean gasped. That was all his money. Fight. Must fight. What non-conquerable nation? What did his ancestors' decrees have to do with him? Once these words were spoken, not only was the Emperor of Orlean burning with intensity, but the military officials in the imperial court and the generals at the border were also incredibly fired up. Echo was still talking eloquently, and her next words sent all of Rivellins of Leith into a frenzy of celebration. The earning potential of glazed glass was terrifying. The people of Rivellins of Leith completely transformed their lives relying on this craft. Before glazed glass appeared, most of them relied on farming for a living. And after Orlean mapped out this path for them, according to statistics, by the 30th year of counting, every household in Rivellins of Leith was wealthy. How much? Inside a Rivellins of Leith pottery factory, a worker picked at his ear, eyes widening in disbelief. Looking around him, everyone had the same expression. They looked at themselves in patched clothes and found it hard to imagine that in the future, they would actually become that wealthy. That much in savings, good heavens. How much money is that? Will I be able to eat meat every day and wear nice clothes? The woman fantasized about her future life, her smile growing wider and wider. Thus, the group seemed to suddenly find endless motivation, working desperately on the tasks at hand. With such a big pie hanging right in front of them, they only wanted those days to come faster. Although they were making porcelain now, would Master Dragon let them suffer a loss? As long as they worked hard, their future would certainly not be bad. Speaking of this, I'm a little jealous. Why weren't my ancestors from Lajou? Who doesn't know that modern Rivellins of Leith is a notoriously wealthy place? If you don't have $1 million in savings, you're too embarrassed to say you're from Lajou. This craft of Orlean can be said to have protected even the descendants of the people of Lajou. What? Even their descendants lived so comfortably. If one were to ask who the people of the Orlean Empire were most envious of right now, Rivellins of Leith would undoubtedly be number one. When would Master Dragon come to visit them too? As a local of Lajou, I'll share my experience. My ancestor was a female worker at the glass factory. My family has relied on our ancestors' savings for generations. My mom even started a company, and we have 2 houses. In the future, they'll all be mine, hehe. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. Envious? It was all bought with human lives. Bitter smile, bitter smile. The glazed glass craft provided by Orlean was clearer and more refined than that of other countries. Our ancestors' carving techniques were world famous. Moreover, Orlean also incorporated colours into the glazed glass, making it colourful and strange in style. Once it appeared, it attracted the pursuit of countless noble families and powerful officials. Even if other countries knew the formula for making glazed glass, they couldn't produce such colourful items, so it remained a bestseller. Let's take a look at the glazed glass collections from that era currently in the museum. In the video, one piece of glazed glass treasure after another appeared before everyone's eyes. The first piece was a cyan glazed glass cup. Under the light, the whole body was as clear as condensed dew in a blue sky, lustrous and transparent, without a trace of impurities. The texture of the cup body was delicate and warm, and as the light flowed, it seemed to have an undercurrent of radiance, elegant and otherworldly. The second piece was an exquisite glazed glass tree. It was carved from dark brown glazed glass into vigorous branches with clear veins. The branches were hung with clusters of red fruit, all carefully cast from bright red glazed glass, with fresh and moist colours, crystal clear and drip palace with vitality. Looking from afar, it was as if the glow of sunset adorned the tree, vivid and lifelike. Oh my God, it's gorgeous to death. I finally understand why the imperial concubines of ancient emperors fought for favour. If this glazed glass cup were bestowed upon me, I'd fight for it too. Even the knowledgeable people of later generations couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, let alone the people of the Auraline Empire. At this moment, they were even more convinced that Master Dragon was a goddess descended to earth. This glazed glass, at a glance, was something that only celestial beings in heaven could use. Aurelier successfully revitalized the stagnant waters of Rivulins of Lethe with glazed glass. The poem she wrote for the glazed glass attracted the pursuit of many talented scholars and beauties. Her reputation for talent grew, and at the same time, she earned a great deal of money. Later, Aurelier also provided poverty relief to many provinces, finding distinctive features for the local people to boost their economy, such as the canning porcelain of Nanjou, the grape wine of Aegis Marches, the scenic spots of Crownlands, and so on. The people of the three provinces mentioned, that's great. It's a good life beckoning to them. And beneath these distinctive features lay Aurelier's astonishing poetic talent and terrifying marketing ability. At that time, ordinary people definitely couldn't afford these things, so they were targeted at wealthy nobles. Since the rich were pretentious and fond of elegance, Aurelier used poetry to praise the objects. In Ode to Canning Porcelain, she said, crystal condensed jade quality naturally formed, borrowing no kiln smoke, and tainted by dust. In Immortal's Drunkenness, she wrote, 3 cups down, the mortal world fades away, laughing. I point to the clouds, for I am an immortal. In Reflections on Viewing Crownlands on the 3rd of September, she said, a peerless and wonderful place in the human world. I envy not Pinglai, for here I'm freer. These lines of poetry made these local specialties the trend of the time. At that time, if you hadn't seen the landscapes of Crownlands, hadn't drunk the wine of Aegis Marches, and didn't have whispering veils, and rivulins of lead porcelain, and glazed glass ornaments in your home, you were too embarrassed to call yourself a person of high society. Aurelier is truly terrifying. When I was in school, she became my childhood nightmare. Doesn't Clara Chronicles say that Aurelier really wrote poetry? Why are dead memories suddenly attacking me? She did really write poetry. Go search for it. There are only over 60 poems by Aurelier passed down. Every single one is a masterpiece, which is why they left such a deep impression on us. Over 60 poems isn't many. It's not many. Among them, 25 were bought by others. Doghead. After this bullet comment floated by, Echo continued. Historical records state that as soon as Aurelier's poetry was published, it attracted the pursuit of people all over the world. Many world-renowned great scholars of that time wrote essays praising her. Archivist Solomon, a descendant of the sage Confucius, even commented of the world's literary talent. 10 pecks in total. Aurelier Pendragon claims 8 all to herself. What high praise! It truly slapped the faces of those who looked down on women. At that time, everyone wanted to obtain a piece of calligraphy from Aurelier, but Aurelier never wrote poems for others easily, and anyone who came to ask for poems was turned away. Later, there was a merchant named Mokongli, whose family had been in business for generations. He could be considered the richest man in the Crownlands area. He also admired Aurelier's poetic talent, and even declared that he was willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold for a poem. Others who heard this laughed at him for being delusional, saying that with Aurelier's talent and integrity, measuring it with vulgar gold and silver was simply an insult to her. Aurelier Pendragon, hearing this, come on, that's 10,000 taels. And it's gold. She wouldn't hold a grudge against anyone, but she certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against money. Okay, how is this an insult? It's clearly the highest form of respect. She knew herself. She definitely wouldn't have been able to resist. Sure enough, Aurelier was in Crownlands at the time. After hearing about this, she wrote a poem for him. This poem is still hanging in the Mo family ancestral hall to this day, and even when a foreigner offered $1 billion, the Mo family wouldn't sell it. Aurelier Pendragon inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. If she hadn't earned that money, she would have felt like she was being pretentious. Chapter 23 Lasha in later generations. Honestly, if I could talk to my ancestors, I would definitely make them go find Aurelier to write poetry. Of course, only if they had the money. Mo Congley was just a merchant. Aurelier didn't mention his family's goods in her poetry, but at that time, the common people took Aurelier as a trendsetter, so the Mo family immediately made a fortune. Because they had Aurelier's authentic handwriting in their possession, the emperors of later generations also held them in high regard. Even in modern times, the Mo family remains a famous entrepreneurial family. I'm so jealous. Lemons on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. I'm dying of laughter. How could that foreigner have the nerve to bring out $1 billion? It's not even enough for 1 month of the Mo family's revenue. $1 billion, how much money must that be? Even knowing that the calculation methods of later generations are different from today's, just hearing it makes it clear that this is an astronomical sum. For a moment, countless people began to feel restless. The Mo family. Mo Congley grinned foolishly, showing his teeth. He is currently just a playboy who spends his days teasing cats and dogs, despised by his father. But now, he has lifted his head high. Dad, your son is doing pretty well, right? Mo Shan smiled so hard his eyes disappeared, seeing his son in a favourable light for the first time. Good lad. His Mo family is also famous in later generations. Heh. Mo Shan had a change of heart and began to ponder. Son, do you think if we gave Master Dragon 100,000 taels now, she would write for us? No way. Mo Congley waved his hands quickly. Now that we know this, we're taking advantage of a huge bargain. It has to be at least 200,000 taels. No, it has to be at least this much. Mo Congley held up 3 fingers. 300,000 taels of gold. Isn't that too much? Mo Shan's mouth twitched. Mo Congley shook his head. It's not too much. Not too much. I even think it's too little. Why don't you just give all our family assets to Master Dragon, Dad? You only have me as a son, and as long as I have a bite to eat, that's enough. Mo Shan kicked his son right in the backside. Mo Congley covered his buttocks and wailed, look at you. Just look at you. This is the difference between me being able to go down in history and you not being able to. You're so stingy. It's not like I won't buy your coffin after you die. Mo Shan, at the same time. Golden Throne Hall. The Emperor of Aurelion commanded the eunuchs, hurry. Have you copied it all down yet? Eunuch Cedric nodded. Copied. Not a single word missed. Good. The Emperor of Aurelion curled his lips. He had already thought it through. He would compile his daughter's poetry into a book. By then, wouldn't it sell for 1 tael? No, 10 taels. The civil and military officials who witnessed the whole process, and the Minister of Revenue at this expression. And as for our Aurelier, her contributions to riverlands of lead go far beyond just glassware. She also used cement to reinforce the river levees and dams. Since then, the disasters of the Yurshu River breaching its banks have been few and far between. Even when the river occasionally flooded over the levees, it never again caused the kind of tragic flooding as it did before. The role of cement is truly immense. Most importantly, it is also used for building roads. That's right, the Emperor of Aurelion nodded. Road construction has already begun. Now, within the Imperial Palace and the Imperial City, all roads have been paved with cement. The surfaces are smooth, clean, neat, and sturdy. Travelling by carriage, there's no longer the suffering of the bumps of the past. More importantly, the speed of transporting grain, fodder, and goods has greatly increased, and losses during transit have been significantly reduced. He looks forward to the day when cement roads cover the entire country. Only after the first batch of glassware was made and the money was distributed to the common people did Aurelier see their joyful faces and finally set down the stone in her heart, leaving Laju. During this period, Aurelier's business never ceased. To transport the glassware, she paved cement roads for Laju, led them to plant new crops in the fields, and personally taught them methods to increase production. Even with glassware, farming cannot stop. Every household needs to have not only extra money, but also extra grain. On the day Aurelier left Laju, 10,000 people came to see her off. The people of Riverlands of Lead spontaneously raised money to build a golden statue of her, located right in the centre of the city. This also became a famous tourist attraction in later generations. Even though Aurelier was not in Laju, she still kept an eye on everything there. Later, when the price of glassware dropped, she had the people of Riverlands of Lead start a glass business. Decades later, Almost every household in the Aurelian Empire had glass windows installed, bright and clean. It was incredibly beautiful. Why do all the good things happen to Luzhu under the sky screen? Common people from other regions heard these words, their eyes turning red with envy. Glass? What is that again? Gawain Mercer's eyes brightened. That concludes the content for this video. At the end of this video, there will be a little Easter egg. Let's take a look. Chrono Archivist Echo's figure disappeared. The next moment, the scene changed abruptly. Towering buildings rose from the ground, standing tall and majestic. Countless exquisite and magnificent vehicles sped along wide and flat boulevards. Amidst the heavy traffic, the shimmering, colourful neon lights flickered one after another, weaving into a brilliant galaxy. After nightfall, it was still brightly lit. The night markets were bustling endlessly, presenting a scene of great prosperity. Pedestrians on the street walked with ease, their faces filled with stability, satisfaction, and smiles. And in the upper right corner of the video, 2 words quietly appeared: Riverlands of Lev City. Chapter 24, The Legend of the Moon Goddess. The kiln is opening. Inside the porcelain factory, a kiln worker's shout, thick with the scent of smoke and fire, made everyone's heart skip a beat. The craftsmen and labourers, who had been busy with their own tasks just moments before, instantly gathered from all directions, crowding around the kiln entrance, 3 layers deep, not daring to even breathe loudly. Everyone's eyes were glued to the kiln, which still retained its residual heat, filled with anxiety and anticipation. This batch of porcelain, from mixing the clay, throwing the forms, painting the patterns, to glazing and firing, was the result of painstaking effort at every step. This was the path to survival that Master Dragon had found for them. Thus, what was being fired in the kiln was not just porcelain, but the future livelihood of the people of Luzhu. The master kiln operator stepped forward and used a specially made iron rod to slowly pry open the sealed clay of the kiln door. A wave of heat, mixed with the scent of porcelain clay and kiln ash, rushed out to meet them. The crowd instinctively stepped back, yet they refused to look away. Once the kiln temperature subsided slightly, the craftsman carefully reached inside and slowly emerged, holding a piece of freshly fired porcelain in both hands. The glaze on the porcelain surface was lustrous and even, the patterns were clearly and boldly outlined with elegant, refined lines, and the walls were of uniform thickness. When tapped gently, the sound was as clear as jade. Whether in terms of craftsmanship or quality, it far surpassed the ordinary porcelain circulating in the market. One could tell the difference at a glance. Alden Mercer stepped forward to examine it closely, his fingertips brushing over the surface. A look of satisfaction gradually appeared in his eyes, and he slowly nodded. It is done. What followed would be up to them. With Aureli Pendragon's poems and inscriptions preceding them, the reputation of Riverlands of Leth pottery had already spread to her writings. Even before the first batch of porcelain was fully fired, its fame had travelled ahead. Coupled with the appearance of the sky screen a few days ago, orders had already piled up on the desk before the porcelain was even officially released for sale. Alden Mercer turned around and looked at Gawain Mercer beside him, saying in a deep voice, "You stay here to oversee the pottery factory. I will personally handle the sales channels for this first batch of goods." After he finished speaking, he noticed that Gawain Mercer's gaze was drifting, looking distracted, and he couldn't help but frown. "What is it?" Gawain Mercer's throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but held back. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, "Is she going to leave?" Seeing his expression, Alden Mercer understood a little and sighed softly. "She carries the weight of the country and the world on her shoulders. She cannot stay in one place forever. There are countless citizens of the Emperor of Aurelian who are waiting for her to save them. If you have something on your mind, you should go and say it sooner rather than late." He sighed lightly. Even though he knew it likely wouldn't lead to result, some feelings were better expressed than left to rot inside. Gawain Mercer's lips moved. "I understand." He had never been the type to be indecisive or coy. He immediately went to find Lyra of the Vales. Upon learning that Aureli Pendragon was free at that moment, he sent someone to announce his arrival. At that time, Aureli Pendragon was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Riverlands of Lev was getting better day by day, and she knew it was time for her to move on. Only this time, she wasn't returning to the capital, but heading to Nanju. Master Dragon. Gawain Mercer pushed the door open and immediately saw the woman reclining on a rocking chair, reading a book. She was wearing a water blue dress today, her face bare without a trace of makeup, yet her pure beauty was so stunning that one could not take their eyes off her. Aureli Pendragon lifted her eyes upon hearing the sound, her gaze falling softly on him with a hint of confusion. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, clear and gentle, as if they could encompass everything in the world. During these days in Luzhu, Gawain Mercer had seen it clearly. She possessed a power like water, quiet and gentle, yet incredibly firm. Compared to the ethereal descriptions from chrono-archivist Echo, the real, compassionate woman before him, who cared for all the people, was even more captivating. Gawain Mercer did not hesitate in the slightest. His words clear. What I want to say is, I'm fond of you. Once the words were out, he felt a sense of relief. He watched her quietly, not looking away. Orlair Pendragon's face showed no displeasure or mockery. She was just slightly taken aback. Then she straightened up and looked at him earnestly. I know you do not feel the same way, and you need not be troubled by this. Gawain Mercer's voice was calm. I just didn't want to regret not speaking up once you had left. He had never asked for any response. She was a bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting its clear light to illuminate all the common people. It was only natural for someone to be drawn to such a person. After hearing the young man's frank confession, Orlair Pendragon's eyes curved slightly, and her tone was equally solemn. Thank you for your feelings. Yeah. Gawain Mercer touched his nose and grinned, revealing a clean, silly smile. The day she left Lushu, the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright, and the sky was clear. The streets were already lined with people. Many gazes fell quietly upon Orlair Pendragon's carriage. No one came forward to make a scene, and no one came forward to hold her back. Even though they felt deep reluctance, they knew they could not selfishly keep such a person trapped in this small town. The carriage moved slowly, and the people spontaneously followed behind, silent, seeing her off all the way. By the time the carriage reached the city gate, an endless line of people was following behind. Orlair Pendragon gently lifted the carriage curtain and waved to the crowd. Seeing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the people. Take care, Master Dragon. Remember to come back and visit when you have time. This old woman will definitely prepare her ancestral recipes to treat you. Take good care of yourself, stay healthy, and live a long life. May you be safe, Master Dragon. I will burn incense for you every day. Every word in their countless messages was a blessing for her. Master Dragon. A path suddenly opened in the crowd, and Clara of the Vales walked out. In her hands, she held 2 umbrellas, densely covered with names. This is an umbrella of 10,000 people. Orlair Pendragon was stunned. Clara of the Vales bowed. The elders and fellow townsfolk of Riverlands of Leth have nothing good to give you, so we spontaneously made this umbrella of 10,000 people. We hope it can protect you. Please, you must accept it. Orlair Pendragon pursed her lips, an indescribable bitterness melting in her heart. She got up and stepped out of the carriage. She solemnly took the umbrella from Clara of the Vales' hands. She remembered many of the names on it and could match them to the faces before her. Thank you, Orlair Pendragon said softly, a faint smile in her eyes. It is we who should be thanking you. Clara of the Vales smiled gently and picked up the other umbrella. This one is for Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. Please trouble yourself to pass it on to him. In this lifetime, although Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had never been to Lushu, on the sky screen, everyone had seen with their own eyes how he had exhausted himself for the people, nearly sacrificing his life. The people of Riverlands of Leth knew gratitude and never forgot their roots. And there is this behind Clara of the Vales. Several people worked together to carry over a chest. These are clothes, shoes, and socks handmade by the villagers for the people around you, as well as for the physicians in the sky screen. Please trouble yourself to take care of them. The accompanying guards and officials couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. They had gifts too. Orlair Pendragon nodded gently, keep Alice everything in her heart, and finally said, Riverlands of Leth is entrusted to you from now on. Over these days, she had recognized Clara of the Vales' leadership ability and had been intentionally cultivating her. Later, she had her serve as the acting prefect of Lushu, and after returning to the capital, she would recommend her to the Emperor of Orlain. After the farewells, Lyra helped Orlair Pendragon back into the carriage. The caravan set off again. Orlair Pendragon lifted the curtain to look back, seeing face after face filled with reluctance. Just then, a melodious song rose softly from the crowd. Immediately after, the people of Riverlands of Leth spontaneously began to sing in chorus. It was the folk song they had sung together while watching the sunrise and the sky screen that day. Orlair Pendragon knew this represented peace and happiness. Her lips curled upward, and she hummed along softly. Nearby, the accompanying official picked up his brush and excitedly recorded everything on paper with a flurry of strokes. Records of history. Chronicles of the Moon Goddess states, on the first day of the 6th month in the 20th year of Canning, the Moon Prime Minister completed the disaster relief and was about to depart from Lushu. The people of the prefecture, moved by her virtue, wept and held onto the carriage shafts, unable to bear her departure. They jointly made an umbrella of 10,000 people to present to her. As the carriage and horses gradually moved away, the crowd spontaneously sang the old folk songs of Rivellins of Lethe to see her off. Upon hearing this, the Moon Prime Minister also sang in response. Chapter 25, Taking the Initiative. Rivellins of Lethe and Whispering Vales were not far apart, and the journey was smooth. In just 2 days, the carriage procession arrived steadily at the gates of Nanjou. Lord Tristan Thorn had been waiting for a long time. He was not wearing his official robes today, but instead donned a plain brocade gown with cloud patterns. His figure was tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows, star-bright eyes, and a high bridge of the nose. His skin was naturally a cold, pale shade, devoid of any worldly dust or mundane aura. Most striking was the pale crimson beauty mark in the centre of his forehead, as faint as misty clouds. It was such a gentle touch, yet resting upon his cold, refined features. It added a soul-stirring allure. He seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist. This temperament made it truly difficult to associate him with the nickname Great Orline's #1 critic. The June breeze was gentle, brushing against his robes. He stood there like a solitary, pure crane, as if about to ride the wind away. Orlar Pendragon held Lara of the Vale's hand, and slowly stepped down from the carriage. Cousin. Lord Tristan Thorn came forward almost immediately. The icy coldness from before melted the moment he saw her, like snow meeting warmth, turning into a pool of spring water. Even his voice was as sweet as honey, as if he were a completely different person from usual. The Whispering Vales officials behind him stared in stunned silence. Ha, bro, who are you? Was this really their Lord Tristan Thorn, the one who was usually stern, meticulous about everything, and mature beyond his years? He was truly worthy of being known in later generations as a love-struck fool. The moment he saw his beloved, he was like a peacock spreading its tail. Lord Tristan Thorn's gaze fell on Orlar Pendragon's slightly pale face, and his brows instantly furrowed. The journey was bumpy. Youth suffered. Thinking that she would have to endure an even longer journey when she returned to the capital, his heart ached. Repairing the road would not happen overnight. He needed to think about how to make the carriage more comfortable. Perhaps he could line the interior with something softer. Maybe he could do something about the wheels. I have ordered a meal to be prepared, all things you like, and your lodging has been ready for a long time. Will you go back to freshen up first? Lord Tristan Thorn's tone was gentle, as if speaking any louder might shatter the person before him. The Whispering Vales officials stared at each other in bewilderment. Orlar Pendragon smiled. At this moment, she had little strength left to speak. Whispering Vales was surrounded by mountains, and the roads were rugged and difficult to travel. The bumpy journey had almost shaken her insides out of place. Returning to her quarters in the courtyard, Lord Tristan Thorn had already instructed the kitchen to prepare plums to relieve dizziness and refresh her spirits. The furnishings and ornaments in the room were cosy and familiar. Every detail reflected her habits and preferences from home, making her feel at ease at a glance. Orlar Pendragon washed up and changed, then moved to the main hall. The dishes were already set on the table. Lord Tristan Thorn was sitting upright in his chair, lost in thought, quiet and distracted. The warm light from outside the window spilled in, landing on the beauty mark on his forehead, flickering, making him look even more refined and handsome. You're here. Catching the familiar scent, Lord Tristan Thorn immediately snapped out of his trance, his eyes curving into a gentle smile. Cousin. Orlar Pendragon responded with a smile. The dishes she liked were placed very close to her, and even the small dessert she preferred after a meal were all prepared, not a single one missing. Lord Tristan Thorn always remembered her preferences, and had prepared everything so thoughtfully. This meal was exceptionally peaceful and comforting. After the meal, the two went to the study. Lord Tristan Thorn took a compiled dossier from the bookshelf, and gently handed it to her. Take a look. The contents recorded the distribution of power in the Whispering Vales region, with clear connections and distinct organization. The major clans in the city, local powerful families, salt and iron merchants, gentry forces, and even the connections in various key positions. Lord Tristan Thorn had listed them one by one, recording them in exhaustive detail. The latter part is the investigation into Prince Jain. Orlar Pendragon followed his instructions and turned to the second half. She was not at all surprised that Lord Tristan Thorn had long suspected Prince Jain. Even without her prior warning, given his meticulous nature, he would certainly have detected the anomalies early on. In the dossier, the common people's evaluation of Prince Jain was generally very high. When people mentioned him, the impression remained that of a carefree recluse. The people all say that Prince Jain governs his territory strictly and never allows runners or minor officials to take advantage of their positions to levy excessive grain taxes on the common people. Speaking of this, Lord Tristan Thorn's lips curled into an ambiguous arc. That's not right. Orelai Pendragon pursed her lips slightly, thinking of something. The great Oreline grain tax is 1/10. But last year, the tax revenue Prince Jane submitted to the Imperial Court was only 60% of what should have been collected. Lord Tristan Thorn was in sync with her thoughts. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already continued in a deep voice. These prefectures are not far from the capital. Even with losses during transport, it is impossible for the discrepancy to be this large. Moreover, the year before last, he submitted 50%, 3 years ago 70%, and 4 years ago, due to poor harvest, only 40%. Lord Tristan Thorn spoke at a steady pace, slowly recounting. Looking at the losses each year alone, they seemed reasonable. But if one added up these years, it was an astronomical figure that was shocking. Could it be that not a single official in the Imperial Court had noticed the anomaly? This thought had just arisen in Orelai Pendragon's heart when she gently extinguished it. Prince Jane was a member of the royal clan with a noble status. Who among the ordinary officials would dare to risk offending the imperial family to investigate deeply? Furthermore, the grain losses were within a normal range. Even if there were doubts, no one dared to speak up easily. What do you intend to do? Lord Tristan Thorn slightly propped up his chin, gazing at her with calm eyes. Orelai Pendragon met his gaze, and in just an instant, the two of them read the same intention in each other's eyes. Her lips slowly curled up. Take the initiative. Although the evidence was far from sufficient to convict Prince Jane, if there was no evidence, she would create it. She was an old hand at this. As for the Emperor of Orelion, he would definitely stand on her side. I have been lying flat so much that I don't know what the world is anymore. I don't even know that the past few days were the new year. Cough cough. Happy New Year, everyone. May all your wishes come true. May you all get rich. Chapter 26 has finally been changed back. Paper for sale. Paper for sale. The new issue of the Oreline Daily is out. Don't miss it if you're passing by. As the dawn's light just spilled over the flying eaves and dark tiles of Whispering Vale City, the newsboy with a cloth bag ran along the long street, his clear voice spreading through every street and alley. "One copy, please." Orelai Pendragon softly called out to stop the boy. Lord Tristan Thorn beside her subconsciously raised a hand to touch the purse at his waist. Just as his fingertips brushed the soft brocade, he saw the newsboy look up and catch sight of their faces. The boy paused, then his brows curved into 2 arcs. He bowed respectfully, refusing to even accept the silver offered to him, and hugged his newspaper box as he scampered away. Lord Tristan Thorn smiled helplessly, turned his head, and whispered to his entourage behind him, "When that child comes by again, pay him several times the price of the paper." Orelai Pendragon said nothing, her fingertips gently unfolding the newspaper. The scent of ink mixed with a faint smell of pulp wafted over. The majority of the space was dedicated to affairs in Lajou. Lord Tristan Thorn had previously taken the lead in contacting wealthy merchants in Whispering Vales for donations, and the names and merits of those who had generously contributed were all copied into the register, standing out prominently. Moving her gaze downward, a line of text regarding the disposal of the Whispering Vales noble families caught her eye. Orelai Pendragon looked at Lord Tristan Thorn. He seemed to have known she would have questions. His thin lips curled slightly, but a cold, ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. "I didn't waste any of the token you gave me last time. Since they dared to make a move against you, they should have been prepared to bear the consequences." The foundations of the world's famous noble clans were mostly gathered in Liuochuan. Those entrenched within Whispering Vales City were merely scattered side branches. Yet, even as side branches, their family wealth was immeasurable. Lord Tristan Thorn cared not for their reputation. Excluding those involved with the Zier family, he settled accounts with every single one who had laid a hand on his cousin, leaving no one out. Orelai Pendragon's eyes lit up. "How exactly did you manage to do this?" These side branches were all tough nuts to crack, and Lord Tristan Thorn had only been in Whispering Vales for a few short months. Not only had he completed the main tasks well, but he had also found time to do this. What the great scholars of later generations said was truly not false. Her cousin would succeed in whatever he did. Lord Tristan Thorn chuckled softly. "I merely published the dirty deeds they did to you word for word in the newspaper. Before I could even make a move, the people of Whispering Vales had already surrounded those mansions, leaving no room for escape. No matter how many noble descendants there were, or how many servants they had, how could they compare to the people of an entire city? Some even tried to use force against the people, an act that was simply adding fuel to the fire, making the public resentment burn even hotter. So that's how it is." Orelai Pendragon's heart suddenly cleared. She realized that she seemed to have been thinking wrongly before. Lord Tristan Thorn noticed her expression and spoke slowly. "Cousin, Have you been taking them too much to heart? One sentence awakened the dreamer. Aureli Pendragon froze. In her previous life, she had read many historical fantasy novels, so she subconsciously viewed the noble families as mountains standing before her, heavy and unshakable. For this, she had racked her brains, planning and calculating. She was intent on keep Alice the people in her heart, yet she had forgotten that the hearts of the people could be gathered, and people could shake mountains. Those noble families might have had thousands of acres of fertile land, private soldiers, and backers in the imperial court. But no matter how many soldiers they had, could they outnumber the entire great Aurelian Empire? No matter how hard their backing was, could it be harder than the Emperor of Aurelian sitting on the golden throne? As for public sentiment and public opinion, there was even less need to worry. With the sky screen, she was the trendsetter of public opinion. Thinking about it carefully, those high and mighty noble families, aside from their century-old foundations and empty reputations, had nothing left to contend with her. I understand now. Aureli Pendragon's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was me who thought everything too complicated before. In fact, it wasn't necessary at all. She possessed the right timing, the right place, and the right people. Seeing her sudden realization, Lord Tristan Thorn also laughed. He was holding a bag of glutinous rice cakes he had just bought from the roadside. Want some? Aureli Pendragon nodded heavily. It was her favourite snack. Perhaps it was because a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, but this pastry tasted exceptionally sweet. Lord Tristan Thorn took Aureli Pendragon for a stroll around Whispering Vale's city before returning to the government office. The former went to continue handling pressing matters, and Aureli Pendragon did not remain idle either. Miss Lord Hong has returned. As soon as Lyra of the Vale's voice fell, Aureli Pendragon tapped her fingertips on the pearwood desk and ordered faintly, "Let him in." The door was gently pushed open. Ronan was covered in dust from the journey, his robe stained with the grime of travel. It was clear he had ridden fast and hard, rushing from the capital without a moment's rest. He entered and saluted, holding a bright yellow brocade box in both hands, which contained the Emperor of Aurelian's personal handwritten edict. Aureli Pendragon took it and unfolded it. The ink characters were vigorous, and the decree was exactly as she had expected. The Emperor of Aurelian ordered her to act as she saw fit in this place, with the power to execute first and report later in matters of great importance. Princess, after His Majesty learned of your doubts, he personally dispatched secret guards to investigate thoroughly. Prince Jane's identity is confirmed. He is indeed of the late Emperor's bloodline, and there is no issue. Ronan's tone was solemn. However, the identity of Prince Jane's birth mother, Imperial concubine Zhu, hides a massive secret. Upon hearing this, Aureli Pendragon raised an eyebrow, waiting for the rest. Ronan told Aureli Pendragon all the information he had found. Prince Jane's birth mother, Zhu Yuxin, was the daughter of the Zhu family, the general who conquered the south during the late Emperor's reign. After the Emperor of Aurelian took the throne, he did not heavily promote the Zhu family, and the latter subsequently resigned and returned to their hometown. Hearing this, Aureli Pendragon spotted the key point. The Zhu family were powerful ministers during the late Emperor's reign. Could they really give up the power in their hands so readily? Even if the Emperor of Aurelian was capable, it shouldn't have been to the point where not even one family member remained in the court, right? Ronan nodded and continued. This matter traces back to an old affair from the generation of Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian. Back then, when the ancestors of the Zhu family established the state of Aurelian, they did not exterminate the previous dynasty's royal family but instead enfeoffed them as kings of different surnames, leaving them a lifeline. However, the former dynasty's remnants were never reconciled, plotting restoration multiple times and throwing the court into turmoil. The second Emperor of Aurelian was furious, and ordered the cleansing of the former dynasty's remnants, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The Zhu family were founding heroes who followed Emperor Constantine the founder, and their status was exalted. Yet, the heir of the Zhu family at that time secretly developed feelings for a remnant of the former dynasty. Not only did he secretly save several people, changing their names and hiding them, but he also married his beloved as his legal wife, deceiving everyone under heaven. Lara listened in shock and couldn't help but interject. Could it be that Imperial concubine Zhu is a descendant of the Zhu family and the former dynasty's remnants? Ronan shook his head, uttering words that were earth-shattering. Not so. Imperial concubine Zhu is a legitimate princess of the former dynasty. Lyra was astonished. The matriarch of the Zhu family knew that only the Zhu family could protect these remnants of the former dynasty, so she set a rule. Henceforth, Every matriarch of the Zhou family would be a daughter born of the former dynasty's remnants. This group of people had been lying low and enduring for decades. It wasn't until the late emperor was on the throne that they felt the tide had turned, and that heart began to stir again. The Zhou family originally planned to send a direct daughter of the clan into the palace for the selection, intending to use the power of the harem to pave the way for the family and seize the opportunity to support their bloodline in ascending the throne. However, the matriarch who managed the Zhou family's inner residence, and who was herself a remnant of the former dynasty, vehemently opposed it. In her heart, they were the true orthodoxy of the world. Even if they hated the Zhou family to the bone, the Zhou family were, at least, emperors. What was the Zhou family? Just a dog's leg. If the Zhou family girl entered the harem and gave birth to a son, the bloodline would be diluted beyond recognition. So they pulled a trick of Swap Palace the dragon with a phoenix. The Lady Zhou swapped her own biological daughter with her brother's daughter, letting the former dynasty's remnant take the place of the Zhou family's direct daughter to enter the palace, becoming the later imperial concubine Zhou. Meanwhile, the real Zhou family girl was relegated to a lower status under the name of her cousin. After imperial concubine Zhou entered the palace and gave birth to a prince, that prince was the current Prince Jian. The ambition of the Zhou clan was entirely pinned on Prince Jian. It was just a pity that the late emperor's methods were not weak. He absolutely would not allow in-laws to interfere in politics. The Zhou family was powerful, and Prince Jian was kicked out of the succession struggle early on. Subsequently, the Emperor of Aurelion became the emperor. What kind of person was the Emperor of Aurelion? An emperor through the ages, unparalleled in political strategy. Prince Jian dared not act rashly, and had to request to go to his fief, pretending to be a carefree person with no interest in politics, while secretly never extinguishing his ambition. Aurelion Pendragon listened quietly, feeling that it was all utter absurdity. There were too many points to criticize in this. It was no less than finishing a 6-episode dog blood historical drama. She had transmigrated here for over a decade, and had studied the history of the world since childhood. She knew deeply that the former dynasty's government was corrupt and the people were destitute, and the country had long been in jeopardy. If not for Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelion, appearing out of nowhere and unifying the country, who knows how many more years the world would have remained divided, and how much suffering from war the people would have endured. The Zhou family saved the lives of the former dynasty's remnants, but in return, they received not gratitude, but bone-deep hatred and an endless ambition for restoration. Clearly having no talent for governance and no ability to bring peace to the people, they still stared fixedly at the throne, refusing to let go, treating the world's living beings as chess pieces. How ridiculous. And that Lady Zhou, even more beyond words. Are they that desperate to be royal? Can they even abandon their own daughter? This former dynasty remnant took the surname Wei, and was outwardly a relative of the Zhou family. To let her own biological daughter enter the palace with a former dynasty remnant, and even have her daughter serve the remnant, holding the remnant in high esteem, what was she thinking? If this Zhou daughter were a normal person, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Indeed, this message was told by the real Zhou daughter herself. Ronan said. But wasn't this person crazy? As soon as this question was asked, Aurelion Pendragon figured it out. It must be feigned madness. Ronan nodded. Exactly. The Zhou daughter said that she overheard the conspiracy between Imperial concubine Zhou and Lady Zhou, and they wanted to get rid of her because she knew too many secrets. With no way out, she faked madness, was thrown into the cold palace, and has survived until now, enduring humiliation. She hated it in her heart. She must have hated it. Originally, the position of Imperial concubine should have been hers. The boundless glory should also have been hers. Her father paid her no attention, and her mother was only focused on restoring the country, using her as a sacrifice for profit. And the good sister she looked up to didn't value her life either. Therefore, when the Emperor of Aurelion sent someone to ask, she gave everything without reservation, pouring out all the secrets. Miss Zhou is truly pitiful. Lara clutched her handkerchief, her eyes slightly red. She was a soft-hearted person by nature, and after hearing that secret story, she had already empathized with it and felt full of bitterness. Aurelion Pendragon sighed. Indeed, the most innocent person in this story was Miss Zhou. The former dynasty had been dead for 200 years. Unexpectedly, the reason she was born was just to be sacrificed. Roland stood below, taking in Aurelion Pendragon's expression. He knew this master's temperament too well. She appeared cold and distant, but in her heart, she distinguished right from wrong. The following news would definitely pique her interest. Thinking of this, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Ronan's mouth, and he intentionally kept her in suspense. Miss Zhou contributed greatly. His Majesty has issued an edict to release her from the cold palace. He originally intended to send her to a quiet place outside the palace to enjoy her later years, or to bestow upon her the title of Imperial Concubine Dowager to live out her life in the palace. But unexpectedly Your Highness might want to guess what she finally chose. While speaking, Ronan's eyes were full of undisguised shock and admiration. Clearly, Miss Yu's choice far exceeded everyone's expectations. Aurelia Pendragon was amused by him and chuckled. A bit of playfulness added to her expression, and she guessed casually, could it be that she wants to be an official? It was meant to be a joke. But she saw Ronan's eyes light up, and he nodded heavily. Your Highness is truly brilliant. That is exactly it. Miss Yu, no. Now she should be called Lord Yu. She personally requested His Majesty, not seeking glory or a peaceful retirement, but only to enter the government as an official, to be a female official. Aurelia Pendragon was truly interested now, and the smile on her lips deepened a little. The Xiu family was, after all, an aristocratic family. Even if the elders in the family never cared about this direct daughter, the poetry, etiquette, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting of a noble woman were all strictly taught from a young age. Miss Yu's knowledge and talent must be excellent, and being able to make Ronan change his address to Lord on the spot was enough to show that the Emperor of Aurelion had already granted the request. That Emperor through the ages had a sharp eye. If Miss Yu did not truly have real talent and learning, and if her ability did not lose to the men in the court, he would never have broken the rules. I would really like to meet this Lord Yu, Aurelia Pendragon said directly, her eyes full of appreciation. Hearing this, Ronan laughed loudly and replied, Lord Yu has the exact same thought. She specifically entrusted me to send her greetings to Your Highness, saying that when Your Highness returns to the capital, she will definitely prepare wine and food to have a chat with Your Highness. That sounds wonderful. Aurelia Pendragon happily agreed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly thought of something, and her brows furrowed slightly. Lord Yu was once a concubine of the late Emperor, and Prince Jayan was already 35 years old. Calculating this way, she should be over 50 years old. Having suffered in the cold palace for decades, it was already not easy to survive. Thinking of this, Aurelia Pendragon's tone carried a bit of worry involuntarily. Is her health all right? Ronan comforted her. Your Highness, rest assured. His Majesty has already sent the best imperial physicians to recuperate and treat her. Lord Yu has an open-minded attitude and a tenacious will. After the imperial physician checked her pulse, they said that as long as she is carefully recuperated, living another 10 years stably is absolutely no problem. That's good. The stone hanging in Aurelia Pendragon's heart was completely lifted. She looked at the clear sky outside the window, and her heart was also wide open. Truly a piece of great news. We also need to take action. Aurelia Pendragon stood up, stroking the peace amulet at her waist, and curled her lips. After all, there are so many friends waiting for me to meet. 2 days later, Nanju. As soon as the Aurelion Daily hit the shelves, it was snatched up by the people. The newsstand at the street corner was packed, and even the corner leftovers that no one cared about on normal days were snatched up by people to read carefully. For a time, paper in Whispering Vales became expensive. The source of all this madness was simply because the newspaper contained content that made countless people overjoyed and tearful. Chapter 27 Left Adult. Studying. For free. Is this true? The old scholar at the city gate held the newspaper he had just snatched, his dim, aged eyes fixed intently on the ink characters on the paper, his thin, withered hands trembling violently and uncontrollably. He had studied diligently for decades, and knew deeply how difficult it was for children of commoners to receive an education, and how many intelligent youths were trapped in the countryside for their entire lives due to poverty, with no hope of ever succeeding. The man carrying a shoulder pole nearby heard this, and squeezed over, asking in a rough voice, Old sir, please look carefully. Is it really the government paying for it, allowing our commoners' children to attend school and study without spending a single copper? It's true, absolutely true. The old scholar nodded repeatedly, his finger pointing at the words on the newspaper, reading them out one by one, his voice hoarse with excitement. The imperial court has issued a new policy, establishing government schools in Whispering Vales as a pilot program. All children aged 6 to 12, regardless of gender or family background, whether they are scholars, farmers, artisans, or merchants, can enroll for free. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones are all provided by the government. As soon as he finished speaking, earth-shaking cheers erupted all around. A farm woman clutched her child, who was dressed in tattered clothes, and laughed through her tears. Heaven bless us. No, may His Majesty and the Prime Minister bless us. A young scholar clutched the newspaper, his eyes turning red. Mother, this is wonderful. Their family no longer had to worry day and night about tuition fees. The shopkeeper by the street leaned out, sighing repeatedly that such an unprecedented event in history had actually been encountered by their generation. One must know that studying was the exclusive privilege of the aristocratic families and powerful officials. It was an unattainable luxury for the children of commoners. The Oraline daily was passed around eagerly, its edges becoming frayed from being handled so much, and everyone in every street and alley was discussing this matter. A government official in uniform walked by, loudly announcing, "The spots in the charity schools are limited. Those interested, please go to the county office to register within 3 days. First come, first served, do not delay." Hearing this, the commoners hurriedly began to act. The peddler selling sundries put down his pole, not even having time to tidy up the small scattered items. The toffee seller wiped the water off her hands, ignored her stall, and pulled her young daughter as she squeezed towards the county office. An old woman carrying a bamboo basket glanced sideways at the widow and her daughter, her tone contemptuous. "A little girl. What is she going to study for? She's just here to snatch our spots. Stop causing trouble." The little girl looked less than 5 years old, small and thin. Frightened by this shout, she immediately shrank behind her mother, her small hands clutching her mother's hem tightly, revealing only a pair of timid eyes. The tofu seller had a fiery temper. Her willow eyebrows stood up immediately, and she retorted sharply, "You old hag, stop spouting nonsense. It is written clearly in the newspaper that both boys and girls have the opportunity to study. By blocking us like this, are you questioning the decision of little Master Dragon?" As she finished speaking, the previously timid little girl poked her head out from behind her mother, her voice soft, but filled with unshakable determination. "And little Master Dragon is also a girl. I will definitely study hard, not let my mother down, and become someone like little Master Dragon." As soon as the words "little Master Dragon" were uttered, the old woman subconsciously shrank her neck. However, being contradicted by Junior at her age, she couldn't save face and still stiffened her neck to argue that so what? Girls are just money-losing goods that will be married off in the future. What is the use of studying? Little Master Dragon is a deity descended to earth. Can you compare yourselves to her? Grandma, please stop talking. Behind the old woman, a small hand tugged at her sleeve. The speaker was a little boy, about 7 years old, wearing coarse hemp clothes, but he was kept clean and tidy, his little face rosy and plump, obviously raised with great care and affection by his family. The old woman instantly changed to a kind expression, hurriedly squatted down, and coaxed softly, "It's good and hungry. Grandma brought you a boiled egg, eat it quickly. Grandma will take you to register in a while. Our Gowden is the smartest. You will definitely become a high official in the future." Chapter 27. An immortal touches my head. However, Scraps did not accept the egg. Instead, he kept a straight little face and looked at her earnestly. "Grandma, you're wrong just now. You need to apologize to this little sister and the auntie." The old woman felt embarrassed, her aged face flushing slightly. "Scraps, you're still young. You don't understand the affairs of adults." "I do understand." Scraps suddenly raised his voice, his small body standing straight. "I am already 7 years old. Grandma always taught me to learn from Master Dragon. The Master Dragon would certainly not look down on girls, nor would she bully the weak. And Grandma, you are also a woman, but you are not a man-losing good. You warm my ice-cold feet with your belly in winter. You stay up late under the lamp to mend my clothes, and you save the best food at home for me. You are the most important person. I cannot live without Grandma." Scraps, the old woman froze in place, her eyes suddenly turning red. She had lived for more than half her life, reaching an age where she was almost ready to be buried. Since she was young, she had been nagged by her mother and grandparents that she was a man-losing good. Over time, she even believed it herself, but she had never imagined that one day she would hear such heartfelt words from her most beloved grandson. A passerby nearby couldn't help but praise, "Old lady, you've raised this grandson very well." The old woman immediately lifted her chin, her face full of pride. "That goes without saying. My Gowden is the smartest child for 10 miles around." After her pride, she turned to the woman selling tofu, her tone awkward, but sincere. "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now." Her Scraps was smart, and she listened to Scraps. "Master Dragon." At this moment, someone in the crowd whispered. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, only then discovering that Orlai Pendragon had been standing not far away, quietly watching this scene on the street, not knowing how long she had been watching. The old woman's face turned beet red immediately, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet, feeling awkward and at a loss. Orlai Pendragon walked slowly to the 2 children and gently crouched down. Although there was curiosity in the eyes of the 2 children, there was even more heartfelt admiration and closeness. She reached out her hand, one for each, and gently rubbed the tops of their heads. You both spoke very well just now. Tell big sister, what are your names? The little girl was shy by nature, but she still mustered up her courage and answered loudly, My name is Wong Erhye. After shouting, she shrank back behind her mother, only revealing a pair of bright eyes secretly looking at Orlai Pendragon. The little boy scratched his head and chuckled. My surname is Sun. Everyone calls me Scraps. The tofu seller looked at her sensible daughter, and her nose suddenly felt sore. The next second, she actually knelt down, her voice choked with sobs. Master Dragon, I am a rough person. I'm illiterate, and I don't know how to give my daughter a nice name, but I want her to have a name that truly belongs to her. I don't want her to be like me. I wonder if you could. Perhaps thinking her request was too presumptuous, her voice became lower and lower as she spoke. Orlai Pendragon understood her intention and thought for a moment. Peaches and plums do not speak, yet a path forms beneath them. How about calling her Huang Yangtze? I hope she can walk her own path in the future, brave and moving forward, without needing to rely on others. Although the tofu seller did not understand the deep meaning, she knew this was an extremely precious name, and she kowtowed repeatedly to thank her. Thank you, Master Dragon. Thank you. Orlai Pendragon hurriedly helped her up. The result was another thump. The old woman also knelt down, her eyes darting around. Orlai Pendragon found it amusing, reached out to help her up, then looked at the little boy and said, High mountains and noble paths, a gentleman is like jade. Let's call him Jingheng. This child had the air of a gentleman at such a young age. This name was quite suitable for him. Good, all good. The old woman was already muddled at this moment. Her mind was full of, I touched Master Dragon's hand. I touched Master Dragon's hand. I touched Master Dragon's hand. After Orlai Pendragon left, someone said with envious and sour words, You all have such good fortune. The old woman's mind was still in a daze. I touched Master Dragon's hand, by the way. Scraps. What is your name again? Sun Jingheng. Chapter 28. The importance of reading. The recruitment process for Whispering Vales Academy was proceeding in an orderly manner. 3 days later, the freshly minted list of students was placed on Orlai Pendragon's desk, and for once, she, who was usually good-tempered, felt a rare spark of anger. Upon looking, there were over 200 students on the list. The girls accounted for only 21 spots. 21 are chill settled in Orlai Pendragon's heart. She knew this was not the fault of the officials. Even though she had tried so hard to elevate the status of women, even though she had tirelessly advocated that boys and girls should be treated equally, even though the people of Whispering Vales respected her deeply, yet the shackles of thousands of years could not be easily broken. Orlai Pendragon desperately told herself that 21 was still a form of progress. She let out a sigh and opened her eyes. Ronan also wore a worried expression. My subordinate has done his best. Of these 21 girls, only 9 were sent willingly by their families. The others were sent either because the family had no other children, because they were well off, or because my subordinates had taught until their lips were worn thin, they said. What did they say? Ronan lowered his head. They all think that it is useless for girls to study, as they will all have to marry eventually. Orlai Pendragon took a deep breath. When she encountered old matron Agatha on the main street that day, she realized that there were countless others like her in this world. Fortunately, she had mentally prepared herself. Orlai Pendragon clutched the list in her hand. I will go personally. The first household Orlai Pendragon visited was in Zyro Huai village, the closest one to Whispering Vale City, named after a centuries-old locust tree that stood there. Her entourage was well ordered and quite conspicuous. As soon as they entered the village entrance, they attracted the gaze of all the villagers. Seeing Orlai Pendragon walking straight toward a farmhouse courtyard, the onlookers immediately began to whisper among themselves. Good heavens! What heaven-defying trouble could the Wudan family have caused to bring Master Dragon here? It must be about the schooling. Who doesn't know that Master Dragon dotes on girls? Wudan's second daughter is clearly of age and is quite sharp, but just because she's a girl, they refuse to send her no matter what. They truly don't know when they are well off. If my granddaughter went over the age limit, I would be the first to send her. The Wudan family was considered well off in Zyro Huai village. Their eldest son worked as an accountant in the city, making the family far wealthier than the average farm household. Before Orlai Pendragon had even approached the courtyard gate, a shrill, malicious curse pierced through the low courtyard wall and struck everyone's ears. You godforsaken, money-losing goods. Have you grown bold and wild now? Your little brother has already been sent to the academy to study. His hands are meant to hold a pen. You should be fetching water and watering the fields for him. Yet you dare to be unwilling. All you know is how to eat all day long. Why don't you just eat yourself to death? Immediately following this, there was a young, defiant voice, laced with tears, yet pleading repeatedly, "Why can my little brother study but I can't? I want to study. I am smarter than my little brother. I will definitely study better than him. I beg you, Grandma, please let me go to school. When I have a bright future, I will definitely be filial to you. Hey man losing goods, you dare to talk back. See if I don't beat you to death." Accompanied by the sound of a stick whistling through the air, the young girl in the courtyard let out a short, sharp cry of alarm. Orla Pendragon's expression darkened. She stepped forward, pushed the door open, and entered. Her voice was cold and powerful, instantly suppressing the violence in the courtyard. Stop. In the courtyard, 5 or 6 adults sat on a bench, with several children standing beside them. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the little girl kneeling on the ground. The adults wore various expressions. Some watched with indifference, others with contempt and mockery, completely devoid of any pity. An old woman with greying hair clutched a thick wooden stick, raising it high, about to bring it down hard on the young girl's frail body. Orla Pendragon and her party entered suddenly. The people in the courtyard were caught off guard, and were stunned by the scene, standing there open-mouthed, forgetting to move. Lyra stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Audacious!" Upon seeing the princess of the current dynasty, "Why do you not kneel?" Orla Pendragon rarely used her status to pressure others, but sometimes, only status could resolve matters quickly. The next moment, sounds of panic erupted throughout the courtyard. Looking at the cowering, terrified figures before her, Orla Pendragon felt no satisfaction, only a heavy, aching sorrow. Orla Pendragon strode forward and gently lifted the little girl, who was kneeling on the ground. The body in her arms was frighteningly light, so thin that it was almost just a handful of protruding bones, hurting her palms. Damn this feudal society. She had set the enrollment age between 6 and 12, but the child before her, withered and thin, didn't even look like she was 4 or 5 years old. In the courtyard, even children younger than her wore coarse cloth shoes, only she was barefoot. Her little feet were covered in dirt and grass clippings, and there were scars on her ankles, which made one's heart tighten. Yet, the first reaction of the little girl held in her arms was not fear or grievance, but rather her eyes lighting up. She looked up, her face tear-stained yet still bright, and said with urgent, enunciated words, using every ounce of her strength, Master Dragon, I want to study." Chapter 1: An Unexpected Opportunity. "Very well, let us study." Orla Pendragon spoke indifferently, her cold, clear gaze sweep Alice over the people in the courtyard like icy stars. She immediately withdrew her gaze and gently patted the back of the little girl in her arms, her movements light and slow, as if comforting a frightened young heart. The second household she visited was still a typical farming family. In the simple farmhouse courtyard, a young girl of about 12 was sitting on a small stool with her mother, head bowed, working diligently with needle and thread, doing embroidery. Hearing footsteps, both mother and daughter looked up simultaneously. Upon seeing it was Orla Pendragon, they hurriedly stood up and ushered the group into the house. This family had 3 children in total, 1 girl and 2 boys. Both boys had been registered, but the daughter, who was exactly the right age for school, had been kept at home. Orla Pendragon looked at the quietly bowing young girl and asked softly, "Why do you not send her to study and learn to read?" The woman beside her, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the corner of her clothes nervously and stammered, "Master Dragon, Dare is getting married next year. She must learn to do some chores so that when she goes to her husband's family, she won't be looked down upon." Married? Orla Pendragon's gaze fell on Dare's delicate face. "How old are you this year?" Dare felt a tightening in her heart under her gaze, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. 12. Next year, she will only be 13. Orla Pendragon took a deep breath. The sky screen has long issued warnings. Discussing marriage at such an age is harmful to one's physical development in every way. Furthermore, the Emperor of Orlion has long since issued a clear decree that women must be at least 18 years old to marry. Those who violate this will be severely punished. Are you not aware of this? Her tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable majesty. But as soon as she finished speaking, the whole family knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressing against the cold floor, their voices choked with sobs. "Master Dragon, please spare us. Our family is truly at a dead end. Our family of 5 is waiting to eat, and we can barely afford rice. If Dare marries over there, the other party can give a dowry of 1 tael of silver. That is our family's lifeline." The crying was hoarse, every word filled with despair. Orla Pendragon remained silent for a long time, and finally turned and left this dilapidated farmhouse. Behind her, Lara quickly followed. Looking at her profile, she asked cautiously, "Miss, Are we not going to help, dear? Aurelia Pendragon shook her head gently, her voice tinged with a powerless clarity. If I give them money to solve their difficulties today, tomorrow other families will find out and come seeking help one after another. Human greed is bottomless, while wealth is limited. Such assistance will ultimately never be enough to help all the suffering people in the world. If she hadn't personally stepped into the homes of ordinary people today, she would never have imagined that even under the clear decrees of the Emperor of Aurelion, there were still people taking risks and breaking the law. Where there is one, there will be two. In the vast great Aurelion, among the thousands of farming households, how many such broken families are hidden? She dared not think too deeply. It was not that she didn't understand. For poor families, survival has always been more important than rules and laws. In the final analysis, it is still a problem of food. Thinking of this, Aurelia Pendragon wished she could reach out and fast-forward time, skip palace directly to the day when the new grain seeds would be harvested everywhere. Returning to the government office, she immediately sought out Lord Tristanthon. The two discussed behind closed doors, refining the new school regulations item by item, and finally established the rule: anyone with school-age girls at home must send them to the academy to study. If they only send boys and not girls, the boys in the family will also have their enrollment qualifications cancelled. At the same time, it was clearly announced that after completing their studies, students who wished to pursue learning could directly participate in the imperial examination. Even if their academic performance was average, they could enter workshops run by the imperial court to work, ensuring they would not have to worry about food and clothing. Once the new regulations were issued, they immediately set off a new wave of enthusiasm in Nanju. The generous conditions made countless commoners flock to it, and even people from neighbouring prefectures and counties rushed over to ask if new-style schools could be established locally. Aurelia Pendragon did not refuse. Whispering Vales was originally a pilot site. What she planned in her heart was to implement 9-year compulsory education throughout the entire Great Aurelion in the future, allowing both boys and girls to have books to read. Those with discerning minds had long since tasted a different flavour from this new regulation. North Street, Nanju. The Cow family was one of the wealthiest merchant families in the area. When Lord Tristanthon first entered Nanju, the head of the family, Cao Yekai, was the first to take the initiative to stand up and donate money and grain. Because of this, he even received a plaque personally inscribed by Lord Tristanthon that read House of Accumulated Goodness. Cao Yekai had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son and eldest daughter had already started families. For the remaining 3 children, he had long ago hired a private tutor to teach them at home. Even though the laws of Great Aurelion stipulated that merchants could not enter officialdom, he still believed that literacy and understanding reason could never be wrong. Because of his family's wealth, he had never favoured one over the other, and his daughters learned just the same. But the scales in his heart were, after all, different. Especially when the imperial court issued new regulations allowing children of merchants who donated a certain amount to participate in examinations. He focused more of his attention on his 2 sons. Like the vast majority of people in this world, he felt from the bottom of his heart that it was useless for girls to study. It was not that he did not love his daughters, but this was just how the world was. Until the day the new government office decree was posted, students of the academy could all participate in the imperial examination in the future. How shrewd was Cao Yekai? He grasped the most critical sentence at a glance. It said students of the academy, without limiting it to men or women. Linking this to Aurelia Pendragon's consistent style of action and the shifting winds in Great Aurelion, he instantly became certain women would also be able to enter officialdom through the imperial examination in the future. What an opportunity of sky-high proportions this was. Chapter 2. I swear. Today was the first day the academy opened for classes. The whole city was abuzz with the rumour that Aurelia Pendragon would personally teach the first lesson. That was Master Dragon, after all. Before dawn, Cao Yekai, accompanied by his wife, personally brought their 3 school-age children to the entrance of the academy. He looked at his youngest daughter, Cao Ling, with a face full of affection. Thanks to Master Dragon, our Lingling now has a bright future ahead of her. When you get to the academy, be sure to listen to the teacher. You hear? Cao Ling was just as her name suggested. Her eyes were clear and bright, full of spirit. She nodded obediently. I will remember, father. Cao Yekai felt immense relief. No one knew a daughter better than her father. He knew clearly that this youngest daughter was smarter than all the other children in the family. In the past, it wasn't intelligence she lacked, but opportunity. And now, the opportunity had arrived. In front of Whispering Vales Academy, the parents sending their children off blocked the alleyway completely. Looking around, there were noticeably more young girls in the crowd, each opening their round eyes, curiously observing everything. Most were sending their children to such a formal academy for the first time, and the adults were all unable to rest easy, giving repeated instructions. Even after the children were led through the gate by the teachers, they refused to disperse, gathering in twos and threes outside the wall, craning their necks in anticipation. The sharp-witted vendors nearby saw their chance and moved their stalls over early. For a time, it was noisy and bustling. What do you think Master Dragon will teach the children in the first lesson today? Who knows? Reading, arithmetic, or needlework? Whatever she teaches, it's bound to be useful since it's Master Dragon teaching. Discussions filled the air. Everyone's thoughts were tied to those small figures inside their academy. No one expected that the first lesson at Whispering Vale's Academy would not be indoors. The children were led by the teachers, lined up neatly by height, standing in an open space. A straight, slender, and tall pole stood directly in front of them. The children, having never seen such a formation, were chattering away, their eyes filled with irrepressible excitement. At this moment, Orelai Pendragon, dressed in simple, plain clothing, walked forward step by step. Just a few steps were enough to make all the children hold their breath. As the interim head of Whispering Vale's Academy, Orelai Pendragon stepped up and said two things. If the youth are strong, the country is strong. Today, in this first lesson, what I want to teach you is to love your home and country. Her voice, amplified through a crudely made speaker, reached the crowd. It also travelled outside the courtyard walls, falling into the ears of the adults. Love one's country. Everyone was stunned. Among them were those who had studied books, but when they were in school, had teachers ever taught them this? How does one teach patriotism? Before they could think further, a bold and solemn piece of music suddenly rang out within the academy. The melody was clanging and forceful, grand in spirit. Each note and phrase struck the heart like drum beats, and like a long wind blowing through the hall, reaching straight to the soul. The commoners, who had never heard such music, held their breath, even softening their breathing. They only felt a strange heat in their hearts, an indescribable emotion surging in their chests. As the music reached its climax, someone pointed to the sky above the academy and exclaimed in shock, "Look! What is that?" Everyone looked up in unison. They saw a bright flag rising slowly with the wind on that long pole, with a black background and golden patterns. It was the flag of Great Orelion. As the last note of the music faded, the flag reached the top of the pole, unfurling in the clear sky and snap palace in the wind. Then came the young and uniform voices of the children. "I take the oath. I am a citizen of Great Orelion, born on Orelion land, raised on Orelion soil. I honor my ancestors, protect my home and country, do not bully the weak, and do not fear the powerful. I study hard to increase my wisdom, cultivate myself to establish virtue. Today I am a youth, tomorrow I shall be a pillar of the nation. I am willing to entrust my heart to Huaxir, and dedicate my years to these mountains and rivers. May my Great Orelion have safe mountains and rivers, a prosperous country, and peaceful people. This heart shall not waver, and this life shall not be in vain." The sound pierced the walls, echoing through the entire street, falling into the ears of every commoner, and carving itself into everyone's hearts. The parents outside the academy stood silently, looking at the flag fluttering high above, their eyes unknowingly growing hot. They understood that from this day on, Whispering Vales had changed. The children of the Orelion Empire were different now too. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers draped in brocade. Great Orelion stands for 1,000 autumns. Hemp and mulberry cover the fields. The people are happy and peaceful. The clear wind and bright sunshine upon the divine land. The sky screen suddenly lit up. This time, it was not Chrono Archivist Echo's familiar opening remarks. It was a magnificent song. Accompanying the song was an equally shocking video. In the picture, countless people wearing ancient costumes gathered in a square. There were men and women, old and young. They all looked solemnly at the flag in the center of the square, singing the same song in unison. The youth have grand ambitions and burning hearts, reading and understanding reason to become pillars of the nation, with all one's heart not failing the expectations of home and country, with upright integrity guarding all directions. The people of Whispering Vales were all startled, because this was a song they had already heard just a moment ago. Chapter 3: How to Make a Dynasty Last Forever. Flags unfurl against the azure clouds, illuminating the sun and moon. Oaths ring out, echoing across the vast wilderness. In this life, I shall forever be a son of Great Orelion, working together to build a prosperous age for 10,000 years. What a magnificent working together to build a prosperous age for 10,000 years. Emperor of Orelion clapped his hands, his eyes shining brightly. Every line of these lyrics sang directly into his heart. He felt his blood boiling, his heart surging with such fervor that he wished he could return to his youth and charge in and out of enemy lines 7 times over. His gaze remained fixed on the unfurling flag, and he seemed to understand something. "My good daughter, what have you conjured up this time?" "Hello everyone, I'm your Great Oraline content creator, Chronoarchivist Echo. Long time no see, I have missed you all so much." Chronoarchivist Echo's figure arrived, albeit a little late. She was still the same as ever, and her lively voice made everyone beneath the sky screen subconsciously break into a smile. It's here. First to check in, the lyrics are well written, and the melody is composed beautifully. She is truly the #1 musician of Great Oraline. Oralyre. To those who say Lord Tristan Thorn is a jack of all trades, our Oralyre is the same. She can do whatever is needed of her. Hehe, truly the couple I ship. I believe everyone has already noticed something different about this video. That's right, the beginning of the video shows the people of Great Oraline watching the national flag raising ceremony and singing the national anthem together on Great Oraline's National Day. Hearing it made my Tunabu soul burn with intensity. Oh my god, look. As she spoke, Echo gave a close-up of her arm. One could see the hairs on her arm standing on end. I'm really not exaggerating. The depth of the love the people of Great Oraline have for Great Oraline is just as intense as our love for our own motherland. The one who deserves credit for all of this is, of course, our Oralyre. Echo spoke with grace. A scroll of history unfurled once again before the eyes of countless people. I have a question for everyone, and please feel free to answer enthusiastically. If one wants to make a country truly immortal, what is required? As soon as these words were spoken, the audience beneath the sky screen began to ponder. Minister of Rights Lucius Van stroked his beard, squinting his eyes as he said, "Is there any need to ask? It is naturally grain. Grain is the foundation of a nation." On the border of Aegis marches, General Kalen had just finished a duel at the training grounds. Hearing this, he said earnestly, "It must be the military. Only when the military becomes powerful can Great Oraline fear no foreign enemies and be invincible." Inside the Zai residence, Lord Tristan Thorn subconsciously blurted out, "It is culture." The Imperial Palace. Crown Prince Julian stood respectfully by the side of the Emperor of Oraline. Earlier, he had proposed several answers in succession, but he saw that his father's brows remained slightly furrowed, and his expression was solemn, clearly indicating that none had hit the mark. His heart stirred, and he bowed and asked, "Father, your son is dull-witted. I do not know what, in your heart, is truly able to make the nation last forever." The Emperor of Oraline was also thinking, is it military might? Is it grain? Or is it wealth? Or perhaps cultural heritage? No, it is none of these. These things can indeed make a country powerful, but they cannot make it immortal. In the mind of the Emperor of Oraline, the images from the sky screen just moments ago replayed uncontrollably. Countless commoners in plain clothes stood with their heads held high, their eyes burning with fervour as they gazed at the Great Oraline flag unfurling in the wind. Even though it was merely ordinary people gathered in one place, he saw a power within them that he had never seen before. At that moment, he understood. It is spirit. It is spirit. Far away at the Whispering Vales Academy, Oralyre Pendragon replied to the same question. One monarch and one subject, in different places, uttered the exact same answer. At the same time, the sky screen scrolled with countless comments. Is there any need to ask? It is naturally spirit. These two simple words caused countless people across the world to fall into deep thought. Spirit, it cannot be seen, it cannot be touched, it cannot be eaten as food, and it cannot be worn as clothing. Can it really make a dynasty immortal? Chapter 4. The spirit has been formed. Let's take an example. Looking back 500 years to the state of Chen, which could be considered one of the most prosperous periods in Huaxia history. This country had money, grain, and soldiers. Its capabilities in all aspects far exceeded those of other countries at the time. Yet, it was destroyed at the height of its power. Isn't that absurd? Beneath the sky screen, Oralyre Pendragon nodded. She had read this history of the state of Chen. The ruler of the state of Chen at the time, Chen Pyro, could be considered a great monarch with grand strategies in his heart. How was the state of Chen destroyed? The reason was quite ridiculous. At that time, the world had not yet been unified. One of the neighbouring states, the state of Lu, was terrified that the state of Chen would attack them. So, the libationer of Lu came up with an idea, spread the rumour that the state of Chen was a country not favoured by heaven, blah blah blah, telling the people of Chen to flee quickly. Even the ruler of Lu thought this absurd reason was lacklustre, and didn't hold much hope for it, but he was truly out of options at the time. Who could have imagined that when the news reached Jericho enclave on the border of the state of Chen, everyone from the officials down to the commoners was gripped by panic? I have collected some materials and prepared a VCR for you all. Please take a look. The video began to play. The architecture of Jericho Enclave, which existed 500 years before the state of Aurelian, was more archaic and simple. Yet, on the bustling streets, every person in Jericho Enclave wore a smile. It was evident that they were living fulfilling and prosperous lives. Seeing this, countless people raised questions. They are living so well, which means their monarch is a wise ruler, and the country is very strong. Would they really be deceived by a few words from the state of Lu? The commoners in the impoverished regions of the state of Aurelian were very envious. How wonderful. Those who had read history books shook their heads. Often, the most absurd things turn out to be true. In the video, people whose attire clearly did not belong to the state of Chen were seen speaking with a foreign accent, uttering nonsensical things in tea houses and taverns, throwing the people of Jericho Enclave into a state of extreme panic. This group of people would approach anyone from Jericho Enclave they saw and whisper in their ear, "Heaven is coming to collect you Aureli Pendragon." Chrono Archivist Echo's video editing skills were truly becoming more and more proficient. What was clearly official history became somewhat humorous in her hands. A few days later, this sentence spread throughout Jericho Enclave and continued to spread outward. The officials and commoners of Jericho Enclave gathered together, and just like that, they rose in rebellion. Wherever they went, they would tell this rumor to the local people. By the time the news reached the capital of Chen, more than half of the state of Chen's territory had fallen. The young king of Chen, having learned everything, the king of Chen was so angry, he laughed. He immediately summoned all his officials. Given the current situation, can you all break this deadlock? The king of Chen originally thought his subordinates were there to assist him, but he never expected that these people couldn't come up with a solution during court, and after court, they would gather together to chat about that sentence, "Heaven is collecting Chen." That's right, they believed it too. Speaking of this, Echo showed an expression of speechlessness. The video continued to play. The wise and martial king of Chen returned to his bedchamber to handle state affairs. Even though the country was in turmoil, the commoners in other regions still needed him. But he kept the commoners in his heart. The commoners treated him like dirt. Public opinion grew increasingly intense, and rumors filled even the capital. In the end, this king's fate was to be forced to abdicate. In prison, he still felt that everything that had happened was too surreal, like a dream. Before his death, he looked up at the sky and said only a few words. How absurd. It was indeed very absurd. Seeing this, Aureli Pendragon pursed her lips. This history had a sequel. The sequel was that the king of Lu had caused the state of Chen to end up like this without spending a single soldier or horse, and he himself was very confused. After the king of Chen abdicated, the new king had no idea how to govern the country, and this was a place punished by heaven, so everyone put their heads together and presented the state of Chen to the state of Lu. The king of Lu knew best what was going on, so he smilingly accepted. And that king of Lu was a foolish ruler. Just looking at the fact that his subordinates could come up with such a terrible idea, one knew what kind of people were in his court. After taking the state of Chen, he only knew how to exploit it. The lives of the commoners in the former Chen territory grew worse day by day. They gradually realized something was wrong, but it was too late to regret. What's even funnier is, after the king of Yan learned about the twists and turns of this, he had a small head full of big question marks. He also learned the method the state of Lu used to take the state of Chen, and sent spies to whisper in the ears of the people of Lu, "Heaven is coming to collect you." Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. And just like that, the state of Lu was gone too. Aureli Pendragon. The commoners of the state of Aurelian, who were hearing about this history for the first time. It was indeed quite funny. Who said the king of Lu's strategists were all useless bags of rice? This is simply the talent of a kingmaker doge. I only found out about this story today. The commoners of the state of Chen really brought this upon themselves. They ruined their own good lives. There's no help for it. Ancient people were too superstitious. They only knew that power was divinely ordained and did not understand what it meant for man to conquer nature. Man can conquer nature. The Emperor of Aurelian repeatedly savoured these 4 words, agreeing immensely. Even if there were truly immortals and gods in this world, they were nothing more than onlookers who watched the mortal world with cold eyes and never showed compassion for the common people. Aureli Pendragon deeply agreed with this. Coming from the modern era, she believed more in science. People always attributed natural and man-made disasters entirely to the wrath of heaven or the moral failure of the monarch. Thus, emperors would issue edicts of self-reproach, fasting and praying for blessings. Yet, heaven and earth remained silent, and disasters continued to run rampant. The foolish still did not wake up to themselves, only saying that the divine punishment had not yet dissipated and their sincerity was not enough. But our raging floods can be diverted by building levees. 1,000 miles of scorched earth can be irrigated by digging canals. If there is famine everywhere, why is it impossible to store grain to prepare for shortages? All sorts of suffering are clearly because human effort has not reached far enough. The so-called divine right of kings is merely an invisible shackle placed upon the monarch and the masses. It teaches monarchs to fear heaven, teaches commoners to submit to fate, and teaches everyone to hand over their destiny to the void of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, she did not believe in it. The Emperor of Aurelian did not believe in it either. If heaven does not save people, people must save themselves. If we carefully study this history, was it really the so-called public opinion that made the people of the state of Chen rebel against their own country without hesitation? Feudal superstition certainly played a part, but in the final analysis, it was still a lack of identification with their own country. They had no sense of belonging and did not consider themselves people of the state of Chen at all. However, this cannot be blamed on them. No one had ever taught them what a country was, what a home was, or what it meant that only with a country can there be a home. Therefore, even after the great unification later on, the seemingly prosperous country lacked the most important part. That is the soul. And Aurelia, one of the greatest contributions she made to the state of Aurelian, was forging the soul. Starting from the state of Aurelian, every dynasty had something exclusive that could connect people under heaven together. It was invisible and intangible, yet deeply rooted in the bloodline of every person, giving scattered people a place to return to and giving ordinary people a faith. From then on, every subject on this land could clearly know where they came from, where their roots were, and where their heart belonged. This is the spirit. Yes, the glorious state of Aurelian is truly the greatest dynasty in history. Because the state of Aurelian was strong, and because Aurelia let them know who they were no matter where the people of Aurelian went, they could proudly say they were people of the state of Aurelian. Hey, even in the later generations thousands of years later, we still like to say we are people of Aurelian. This is a mark engraved in the soul. Agreed. A country may fall, history may be broken, but only the spirit is immortal. This is the answer given by the state of Aurelian. What? Descendants thousands of years later still call themselves people of Aurelian. The Emperor of Aurelian's breathing stalled. He counted on his fingers how many dynasties must have passed. He couldn't count them all, but the corners of his mouth widened more and more. Indeed, the state of Aurelian had truly been passed down continuously. At this very moment, countless people of Aurelian puffed out their chests and held their heads high. Aurelia Pendragon looked at the children, who also couldn't help but lift their chins, her eyes curving into crescents. The spirit is formed. Chapter 5, King Taran the Craven. Since we've touched upon this topic, we must discuss the importance of spirit. After talking for so long, the video was only halfway through. Echo took a sip of water and cleared her throat. Her gaze became somewhat melancholy. Sigh. Aurelia Pendragon, what happened now? Aurelia Pendragon was starting to get PTSD just hearing Echo sigh. The others were also very confused. But at this moment, the comments became dense. Are we finally talking about that part of history? Woo. I guessed what you're about to say. Tears flow before words are even spoken. Let me prepare some tissues. It's simply the most tragic period for great Aurelian. Emperor of Aurelian, what on earth happened in the later dynasty to be described as tragic? A piece of sorrowful, heroic music began to play, and the story slowly unfolded. What spread out on the screen was a city wall built of concrete, with a plaque that read Aegis Marches. The border. The people of Aegis Marches immediately recognized their own land. General Kalen Vanguard's eyes lit up. Father, it's our Aegis Marches. General Kalen looked at his naive son, his face revealing helplessness. This child had grown up a bit recently, but not by much. Judging by the tone of the chrono-archivist and the people of the future, something bad clearly happened. So why was he so happy? Inside Aegis Marches city, the commoners were dressed neatly and were hurrying through the streets and alleys. Judging by their expressions, something major had clearly happened. And on the city walls, soldiers in uniform, holding firearms, stood ready in battle formation. The prefectural office. A middle-aged man in official robe stood in the central square, watching the gathering crowd, his eyes filled with vicissitudes and heartache. The sky screen displayed his name, Prefect of Aegis Marches, Prefect Huozan. Prefect Huozan. Upon seeing this, the Emperor of Aurelian searched his mind over and over, but could not find any official named Huo. However, the sky screen was clearly showing later history. It was expected that the names wouldn't match. In the video, when the commoners had mostly gathered, Prefect Alden said painfully, "Are you all fools? I told you to run as far as you can. We are enough to handle this here. So why are you staying? Do you not want your lives? In the crowd, a woman raised the kitchen knife in her hand and shouted, Prefect Hugh, how can you say that? We are all people of Aegis Marches, all people of Great Aurelion. With Great Aurelion in such a state, how can we abandon our home and country? Exactly, someone echoed. This is our home. This is our root. Prefect Alden closed his eyes. Do you know that the Son of Heaven has already abandoned this place? So what? Said a female general wearing armor. The Emperor is heartless, but we are people of Great Aurelion, and we still want to protect this land. In the 15th year of Se, the coalition forces invaded Great Aurelion. At that time, King Taran the Craven was muddled and cowardly, afraid of death. Upon receiving the news, he immediately signed an agreement with the envoys and ceded 3 border prefectures. The descendants of the Pendragon family, who had already gone into seclusion, learned of the news and rushed to the imperial court to tear up the agreement, angrily denouncing King Taran the Craven. They were thrown into the celestial prison, and only thanks to the secret efforts of Cassius of the Zoo family were they not executed. What? In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelion, who had just been happy, was suddenly shocked by this news, and nearly died of anger. King Taran the Craven. King Taran the Craven. What to find King Taran the Craven? Whose descendant is this? Crown Prince Julian. You had better give me an explanation. Being muddled and incompetent is one thing, but he even wanted to kill loyal officials. Is he an idiot? The Emperor of Aurelion stared at Crown Prince Julian with unkind eyes. Crown Prince Julian. How was he supposed to answer that? This was clearly something that happened at the end of the dynasty. It had been unknown centuries until now. How could this be blamed on him? Seriously, father, please calm your anger. After all, he was his father. Crown Prince Julian was afraid he might make himself sick with anger, so he quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Get on your knees. Crown Prince Julian, Lauleti B6 Arabicte. Lauleti B6. Meanwhile, the screen split in 2. On the left, the imperial palace was brightly lit, with music playing endlessly. Brocade covered the floors, pearls adorned the decorations, and the obese King Taran the Craven reclined on a soft couch, fine wine constantly at his hand, his eyes filled with carelessness. Heh, beauty. An attendant cautiously stepped forward, bowing and whispering, Your Majesty, the coalition envoys are urging again, saying that Master Dragon was disrespectful to them, and they want you to cede 5 more prefectures. King Taran the Craven waved his hand, his tone as casual as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Why the rush? It's just a few dilapidated cities. Just give them to them. As long as they don't attack the capital, I can still be my emperor peacefully and securely. And that Aureli Pendragon, does she really think the Pendragon family is the same as it was before? A sycophantic official on the side quickly echoed, Your Majesty is wise. Those who recognize the times are wise. And as long as the green hills remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. Yes, the commoners are nothing but grass. What is there to worry about? As long as Your Majesty is safe, our great Aurelion is not lost. King Taran the Craven laughed heartily upon hearing this, raised his hand, and drank another cup of wine. Well said. Come, continue the music, continue the dance. I am happy today. Bells and drums rang out together, and exotic dances were performed. Deep within the 9-layered palace, it was a scene of singing and dancing, whitewashing the piece. On the right side of the screen, the city walls of Aegis Marches were already covered in blood, a desperate fight to the death. Artillery fire collapsed half of the city wall, the smoke so thick it was blinding, and the roars of the coalition forces, and the sound of clashing weapons were close at hand. The bullets in Prefect Huazun's gun had long since run out. He drew his personal short sword and shouted, Commoners, run. The soldiers are guarding this place. You must survive to keep the seed of Aegis Marches alive. The woman who had been holding the kitchen knife earlier, her hair dishevelled, had scavenged a weapon from the corpse at her feet and fired a shot at the enemy unskillfully. Prefect Hugh, if we leave, you will guard this city. Who will protect this land? A young boy beside her said with a trembling but firm voice, My father was a great Aurelion soldier who died on the battlefield, and I cannot bring shame to him. The female general gritted her teeth and dug a bullet out of her flesh, tearing her clothes to staunch the bleeding. She looked coldly toward the direction of the imperial palace. The emperor can abandon great Aurelion, but we cannot. He is not worthy of being the emperor of Aurelion, but we are worthy of being the people of great Aurelion. Prefect Alden closed his eyes, 2 lines of hot tears mixed with blood sliding down. I, Huazun, have been an official all my life, never begging heaven, never begging earth today. I only beg all of you to survive. Prefect, if we go together. If we die together. The female general suddenly drew the long sword at her waist, pointing the blade at the rushing enemy army, her voice resounding across the sky. Where are the people of Great Orlion? The entire city of commoners, remnants of soldiers, the old, the weak, women, and children all roared in unison, here. We will live and die with Aegis marches. We will live and die with Great Orlion. Chapter 6. The last song of the dynasty. No reinforcements, no provisions, no protection from the emperor. Even the imperial court behind them had already treated them as abandoned pawns. But the people of Aegis marches did not give up. When their ammunition was exhausted, they picked up every weapon they could use. Kitchen knives, wooden sticks, hoes, stones, every inch of land, every inch of blood. In extremely dire circumstances, the 300,000 soldiers and civilians of Aegis marches held out for 4 months. In the later stages, without ammunition support, they used their lives to fill the gap, stubbornly preventing the coalition forces from capturing even a fraction of the city. During this period, the coalition even produced the Edict of King Taran the Craven, filled with words berating the people of Aegis marches for being ungrateful and disloyal, ordering them to surrender. But the soldiers and civilians of Aegis marches knew that if they gave up, the backbone of the Orlion people would be broken and could never be straightened again. So, with their flesh and blood, they protected the national soul of Great Orlion. As chronoarchivist Echo's words ended, the camera gave a close-up of the people on the battlefield. Their condition was poor, yet their eyes were exceptionally bright, and their backs were held straight. A young female general, her body pierced by bullets, stubbornly held onto the flag belonging to the Orlion Empire. Under circumstances where they feared not life nor death, treating their lives as nothing, the coalition's firepower was also depleted. The coalition leader issued an order to cease the attack, but the people of Aegis marches did not breathe a sigh of relief. The coalition was cunning. They took advantage of the lull to reinforce their defenses, preparing to resist the next attack. Beneath the sky screen, a dead silence. Orlar Pendragon clenched her fists, and Lara of the Vale's eyes were filled with anger. The children in the square had tears shimmering in their eyes. They seemed to understand something. Inside the imperial palace, the Emperor of Orlion suppressed. Extreme rage erupted. What a good King Taran the Craven. He was trembling with anger. He kicked over the table in front of him, the sound of shattering porcelain piercing and shocking. I have spent my whole life trying to give my people a good life, not to be trampled upon and abandoned by that muddle-headed monarch. He treated the people as his own children. Witnessing them being trampled upon now was like digging into his heart and cutting his flesh. Is he just abandoning a few prefectures? He is abandoning the tens of millions of subjects of the Orlion Empire. He is abandoning the 1,000-year integrity of the Orlion people. The Emperor of Orlion pointed at the debauchery in the deep palace shown on the screen, his voice trembling. Peace and prosperity. He is not worthy. The soldiers are bathed in blood outside the city. The people are fighting to the death inside, and he is drinking and seeking pleasure, ceding territory to beg for glory. Crown Prince Julian. Look, this is the descendant of your Orlion Empire. Crown Prince Julian, kneeling on the ground, turned pale. He wanted to say, Father, this is also your descendant. He thought better of it. It would be bad if he angered his father to the point of illness. Heartbroken, the palace sings and dances every night, while Aegis marches flows with blood. The monarch abandons the country, but the people do not. This is the true Orlion Empire. Emperors can be replaced, but the soul of the Orlion people will never break. Prefect Huozan, the female General Tangier, the kitchen knife auntie, and many other nameless people, they are the backbone of the Orlion Empire. Orlar Pendragon stared blankly at the sky screen, her fingertips cold. She finally understood the deep, painful sorrow hidden in chronoarchivist Echo's sigh. The most absurd thing is, those high above do not want the home and country. The most humble people are using their lives to protect that home and country. And people like the Aegis marches civilians are not in the minority. The video continued to play. The scene switched to other prefectures also abandoned by King Taran the Craven. It was still a tragic scene. Every citizen was guarding their own home. If King Taran the Craven won't send troops, then the whole nation will become soldiers. People all over the world are paying attention to what is happening here. Kaijixin, the most famous poet of the late Orlion Empire, wielded his brush to write the final swan song of the dynasty. The scene unfolded. This time, the setting was a red light district. Warm fragrance lingered, and the music of strings and flutes was decadent. Sir Alaric looked thin, with traces of decadence hidden between his brows. He sat in a corner, drinking dejectedly. At the neighbouring tables were court officials in fine robes and hats, raising their wine cups frequently, laughing and talking frivolously. One man stroked his beard and laughed. Since His Majesty has moved, those border prefectures, let them be lost. Why bother worrying about them? Another clapped his hands in agreement. Even if they could be defended, what good would it do? It is better to drink and listen to music here and live in peace. Others sneered. Those ignorant people who hold on to their homes are just seeking their own deaths. Every word and sentence was like an ice pick stabbing the heart. Ha 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 ha. Sir Alaric laughed. He laughed maniacally. He laughed until his body trembled. He laughed until tears came out. But there was no joy in that laughter. It sounded like hot blood frozen into cold iron, shattering in this flashy red light district. What are you laughing at? The pot-bellied official's face darkened. He put down his wine cup, frowned, and scolded. Sir Alaric abruptly stopped laughing and wiped his tears. His thin palm slammed onto the table, causing the cups and plates to rattle. He pointed at the well-dressed ministers, his words like knives. I am laughing at you for holding high positions and eating the monarch's salary. Yet at the time of the nation's fall and family destruction, you're drowning in luxury and seeking temporary ease. I am laughing at you for seeing the monarch abandon the country, the border bleeding, and the people becoming ghosts, yet still being able to drink and make merry here, laughing and talking. I am laughing at this Aurelian Empire dynasty for raising a group of heartless, shameless things like you. The angry roar shook the building. For a moment, everyone was silent, and no one made a sound. Sir Alaric looked at these well-dressed beasts and felt only deep sorrow. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the large red silk curtains hanging on both sides of the restaurant. That was the most luxurious colour in the capital, which looked particularly jarring against the backdrop of the country's destruction. Without waiting for others to stop him, the thin figure rushed forward, snatched the wolf hair brush from a scholar at a nearby table, dipped it into the wet ink, and in one step, wrote with sweet palace strokes on the scarlet silk fluttering in the wind, his strength piercing through the fabric. The king abandoned the rivers and mountains, resigning the 9 ancestral temples. The wind is sorrowful, the sun is dim, and the 9 provinces are in darkness. The imperial carriage departs, leaving no shadow of return. 10,000 subjects guard the lonely city, fighting to the death at the gates, holding firewood and thorns like iron halberds, hiding a fierce bone in the heart to act as a heroic soul. Rather follow the old land into dust than turn towards the smoke of war and shame the roots of Aurelian. When the country falls, there's still the spirit of 1,000 autumns. When the Lord abandons it, there still remains eternal dignity. Do not say the dynasty is now finished. The backbone of the people is the universe. The last character fell, and he threw the brush hard onto the ground, laughing as he left. The entire red light district was in dead silence. Everyone stared at that line of handwriting. Each sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, like a raging fire burning their faces. Some were trembling all over. Some looked ashen. Some lowered their heads in shame, their ears burning, unable to face anyone. Good. What a good Kai Jackson. Sir Alaric was the most famous poet of the late Aurelian Empire, and also the most regrettable. Yes, he clearly had a belly full of talent, but because his family was poor and he had no money to bribe the examiners, his exam papers were suppressed. When the court posted the results, he saw that the top scorers were not as good as him, and felt sad. But what he got in return was torture. At that time, he was already disappointed with the imperial court. This was the outcome he got after 10 years of hard study. Sigh. There is no way. The fall of a dynasty does not happen overnight. The emperors before King Taran the Craven were almost all like this. Emperor Alai of Aurelian was okay. He really wanted to turn the tide, but the trend of decline was already apparent. There was no way. Dear readers, can you send some free power for love? I don't know why there are so many requests for updates every day, but I earn less than 70 yuan a day Armenian tamna. Although the word count is not high, there are still over 100,000 words left to finish, and I really can't hold on anymore. I have already started a new book and don't have the energy to write 2 at the same time. Chapter 6 Shocking. Young Master Dragon actually teaches the art of slaying dragons. That is right. The comments on the sky screen are absolutely correct. The decay of a dynasty is never forged in a single day. No matter how prosperous the Aurelian Empire is, it is impossible for every generation to have a wise ruler. Aureli Pendragon sighed softly. As the saying goes, Shub and the Emperor of Aurelian left too early. As the first line of defense on the border, after holding out for several months, Aegis marches finally welcomed reinforcements. Oh, so King Taran the Craven actually has a shred of conscience. Someone sneered. Before the words faded, flags billowed on the sky screen. A force slowly pressed toward the battlefield from the horizon, and everyone could clearly see what they looked like. They were not wearing standard military uniforms. The weapons in their hands were a motley assortment. Their ages varied. There were white-haired elders, as well as youths no older than 10. Their formations did not look like they had undergone professional training, yet every face held a determination to die. They were the common people, ordinary people from all corners of the Aurelian land, speaking with different local accents. The sky scream sounded again. In this war of allied invasion, where the emperor abandoned his duties, the territory of the Aurelian Empire did not lose a single city or territory. The common people supporting Aegis marches came from all over. There were farmers engaged in farming, female workers from textile mills, owners of tea houses, merchants from abroad, minor clerks from the Yemen, and even officials. There were scholars who cast aside their brushes for the sword, and old generals who returned to the front lines. If one were to ask them why they did this, they had already given the answer. The scene shifted. The war had ended. Everyone was sorrowfully burying the bodies of their compatriots, and Legate Julian Vance asked the same thing, and they only replied with one sentence: "We are the people of Aurelian." Sob, sob, I'm really crying. They were raised with this kind of upbringing since childhood, having heard so much about the integrity of their predecessors. They loved this land from the bottom of their hearts. Damn King Taran the Craven. After Sir Alaric finished writing his final poem, he gave away all his family wealth to rush to the battlefield. He had no strength to truss a chicken, just a scholar. Even though his talent was peerless, he was buried on the battlefield. It is truly my regret. Sigh. The sky screen narrated this story, and one could feel the sorrow within the fragments of words. In the face of the Aurelian people's suicidal fighting style, the Allied forces knew fear. They could fight against soldiers, but this group of Aurelian people were simply lunatics. No matter what methods the Allied forces used, they could not break through the defense line. Even offering high official positions and real gold and silver could not alienate a single person. The Allied forces were curious. Since the people of the Aurelian Empire possessed such terrifying unity, how could they have such spineless monarchs and officials? They had read the history of Huixir and simply could not understand how, when it came to this place, the situation was reversed. Aurelian Pendragon could answer this question. It was simply because life had been too stable and too wonderful. When the national strength of the Aurelian Empire was supreme in the world, those mediocre emperors who succeeded to the throne no longer knew where the path ahead lay. As time passed, the social atmosphere relaxed, and people became slack. Without competition, there was no pressure. By the generation of King Taran the Craven, power and luxury had already fostered his nature of indulging in pleasure and being stubborn. He only loved to hear pleasant words, so only treacherous sycophants remained by his side. Truly talented people had no way to serve the country. Moreover, by that time, the operation of the imperial dynasty had nothing to do with the emperor. To put it more bluntly, the emperor was no longer needed. Chronoarchivist Echo's words continued. Her next statement was incredibly shocking. This goes back to the time of Emperor Valerius of Aurelian. From the moment Aurelian began establishing schools, she injected spirit and soul into the people of Aurelian. I have searched through history books and only saw her teaching the people to love their country and teaching the world to be self-reliant. But I have never seen any historical record of her teaching anyone to be blindly loyal to the monarch. We have a very hot topic here, which is, what Aurelian taught was simply the art of dragon slaying. The more you understand her, the more you will find that her ideology looks redder the more you look at it. What? Crown Prince Julian, kneeling on the cold ground, shuddered, completely stunned. For the art of dragon slaying? That is treasonous. He suddenly looked up at his father, the Emperor of Aurelian. However, he saw that the Emperor of Aurelian was not only not shocked or angry, but instead leisurely poured himself a cup of hot tea and smiled faintly. Why panic? I am that girl's father. Could she really slay me? The Emperor of Aurelian still bared his teeth. This Echo truly could explode with earth-shattering words every time she appeared. In fact, he had understood long ago. In her bones, Aurelian Pendragon never had blind loyalty to the monarch. She devoted herself to assisting the country, never for the sake of the Emperor alone, but for the aspirations in her heart. What were her aspirations? It was the common people of the world. She was loyal to the land, loyal to the people. The Emperor of Aurelian sipped his tea and swept his gaze faintly over eunuch Seneschal Cedric, who was standing to the side, wondering to himself, this old thing actually did not tremble in fear today. It is a bit uninteresting. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, heck, he was used to it. He felt that if Master Dragon really wanted to slay the dragon, His Majesty would be more than happy to step down. No choice. The reputation was there. His Majesty's indulgence and trust in Master Dragon were truly rare in history. At the same time, in Nanju, when the words dragon slaying came out of Chronoarchivist Echo's mouth, Ronan's eyes narrowed, locking onto Aurelian Pendragon. You. On any other day he would have already drawn his sword, but at this moment, he absurdly felt that whatever the person in front of him did was right. Besides, if he drew his sword, he certainly would not be able to walk out of here today. Didn't he see that the subordinates who had followed him for many years were all staring at him with vigilant eyes? Countless gazes fell upon Orlai Pendragon. She stood with her hands behind her back, her expression calm and unruffled. Everyone suddenly understood. Echo was right. But did Master Dragon really have the ambition to slay the dragon? It really did not look like it, no matter how one looked at it. It is like this, in that era where power was supreme, Orlai could actually hold a stalk of rice, with red eyes, and say long live the people. Oh my god, such a red ideology. The wheat has ripened thousands of times, but this is the first time for long live the people. What a red heart. What an upright character. She enlightened the people and taught them to be their own masters. If this is not the art of dragon slaying, what is? So this was the way of dragon slaying. The Emperor of Aurelion was thoughtful. A moment later, he suddenly chuckled, his eyes clear. If this is her way of dragon slaying, then I truly hope that my people will all be like dragons. Actually, the ideology of Emperor Valerius of Aurelion was also quite red, but he was also limited by his own status. After all, after Aurelion taught the first batch of students, Emperor Valerius was grading the exam papers and said something that a feudal emperor could never possibly say. He said, everyone is like a dragon, under the sky screen. The hearts of the common people had never been so burning, so they could also stand tall and upright. They looked down on themselves, but they respected Master Dragon, and the Emperor of Aurelion held them in his heart. Master Dragon said long live the people. The Emperor of Aurelion wished for them all to be like dragons. Someone could not help but shed tears. How fortunate I am to have been born in the Aurelion Empire. Chapter 7 Orlai Pendragon, I really will thank you. It is precisely because of such monarchs and ministers that there is such a wonderful state of Aurelion, and such gentle and kind people of Aurelion. In the hearts of the people of Aurelion, the status of Aurelier and Emperor Valerius is incomparably lofty, even after the vicissitudes of 100 generations, and even towards the end of the dynasty, it has not diminished in the slightest. Countless people beneath the sky screen watched the Barash comments, their faces filled with a sense of reflected glory. Speaking of this, it reminds me of an interesting anecdote. After Aurelier and Emperor Valerius of Aurelion passed away, didn't Emperor Othniel the Blind ascend the throne? This silly child bore the heavy burden alone while on the throne. Every time she felt wronged, she would silently hold it in, then go to the imperial study and sit for an entire night. The screen played the footage. Although Emperor Othniel the Blind, dressed in her dragon robes, looked quite young, she already possessed the majesty of a monarch. The imperial study was brightly lit. Emperor Othniel the Blind pressed her lips into a straight line and waved her hand at the attendants. You may all withdraw. The palace servants and attendants bowed and withdrew one after another, leaving only one person still sitting calmly at the desk. It was none other than Jian Kehir, the female official responsible for recording the imperial diary. Why haven't you left yet? Emperor Othniel the Blind glared at her, feigning a cold expression, gazing at her reddened eye sockets, and then towards the two portraits hanging high in the imperial study. Jian Kehir first pressed her palms together in a respectful bow before softly replying, It is my duty. Emperor Othniel the Blind was momentarily speechless. She had appointed the official herself. There was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to pretend to ignore that gaze. She had intended to maintain some imperial dignity, but who would have thought that as soon as she uttered a single word to the portraits, tears would fall first. Jian Kehir's eyes lit up, and she swiftly put pen to paper. The monarch attended court, faced criticism from the ministers, and felt greatly aggrieved. Upon retreating, she went before the portraits of the late emperor and the chancellor, prostrated herself, and wept bitterly, her grief inconsolable, her heart breaking. She recounted the faults of the courtiers, rambling endlessly for an hour, still not finished speaking. In extreme anger, she indignantly said, May the spirits of you two in heaven take the souls of these people. A moment later, her anger dissipated, her fury and sorrow vanished, and she suddenly changed her tune. Forget it. Let them finish their work first. It won't be too late to take them later. Chrono-archivist Echo's voice chimed in at the right moment. The meaning of this passage is, Emperor Othniel the Blind felt wronged in the imperial court, and after retreating from court, she wept inconsolably before the portraits of her teacher and her imperial grandfather, rambling on and on as she complained. In her extreme anger, she even wanted to ask the spirits of the two of them in heaven to take away the souls of these ministers. Once she had vented enough of her anger, she quickly changed her mind, saying to let them finish their work first, and it wouldn't be too late to take them later. I'm dying of laughter, She truly is the disciple taught by Aureliar. Even if the king of hell came, he would have to audit the book of life and death before leaving. Aureliar Pendragon pressed her hand to her lips and coughed lightly. Did she really do that? Thinking this, the corners of her lips curled up secretly. The video continued. Having cried enough, Emperor Othniel the Blind slowly restrained her emotions and regained her imperial majesty. She silently wiped away her little pearls and looked gloomily at Jiang Kehuo. Jiang Kehuo immediately clutched her little notebook tightly, fearing it would be torn up by the monarch on the spot. Emperor Othniel the Blind sighed softly. This thing, after I pass away, you may publish it to the world. Do you understand? Jiang Kehuo bowed her head. As you command. Baby Othniel the Blind, I want to save face while I'm alive, but once I'm dead, it doesn't matter if I lose face. Ha ha ha. Many thanks to Jiang Kehuo for letting us see this side of her. This child is under too much pressure. Only at times like this does she dare to show a little vulnerability. If Aureliar were still here, she would definitely stroke her head and feign illness to make her rest. According to Jiang Kehuo's records, during Emperor Othniel the Blind's reign, she sought the elders to make decisions for her 175 times, and in 107 of those times, she shed little pearls. Ha ha ha. Why is she so cute? After Emperor Othniel the Blind passed away, the next monarch, Emperor Aurelian Jing, saw this record and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Whenever he felt wronged, he would go before the portraits to cry and complain. Emperor Aurelian Jing. Aureliar Pendragon pondered these 3 words, her eyes curving into crescents. Another wise monarch. Later, the civil and military officials learned it too. The ministers thought, if you cry, I'll cry too. Who isn't a baby in front of Lord Chancellor and Emperor Tiberius the Wise? Later, this matter developed to the point where, during court, if the ministers and the monarch disagreed, the ministers would take out the 2 portraits to lodge a complaint. Aureliar Pendragon frowned slightly. Doing a quick mental calculation, she would have been dead for nearly 100 years by then, right? Do I have to work even underground? Ha! The affairs of the court somehow spread to the common people, and they learned it too. Consequently, from the emperor down to the commoners in the state of Aurelian, whenever they encountered something unsatisfactory, they would go and cry. Originally, they cried to both people together, but later somehow it changed to crying to Aureliar on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and to Emperor Valerius on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, giving them Sundays off. The origin of this change is non-official history, and has no basis, so everyone should just listen to it for fun. Echo wanted to laugh as soon as she thought about what she was going to say next. For a period of time, Emperor Aurelian Jing and the courtiers would compete in complaining as soon as they attended court. Whoever cried louder was in the right. Until one night, the entire court of monarchs and ministers actually had the same dream together. In the dream, the woman in the portrait, which was Aureliar, had heavy dark circles under her eyes, and looked at them with exhaustion, saying, even dead people need to sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I hear a group of people wailing in my ears. Who exactly is the ghost between me and you all? This dream is bizarre, right? The key is that many people dreamed it, so Emperor Aurelian Jing issued this lore. However, our later analysis suggests it was because the common people preferred to cry near the monolith of remembrance rather than in front of the portraits. The perfectly good the monolith of remembrance is almost becoming a tourist attraction. But this kind of thing couldn't be banned, so Emperor Aurelian Jing wanted to reduce the number of people going there every day. The later analysis is more reasonable. After all, there are no ghosts in this world. Sigh. Why do I feel a little bit of regret? Woo-woo-woo. I would rather believe in ghosts. I wish I could soul transmigrate into these ministers. If Aureliar entered my dream, how could I possibly be afraid? I would definitely rush up to cuddle with her, hehe. By the way, since such an outrageous thing happened to Emperor Aurelian Jing and the others, did they never consider not listening to Aureliar and crying even louder to see if they could anger her out of her coffin? To the person above, it was said to be an official history. But what you said makes sense. The Aureliar's flesh and blood should be gone by now, right? Just a skeleton left. So the question arises, is Aureliar, now a skeleton, better suited for work or for an exhibition? Aureliar Pendragon, how did this conversation get so derailed? They dare to say it, but I don't even dare to listen. Don't mistreat the elderly, hey. No, wait, how did I get led astray? In any case, Aureliar Pendragon, I really am grateful. Acute Omega Grav. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelian wiped away non-existent cold sweat, feeling a rare sense of relief in his heart. It seems being too famous isn't all that great. People of later generations seem to have no awe for the remains of their ancestors. He had an ominous premonition. His daughter's grave wasn't dug up, was it? Hee. I just came back from the museum yesterday. Orlai's skull is really quite full, and other parts grew very well too. I'm even envious of the length of her leg bones. It's just that due to the passage of time, there's some osteoporosis. Orlai Pendragon, can you even compliment a pile of white bones? Seeing this bearish comment, the Emperor of Orlion's heart skipped a beat. Then the Emperor of Orlion's lips trembled. If you dug up my daughter's grave, you can't dig up mine. The next second, Emperor Valerius of Aurelion is probably even more porous, right? Sitting there looking like he's about to fall apart at any moment. I didn't even dare to take many pictures. He really should take more calcium. And who on earth was the one who stole 2 pieces of Emperor Tiberius the Wise's bones? Give them back. The Emperor of Aurelion's vision went black. Chapter 8 Orlai Pendragon. I got sidetracked. Let's get back to the story. After the commoners used their own flesh and blood to drive away the enemy, the news reached the imperial capital. King Taran the Craven was not happy. Instead, he was furious. He felt that these people were disobeying him, challenging his dignity, and plotting treason against the country. It actually makes me laugh with anger. If you ask me, the commoners should have just slaughtered him. The throne belongs to those who are capable. Even if Emperor Valerius knew, he wouldn't blame you. He would have helped you slap King Taran the Craven twice. Emperor of Aurelion nodded. That is correct. He must peel the skin off this scoundrel and grind his bones into dust. So, King Taran the Craven issued an imperial decree, sending officials to capture Prefect Alden and the other leaders to bring them to the capital and behead them in public, to maintain his dignity as an emperor. Hearing this, Orlai Pendragon closed her eyes. She was also laughing with anger. Hadn't King Taran the Craven's reputation already fallen into a cesspit long ago? It's a pity Prefect Alden wasn't born in this era and couldn't see the sky screen. Otherwise, he would have become a demon child born into the world. Orlai Pendragon continued to watch the sky screen. She felt some anxiety in her heart. Given the situation in the imperial court at that time, she really wasn't sure if King Taran the Craven's poisonous scheme would succeed. This decree had just been issued and spread out. The officers sent to make arrests hadn't even left the city before they were blocked by a dense crowd of commoners. Outside the Vermilion Palace walls, heads were moving. A sea of people, as thick as ink, blocked the palace gate completely. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sedan chair at the head of the crowd before the palace gate. The woman sitting upright in the sedan, over 40 years of age, had frost on her temples, yet her demeanor remained undiminished, even adding a touch of awe-inspiring, immortal-like dignity. She held a bright yellow imperial decree steadily in her hands, her expression calm and unruffled. Only her eyes, looking towards the towering palace walls, churned with grief that could not be concealed. The moment Orlai Pendragon saw the woman, she felt a sense of familiarity. If she wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the head of the Pendragon family mentioned by the sky screen, Orlai Pendragon. After a moment, an attendant walked out, trembling with fear. When he saw the woman, his tone was full of respect. Master Dragon, His Majesty asks for you to enter the hall. Orlai Pendragon nodded slightly and slowly stepped down from the sedan. Her gaze swept heavily over the sea of people in front of the palace gate, her fingertips gently caressing the hilt of the sword at her waist, and then she strode towards the inside of the palace gate. Behind her, several officials followed closely, and there was even an army with bright armor and strict discipline marching in formation, with magnificent momentum. Seeing this, the attendant's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Master Dragon, His Majesty only summoned you alone. If so many people enter together, this servant will definitely be beheaded by His Majesty. Orlai Pendragon paused slightly, bent down, and reached out to gently help the trembling attendant up. Her tone was firm. Rest assured, you will be fine. A single promise, which seemed to carry thousands of pounds of force, instantly calmed the attendant down. The group marched in a grand procession, passing through layers of palace halls, heading straight for the Golden Throne Hall. Before they even stepped into the hall, the furious roar of King Taran the Craven could already be heard from inside, mixed with the panicked persuasion of court officials. That group of foolish commoners in Aegis marches, and that Prefect Hugh's son, caused me to lose credibility with the coalition. I want to kill them. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Those people are not worth dying for. Your Majesty must take care of your health. A trace of undetectable impatience flashed in Orlai Pendragon's eyes. When she led the group into the Golden Throne Hall, the hall instantly fell into silence. Only King Taran the Craven on the throne, with eyes wide with anger, slammed the table and stood up. Orlai Pendragon, are you trying to rebel? Don't think that just because you're a member of the Pendragon family, you can disregard me. He screamed hoarsely, but no one in the hall dared to echo him. This commoner dares to speak. Aureli Pendragon performed a salute calmly, slowly unfolding the bright yellow imperial decree in her hands, her voice resounding throughout the entire golden throne hall. By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees, now that the descendants of the Zhu family are dim-witted and incompetent, and the country is on the brink of collapse, the imperial throne is hereby abolished. King Taran the Craven heard this and scolded sharply. Absurd. I have never issued such a decree. You dare to forge an imperial edict? This commoner would not dare. Before Aureli Pendragon gently turned the imperial decree, revealing the seals on it to everyone. The seals on this are those of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, Emperor Othniel the Blind, Emperor Jing, and the seal of the Pendragon family's ancestor, the Prime Minister. It is definitely not a forgery. After speaking, she bowed her head, her voice incomparably firm. This commoner implores your majesty to abdicate. Implore your majesty to abdicate. The people behind her responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, echoing in the hall. The sound echoed in the hall. Some minor officials also repeated this sentence. Immediately after, the sound spread even further. The palace attendants and imperial concubines also spoke solemnly. And then, it was the commoners at the palace gate. The earth-shaking sound of the petition soared to the clouds. King Taran the Craven's face was as pale as paper, his body swaying, but he still gripped the imperial power tightly, shrieking hysterically, I'm the Emperor. This land of great Aurelian belongs to me. King Taran the Craven had troops in his hands, but the soldiers were poorly trained. Aureli Pendragon sent a message from prison and summoned the province of Kadira garrison, easily controlling the imperial guard. Even if King Taran the Craven was unwilling, the treacherous officials who used to flatter him were even more cowardly when things went wrong. So he was forced off the big stage of the Emperor. Back then, when King Taran the Craven threw Master Dragon into the dungeon, who dared to touch him? Even when King Taran the Craven's confidants came, they almost wet themselves just from a glare from Master Dragon. And then they would turn around, smiling, and lying to King Taran the Craven that the person in the dungeon was living a life worse than death. King Taran the Craven wanted Master Dragon dead his whole life. No, I should say he wanted the Pendragon family to perish, worrying that the existence of the Pendragon family would threaten his throne. I'm truly impressed with the Pendragon family's reputation. Wouldn't making you step down be easy? The Pendragon family members all took after Aureli, and had no ambition. At the beginning, Aureli Pendragon truly wanted to assist King Taran the Craven, but she was heartbroken by him. The relationship between the Pendragon family and the Zhu family had been closely linked for hundreds of years, and she didn't want to usurp the throne. After taking off her official robes, she still controlled the general direction, but she didn't expect King Taran the Craven to be so insane. Although Aureli Pendragon's strategic planning wasn't outstanding, she had a discerning eye for people. If King Taran the Craven had been a normal person, the Aurelian dynasty could have at least continued for another reign. If you ask me, the Pendragon family was just too authoritative. Aureli Pendragon produced a fake imperial decree, and yet not a single person questioned it. Look, that is what you call reputation. Later, after King Taran the Craven stepped down, Aureli Pendragon temporarily took charge of the court affairs. The first thing she did was to find a qualified successor for the dynasty. No prize quiz. Whose family does the next emperor belong to? In any case, it wouldn't be the descendants of King Taran the Craven. With him like this, his children were probably all raised to be useless. The Barish gave the answer quickly. Sunayanjun, up. Is it possible that I have memorized the history books? Sunayanjun. The surname Zhu. Someone from the Zhu family. This was Aureli Pendragon's first reaction. Chapter 9. The Reincarnations of Aurelian Bao and Dr. Zhu. It is exactly Sunayanjun. Echo said this name with a smile. Prime Minister's mansion. Is it another female emperor? Prime Minister Alastair asked. Although he asked the question, he no longer cared about the gender of the person sitting on the throne. His focus was on the descendant of the Pei clan on the sky screen, Aureli Pendragon. Given her reputation, ascending the throne was what everyone wished for. No one would have any objections. Yet she happened to have no such thoughts, instead offering the throne to others. Prime Minister Alastair couldn't help but sigh, as expected of her descendant. The same clear breeze and bright moon, with not a shred of greed for power in her heart. He was indeed getting old, and it was time to step down and leave opportunities for the younger generation. Prime Minister Alastair knew very well that if Aureli Pendragon didn't even care about the throne, how could she care about the position of Prime Minister? But even if she didn't want it, he couldn't not give it. Sometimes, status and identity are meant to be worthy of someone like her. The voice from the sky screen continued. The surname Zhu must be familiar to everyone. We mentioned before that Aureli and official Lady Genevieve Thorne were close confidantes. The Pei and Zhou families also shared a deep friendship because of them, a bond that has lasted for centuries and has never changed. And Zhou Nianjun is precisely from the lineage of official Lady Genevieve Thorne. Hua Prefecture, Zhou Mansion. The entire Zhou family was stunned into silence by this statement. Their family would actually produce an emperor in the future. Meanwhile, official Lady Genevieve Thorne, who was studying medicine at the Imperial Medical Academy, had a completely different focus. My descendant. The Sky Screen had once done a feature on her. Although it didn't mention her private life, she had long guessed that she would likely not marry in her lifetime. In this life, she was determined to focus on practicing medicine and would never consider marriage. Then where did her descendant come from? Could she have guessed wrong? Echo soon answered her confusion. Speaking of the relationship between the Pei and Zhou families, one must mention Zhou Nianjun's mother, Zhou Shuang. Zhou Shuang and Aurelier Pendragon were born in the same year and grew up studying together. They were close friends like siblings. Aurelier Pendragon was stunningly talented in poetry, and nearly half of the poems she wrote were about their friendship. Zhou Shuang, on the other hand, preferred doing business. All the shops under her name were opened using both their names, and even so-called primary spouses had to step aside. Historical records state that after Zhou Shuang's first husband got drunk and complained about Aurelier Pendragon, Zhou Shuang divorced him on the spot. Zhou Shuang is a descendant of official Lady Genevieve Thorne, and Aurelier Pendragon is a descendant of Aurelier. Therefore, many people in modern times ship this couple, and many authors like to write fan fiction about them. If Aurelier and official Lady Genevieve Thorne had reincarnations, it would definitely be Jingyi and Xunshuang. The regrets that couldn't be fulfilled hundreds of years ago were made up for hundreds of years later. Both lived long, happy lives. Speaking of this, Echo smiled faintly. This was also her wish. However, Aurelier and official Lady Genevieve Thorne did not marry, and focused entirely on their careers. The lineage of Aurelier Pendragon and Zhou Shuang was continued to children adopted by the families after the two passed away. From then on, regardless of marriage, the children born to both families had to retain their original family surnames. So that was it. Aurelier Pendragon suddenly realized her mother, father, and family loved her so much. After she passed away so early, they must have been the most heartbroken. They were probably afraid that after they passed away, no one would remember her or offer sacrifices for her, so they chose this method. When parents love their children, they always plan for the long term. Aurelier Pendragon sighed softly. Having the elderly bury the young was ultimately her fault. With this relationship, it can be said that Aurelier Pendragon watched Zhou Nianjun grow up. Aurelier Pendragon knew the child was intelligent and lively with unique ideas, so she nurtured her carefully from a young age. At first, she never thought Zhou Nianjun would ascend the throne. She only hoped she could contribute to great Aurelian. Unfortunately, after King Taran the Craven ascended the throne, the suppression of female officials became increasingly severe, and Zhou Nianjun had no place to display her immense talent. But she did not become despondent because of this. Since she could not realize her ambitions in the imperial court, she turned to the common people. Don't look at King Taran the Craven as incompetent. The lives of the people of Aurelian were actually quite stable. Even though he increased taxes year after year, the people never went hungry. That was because hybrid rice had been updated generation after generation, and countless high-yield crops had been popularized. The emperors after Emperor Aurelian Guang were indeed not good, but the foundation of Aurelian was too rich. Even after being squandered until King Taran the Craven's generation, the national treasury was still full. If he had only cared for the people in his heart, he wouldn't have ended up like that. In other words, a good hand was played terribly. King Taran the Craven was too cowardly. Even if the previous generations of emperors indulged in pleasure and did nothing, with so many years of accumulation, wouldn't defeating a few allied forces be easy? Just because the opponent had slightly improved weapons, he was scared out of his wits. Hey, don't be too ridiculous. Zhou Nianjun had been influenced by the world trend since childhood, and clearly knew what Aurelian needed most at that time. Therefore, she buried herself in studying engineering, and achieved quite a few results. After ascending the throne, she abolished the old policies of the previous emperors and vigorously developed the economy and military. She originally wanted to continue using Aurelian as the country's name, but was refused by everyone. The changing of dynasties is a common occurrence, and the people needed a brand new atmosphere. Thus, the Aurelian Empire was renamed the Qin Kingdom, but Zhou Nianjun always said that she would forever be an Aurelian person. From then on, Aurelian became our nation, became our belief. It is like this starting from the Qin Kingdom. No matter how the country's name changes, the only thing that remains unchanged is that we are all Aurelian people. I want to laugh whenever I think of that foreign emperor. I'm pointing at Emperor Huey, who actually wanted to change the people's beliefs after ascending the throne. Being driven off the throne by a rebellion and then beaten to death by the people with clubs is truly deserved. The video playing up to this point was almost over. Echo had revealed a lot of information about future generations this time. When the progress bar slid to the end, Chrono Archivist Echo's familiar smiling face appeared. Alright babies, it's time to say goodbye to everyone again. Being born an Aurelian person, I am very proud. Even if the world changes, that spirit of pride of the Aurelian people will exist forever. What a thing to say. The people of Aurelian subconsciously puffed out their chests. They didn't know why, but a sense of pride suddenly surged in their hearts. So could even inconspicuous people like them become role models. The content for this time ends here. By the way, I'll give everyone a spoiler. In a few days, I will start a live broadcast to take everyone to visit the first library in history, which is also the world's first library. You can look forward to it. Goodbye. As the voice faded, on the square of Whispering Vales Academy, the children all imitated Chrono Archivist Echo's appearance, waving their little hands vigorously and shouting in unison, goodbye. Seeing them like this, Aureli Pendragon couldn't help but laugh. As the sky screen returned to grey, she waved her hand gently and said with a gentle smile, all right, everyone go to class. Chapter 10 Prince Jane hosts a banquet. The liquidation begins. The sky screen vanished, but Chrono Archivist Echo's final words were another bombshell. The 3 words library were not hard to understand. The capital city. Inside the paper-making workshop. Prince Shiva froze for a moment upon hearing these 3 words. Then his gaze fell upon the book-printing assembly line, and he suddenly understood. So that was the scheme that girl had in mind when she made him shamelessly beg every family for books. In this day and age, the transmission of knowledge has always been kept secret, mostly monopolized by noble families and powerful officials, not easily passed on to outsiders. He could already imagine the bloody storm that would be stirred up once Aureli Pendragon returned to the capital. There's going to be another show to watch tilde. Nanju. Aureli Pendragon returned to her study and wrote 2 letters. One was sent to the Zoo family, and one to official Lady Genevieve Thorne, suddenly having it spoiled that their descendants would take over the empire of the Emperor of Aurelian. The Zoo family must be terrified. Aureli Pendragon knew the Emperor of Aurelian didn't care, but the Zoo family didn't know that. In any other place, this would be grounds for beheading. Needless to say, the Emperor of Aurelian had probably thought of this too. Province of Ethelgard was relatively close to her, so she would appease them first. The next 2 days were calm, or so it seemed. That day, Lord Tristan Thorne, looking full of high spirits, sought out Aureli Pendragon cousin. The fish has finally taken the bait. After speaking, he slowly withdrew a gilded invitation from his sleeve and handed it over. It's Prince Jane's son's 8th birthday, and he has invited us to the banquet. Haven't his children already married? Aureli Pendragon was amused when she saw the contents. To maintain his image, Prince Jane had always portrayed himself as a loving husband, and his backyard was not crowded, with only 3 sons and 2 daughters. The child on the invitation was the child of the mistress he kept outside. Did he only keep 1 mistress? No, it was just that this particular child happened to have a birthday. To set a trap to lure us in, he would even disregard his own reputation. Aureli Pendragon said indifferently. Lord Tristan Thorne sat down opposite her, and laughed heartily upon hearing this. Does he even have one? Even if he did, you've already ruined it. Ever since you enlightened her last time, it was as if Aureli Pendragon's meridians had been opened. On one hand, she sent people to spread bad rumours about the noble families within Sapphire Coast. On the other, she secretly spent a lot of money to recruit scholars to write scripts, embellishing and spreading Prince Jane's unknown romantic affairs throughout the marketplace. Even if the stories weren't explosive enough, they could be fabricated and processed. One must know that the gossips of the world never care about truth or falsehood, only about the excitement. Besides that, the chess piece that was the Zier family was also used just right. After Magistrate Kennen returned to Liutschuan, he not only cut a huge piece from the other side, he also announced to the outside world that he was willing to bring out all the Zier family's book collections for students across the world to read and study. This move of pulling the firewood from under the cauldron caught the Qiu family and other noble families off guard. If the Qiu family dared to threaten Zhejiang, rumours would spread through every street and alley in an instant. The students of Sapphire Coast had been holding constant poetry gatherings recently. Although they dared not openly confront the noble families, the poems were filled with veiled satire against the powerful, criticising current affairs. Cousin, this scheme of yours is truly ingenious. Lord Tristanthorn raised his hand to pour Orlai Pendragon a cup of hot tea, and the two looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other without a word. "Are we going to this birthday banquet or not?" Lord Tristanthorn asked. Orlai Pendragon took the teacup and took a light sip. The tea's fragrance was clear and cool, slowly permeating her lips and teeth. She raised her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. "Go, of course we must go." Counting the days, the Emperor of Oraline Estakri should be arriving soon. She paused, her voice soft and slow. "They won't make a move in broad daylight, but I will." After the sky screen appeared, "I have been diligently practicing martial arts day and night. When that day comes, I will definitely protect you," Lord Tristanthorn said solemnly. He saw it very clearly. Even if those people dared not make a move openly, they would never let Orlai Pendragon go in the shadows. As the sky screen revealed more information, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for them. It could be said that Orlai Pendragon was completely the biggest stumbling block for the other side. This stone had been staying in the capital before, making it hard to make a move, so they tried every way to force her to leave the capital. The string of assassinations on the way here and the situation when entering Riverlands of Lev all showed that the other side wanted to eliminate her. It's just a pity that time and again they were resolved, seeing that she was finishing her work and ready to return at any time. How could that group let go of such a good opportunity? Regardless of whether Prince Jane intended to rebel or what the noble families thought, this trip to Sapphire Coast was destined to be a life-or-death game. And for this banquet hosted by Prince Jane, there was no reason for the noble families to be absent. This point happened to play right into Orlai Pendragon's hands. Relying solely on marketplace public opinion could not truly topple the deep-rooted noble families. Even if the people of Sapphire Coast were with her, the noble families had so many students, some of whom even occupied high positions in the imperial court. If she disposed of people without any crowns, it would only lead to endless future troubles. For everything, one must have a justifiable reason. First, drag this group into Prince Jane's camp of rebellion, then supplement it with carefully forged assassination evidence, combined with the public opinion trend she had deliberately guided during this time, to slowly tear apart their disguise of being pure and upright, letting the people of the world see clearly what kind of filth was hidden in the bones of these hypocritical people. Orlai Pendragon's plan was linked ring by ring. Now, it was time for the reckoning. 3 days later, a carriage set off from Nanju. The wheels rolled over the newly paved cement road, so smooth that one could barely hear any bumpala sounds. Lord Tristanthorn reined in his horse and stood by the road, his black robe gently lifted by the wind, his gaze following the wooden wheels that kept turning. When the carriage moved out of the smooth section and the wheels still didn't bounce violently, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Orlai Pendragon's pale complexion that day, he had started researching shock absorption methods. First, he saw craftsmen padding thick, tough cowhide between the axle and the frame when building carriages, but it was still hard to reduce the bumps of long journeys. He pondered day and night, taking highly resilient mulberry wood, bending it into a bow shape, and fixing it to both sides of the carriage shafts. Then, he wrapped it layer by layer with multiple layers of hemp thread and oil-soaked thick felt for cushioning, and added wrought iron hoops to the outer rim of the wheels, which both reduced wear and stabilized the center of gravity. After several attempts at modification, it was truly a success, and she would be able to suffer a little less. It took 3 days by carriage to get to Sapphire Coast. Orlai Pendragon would either lean by the window to watch the scenery or lean on cushions for a nap, completely devoid of the fatigue and irritability of past journeys. The journey was very peaceful. Prince Jane and the noble families didn't make any moves. Come to think of it, that made sense. She was coming to the banquet so high profile. If something happened halfway, before the Emperor of Oraline could even make a move, the people of several prefectures alone could tear him alive. The school in Riverlands of Leth had also been successfully established 2 days ago. The people of Riverlands of Leth were grateful for her kindness, and were very obedient to her requests. Not only did no one stop girls from enrolling, but they instead sent their daughters to the school one after another, as if they were afraid that being slow would disappoint her. Thinking of this, Orlai Pendragon curled her lips. The road ahead was safe, the rear was stable, the hearts of the people were gradually returning, and everything was going smoothly. Under this seemingly peaceful scene, "Miss, we have arrived in Sapphire Coast." Chapter 11. Just what kind of god is Lord Pei? Master Dragon, Minister Zhao. As the carriage stabilized, Magistrate Kenan came forward with a warm smile, followed by several people in brocade robes. They're all from the prominent families of Sapphire Coast. Orlai Pendragon nodded slightly, her gaze sweep Alice over the group with indifference. These people were either arrogant or haughty. Aside from Zhejiang, there wasn't a single person who could truly make decisions. Even the influential Prince Jane had only sent his mansion steward to handle them, clearly intending to give them a harsh welcome. Seeing the other party treat Orlar Pendragon with such disrespect, Lord Tristan Thorne's face darkened on the spot, his tone instantly laced with sarcastic irony. Has there been some accident at the Prince Jane's mansion? Have all the people capable of speaking been taken out? If he hadn't wanted to avoid leaving a bad impression in front of Orlar Pendragon, Lord Tristan Thorne would have truly asked if they were all dead. The Prince Jane's mansion steward turned pale and forced himself to reply with composure. The young prince's birthday banquet is imminent, and the prince is busy with various preparations, unable to attend in person. He only instructed me to convey that he looks forward to sharing wine and conversation with the two ministers on the day of the banquet. Lord Tristan Thorne scoffed, leaving no room for politeness, is adding a few more illegitimate children. I suppose, when my cousin and I come to attend next year, it will be for a full-month celebration. Guff guff cough. Orlar Pendragon suppressed a laugh. She had only heard the sky screen mention Lord Tristan Thorne's combativeness. This was her first time encountering it in reality. Lord Tristan Thorne had a refined, elegant temperament, yet he possessed such a sharp tongue. Sir Jean, fearing no chaos, chimed in repeatedly from the side. Exactly, well said. Orlar Pendragon helplessly rubbed her forehead. After dismissing this group of hypocrites, the party headed to the temporary residence Magistrate Kinnan had prepared. After settling their belongings, Orlar Pendragon wanted to see the scenery of Sapphire Coast. How did that thing go? Since we're already here. The Aurelian Empire had always valued literary culture, and Sapphire Coast was the pinnacle of it. Tea houses by the street, taverns in the alleys, and even the stalls of small vendors had lines of poetry hanging from them. The atmosphere was thick with scholarly air. Everyone knows that our Master Dragon is a legendary minister famed throughout history, but few know of the dense, sky-high network of connections she holds in the heavens. The voice of a storyteller came from a tea house, successfully stopped Pallas Orlar Pendragon in her tracks. Orlar Pendragon. She looked at Lord Tristan Thorne suspiciously, and the latter smiled slightly before stepped Pallas inside. Orlar Pendragon followed closely behind. She didn't like listening to nonsense, but she had to see what kind of wild tales were being spun. The two chose a private booth facing the street. The waiter brought tea, his gaze falling on Orlar Pendragon. After hesitating several times, he finally spoke with a blushing face. Master Dragon, may I have your autograph? Orlar Pendragon was not at all surprised that the waiter could recognize her. Echo had already made her portrait public. The commoners passing by earlier had also been eager to approach, but an autograph. This felt disconnected from the learning she had experienced in the later generations. She nodded in agreement, and the waiter retreated, overjoyed as if he had obtained a treasure. The storyteller downstairs slapped the gavel and began spouting nonsense. It is said that before Master Dragon was born, Madame Pay had a strange dream. In the dream, a white jade killin with a lustrous body held a brocade swaddle in its mouth. Inside the swaddle lay a baby girl, as delicate as if carved from powder and jade. The following month, Madame Pay became pregnant. This killin delivering a child is none other than our current Master Dragon. Orlar Pendragon's fingertips paused, her expression blank. On the day Master Dragon was born, the capital was filled with rosy clouds, and birds of the 9 heavens descended upon the Pendragon family courtyard together. The old peach tree that never bloomed suddenly bore fruit across its branches overnight. Orlar Pendragon. Did her family have a peach tree? Besides, her birthplace wasn't even in the capital. Yet the audience downstairs listened with rapt attention, their faces full of conviction. The storyteller became increasingly outrageous. Heavenly omens if this isn't an auspicious sign. What is? The older sister of the cousin of the niece of the son of my great-aunt's aunt sold tofu in the capital. She saw such a grand scene at that time, and she didn't forget it even when she died. Our Master Dragon revealed astonishing talent shortly after birth. She could speak at 2 months, recognize characters at 1 year, and recite poetry at 2 years old. Seeing this, the storyteller gave a thumbs up. To tell you all, my own child is 8 years old and can't even read the 3-character classic properly. In the words of later generations, Master Dragon is simply awesome. The listeners nodded in agreement. Isn't she just awesome? This is clearly a goddess descending to save the world. Orlar Pendragon listened to these voices. A hint of red quietly floated onto her cheeks. She looked at the smiling Lord Tristan Thorne opposite her, and glared at him. Did you do this? She had only spread news of the illegal activities of the noble families and Prince Jane in Sapphire Coast, but she hadn't engaged in such shameless self-praise. Lord Tristan Thorne gently shook his folding fan, his smile gentle and elegant. These were all things seen in my aunt's dream. I merely spread them a little. Orlar Pendragon. How could she not know how much of what her mother said was true or false? She knew in her heart that Lord Tristan Thorn was help Alice her build momentum, but this outrageous rhetoric made her feel quite embarrassed. And there was even more outrageous stuff. The storyteller downstairs reached today's topic. Everyone, what you just said about the goddess descending is absolutely true. Today, I will reveal the secret. In the heavenly realm, what kind of exalted deity is Master Dragon exactly? We all say Master Dragon is the incarnation of the Wink Star, and some take her for the goddess of agriculture. People of later generations have said that Master Dragon also serves as the god of wealth, and she can also control floods. I have checked many materials and finally figured it out. A few words successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. The crowd immediately became excited, urging him on. There is only one exalted deity in the heavenly realm who holds multiple positions and governs many sides, the heavenly venerable Yaohua. The heavenly venerable Yaohua is a personal disciple under the Jade Phoenix Queen Mother, the only daughter of the heavenly Emperor of Divine Heavens, and the granddaughter of the Dragon Mother of the South Sea. Born with nobility, she is an orthodox imperial princess of the heavenly realm, in charge of literature, agriculture, wealth, water conservancy, and other divine positions. She also possesses a pair of magic eyes that can see through all evil spirits and sinister hearts in the world, distinguishing loyalty from treachery, clarifying good from evil, and never making a mistake. The above was all made up by the author. When the heavenly venerable takes action, she only punishes the treacherous and evil, only punishes the ominous spirits. All those punished by her are people who have disrupted the court, harmed the common people, and committed monstrous sins. There has never been the slightest injustice. With such status and such magical powers, everyone, tell me, is she noble or not? Is she powerful or not? Exclamations erupted inside the tea house. Oh my goodness, so it was the goddess Yaohua in person. Bless us, bless us. Aurelia Pendragon, did you arrange this too? Aurelia Pendragon's mouth twitched. Lord Tristan Thorn was equally speechless. No, this was his own improvisation. Chapter 12 Sapphire Coast sparks connect the moon to the sky. The storyteller had a glib tongue. In just a few words, he crafted a new image for Aurelia Pendragon. After the person on stage left, the crowd remained deeply convinced of her ability to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Putting everything else aside, this person can complete the tasks assigned by her boss with 1000% effort, and she does it so brilliantly. She is a fascinating person. Aurelia Pendragon's heart for appreciating talent began to stir. Lord Tristan Thorn knew what she was thinking just by looking at her, but he couldn't figure out what position such eloquence should be entrusted with, so he asked softly, "Cousin, where do you think he would be best placed?" Aurelia Pendragon's eyes lit up. With this ability to spin tales, it would be a pity not to go and know, not to engage in some friendly conversation with other countries. I see. Lord Tristan Thorn realized. Her ability to judge people was truly first-rate. She knew exactly where to place each person. It was a pity she wasn't an emperor. Aurelia Pendragon had no idea what treasonous thoughts Lord Tristan Thorn was entertaining. When they emerged from the tea house, the sun was already setting behind the western hills. In Sapphire Coast, not only was the literary atmosphere flourishing, but the street food was also superb. After the two finished dinner, the sky grew completely dark, and lights across the city began to ignite one after another, unfolding a night of prosperity. On the Mo River, painted pleasure boats stretched on endlessly, their carved beams and painted pillars adorned with pearl lanterns. Golden gauze and emerald curtains fluttered in the breeze, and the lights reflected in the water shattered into a vast galaxy, shimmering with flowing colours that dazzled the eyes. Along the banks, the beaded curtains of flower houses and taverns were rolled high, and the sounds of sheng, songs, and stringed instruments filled their ears. Elegant music and soft laughter mixed into the evening breeze, drifting for miles. Jewels and jade reflected in the water, songs filled the river, voices swelled, and lights connected to the sky. At that moment, Sapphire Coast was filled with fragrant breezes and magnificent scenery, appearing even more vibrant and luxurious than the imperial capital. Sapphire Coast truly lives up to its reputation. Aurelia Pendragon couldn't help but sigh. The famous poet of the previous dynasty, Meng Yu, once wrote, "The lights of the Mo River connect to the starry sky, the songs on the bank surpass the imperial capital." At this very moment, it was enough to make one forget what day it was. It was truly a place where noble families entrenched themselves. June 22nd. It was the birthday banquet for Prince Jane's youngest son. Prince Jane's mansion was situated in the most prosperous area of Sapphire Coast City, facing the bustling main street in the front, and leaning against the clear waves of the Mo River in the back, occupying the best feng shui in the entire city. On the night of the banquet, guests arrived in an endless stream, all dressed in brocade and fine clothes. They were all prominent figures in Sapphire Coast, and even powerful noble families from neighbouring prefectures travelled thousands of miles to offer their congratulations. Prince Jain, dressed in a festive brocade robe, personally welcomed guests at the mansion gate. He was tall and slender, with a gentle and approachable demeanour. Looking only at his appearance, one could not tell he had any ambitions. As time passed, the number of guests at the gate grew sparse, and Prince Jain's calm expression was tinged with a bit of confusion. Have those two not arrived yet? Beside him, the heir to Prince Jain, Zhu Jinan, felt a flash of impatience in his eyes, his tone cold and hard. They are merely juniors, yet they dare to keep father waiting here for so long. This is Sapphire Coast. Anna, watch your words. Prince Jain raised his hand in a soft reprimand, then welcomed another familiar official into the mansion. His face was gentle, but there was no warmth in his eyes. A crowd of people who shouldn't have come had arrived. Yet, those who should have come were nowhere to be seen. At the thought of Aurelio Pendragon, Prince Jain felt deeply annoyed. This woman had travelled with such fanfare, causing him to miss every opportunity to make a move. Since arriving in Sapphire Coast, she had been living freely and leisurely, as if she regarded this place as her own home. The few traps he had set outside, she simply refused to fall for any of them. Even worse, many days had passed, and she had never come to pay her respects to him, the master of Sapphire Coast. It was clear she did not take him seriously at all. It was truly detestable. Thinking of the rampant rumours circulating in his territory during this period, Prince Jain's eyes darkened, a cold malice rising within him. If she was sensible and behaved, that would be one thing. If she still failed to see the current situation, and refused to show respect, then he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Since Aurelio Pendragon appeared, the seat of the one on the dragon throne had become increasingly stable. Even the people in his territory, whom he had carefully managed for many years, were gradually ceasing to respect him as a feudal prince. He originally did not want to act so hastily, but if he continued to delay, he feared he would have no chance at all. And the culprit who caused all of this was only one person, Lady Pei, Aurelio Pendragon. He understood himself too well. Future generations said that Aurelio Pendragon died very early, and his handiwork must have been involved in that. How could his imperial brother not know? Even though the sky screen had not mentioned him yet, he could guess that in their original trajectory, his own ending must not have been very good. Since she, Aurelio Pendragon, could die young once, she could die a second time. Although he hated her very much, he had to admit that she said 4 words very well. Man can conquer nature. It seems we won't be waiting for them. Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting any longer. Prince Jain flicked his sleeves and stepped back into the mansion gate. My lord, the concubine called out softly, carefully leading the little birthday star of the day before him. Prince Jain only glanced at him indifferently, his expression cold. The person he truly wanted to see today had not appeared, so to him, this was just a useless pawn. My lord, that person, perhaps she encountered some trouble on the way, and was delayed, which is why she hasn't arrived yet. Prince Jain gave a tight, insincere smile. At the banquet, the young master of the Q family sipped some clear tea and sneered upon hearing this. Previously, our family had sent people to the Pendragon family to propose marriage, but who would have thought that Lady Pei would be so arrogant and extremely disdainful of others? I never expected that she would not even take you, my lord, seriously now. Prince Jain heard this, but in his heart, he only felt it was absurd and ridiculous. This stupid thing. Did he not know the dirty schemes the Q family had in mind? Letting someone enter the mansion as a concubine? Were they even worthy? Has the Zir family not come? A member of the Yan family, one of the noble families of Luochuan, cast his gaze upon an empty seat, his expression very displeased. A member of the Zhai family snorted coldly. That old immortal magistrate Kenan is now completely a dog by Lady Pei's side. If the master hasn't come, how could he? He has truly lost all the dignity of a noble family. Once these words were spoken, the faces of everyone present changed. Since Magistrate Kenan returned from Lashu, he had started attacking them, fighting 7 with 1. Who knew what kind of madness he had? Through so many dynasties, only their status had remained unchanged. Even emperors had to give them a measure of respect. For the Zir family to act so foolishly, they were already courting death. Prince Jain observed the expressions of these noble family members, and his mood suddenly became pleasant. He was not the only one who wanted Lady Pei to die. When the time came, regardless of whether he actually made a move, he had not made a move. The banquet had just begun, and the sounds of music had not yet filled the rafters when a sound of footsteps as heavy as a war drum suddenly came from outside the mansion. The clashing of armor plates and uniform footsteps made the ground tremble slightly. Everyone was stunned, and the banquet quieted down. The steward of Prince Jane's mansion turned deathly pale, stumbling in from outside, his voice trembling. "My lord, a large number of troops have suddenly surrounded the place, and the tokens at the waists are the Aegis Guard army." Chapter 13. Auralar Pendragon. If you want to rob me, just say so. The Aegis Guard army. How could they appear here? A cry of shock cut through the clamour. It was common knowledge. The Aegis Guard army was the direct military force under the personal command of the Emperor of Aurelion. Since its inception, it had only been loyal to the supreme ruler on the dragon throne. It was the Emperor's trump card. Its commander, Hiram, was a fierce general whose name alone made everyone in the state of Aurelion tremble. He had spent half his life bathed in blood, and had achieved illustrious military exploits. A hideous scar ran diagonally from his brow bone to his jaw, making his naturally cold and hard features appear as fierce as a demon's. People gave him the title Yarmar's Face. In the state of Aurelion, merely uttering the 3 words Yarmar's Face could stop children from crying at night. The Aegis Guard army's movements were mysterious, and no one knew where they were stationed. Yet today, they appeared here without any attempt at concealment, their iron armor clanking and their murderous aura chilling. The clever ones changed colour. Putting the pieces together, how could they not realize they had been rounded up in one fell swoop? Prince Jane's expression darkened further and further. Those present were all aristocratic nobles and key officials from various prefectures, with intertwined powers. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. The slightest mistake would lead to chaos that could shake the foundation of the country. Lady Pay, what audacity! While everyone had their own ulterior motives, some remained as steady as Mount Tai. The great aristocratic families, led by the Q family, showed no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, they maintained an air of indifference, as if they were uninvolved. The head of the Hua family even stroked his beard and spoke leisurely, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. For the Aegis Guard army to arrive so openly, they must hold ironclad evidence and will not stop until they make arrests. However, this storm has nothing to do with us. These words sounded incredibly grating to Prince Jane. Wasn't this just pointing at him? When he was useful, they were accomplices. When trouble struck, they wiped themselves clean. This bunch of fame-seeking hypocrites. But if he really fell from grace, they shouldn't expect to have it easy either. Better a friend dies than oneself. Amidst these varying thoughts, the gates of Prince Jane's mansion were kicked open. A burly, powerful man walked in leading well-trained soldiers. Looking at the features on the man's face, who else could it be but Hiram? Prince Jane forced a reluctant smile and stood up to greet him vaguely. "General Nong, you grace us with your presence. Have you come to attend this prince's banquet? Please take a seat." Hiram did not utter a word. His rough fingers rubbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Those eyes, which had been soaked in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, swept across the room, striking fear into everyone's hearts. He only spat out 2 cold, hard words to take them away. Prince Jane's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he shouted sternly, "This prince is a royal prince, the Emperor of Aurelion's brother. If you intend to arrest this prince, do you have the Emperor's edict?" Hiram let out a scoff. "Heh." From deep within the ranks walked a pale-faced, plump eunuch. His sharp, thin voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone present. "The servant, eunuch Seneschal Cedric, is here on imperial duty." He held a bright yellow imperial edict in both hands and proclaimed loudly, "By the grace of the heavens, the Emperor decrees, Prince Jane has conspired to rebel, privately stockpiled arms and armor, and intended to shake the foundation of the country. His crimes are unforgivable. Rebellion." Prince Jane was struck as if by lightning, his face full of disbelief. He had raised troops, but wasn't it normal for a feudal prince to raise troops? He had merely raised a few more than the original specifications. Furthermore, regarding other matters, he had always been cautious and left no evidence. Even the matter in Laju, everyone who knew about it was dead. He had planned for so many years, and the boldest thing he had done was to assassinate Auralar Pendragon. But those were all death warriors he had raised. It was even more impossible for them to betray him. Wait, Auralar Pendragon. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he seemed to understand something all at once. Was this Lady Pay's scheme? No wonder she dared not see me. So that's how it is. This prince wants to see her. Seeing him keep calling her Lady Pay, eunuch Seneschal Cedric's already sharp voice became even shriller with anger. "That is Her Highness the Princess Protector of the state. She is also the future Chancellor of the state of Aurelion, the daughter the Emperor holds in the palm of his hand. You, a son born to another concubine, just because the Emperor calls you royal brother, you actually think you are the Emperor's own brother." Whether the Emperor of Aurelion considered Prince Jane a brother, he did not know. But who didn't know that he cherished Aureliya Pendragon like his own daughter. Her Highness the Princess was such a wonderful person. Every time she entered the palace and saw him, she would smile warmly and even ask if he was tired. She had even given him, eunuch Seneschal Cedric, a copy of the health regimen she taught to the inner palace. Every time he saw the princess's eyes, he felt like he was a human being again. He could see respect in the princess's eyes. It wasn't the respect for a royal favourite, but the respect of a junior for an elder. Therefore, hearing Prince Jane speak so dismissively, eunuch Cedric didn't care about his noble status anymore and immediately retorted with sarcasm. Hiram was more direct. He walked up and slapped him twice. It stunned Prince Jane. Eunuch Cedric was also stunned for a moment, then pretended not to see it. General Nong, I will leave this to you. I am going to see Her Highness the Princess. Hiram nodded. Soldiers immediately stepped forward to pin Prince Jane down firmly, while another troop went straight into the inner courtyard of the mansion to conduct a comprehensive search. By this point in the farce, the members of the Q family walked out of the crowd with dark faces, their tone carrying the haughtiness of aristocratic descendants. We came here today to attend a banquet, and have encountered such unlucky events for no reason. Now that the situation is clear, we shall take our leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiram also slapped him. The Q family members, before they could even get angry, every single aristocratic family member present was seized. Hiram raised an eyebrow. This general means take everyone away. You dare lay a hand on me? Do you know who we are? Someone blustered, but was quickly gagged by a soldier. With the master of the mansion and the top aristocratic families, such noble figures all captured, the remaining people finally knew fear and trembled. Why hasn't this been left yet? An official from a neighbouring prefecture shrank his neck and muttered softly. As soon as the words fell, 2 soldiers brought a chair and placed it in the courtyard. Hiram sat down in a commanding posture, and then he pulled a scroll from who knows where. He flicked the scroll. It unfurled directly and rolled onto the ground. It was densely packed with text and looked to be a metre long. Everyone. Hiram held the scroll and began reading from the beginning. He hadn't even read 2 lines before he squinted his eyes. He pulled a pair of transparent lenses from his bosom, put them on his nose, and then said in a muffled voice, Liu Zhai, Assistant Prefect of Sapphire Coast, you sent people to secretly assassinate the princess on her way to Nanju. Do you know your crime? Liu Zhai's eyes widened, and he immediately cried out in grievance, General, I didn't, although he was one of Prince Jane's men. But he really hadn't done this. As soon as these words were spoken, Hiram immediately darkened his face. Nonsense. The princess was nearly hurt by a falling rock in the mountains. If it wasn't you, who could it be? He beckoned, and a soldier threw a rock on the ground. On the rock were carved 2 characters: Liu Zhai, Gideon Levy himself. Can it even be like this? Some people gloated, but they hadn't even enjoyed it for a second before they were frightened by the dense piles of rocks in the courtyard. Every single rock had a person's name carved on it. Hiram, this general is too lazy to read them. You all go up and claim them yourselves. Everyone looked at each other. No one moved. Hiram drew his sword. The crowd began to move. A long time later, the rocks were finally claimed. Some had only one. Others were holding several. Only then did Hiram say, Her Highness the Princess said, 1 rock no. 1 piece of evidence is worth 10,000 taels of gold. If you pay the money, she can let bygones be bygones. Do you understand? Everyone. Aureliya Pendragon, if you want to rob us, just say so. What is the meaning of putting on a show like this? Chapter 14. Continuing the lost learning of the sages. A group of people looked dejected. Someone tried to be clever. I don't have much wealth on me. That's fine, Hiram smiled. Not long after, the Deputy General organised a stack of IOUs. The local officials of Sapphire Coast clutched stones, asking weakly, Can we go now? No. They watched as Hiram's finger moved an inch across the scroll. Finding what he was looking for, he read aloud, By Shelley, last month in the latrine, you secretly spoke ill of Her Highness the Princess, slandering the imperial family. Do you know your crime? Bose sneered inwardly. He had indeed spoken ill of Aureliya Pendragon, but never while squatting in a latrine. So, these people were just spouting nonsense to find a pretext, right? If he told people what happened today, not a single person would believe him. Under the eaves of others, one has to bow their head. Bose admitted defeat. I'm guilty. Hiram smiled with satisfaction. 10 of grain. Understand. Understand. What about you all? The crowd nodded dejectedly. Next, Hiram began various forms of extortion. He found all sorts of outrageous reasons, even claiming their birth dates clashed with Aureliya Pendragon and the Emperor of Aurelion, intending to commit treason. How on earth did they come up with this stuff? In short, after leaving Prince Jane's mansion, 9/10 of their family assets were gone. Harm even said, "Her Highness the Princess is kind-hearted and left you enough to support your families. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have left a single thing." Everyone, in the 20th year of Canning, June, they heard a massive joke. Orlar Pendragon is kind-hearted. Those who had mocked the Zir family at the banquet for not giving face to Prince Jane regretted it. Some families who were close to the Zir family had escaped this disaster. They were full of regret. This lousy banquet, let whoever wants to come, come. After the group dispersed, the Aegis Guard army was still ransacking Prince Jane's mansion. Harm looked happily at the stack of IOUs beside him, filled with joy. Her Highness the Princess had said it herself. After the matter was settled, 30% of these ill-gotten gains would be allocated as military funds for the Aegis Guard army. Getting rich tilde. The commotion at Prince Jane's mansion today was known throughout Sapphire Coast. Because it was a joyous occasion, lanterns were hung along the long streets, and people were still out and about after nightfall. Therefore, when the Aegis Guard army appeared, basically all the commoners knew. They all went home, shut their doors, and kept deathly quiet. By daybreak, the news that Prince Jane and his colleagues intended to rebel and assassinate the Princess of the State had been posted, and was being read aloud by the officials brought by Lord Tristan Thorn. There were also the noble families. The evidence of the noble families' crimes was listed above, making the commoners indignant. This is pure nonsense. The Q family has been a clean, scholarly family for generations. The head of the Q family provides disaster relief and porridge every year, and a few years ago, he even paid to repair the school. How could they possibly do such a thing? In the crowd stood several scholars in green robes. As soon as these words fell, another person echoed, "And the Gao family. Every year during the new year they host open banquets just so we can all have a bite and have a good year. Has everyone forgotten?" Upon hearing this, the official said with a cold face, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly. There's evidence right here." The scholar was relentless. "What evidence?" "I see it as clearly forged." Is this behavior by Her Highness the Princess intended to chill the hearts of scholars all over the world? Forged? As royalty? How could she do such a thing? "You are simply spouting nonsense. Take him from me." The official was furious. How could Master Dragon be such a person of clear breeze and bright moon? Prince Jane had fallen. 5 noble families in Canyon of Jericho were raided. The event happened so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. Orlar Pendragon still felt a bit dazed. Some time ago, she had sent a message to the Emperor of Orlion. Although there was no conclusive evidence of the other party's rebellion, at this point, whether there was or not was no longer important. As for the troops they raised, once the explosives went off, some of their souls were scared away. The subsequent handling was the troublesome part. Half a month ago, after throwing these people into prison, scholars and students from all over the world sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Poems and essays flew everywhere, every word attacking Orlar Pendragon, claiming she was murdering loyal officials. Even more sinister elements took advantage of the chaos to sneak into Sapphire Coast, fanning the flames in the dark, intending to stir up the hearts of the people. Lord Tristan Thorn investigated for days, consecutively why palace out several secret dens, which contained weapons and armor. It was actually a small-scale private army. These people were secretly conspiring, inciting the commoners in the city, planning to rebel and break into the prison. But they never expected that before they could start, they were reported by someone. Thanks to the stories Lord Tristan Thorn had told about the teacher spreading in Sapphire Coast, the commoners firmly believed that Orlar Pendragon was the daughter of the Xingxiao Great Emperor, with first-class ability to distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous. If Master Dragon says you are treacherous, then aren't you? As for other states and prefectures in the world, with the sky screen backing her up time and time again, the hearts of the people were not in chaos. Especially in places like Huzhou, province of Kadira, and Luzhu, it was as stable as an iron barrel. There were even many scholars who dared to slander Orlar Pendragon among the people. They would speak out one day, and the next day they would be tied up by angry commoners and enthusiastically escorted to the capital. Orlar Pendragon sat quietly at her desk, looking at the mountain of files piled on the table. Her fingertips tapped Palace lightly on the wooden desk, her heart clear. Continuing to arrest people like this is ultimately not a long-term solution. The world is so big, the people cannot be arrested forever. With the fall of Prince Jane and the noble families, the students and subordinates involved were dense and numerous, among whom there were many scholars who had only followed in cursing her a few times and had never touched any evil deeds. It would not be appropriate to execute them all just because of a few criticisms. This is why the ancient noble families have been entrenched for centuries and are difficult to eradicate. Their connections are too vast. Even if the main family collapses, their students, old subordinates, relatives by marriage, and fellow villagers are still everywhere. Fortunately, she holds the hearts of the people. Aureli Pendragon was writing letters to the Emperor of Aurelion, while Lord Tristan Thorn was writing articles and arguing with others. He could spray countless people at once, without losing any ground at all. Even her father in the capital was writing. Lord Tristan Thorn also joined the fray, along with several colleagues who were on good terms. What surprised Aureli Pendragon the most was Prime Minister Alastair. You must know, Prime Minister Alastair was the noble family's strongest connection in the court. He was a student of the Q family, and although his wife was from a branch family, she was still a legitimate member of the Q family. Thinking of Prime Minister Alastair's character, Aureli Pendragon felt it was within reason. There are people in the world who are greedy for fame and profit, and there are also those with hearts of pure gold. In the 20th year of Canning, July the 18th, an imperial decree announced to the world from the capital calmed the storm of public opinion. The Emperor of Aurelion issued a clear edict, deciding to build a library in the central hub of the capital. The building would house a vast collection of classics, histories, philosophy, agriculture, medicine, divination, astronomy, and mathematics. It would be comprehensive and complete, with no thresholds set, no silver collected, and scholars from all over the world could enter for free to read and study. Not only that, the imperial decree contained an earth-shattering order. It ordered the imperial court to begin from the capital region and promote it step by step to all states, prefectures, and counties, establishing public schools everywhere. Any child who reached school age, regardless of noble or humble status, rich or poor, regardless of gender or whether they were born of a primary or secondary wife, could enroll without examination, with the court providing for their studies, so they could study and be educated with peace of mind. After completing their studies, they could take the imperial examinations to become officials. Once this order was issued, the world was in an uproar. Even though this decree was the result of discussions with the Emperor of Aurelion, when Aureli Pendragon heard it, she still couldn't help but feel surging with emotion. Inheriting the extinct teachings of the sages, her original aspiration for becoming an official had already been fulfilled by 3. Chapter 15 Letters and Punctuation. What truly won the hearts of the people of Sapphire Coast was the land redistribution. Aureli Pendragon spent half a month measuring the confiscated land. It was quite ridiculous, really. The land owned by a single vassal king and the noble families was actually more than that of all the commoners in the entire prefecture. As for the grain, gold, and silver, they were countless. When Ronan saw these figures, his heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why emperors throughout history viewed the noble families as a thorn in their side. This wealth alone surpassed that of the national treasury. The Sapphire Coast Prefecture office was bustling with people. The commoners held their freshly issued land deeds, grinning from ear to ear. At the city gates, cart after cart of supplies were headed towards the capital, in the most famous tea house of the prefecture city. The storyteller had adapted Aureli Pendragon's deeds into a new script, performing it with vivid flair. When he spoke of Prince Jane being a remnant of the previous dynasty who attempted to assassinate the current princess, he raised his voice in anger, causing the audience to seethe with indignation, with one after another shouting that they wanted to go to the prince's estate and throw manure. Everyone was expressing their gratitude for the virtues of Aureli Pendragon and the Emperor of Aurelion. When the first academy established by the imperial court was completed in the prefecture, the people were even more overjoyed. Now that they had land, in a few years, the new green varieties would be popularized nationwide, and their children would receive a good education, no longer having to be dirt poor farmers all their lives. Even women could see hope. Life was truly becoming more promising by the day. Thank you, young Master Dragon. Thank you, Goddess of Agriculture. Thank you, Imperial Princess Hyohya. Sapphire Coast, the prefectural residence. Eunuch Cedric had been sent by the Emperor of Aurelion, and after finishing his tasks, he remained behind, preparing to return to the capital with Aureli Pendragon. He had not seen his princess in a few months, and seeing that she had lost weight, his heart ached terribly. He immediately began directing the servants in the residence, and the chefs hired from the restaurant to prepare meals for her. Her Highness likes sweet and spicy food. She does not like it too bland or too greasy. Oh, and remember to remove the chicken skin from this chicken, smelling the fragrance wafting through the air. Eunuch Cedric felt determined. After this meal, he had to help the princess gain back 5 pounds. The cooks in the kitchen tossed their ladles, their faces full of grateful smiles. Please, sir, convey our deepest thanks to young Master Dragon for giving us so many recipes. Rest assured, we will definitely work hard. Perhaps the recipes did not mean much to Aureli Pendragon, but for this group of people, it was their means of making a living. Young Master Dragon was truly worthy of being an omnipotent deity from the heavenly realm. She even dabbled in culinary arts. They had never even heard of dishes like sweet and sour pork tenderloin or squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Things were heating up on this side. In the study, Aurelia Pendragon was not idle either. Seeing her hunched over the desk, her brush tip falling swiftly on the paper, drawing one string after another of strange yet orderly symbols, Lord Tristan Thorn grew more puzzled the longer he watched. He could not help but lean in and ask cousin, "What is this?" "These are letters," Aurelia Pendragon replied. "Letters," Lord Tristan Thorn repeated, still confused. "Yes," Aurelia Pendragon raised her eyes. Her fingertips tapped Pala slightly on the paper. "Cousin, repeat after me." She pointed to the smaller on the paper, opening her mouth gently to demonstrate the sound. Then she pointed to the uppercase L on the side. "Look, this is an initial, and this is a final. Put them together and try to spell it out." Lord Tristan Thorn was naturally brilliant. After a moment of thought, he blurted out, "Lar." His eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "Wonderful. Our dynasty's characters are profound and vast. With thousands of them, rote memorization is truly tedious. With this set of letters, one can actually simplify the complex. It is truly useful. But if the tones are different, how should they be distinguished? That is simple." Aurelia Pendragon picked up her brush and added a few more strokes to the side, writing clearly la, 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 la. The four tones were distinct, the phonetics clear and resonant. Lord Tristan Thorn felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. He saw a brand new door to knowledge being gently pushed open by Aurelia Pendragon. He could imagine what kind of turmoil this alphabet would cause in the literary world if it were spread. "Cousin, you're truly..." In an instant, 1,000 emotions surged in Lord Tristan Thorn's eyes. There was amazement, admiration, realization, and heartache. Thousands of feelings intertwined, layered upon one another, and finally settled, leaving only a burning sense of pride. This was the person he admired. She was not anyone's foil, nor was she anyone's dependent. She was herself. Her name was Aurelia Pendragon. Yet she possessed a light as scorching as the sun. "Cousin, take a look at this too." Aurelia Pendragon handed him another page filled with novel symbols. "These are punctuation marks." Punctuation marks. Lord Tristan Thorn's eyes were full of confusion. He felt that everything his cousin brought out overturned his understanding. Aurelia Pendragon slowly recited a sentence. "Rainy days keep guests. Rainy days keep me, but I don't." She looked at Lord Tristan Thorn. "Cousin, could you punctuate this sentence?" Lord Tristan Thorn pondered for a moment. "It is raining. Keep the guest. The day stays. I will not stay." However, this sentence can be punctuated in several ways. Aurelia Pendragon smiled slightly, picked up her brush, and lightly added a few marks to the sentence before pushing it back to him. "Rainy day staying, day leave me. Keek." Not a single character was changed, only a few small punctuation marks were added, yet the meaning of the sentence was completely opposite. "So that is it." Lord Tristan Thorn suddenly realized, "It seems I shall have to address you as Great Scholar Pay from now on, cousin." Thinking of that scene, Aurelia Pendragon's lips curled into a faint smile. "Grandfather is of advanced age and high virtue, and he values literary education the most. I intend to entrust these matters of punctuation and letters to him and several reputable old scholars in the imperial court to preside over their promotion." This was yet another deed that would leave a name in history. Lord Tristan Thorn thought for a moment and understood Aurelia Pendragon's deeper meaning. Using this good deed to shut the mouths of those people was not a bad idea. It was just that. He felt it was a pity for her. "Do not worry about it. Those people owe me such a big favor that they will be more careful in their words and actions in the future. Besides, they are more suitable for this than I am." Aurelia Pendragon was quite open-minded about it. She already held several positions. If she took on another, would she not be worked to death? Besides, she had handed this matter over, with Lord Tristan Thorn there. Who would dare to raise her contributions? Hearing this, Lord Tristan Thorn set his mind at ease. Outside the door, Eunuch Cedric squeezed out a smiling face. "Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared good food. It is not too late to finish eating before you get back to work. You have lost so much weight during this time. When you return, His Majesty, the Empress, and Master Dragon, and his wife will be heartbroken again." Aurelia Pendragon touched her face. "I have clearly just grown into my features." During this time, she had grown quite a bit taller. Her original height of around 165 centimeters was now likely heading towards 1,70 meters. "Let us go." After finishing this big meal, she would have to set off to leave Sapphire Coast tomorrow. No one expected it. The next day, just as the travelling supplies were loaded onto the carriage, the sky screen lit up unexpectedly. "Hello everyone, I'm the Auraline Empire creator, chronoarchivist Echo. In the lens, a young girl wearing casual clothes with a high ponytail was full of energy. It seems we will not be able to leave for a while. Chapter 16, The Jade Capital in the Heavens. This time, the sky screen was a live broadcast. The chronoarchivist seemed to be on the street, with people coming and going in an endless stream behind her. Not long after she appeared, the familiar barrage of comments began to scroll. Here it comes, the little flying stick is here. I'm inside the library right now, and can't hear any sound. If I run into the uploader later, can I get an autograph? It's really strange. Miss Bo's video view counts are so high. Why are there so few people in the live stream? I'm also very confused. The backend shows nearly 100 million viewers. It scared me so much I thought someone had bought bots to get me reported. I contacted the A-Site customer service, and they said it was normal. The chronoarchivist scratched her head. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. Let's get to today's topic. Everyone, hold your breath. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. On screen, the chronoarchivist smiled mysteriously, flicked her fingertips, and instantly switched the camera. The next second, a magnificent building came into view. The entire structure was like crystal poured glass, shimmering with a cold, holy light under the daylight. It extended upwards in layers, piercing the clouds. The streamlined dome resembled a canopy of a celestial palace, stretching out in the air, while the metal framework stood tall and solemn like the jade pillars of a fairy palace. How is it? Is it shocking? Ah, it's truly too shocking. I've only seen pictures. This is my first time seeing the full view. It truly lives up to its name as the world's #1 library, under the sky screen. The people of Great Auralion were dumbfounded. Is this really not a celestial palace? Seeing this building that looked like a fairyland, people began to suspect that the people of later generations were actually immortals. This is the Great Auralion Library, the place we are visiting today. However, it didn't look like this at the beginning. You can look up the specific pictures of the ancient building online. I won't show them here, because this is the first library in Great Auralion, symbolizing the flourishing of culture and the opening of education for an era. Emperor Valerius attached great importance to it back then and specially gathered the top craftsmen from all over the country. It took a full 8 months to carefully build this pavilion. When Auralia first saw this building, she was so shocked that she wrote a poem. Look, you see, it's right there above. As the camera turned, everyone's gaze settled on the stone wall on the side of the library. The stone surface was as smooth as a mirror, engraved with a line of calligraphy that was elegant and ethereal. The white jade capital in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal strokes my head, and I receive eternal life upon tying my hair. Because of this poem, people in the past liked to call the library the White Jade Capital, and many of us still love to use this term now. The library contains thousands of books, and the classics are as vast as the sea. For the ancients, being able to read extensively and study here was truly a fairyland on earth. Alright, let's go inside. Because we need to keep quiet inside, I won't speak. Everyone just watch for yourselves. The chronoarchivist moved her feet after speaking. When the library door slowly pushed open, everyone under the sky screen was stunned. Especially those scholars who had read many books. Their eyes turned red, their bodies trembled, and they looked as if they had gone mad, just because they saw an endless ocean of books. Layer upon layer of bookshelves rose from the ground, reaching straight to the dome, intertwined like a sea of forest. Countless classics and volumes were arranged neatly, their pages glowing with a warm luster. The wind blew in from the high ventilation windows, and it felt as if one could smell the faint scent of ink and paper. Thousands of books stood quietly, silently telling the weight and vastness of civilization. There was no noise, no unnecessary decoration, only books, endless books, like mountains and seas, like stars and rivers. White Jade Capital, White Jade Capital. An old scholar's eyes were bloodshot, his beard trembling slightly, repeating only these 3 words over and over. He gripped the book in his hand so tightly his knuckles turned white. If I could enter and read just 1 or 2 books in my lifetime, I would have no regrets even in death. Indeed, the student beside him agreed deeply. That's right. Someone slapped their thigh suddenly, waking up as if from a dream. The original creation of this White Jade Capital was our Great Auralion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around realized it. Indeed, it hasn't been long since the current emperor issued the decree to build the library. Although they couldn't visit the future to witness the grand occasion, watching the White Jade Capital of their own dynasty rise from the ground was also a wonderful thing. The chronoarchivist said it would take a full 8 months to build. How can we wait that long? Someone rubbed their hands, impatient. Why don't we go directly to the capital to sign up and participate in the construction together? This suggestion drew a chorus of agreement. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go right now. In the crowd, a woman dressed as a scholar rolled her eyes. Didn't you all go around saying a few days ago that Little Master Dragon was harming loyal officials and wanting to cut off our great Aureline's cultural vitality? Don't forget, this library was initiated by Little Master Dragon, and that poem was also written by Little Master Dragon. This statement made a crowd of scholars blush, and they couldn't say a word. Little Master Dragon was not destroying great Aureline's cultural style. Looking at recent events, she was simply going to lead great Aureline's cultural vitality to an unprecedented peak. I was wrong. Isn't it just raiding a few aristocratic families? Let them raid them. What? You say the books in the aristocratic families will be put inside. N is raiding a few enough. Are they going to raid the aristocratic families in other states? They could help out. Miss Bo's purpose was clear. She walked straight to a certain area. After seeing the text on the sign, Lord Tristan Thorn was extremely surprised. These few rows. Are they actually all books about Great Aurelion? Besides Lord Tristan Thorn, others saw it too. Even some illiterate people, after having it explained by those who could read, immediately widened their eyes. Oh my goodness, how many people who left their names in history has our Great Aurelion produced? The library was very quiet, with no noisy sounds. The chronoarchivist also didn't say a word. She took a book from the shelf and showed it to the camera. Sapphire Coast Prefecture Office. Lara tilted her head and read the book title, 1000 Poems of Aurelion. Aurelia Pendragon was shocked. Good heavens. 1000 poems. She got a headache just reciting the 300 Tang poems. This is triple that. People of the future, study hard. Ah, the uploader is so mean. Although I like ancient poetry, reciting poems is too hard. This is just a selection of more representative works. It doesn't mean there are only 1000 poems. Why do the people of Great Aurelion love writing poems so much? After Aurelion and Emperor Valerius built the library and expanded schools, there were more scholars, so wouldn't the number of poems go up? But the people of Aurelion really do love writing poems, especially after savouring Aurelion's poetic talent. Everyone wants to surpass her. Ha ha ha, I remember Miss Gyuroru, Aurelion's die-hard fan. Her lifelong dream is to write a poem that can keep pace with her idol. She really writes a lot. She writes one when eating, one when she's full, one when drinking water, and even when she suddenly gets inspiration while going to the toilet, she has to hold it in to write one. Chapter 17. A Dynasty of Aurelion, a Galaxy of Stars. Lushu. A dilapidated, desolate farmhouse courtyard with mottled mud walls, exuding a sense of poverty. On a small stool in the courtyard sat a little girl of about 9 years old. Her round, dark eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the 3 characters on the sky screen, her small face filled with confusion. Kyoworu, mother, why does my name appear up there? She had originally been illiterate. These 3 characters were a new name specially given to her by the teacher just the day before yesterday, when she had entered the school for the first time. Before this, she had always been called Gyosame, simply because she was the 3rd child in the family. It was precisely because she had received a proper name, and was filled with joy, that she had firmly memorized these 3 characters in her heart. Is that so? The woman beside her, who was bowing her head to do embroidery, heard this and stopped her needlework. She gently stroked her daughter's soft hair. The sky screen displays famous people of our great Aurelion dynasty. It seems my Rory will surely be someone accomplished in the future. Then will I be able to see young Master Dragon. The little girl tilted her small face up, her clear eyes filled with anticipation, gazing at her mother without blinking. The woman coaxed her softly. Then, for the sake of seeing young Master Dragon, Rory must study hard and learn to read. Okay. Mother will make you a new outfit right now. When you go to school tomorrow, be obedient and leave a good impression on the teacher. Although she said this, she shook her head inwardly. She herself was illiterate and did not believe that the person mentioned on the sky screen could be her own ordinary daughter. But looking at the pure joy in her daughter's eyes, she truly could not bear to shatter this small, childlike heart. In her view, for an ordinary girl to have the chance to enter a school and learn a few characters was already a tremendous blessing. She asked for nothing more. She only hoped that in the future, her child would be able to recognize some words, understand some principles, marry into a stable family, and live a peaceful life that would be enough. On the other side, on the sky screen, Echo was opening 300 Aurelion poems. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a clear and concise table of contents was presented to everyone first. The Hanlon academician's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, such an arrangement and classification is simple and easy to understand. It is effortless to consult, and truly ingenious. If the great Lion were to revise its classics in the future, it could very well use this method as a reference. Inside the light screen, the very first poem in 300 Line poems was written by Aurelier Pendragon. Besides that, the pages listed a directory of countless poets. Aurelier Pendragon had just silently memorized a few names when Echo closed the book. If only there were a camera. Aurelier Pendragon sighed softly. The 10,000 wise lyre came online. Miss, what is a camera? It is a tool that can record everything the naked eye sees, capturing even the colors and shapes in perfect detail. It is like painting, except that painting takes a long time, while a camera only needs a fleeting moment. Aurelier Pendragon explained while thinking. What was the principle of a camera again? Pinhole imaging. That wasn't hard to figure out. However, what really allows the image to be preserved are chemical photosensitive substances. She didn't understand that, but she had exchanged for many books, and the schools in the Great Line would add many subjects. She didn't know if she would live to see such things appear. Ahem. Digressing. On the sky screen, chronoarchivist Echo's camera swept across volume after volume of classics. Every time a volume was flipped, many people's hearts tightened, and sounds of regret rose one after another. Encyclopedia of Agriculture. Let us take a look. We really need it. The Artificer's Grimoire. The Minister of Work's breathing grew hot. Seeing Echo skim past it lightly, his heart sank completely. Besides that, there were record of divine medicine and herbs, complete history of the Great Lion, and so on. Aurelier Pendragon felt a wave of relief when she saw the book Clara's compendium. Even the Emperor of Lion was stunned. It is hard to imagine that these were all books written in one generation of the Great Lion. For the first time, he understood the true value of the phrase during the Great Lion dynasty. The stars shone brightly. In the time that followed, Echo slowly toured the vast library. By the time she walked out of the library again, she had several thick books in her arms. I'm finally out. Echo let out a soft breath, her voice filled with a hint of reverence. Does anyone understand? It was so sacred inside. I felt like even speaking loudly would be a sin. She looked down at the books in her arms and couldn't help but chuckle. I originally wanted to collect some material for your next video, but there was just too much content inside. I really wanted to bring it all out at once. After a slight pause, she asked aloud with a bright smile, before Emperor Tiberius the Wise, the literature of the Great Lion was not this prosperous. Let us shout that name out loud. Who was it that made the literary spirit of the Great Lion bloom in an instant, and shine for 1,000 autumns? As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage simultaneously flooded with one person's name. Aurelier, it's my goddess. I raised the banner for the Prime Minister. Let's see who dares to be her enemy. Even the people of the Great Lion watching under the sky screen learned to answer ahead of time. In streets and alleys, schools and farmhouses, palaces and courts, countless voices spoke in unison, blurting out, "It is young Master Dragon." That's right, it's our Aurelier. Echo confirms their answer. Do you think the teaching content in the schools that Aurelier set up is the same as in ancient times? Jahuyi, the 4 books and 5 classics. These are indeed taught, but the subjects are more complex, and even astronomy and geography are covered. Chemistry, biology, physics, language, mathematics, political thought. Every time she announced a subject, the literati of the Great Lion grew more bewildered. Language and mathematics could be understood, and politics could be guessed. But what were those others? No one said anymore that these were mere strange skills or subversive to the rites, because later generations had already proven the importance of these fields of study. Besides language and mathematics, which are compulsory courses, students can choose other subjects according to their interests. Everyone finds their own strengths, then develops their own strengths, and then shines in the fields they excel in. Every time a batch of students graduated from the Great Lion public schools, the literary spirit of the Great Lion would rise a notch. During the reign of Emperor Othniel the Blind, talents were as numerous as Crucian Cap crossing a river. We still don't know where Aurelier got so many types of books from. She is truly like someone who was born with knowledge. She knows everything. What do you think? An all-around warrior is really no exaggeration. I share the host's view. Aurelier is so young. How on earth can her brain hold so much knowledge? Science still cannot explain it to this day, so I also think she has known it since she was born. Oh my, born with knowledge. Doesn't that make her no different from a god? That's right. Echo snapped her fingers. Don't forget, along with history, there is another sentence that has been passed down. If there really is a god in this world, it must be Aurelier Pendragon. This sentence gives me goosebumps. Chapter 18. Why do people in later generations sell their fathers? On the day of leaving Sapphire Coast, thousands of people still lined the streets to see her off. Aurelaya Pendragon's palanquin passed through several prefectures along the way, and wherever she went, the commoners vied to catch a glimpse of her. They carried baskets in their hands, and even though they knew she lacked nothing, they still wanted to pour out their goodwill. The journey back was far less tense than the journey there. Aurelaya Pendragon also had the leisure to enjoy the scenery along the way. On the day she arrived in the capital, from afar, Aurelaya Pendragon spotted several familiar faces at the city gate. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric's joyful voice came from outside the carriage. "Oh my, Your Highness, Master Dragon and his wife have both come to welcome you home." The carriage came to a halt, and Aurelaya Pendragon stepped down slowly. Familiar faces came into view, their eyes filled with relief and concern. Her father and mother had tears in their eyes. Seraphina Pendragon looked excited. Sister Celeste Pendragon wiped away tears on the side. Although she said nothing, it was as if she had said everything. "My Aurelaya, how have you become so thin?" Cyree felt more heartache the more she looked at her. Aurelaya Pendragon felt helpless. "There is a kind of thinness called your parents think you're thin. I will return to the palace first to report to the Emperor of Aurelion. Go back to the manor and rest first." Arthur Pendragon interrupted her. "The Emperor specifically ordered that there is no need to rush. A victory banquet has been prepared for you tomorrow, and it will not be too late to report back then." Aurelaya Pendragon nodded upon hearing this, and said nothing more. Having been away from home for so long, she truly missed her room, the family cook, and her dear family. Seeing that Aurelaya Pendragon intended to walk, the group followed her silently. After a few months of absence, the capital had changed significantly. The roads had been paved with cement, and even the city walls looked brand new. There was a greater variety of stalls set up by street vendors, and the women out shop palace were all very poised and confident. Whenever they saw her, they would call out, "Young Master Dragon." Then they would tactfully walk away, watching her from a distance with eyes full of excitement. Aurelaya Pendragon noticed the clothing and makeup of these women. "What is this?" Celeste Pendragon covered her mouth and chuckled. "These are the most popular styles nowadays. Ever since the Chrono Archivist showcased the clothing of the Pendragon family from the future, shops in the capital have been imitating them, creating many new designs." "I see." Aurelaya Pendragon felt happy about this. "Sister, try this." Seraphina Pendragon passed by a stall, bought something, and excitedly handed it to Aurelaya Pendragon. It was a snack Aurelaya Pendragon had never seen before. The roads were also very tidy, and she noticed that every certain distance along the roadside, there was a large bin, which seemed to contain trash. "Trash cans. These are trash cans." It was official, Lady Genevieve Thorne's idea, saying that prioritizing cleanliness can reduce the spread of diseases. When Cyree mentioned official Lady Genevieve Thorne, her eyes were filled with affection. After all, she was the recognized best friend of her precious daughter from the future. Since the young girl had come to the capital alone, the Pendragon family took good care of her. These changes left Aurelaya Pendragon dazzled. Suddenly, a carriage carrying many passengers drove by and stopped at a nearby bus stop sign. People got off one after another, and new passengers paid and boarded. Only then did she notice pedestrians and carriages all moved in an orderly fashion. There were even white lines drawn on both sides of the road. People walked inside the lines, and carriages travelled in the middle, all in perfect order. Aurelaya Pendragon was stunned for a moment. This was done by following the regulations of the future, with slight modifications. Arthur Pendragon walked slowly with his hand behind his back, explaining calmly. After hearing this, Aurelaya Pendragon couldn't help but exclaim, "Good grief." She had only been away for a few months, not years. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Even if she hadn't mentioned certain things, they were still able to draw inferences and apply them. "If only your cousin had come back with you this time." Cyree began to worry about another child. After finishing the finishing work in Nanju, cousin will be able to come back. He should be able to return to the capital before the military parade. Aurelaya Pendragon comforted her. This was the first military parade in the Aurelian Empire. Both the court and the public attached great importance to it, and the expectations of the commoners were sky high. Training went on daily in the military camp. In fact, the ceremony should have taken place before she returned, but the envoys from small countries who came to Aurelion this time were all here to see Aurelaya Pendragon. They wouldn't return until they had seen her. Thus, the ceremony was postponed by a month. The sky screen had appeared several times during these days, and the officials in charge of the ceremony, based on the information revealed by the future, had refined it further and put a lot of effort into it. After resting at home for one night, when Aurelaya Pendragon went to the military camp the next day, this was the scene she saw. The Minister of War and several generals, along with the soldiers standing behind them, were singing a familiar song at the top of their lungs. Beside the banners, an official from the Ministry of Rights was shouting with a flushed face, "Old Chen, I told you to keep your voice down. Don't you know you're singing off-key?" Minister of War Gareth Blackwood stiffened his neck and retorted, "We're the one off-key." It was clearly General Guoyi who led me astray. General Guoyi stroked his beard and sang a few lines alone to prove himself. "Heh, I am the #1 singing king of the military camp." What is that phrase in the future? My hog. After saying these 2 words uncertainly, he was quite puzzled. The language of the people from the future is so strange. Doesn't Barbara mean father? Why do they want to sell their dads? Orla Pendragon, who had been watching the commotion for a while, could finally no longer hold back her laughter. Her laughter attracted everyone to turn around. Seeing it was Orla Pendragon, Minister of War Chen Zhen's eyes lit up. "It's young Master Dragon. Come, judge for us, am I singing off-key or not?" Orla Pendragon held back her laughter and said with a straight face, "I think the Vice Minister from the Ministry of Rights is right." As soon as these words were spoken, she heard the sound of a heart breaking. The previously imposing Minister of War Gareth Blackwood visibly wilted. His shoulders slumped, even his armour seemed to dim, and he looked as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Orla Pendragon. She remembered now that she had once heard the Emperor of Orleans say that Minister of War Gareth Blackwood had 2 hobbies in his life: drinking and singing loudly. Some said that hearing him sing was more painful than killing him. No way, she seemed to have just shattered the fragile heart of a middle-aged man. Seeing the dignified Minister of War looking as if he would never recover, Orla Pendragon quickly tried to remedy the situation. "Actually, I was wrong just now. It's not that you sing badly. It's just that this song doesn't suit you." "Really?" Minister of War Chen Zhen's eyes were full of suspicion. "These scoundrels want to kick me out of the choir every day. For such a grand event, I want to participate too." He was so aggrieved he was about to shatter. Orla Pendragon's heart softened. "How about I write a new song that suits you? Minister of War Chen Zhen, and I perform it on stage." Orla Pendragon, yes. This old show-off. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood instantly brightened up. Heh. Orla Pendragon had come with serious business today. She took out a blueprint. Several pairs of eyes immediately looked over. "What is this?" "Horseshoes, a powerful tool for the cavalry. It should still be in time, right?" Chapter 19 Little Pay. "Do you have the King of Hell's contact information?" "Sterling Mana. Orla, you look so beautiful in this. You look like a fairy from heaven." "No, that's not right. My Orla has always been a fairy." "Mother," Orla Pendragon said helplessly, "if we keep going like this, we'll be late." This was the 10th outfit Sairui had made her change into, and she had even switched her hairstyle several times. Orla Pendragon felt like her hair was about to be pulled bald. Standing there felt like playing a dress-up game. "Oh, all right, this is the one." Sairui finally made the decision. It was a pink dress embroidered with peach blossoms, the fabric as thin as cicada wings, with layers of ruffles on the sleeves that looked like peach blossom petals just beginning to bloom in spring. Her hair was styled into a pair of soft, Drew Palace double buns, with a few strands of hair left at her temples. Each bun was adorned with a pearl hairpin, with light, soft ribbons hanging down that swayed gently with every movement, making her look both charming and cute. In the mirror, the girl's skin was like congealed fat, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and her eyes seemed to contain crushed starlight, with moonlight pouring down, condensing into a body of jade bones. Looking at her pink and tender daughter, Sairui was very satisfied with her masterpiece. In the past, her daughter had always acted like a mature adult, making people forget her age. Now, it was like seeing her as the child who used to cling to her side again. For some reason, Sairui's eyes felt a little sore. "My Orla, you've grown up." The Sterling Manor-esque carriage was already waiting outside the gate, the ebony carriage body parked steadily on the bluestone slab, with the carriage curtains draped in dark patterned brocade. The whole Pendragon family boarded the carriage, the horses, whose tap palace lightly against the night as they headed toward the palace. The palace was brightly lit, the halls stretching out like a galaxy fallen to earth. There were familiar officials coming and going. Seeing Orla Pendragon, they all smiled and greeted her, their manner much more polite than before. Orla Pendragon was well aware of the shift in their attitude. This time, the crackdown on Prince Jayan and the noble families had implicated several officials, destroying both them and their families. After some calculations, everyone realized these people had either spoken ill of Orla Pendragon or had offended her in the past. The fabrications made by the storyteller at the tea house in Sapphire Coast had somehow reached the capital, and having passed through several prefectures, the rumours had changed several times, becoming more exaggerated as they spread. By the time they reached the capital, it had become that Aureli Pendragon was not only the biological daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, but also a judge beside the King of Hell, sent to the human world to meet a quoter. Aureli Pendragon. Big niece, an official familiar with Arthur Pendragon, sidled up with a cheeky grin. The fortune teller said, I don't have many years left to live. Could you please use your connections in the underworld to add a few more years to my lifespan in the book of life and death? As soon as these words were spoken, the ears that had perked up around them turned into burning gazes. Aureli Pendragon, no. It would be one thing if the common people believed it. You are all highly educated intellectuals. How can you believe such an absurd thing? Arthur Pendragon blew his beard and glared. Get lost, get lost, get lost. If that thing really existed, I'd have them cross you out first. You need to bother my daughter for this. If you have the ability, go find the King of Hell yourself. This was meant as sarcasm. Unexpectedly, someone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's not impossible. Arthur Pendragon, big niece, do you have the King of Hell's contact info? Aureli Pendragon, fearing that his daughter would be infected with stupidity if they stayed any longer, Arthur Pendragon quickly pulled her inside. As a result, they had just entered the hall when they saw a big scene. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was surrounded in the middle. The old man's voice had never been so loud. Oh my, this is the aegis of the masses the people of Riverlands of Lev gave me. I originally didn't want to bring it over. You all know, I'm not the type to show off. It's just that I observed the celestial phenomena at night, and calculated that there would be rain tonight, so I had no choice but to bring it. Sigh, someone asked. Then where is the rain? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance said with a straight face, it didn't rain. Look at this mess. Everyone was choked by Minister of Rights Lucius Vance and sighed, immediately scattering like birds and beasts. They were truly afraid that if they stayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to stop themselves from committing a homicide. How does that saying go? Don't force me to slap you on such a joyous day. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, seeing that this group had finished their business, began looking for a new target. Just like that, he spotted Arthur Pendragon at a glance. The little old man immediately smiled like a wrinkled autumn chrysanthemum, hurried over in a few steps, and thrust the umbrella in his hand toward the other person. Old Pay, take a look at my umbrella. Isn't it quite strange? I can't see what characters are carved on it, because my eyes are failing. Could you help me take a look? Arthur Pendragon did not accept the face-to-face attack, and launched a counter-attack skill. He dug at his ear. What? How did you know my daughter's name is Aureli Pendragon? The smile on Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's face stiffened. Oh no, forgot this was a tough nut to crack. He looked at Aureli Pendragon behind Arthur Pendragon, and just as he was about to find a way to step down, he heard the beautiful young girl say, if your eyes are failing, how about I make you a pair of glasses? That would be great. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was delighted. He had heard of glasses, and he had seen them too. When the Emperor of Aureli first got a pair of reading glasses, he showed them off every day. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had even tried them on, and you really couldn't deny it. The originally blurry text became unprecedentedly clear while wearing the glasses. It was just that there were too few of these things made. They were very rare, and they had to be based on some diopters. Anyway, it was all sorts of complicated things, and they had to be fitted one by one. Just hearing the name, it was clearly something Aureli Pendragon had come up with. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had been planning to wait until she returned to the capital to shamelessly ask for a pair. After all, the sky screen said the two of them were friends across generations. He didn't expect her to bring it up first. Look at you. You're just too polite. How could I be so embarrassed? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance said. 100 taels, please. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. How could such a beautiful young girl say something so ugly? This father and daughter. They are truly father and daughter. Seeing Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's expression, Aureli Pendragon stopped teasing him. I'm just joking. If you need them, I'll send someone to your mansion tomorrow. After saying this, she stopped worrying about the power struggles between the two old men and bowed to leave. Her good friend was still waiting for her. Official Lady Genevieve Fawn had been watching her for a long time. Aureli Pendragon blinked at her, and as their eyes met, the two smiled at each other. Official Lady Genevieve Fawn walked over and held her hand generously. Our Aurelian, that day your uncle and aunt invited me to welcome you together. But I thought you'd been away from home for so long, and would most want to spend time with your parents, so I didn't go. Today, I came early to wait for you. After saying this, her gaze lingered on Aureli Pendragon's face for a long time, and she sighed, knitting her brows. You've lost a lot of weight. After handling the disaster in Lashu, you had to go handle the matters in Whispering Vales and Sapphire Coast. You've worked hard. Aureli Pendragon shook her head. It's all right. How about you? How have things been at the Imperial Medical Academy? Chapter 20, presenting a prince to Lord Pei. According to official Lady Genevieve Thorne, she was living quite well in the capital. The Emperor, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager were all very kind to her. No one at the Imperial Medical Academy put on airs because of her youth. Instead, upon discovering her talent, they taught her everything they knew. Furthermore, Arthur Pendragon and Zyria also took extra care of her in their daily lives. Fearing she might be lonely, Seraphina Pendragon and Celeste Pendragon often dragged Alara Valerius along to take her out to play. The four-person squad knew all the capital's current hotspots like the back of their hand. Sister Aureline. One could tell who it was just by that lively voice. Before Aurelia Pendragon could even turn her head, a figure had already rushed over to hug her. Alara Valerius rubbed her cheek against her, looking as though she were intoxicated. Sister Aureline, Tanya Sterling missed you so much. Is that so? Aurelia Pendragon rubbed her head and teased. But I heard that Tanya Sterling has been living quite comfortably lately. Alara Valerius was naturally quite fond of beauty. After the sky screen exposed her actions, without any disparagement, she became even more uninhibited. Previously, the Grand Princess could still keep her in check, but now she couldn't manage her at all. Alara Valerius' second favourite thing was to wander about, looking for any broken beauties to cross her path. As for her first favourite Aurelia Pendragon, still Aurelia Pendragon, the group chatted for a while. Several figures entered through the palace doors. The clothing was not that of great Aurelian, and some had deep-set features. There were even a few with yellow hair. Upon seeing this, Minister of War Gareth Blackwood exclaimed, "White-haired monkeys." But the next second, Prime Minister Alastair hurriedly covered his mouth. Cups clinked at the banquet. Although it was prepared to celebrate Aurelia Pendragon's achievements, it was also a venue for diplomacy. The envoys presented fresh, beautiful maidens one by one. They looked to be only in their early 20s. The Emperor of Aurelian was old enough to be their father. However, the Emperor of Aurelian did not accept them. Instead, he bestowed one upon the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, mindful that the Crown Princess was pregnant and that his energy was focused on his daughter, also declined. The pretty young lady was passed around a few times, and it looked like she was about to end up with an elderly official. Seeing the sorrow and despair in her eyes, mixed with the lecherous gaze of the old official, Aurelia Pendragon couldn't help but intervene. "Are you willing to follow the princess?" Alara Valerius, Although confused, she immediately followed suit. Yes, yes, yes. "Do you want to come to my mansion? This princess loves delicate little beauties the most, hehe." Alara Valerius was somewhat moved. As expected of Sister Aurelian, knowing her preferences, woo. Who else could understand this sentiment? She would follow Sister Aurelian for the rest of her life. At the banquet, Grand Princess Victoria Valerius held her forehead, filled with helplessness. When a princess of the realm asks for someone, one must save face. The pretty maiden breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the two with gratitude. Aurelia Pendragon continued to calmly do battle with the food on the table. Although civilian food was also delicious, she had a preference for the imperial chef's cooking. As she was savouring it, the Tariq of Amalek envoy stood up, followed by several strong, sturdy youths. One of the men wore a veil, but one could tell he was extraordinarily handsome just from his exposed eyes. The envoy bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Aurelian. This is the little Prince of Tariq of Amalek, who has come specifically to present a dance." Men dancing was not rare in Great Aurelian, but the key was that this group of men was dressed so flamboyantly. Alara Valerius and Seraphina Pendragon were already stunned. Some noble ladies half covered their eyes, wanting to watch yet feeling shy. Aurelia Pendragon watched openly. It was just that the envoy's gaze at the Emperor of Aurelian was not quite innocent. "No way, right?" Presented to the Emperor of Aurelian. Well, that was obviously impossible. She figured it was most likely for her. Aurelia Pendragon bit into a pastry, pondering where to place him. They weren't lacking people for farming, but Great Aurelian needed help everywhere these days. Aurelia Pendragon's mind raced. The dance began. The little prince's movements were indeed stunning. His waist was as supple as spring water, and his eyes were sultry and soul-stirring. As the music reached a crescendo, the dancers swarmed in like butterflies flitting through flowers. Their robes billowed, their jewelry jingled, and their glances were filled with ambiguous, testing intent. Their target was abundantly clear. Even a blind man could see it. Victoria Valerius didn't know if Aurelia Pendragon's soul had been ensnared, but her daughter definitely couldn't escape. That was the power of reputation. The officials and royalty at the banquet looked at Aurelia Pendragon with teasing expressions. However, her reaction disappointed them. Despite such a sultry performance, she didn't even blush. She just sat there, looking as solemn and holy as if she were about to achieve enlightenment. Her gaze was calm as she elegantly ate the roast chicken. Was the roast chicken really that delicious? Hey, everyone couldn't help but take a bite. Well, okay. Little pays strict selection. The little prince saw Orelai Pendragon's demeanor. His eyes flashed, and he swayed his waist even more supplely. His eyes seemed to overflow with honey. Orelai Pendragon finally gave him a direct look. Before he could even feel happy, he saw her tear off another piece of roast chicken. The little prince, seriously. He, a living, delicate, stunning beauty, was seducing her. In her eyes, he wasn't even worth as much as a roast chicken. It seemed he would have to use his trump card. The music gradually swelled. The dancers spun rapidly. The small bells decorating their clothes chimed crisply with their movements. When the music ended, they moved to the center of the banquet hall to strike an ending pose. And the little prince, whether intentionally or unintentionally, suddenly lost his footing and tumbled toward Orelai Pendragon. Ayo tilde tilde tilde. Orelai Pendragon. The next second. Ouch. With a solid, muffled thud, the little prince landed hard on the polished floor, the corners of his eyes turning red from the pain. He stared at the veil that had fallen to the floor, stunned. This wasn't right, was it? According to the script he had practiced thousands of times in Tariq of Amalek, at this very moment he should have fallen into her arms as gracefully and lightly as a willow catkin, with a beautiful, spinning arc. Then, in the moment their eyes met, he would take the opportunity to remove his veil, revealing a face that made flowers pale in comparison, and then address her in a slightly hoarse, cello-like low voice. Thank you, princess. That was how it was supposed to go. But in reality, the flaw had met this princess before he did. The little prince glanced at her, looking frail and delicate. Seeing her expression of shock, his composure completely crumbled. This woman was so utterly dense. No, that wasn't right. Didn't the intelligence report say she was particularly fond of beauty? Otherwise Tariq of Amalek wouldn't have sent him their trump card. But the truth was she was so ascetic that it was as if she were cultivating the path of ruthlessness. Even some men were casting strange looks at him. Fortunately, they had a backup plan. The Tariq of Amalek envoy couldn't bear to look at his own disappointing prince, so he closed his eyes and said, Emperor of Orelion, the prince has long heard of Her Highness the Princess's reputation and has admired her for a long time. He hopes the princess might give him a chance. This the Emperor of Orelion looked toward Orelai Pendragon. Why was everyone looking at him? He couldn't make the decision for her. Chapter 20. When a wonderful misunderstanding occurs. Seeing the hesitant attitude of the Emperor of Orelion towards Orelai Pendragon, the little prince of Tariq of Amalek and the Tariq of Amalek envoys nodded solemnly in their hearts. The intelligence was correct. Princess Geohir, the protector of the state, appeared to have the elegant and tainted demeanor of a gentle breeze and bright moon, but behind the scenes, her ambition was boundless. She had long since firmly grasped the imperial power of Orelion in her palm, effectively sidelining the entire imperial court. Haven't you seen that even a great emperor like this doesn't dare to issue an imperial decree directly? So the question arises, how should they win over Orelai Pendragon? Princess the little prince of Tariq of Amalek rolled his eyes quickly, put on a tearful expression, looked up at Orelai Pendragon, his eyes filled with a touch of aggrieved accusation. Mar truly admires you from the heart. Very well. Hearing these two words, the little prince of Tariq of Amalek almost thought he was hallucinating. When he came to his senses, he saw that Orelai Pendragon had already nodded gently, and said to him in a calm tone, since that is the case, you shall stay by my side for this period of time. Everyone's gaze fell upon the little prince of Tariq of Amalek. The Emperor of Orelion also nodded. Then we shall listen to you. Seeing the Emperor of Orelion obey Orelai Pendragon's every word, the tiny shred of doubt he had instantly vanished. Sensing the surrounding gazes, he and the Tariq of Amalek envoys straightened their backs. Envious, aren't you? Jealous, aren't you? In the future, he would whisper sweet nothings in her ear, striving to conquer the state of Orelion as soon as possible. That way, he could be the empress, and she might show more favor to Tariq of Amalek for his sake. Once he bore her a son, the descendants of Tariq of Amalek would be the emperors of Orelion. Ha 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 ha. Wait, something seems a bit strange. The officials of Orelion looked at his sudden, maniacal laughter, completely confused. He doesn't think this is a good thing, does he? As everyone knows, Orelai Pendragon has no interest in romantic relationships between men and women. The men who approach her either go farming or go to work. For her to keep him so openly to date's likely even more serious. Now that he had a status, the little prince of Tariq of Amalek sat down beside Orelai Pendragon. Seeing this, Orelai Pendragon tore a piece of meat from the roasted chicken, Would you like to try some? The little prince of Tariq of Amalek was stunned. Very well. This was the very chicken that had caused him to lose all face just moments ago. He would definitely bite down fiercely to punish it. The next second, so delicious. Choo 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 choo. No wonder the princess favors this dish. He understood now. The chicken was tender and juicy, the skin roasted to crispy, delicious perfection, and the inside was infused with a unique, savory aroma he had never tasted before. The ingredients were exquisite, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Try this too. Aurelire Pendragon picked up a piece of fish. A resentful gaze was cast from the right side. Aurelire Pendragon turned her head and also picked up a piece for Alara Valerius, who instantly became cheerful. My God, it's sweet and sour, and it still has the freshness of the fish. Zhao eyes were full of surprise. What kind of earthly delicacies were these? Had he perhaps arrived in heaven? Alara Valerius chimed in. It must be because it touched Sister Aureline's hands that it is so delicious. Aurelire Pendragon looked at her with a smile, then continued to serve food to both of them. Shamu's eyes grew brighter as he ate, and the smile on Aurelire Pendragon's lips became increasingly gentle. He really is just a simple, gluttonous boy. Compared to the meals in Tariq of Amalek, how does the taste here compare? Aurelire Pendragon asked softly. Shamu ate without even looking up, his mouth full of satisfaction. Excellent. In all the years I've lived, I have never eaten anything so delicious. Aurelire Pendragon asked again, what is your name? The little prince of Tariq of Amalek looked up. A single name, Mu. Mu carries the meaning of whole palace for beauty. Zhao Mu, that is truly a good name. Aurelire Pendragon praised with a gentle gaze. As her words fell, Zhao Mu's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. In all the time he had grown up, this was the first time someone had praised his name. Whole palace for beauty, that's not it at all. Since the moment he was born, his father had rarely asked about him, treating him with extreme indifference. This name was merely because his mother was infatuated with his father, pouring all her humble love into it, which is why she called him Mar. Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu felt that his name, spoken from her lips, sounded inexplicably pleasant. His ears twitched. If you return to Tariq of Amalek, you will never be able to eat these delicacies again. Zhao Mu was confused. But I have already stayed. He secretly glanced up at Aurelire Pendragon, a touch of shyness inexplicably flushing his cheeks, and said softly, Her Highness the Princess wouldn't short me on food, would she? Naturally not. Aurelire Pendragon shook her head gently. Don't you want the people of Tariq of Amalek to be able to eat such delicacies as well? Zhao Mu tilted his head, but the two countries are separated by 10,000 miles. Even if transported there, the food would have long since rotted and spoiled. Furthermore, many of the ingredients cannot be found in Tariq of Amalek at all, so it's better if he just enjoys it himself. What if it could be done? Aurelire Pendragon's sentence left Zhao Mu stunned. Even if it could be done, what did that have to do with him? To speak the cold, hard truth, he was sent to the state of Aurelion for a marriage alliance, really as an insignificant pawn in his father's hand. His mother was also just an ordinary, unloved, and powerless concubine in the harem. If not for being born with outstanding looks, he probably would never have had a chance to get ahead in this life. He had never learned the imperial way of governing a country, nor had he ever been valued by the court officials. Apart from his birth mother, he had no deep connections with anyone else in the world. Even if the people of Tariq of Amalek were displaced, it meant nothing to him. Why would he care whether they could eat a good meal? But Aurelire Pendragon was looking at him with a solemn expression, as if he were an indispensable person in this world. Zhao Mu spoke subconsciously. Am I important? Of course you are important. Although this is an alternate history, the country of Tariq of Amalek also existed in modern history. The rice there seems to be harvested twice a year. In some places, even 3 times a year. What a great place. It would be even better if it could be taken without spending a single soldier or a single blow. Moreover, although Zhao Mu hid it well, there was always a sense of inferiority and unwillingness in his eyes. She didn't know what had happened to him, but a prince coming for a marriage alliance was clearly not being valued, so his unwillingness was not wanting to become an abandoned pawn. Then him choosing her at the banquet must mean he wants to cooperate with her. Aurelire Pendragon didn't believe that one of a country's heirs would willingly go to another family to become a concubine. Coincidentally, she also had some ideas, so she agreed to his proposal. Zhao Mu didn't know what Aurelire Pendragon had misunderstood. At this moment, in Zhao Mu's mind, over and over, only 4 words remained. He is important. Having lived for over 20 years, this was the first time he had experienced the feeling of being valued by someone. As if possessed, Zhao Mu replied, I would like to. Very well. Aurelire Pendragon smiled. he was indeed here to cooperate. Xiaomu looked at her smile, and also smiled. After Orelai Pendragon saw his empty bowl and plate, she subconsciously picked up a piece of food for him. Xiaomu smiled, his eyes brimming with tears. The intelligence was wrong. She is not some ambitious person at all. She is clearly very gentle. On the whole table, this was the dish he liked the most. How long have they known each other? Yet she had already taken note of it. Chapter 22. On the eve of the military parade, the banquet ended. Xiaomu walked with the envoy, looking somewhat absent-minded. The envoy. Weren't they here to win over Orelai Pendragon? Why did it look like their own prince had fallen into lovesickness? The envoy's lips twitched as he reminded him, "Prince, please do not forget our objective." Xiaomu lifted his eyelids, no longer displaying the captivating charm he had shown at the banquet. In its place was a cold indifference that kept people at a distance. "Rest assured, I have not forgotten." For his mother, he would not forget. Xiaomu gave a self-deprecating smile. Even his own relatives and kin did not care about him, yet she was able to remember his preferences and even said such things. Suddenly, he felt, coming to the Orelian Empire might not be a bad thing after all. Hearing this, the envoy felt much relieved, yet he still felt that something was strange. Princess Deohur is different from what the intelligence report said. She seems indifferent to romance. You must be cautious in your future actions. Xiaomu could agree with the first half of the sentence, but the latter part made him furrow his brows. Nonsense, she clearly cares about me very much. The envoy. Xiaomu, I think she fell in love with me at first sight. Otherwise, why would she have given me the chicken leg? She hadn't even eaten it herself, and she even served me vegetables. And what else? Xiaomu's handsome face flushed red. Nothing. That was a secret. Between the two of them, it could not be known by outsiders. Seeing him looking like a lovesick youth, the envoy felt like covering his forehead. Xiaomu, however, looked up at the sky with a smile on his lips. The moon in the Orelian Empire is even brighter than the one in Tariq of Amalek. The envoy took a look. Is it? Why didn't he feel that way? After staying at the post house for one day, Xiaomu took his things to the Sterling Manor the next day. Orelai Pendragon was not at the mansion, so Zai Ruyi entertained him very warmly, but she looked at Xiaomu's many bags and felt puzzled. Didn't her daughter say he was here for a short stay? It didn't look like it. It seemed as if he was moving his whole home over. Could it be that this person just loves dressing up? Forget it. No need to think about it. How could her daughter be wrong? Zai Ruyi was just about to change her clothes and go out to play mahjong with some familiar ladies. Speaking of which, this mahjong was something her daughter had created just to relieve her boredom. Later, the Empress Dowager and the Empress found out about it and got a set of their own, and mahjong became popular. Thinking of her daughter's filial piety, Zai Ruyi beamed with joy. Who would have thought that before she even walked out of the courtyard, a maid reported, "Madam, the prince requests an audience." Zai Ruyi, didn't he just leave? The maid lowered her head. He says he is here to serve you tea. Zai Ruyi. Xiaomu had changed into Orelian Empire attire. A plain white brocade robe was tailored to fit him perfectly, with faint silver-threaded flowing clouds embroidered on the collar and cuffs, giving it a graceful style. His features were as vivid and beautiful as a painting, and now, dressed in this outfit, he exuded an indescribable air of decency and composure. He lowered his eyelids, performed a proper bow, then took the hot tea from his attendant. He stepped forward with a composed gait, his voice steady. "Mother-in-law, please have some tea." Zai Ruyi's hand shook. What did she just hear? And honestly speaking, the person in front of her, the way he stood, the gesture of serving the tea, inexplicably had an air of a virtuous husband and good father. Zai Ruyi felt she had truly gone mad. How could she think like that? She took the tea with great confusion. Should she drink this tea or not? Or was this also part of the plan in his collaboration with her daughter? As the time for the military parade drew closer, Orelai Pendragon was almost constantly on the move, staying at the military camp. Horseshoes had already been created. A group of generals seemed to have developed an addiction to horseback riding and had to ride a few laps every day. Orelai Pendragon spent all day perfecting the formations, ensuring they were uniform and orderly. Perhaps because she knew she represented the face of the entire Orelian Empire. The soldiers were very serious and also somewhat nervous. In the past few days, many people had been arriving in the capital one after another. They had all come to watch the ceremony after hearing the news. This was a grand event rarely seen in thousands of years. The inns in the capital were full. Residents of the surrounding villages were also making a fortune. Some people who really couldn't find a place to stay just rolled out their bedding in the city and slept. They were not afraid of trouble, nor were they afraid of their money being stolen. Things were different now. The public security in the capital was second to none. It was said that the imperial court was revising the laws of the Aurelian Empire, and the crime rate would only get lower and lower in the future. Aurelia Pendragon had not returned home for several days. Sairui and old Madame P were deeply concerned and sent people every day to deliver her favourite foods. This day, after returning under the stars and moon, this was the scene Aurelia Pendragon witnessed. Jinmu was massaging Arthur Pendragon's shoulders and occasionally joking with Sairui. Her younger siblings were sitting to the side, playing with some novel gadgets in their hands. Sister, her little brother was the first to notice her. His eyes lit up immediately as he picked up the thing in his hand. This is what Brother Mu brought from Tariq of Amalek. Isn't it beautiful? It is beautiful. Aurelia Pendragon rubbed his cheeks. Looking at the scene in the hall, she always felt it was a bit strange, Princess. You are back. Seeing her, Jinmu walked toward her. This person seemed to have gained a bit of weight. It had only been a few days. Aurelia Pendragon looked at him in confusion. His complexion was much rosier, and his face looked very satisfied. After everyone left, Aurelia Pendragon learned from her father and mother that Jinmu had not left the mansion and had stayed inside the whole time, and she understood. Aurelia Pendragon pinched her brow. Miss, what is wrong? Did you catch a cold outside, or are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Clara quickly stepped forward half a step, carefully observing her expression. Aurelia Pendragon shook her head gently, her gaze directed toward the dim lamplight under the veranda, her voice calm. It is nothing. I just suddenly realized that I seem to have made a mistake about something. Can this also be wrong? Lyra immediately furrowed her brows, her tone carrying a hint of disapproval. In her heart, Miss could not be wrong. If Miss said so, it could only mean that the thing or person that Miss thought was wrong was, in fact, wrong. Aurelia Pendragon was amused by her serious expression and let out a light laugh. She bent her knuckles and gave her a light flick on the forehead. Of course I can be wrong. In this world, no one is omnipotent. Everyone has times when they misjudge or think the wrong way. After speaking, Aurelia Pendragon walked toward her own courtyard. If you are wrong, you change. There's nothing to dwell on. Before, she hadn't understood the situation clearly, which was why she had brought Jinmu back. Seeing him now, he truly had no intention of returning to Tariq of Amalek. Since that was the case, her original plan could be changed. As for Jinmu, she would also have a proper conversation to ask for his thoughts before making a proper arrangement. It was late now, and it would be very impolite to rush to someone else's residence. Therefore, Aurelia Pendragon took the time the next day to explain everything. In such fulfilling days, the Aurelian Empire's first military parade began. Babies, I want to generate power for love. Chapter 23 Dravidia. It can't be hidden in secret. The sky was clear for 10,000 Li, with soft, drifting clouds stretching leisurely across the crystal clear, azure sky screen. The sunlight, neither scorching nor harsh, bathed the entire land of Aurelian. On the outskirts of the capital, on an incredibly vast open space, soldiers stood in neat formations, holding new-style sabers, their postures as upright as pines, standing solemnly and orderly as they tightly guarded the towering viewing platform. Around the perimeter, tiers of steps wound upwards, each level packed with the citizens of Aurelian, the faces beaming with irrepressible excitement as they chattered animatedly about the day's grand event. Quick-witted vendors had long since packed their carefully prepared snacks into bamboo baskets, weaving through the bustling crowd with their wares, shouting their sales pitches. Thanks to the dense throng of people, the goods were sold out in mere moments. On such a day of national celebration, even the most frugal individuals were willing to open their purses. Having made some money, the peddler went to a nearby stall to buy a brooch, which featured the flag of Aurelian along with chibi characters of the Emperor of Aurelian and Master Dragon. The vendor was from the Ministry of Revenue, claiming these items were merchandise for the event. The peddler didn't understand. He just thought it looked nice, figuring his daughter would surely love it. Besides this design, there were many others. Just as he tucked the brooch into his pouch, he spotted Old Dragon with his hands clasped behind his back. Damn it! Which genius decided to use that face for a hair accessory? Although he didn't quite get it, since he was Master Dragon's father, the peddler impulsively made a purchase anyway. 9 resonant, deep tolls of a bell pierced the sky, announcing the official commencement of the military parade. The peddler hurried back to his spot, only to find that the boisterous, roaring crowd had fallen into instant silence. A procession walked slowly along the red carpet laid out in the center. At the very front were 2 figures in bright yellow, the Emperor of Aurelian and the Empress. Empress Dowager Wang wore attire even more grand and opulent than when she was crowned Empress. She walked without assistance, looking vigorous and radiant. Beside the Empress Dowager, Aurelia Pendragon walked in dignified official robes, her demeanor composed. Following them were the civil and military officials of Aurelion and the envoys from various nations. As soon as they appeared, the square remained quiet for a moment. Then, someone let out a soft exclamation, and soon, voices began to rise, growing more fervent until they merged into earth-shaking cheers and shouts. It's Master Dragon. I actually get to see you a living Aurelier. Aurelia Pendragon felt helpless. It wasn't as if she had been dead before. Awu. The Emperor looked at me. The Emperor is so majestic. I feel like he's going to punch me at any second now. After all, I really did accidentally litter on the street yesterday. Emperor of Aurelion, let me clarify. You won't get beaten for littering. You'll be fined. Empress Sushuyo is so beautiful. She truly embodies the grace of a mother to the world. Upon hearing this, Empress Sushuyo's smile widened. It turned out the people had not forgotten her. May Empress Dowager Wang be blessed with longevity and health. Empress Dowager Wang straightened her back, looking as if she'd been rejuvenated in an instant. Wow, Madame Pei is so young. Old Pei is also a person, I guess. Sairui PFFT . Arthur Pendragon, A cacophony of voices drowned the crowd. Even the most inconspicuous officials were praised. Not a single person in Aurelion felt it was noisy. On the contrary, they were intoxicated by the atmosphere. At the front of the procession, envoys from other nations watched and listened to this scene, utterly astonished. Were the monarch and officials of Aurelion truly so beloved by their people? Among the group, only Aurelia Pendragon remained composed. Even the Emperor of Aurelion's steps were floating with exhilaration. They walked to the grand viewing platform and took their seats. Following the protocol, the Emperor of Aurelion stood in the center, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. He raised his hand. It was as if the voices of the crowd had been hit with a mute button. The square fell instantly silent. The Emperor of Aurelion felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It was his first time addressing so many citizens. He didn't feel awkward. Instead, he felt exceptionally solemn. Everyone has worked hard, he said. His voice, carried by the surrounding loudspeakers, spread to all corners. Such a down-to-earth opening remark drew knowing smiles from the citizens. The Emperor of Aurelion concisely finished his prepared address, added a few impromptu remarks, and then smilingly announced in a clear voice, "The military parade officially begins." As he returned to his seat, a resounding horn blast suddenly echoed. Immediately following, the scalp-tingling sound of footsteps approached from afar. From the end of the road, a column of 500 infantrymen strode forward. The soldiers, dressed in uniform attire, held their heads high and chests out. Every gesture and every step was precise, as neat and uniform as if measured by a ruler. The Dravidia envoy's lips trembled slightly, his heart filled with shock. Just one look, and he felt their aura was so stirring. How were such elite infantry trained? If Dravidia could steal this method as the military column reached the center of the square, General Guyo's magnificent and resonant voice echoed across the field. "Attention, at ease, salute." The soldiers in formation waved their military flags. General Guyo waved his hand, and the next second, the soldiers gripped their long spears in unison and shouted sharply, "Thrust." The movement was crisp and sharp, as if they were on the battlefield, engaged in a bloody fight with their enemy. On the viewing platform, the faces of the envoy delegation drained of colour, their gazes locked onto the weapons in the soldiers' hands. They had long heard that after Aurelia Pendragon entered office, the weapons of Aurelion had been revolutionized, and their combat power had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Even though their spies reported it vividly, they remained disdainful in their hearts. No matter how strong, just how strong could they be? But at this moment, reality dealt them a harsh blow. On the square, the infantry column split into two sides, and the soldiers holding spears thrust fiercely at the men opposite them. Envoys from other nations! Isn't this a military parade? What's with performing a murder on the spot? Are they trying to intimidate us? Surely it's not that extreme. Yet, they saw that the monarch, officials, and citizens of Aurelion were all very excited. The envoys are the people of Aurelion, all perverts. The next second, as the spears thrust toward the living targets, the people from other nations thought a murder was about to occur. To their surprise, the weapons could not penetrate the flesh at all, as if they were blocked by something. "What is this?" the envoy from Tariq of Amalek asked. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood stroked his beard and said calmly, "This is the 8th generation new armor. It hasn't been developed for long. In another 2 months, the 9th generation armor will be available." The envoy, "So that grey-looking stuff on this troop is actually armor." The envoys were stunned. Was it really that powerful? Even weapons couldn't pierce it. Then wouldn't the ones in their own countries be nothing? but scrap metal. Darth Blackwood took in their expressions and chuckled inwardly. The materials to make these were rare. There weren't many at all, but bringing them out was just to bluff them. The old military column retreated, and a new team made a brilliant appearance. Various types of infantry weapons emerged one after another. When they saw the bows and repeating crossbows gleaming with a cold light, the envoy delegation thought, should we just go back and tell our emperor that we should surrender? At this firing range, our soldiers would be turned into sieves before they even got close. What could we possibly use to win? The Dravidia envoy could not hide his secret thoughts. If only they could master this weapon. Chapter 24. Long live the people. Long live the Aurelian Empire. The military flags of the state of Aurelian waved gently, and the crossbowmen retreated in orderly ranks. The people in the stands remained unsatisfied, their faces filled with pride and peace of mind. With such a powerful army to protect them, they had nothing to fear from any strong enemy. Several veterans, who had personally experienced the battlefield, were already teary-eyed, whispering, "It's truly wonderful." These were not just weapons, they were clearly lines of lives. Suddenly, a dull, powerful sound of hooves caused the ground to tremble slightly. What sound is this? The Canaan envoy widened his eyes. What kind of strange commotion is this again? In the distance, a fully armed cavalry unit came galloping over. The soldiers on horseback were all masked, revealing only pairs of sharp, hawk-like eyes. The cavalry's formation was unpredictable and rigorous. The Modau in their hands glinted with chilling killing intent, and their momentum was terrifying. Envoys from other countries, so steady. Such fierce killing intent. Is this really just cavalry? Wasn't it said that the cavalry of the state of Aurelian was very weak? In the central viewing stand, the Emperor of Aurelian wore a triumphant, lopsided smirk. He seemed to already see the scene of the state of Aurelian trampling over foreign lands and unifying the entire world. Har, har, har. After the cavalry retreated, everyone still felt lingering fear. It's finally over. The Tariq of Amalek envoy patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. But before the words had faded, another unit appeared at the end of the road. How is there more? This unit's attire was exceptionally strange. The soldiers were bundled up tightly, numbering only a dozen or so, carrying no conventional weapons, only carrying strange-looking objects on their backs. It's here, it's here. The monarch and subjects of the state of Aurelian sat up straight. Everything before was just an appetizer. This was their true ultimate weapon. The delegation of envoys watched as this inexplicable small team buried a pitch-black object in the ground, then covered it with many stones and shields. The people suddenly realized they were just wondering why there would be a pit in such nice surface under the gaze of countless eyes. After the soldier took out a fire starter and lit the fuse, this unit ran backward in perfect unison. The delegation of envoys, so this was a unit of deserters. The few of them ran very far away, lay down on the spot, and even covered themselves with shields. Please cover your ears, a reminder came from the loudspeaker. Although the people didn't understand why, they all obediently listened. Aurelia Pendragon silently covered her ears. Glancing at the delegation of envoys who looked full of disdain, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. A moment later, boom. An earth-shattering explosion roared. Smoke and dust billowed up. Gravel and shields were blown to pieces. Debris flew everywhere, and the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. The pit, that was only the size of a palm just moments ago, had now become a huge, pitch-black hole. A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue, except for the few who knew the truth. From the civil and military officials down to the common people, everyone widened their eyes. Good heavens! It was fortunate they were so far away. If they had been any closer, wouldn't they have been blown to smithereens? After a moment of stunned silence, earth-shaking cheers and shouts swept across the venue. Long live the Emperor! Long live Minister Aurelia Pendragon! Ah! There were those who were so excited that they performed a set of fist exercises on the platform, and even did several backflips in a row. Unlike the joy of the Aurelian people, after the shock, the envoys looked up at the sky. Their countries are doomed tilde 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 la 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 tilde tilde tilde. The Emperor of Aurelian was now the very embodiment of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Listening to the excited shouts of long live in his ears, this Emperor, who was over 40, felt an infinite surge of excitement in his chest for the first time. This feeling was something he had never experienced even on the day he ascended to the throne and sat on the dragon chair. Something was about to burst forth. He slowly raised a hand. The boiling, tide-like crowd instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath and listened quietly as their beloved monarch spoke. The Emperor of Aurelian looked solemn. His deep, sincere voice, transmitted through the loudspeaker, clearly reached every corner of the square and landed in everyone's heart. He said, "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion. Aurelia Pendragon's gaze towards the Emperor of Aurelion was filled with admiration. She followed closely after, her clear, firm voice ringing out. She said, "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion." Beside them, the civil and military officials were all flushed with excitement, their expressions agitated, unable to hide their smiles. They said, "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion." Hearing this, the people's emotions instantly reached a peak, and they boiled over in a near uncontrollable frenzy. The sincerity and gratitude surging in their hearts were almost overflowing. They wished they could offer their whole hearts to pledge loyalty to this wise monarch, to this homeland. They used all their strength to say, "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion." The soldiers who had already retreated returned in formation, their armor clanking. Together, facing the high platform, facing the people, and facing the homeland, they performed the most devout military salute, their voices like booming bells, resounding through the clouds. "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion. Ah, long life. Long life. We all live long. Ha 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 ha." At this moment, no matter which prefecture they came from, no matter what their status was, everyone was shouting the same 8 words in unison: "Long live the people. Long live the state of Aurelion." The envoys from various countries who witnessed all this were already frozen in place. The colour drained from their faces, leaving only a deathly pallor. All the elite troops, powerful crossbows, sturdy armour, and sharp blades became insignificant decorations in the face of this current scene. They had actually seen it here, the devout, almost fanatical faith of a nation's people. It made sense. An emperor of a nation who could personally say "Long live the people," even they, standing on different sides, wanted to kneel along with them. They had originally thought that the state of Aurelion was merely relying on the whimsical ideas of Aurelia Pendragon alone, possessing some slightly novel gadgets, but only until this moment did they truly understand this was a powerful nation that held heaven-shaking power, where monarch and subjects were of one mind, and soldiers and civilians were like brothers. This was no mere military parade. This was telling the world the entire state of Aurelion is of one heart and one mind, unbreakable. The Dravidia envoy's throat felt dry. His previous covetous intentions had long since vanished into thin air, leaving only full-hearted fear. The Tarek of Amalek envoy's legs went weak, and he barely managed to support himself on the armrest to avoid losing his composure. The Canaan envoy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only dejection remained. They looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they all saw the same thing. It was fear, it was shock, it was despair. Their hearts were left with only the same thought. That was, in this life, one must absolutely never be an enemy of the state of Aurelion. But could such a powerful nation really resist not attacking them? The answer was obvious. The sky screen had already prophesied that they had been wiped out once. Being wiped out again didn't seem unacceptable bullshit. What surprised them was that the military parade had not yet ended. Several Aegis Guard army soldiers dressed in black tight-fitting outfits walked with precise, uniform steps, holding a flag, and walked steadily to the flagpole in the centre of the viewing platform. Everyone's gaze subconsciously followed the flag as it moved slowly. Even their breathing unconsciously lightened. The next moment, the Minister of Right stepped forward with his head held high, his voice like a booming bell. "Raise the national flag. Play the national anthem." "Ah, super thanks for the gifts, babies. I will give you a massive update tomorrow. Also, can I have some power for love today?" Twiddling fingers, small face blushes, lets out a small, cute hiccup, takes out a baking bowl. Chapter 25. Potatoes and sweet potatoes appear ahead of schedule. When the Minister of Right spoke these 6 words, everyone across Great Aurelion stood up. The Emperor, the Empress, the officials, the commoners. They even removed the official caps from their heads, countless eyes gazing towards that flag with devout and fervent expressions. The noise in the spectator stands gradually faded into silence, and even the clamour of children disappeared. The envoy delegations, who had originally been sitting in their seats, were confused, but feeling embarrassed to remain seated. They all stood up in a daze. The musicians began to play music. It began with an incredibly grand rhythm. Immediately after, countless people of Great Aurelion opened their mouths in unison, singing the same song. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers draped in splendour. Great Aurelion stands firm for 1,000 autumns. Mulberry and hemp fields stretch far. The people live in peace and joy. Clear winds and bright days shine upon the divine land. Along with the loud and impassioned singing, the flag of Great Aurelion slowly rose up the flagpole. The envoy delegation's exclamation, "What is this? What is this?" As the music reached its conclusion, the lyrics also came to an end. As the final drumbeat fell, the dragon flag of Great Aurelion rose into the high sky, Snap Palace in the wind. In this moment, looking at the free and vibrant flag of Great Orlean, the people erupted into unprecedented cheers. The envoys watched this scene. This was not their first time serving as envoys to Great Orlean. They had clearly been here last year as well. Although Great Orlean appeared to be the greatest power back then, it was not much stronger than them in any aspect. The people of Great Orlean at that time still had sallow complexions, and their spirits were not very high. But now, they radiated strength from the inside out. This was a sense of strength representing peace, prosperity, beauty, and hope. Who could tell them, in less than a year, what had happened on this land? Oh, right, the sky screen. It was the sky screen. Regardless of which country the envoys were from, the same sentence surfaced in their minds. It was the information reported back by their spies in Great Orlean. It said, the sky screen once declared, "He who gains Orlean Pendragon gains the world." At the time, they hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that a mere woman, could she really turn the world upside down? But reality told everyone that she didn't turn the world upside down. Instead, she changed the very heavens and the earth. The eyes of the Dravidian envoy grew increasingly fervent. To the side, the Great Orlean historian excitedly raised his brush to write, pouring out his surging emotions into words. Great Orlean held its first grand review today. The emperor led the officials to observe, and the masses gathered like clouds, filling the grounds. The grandeur was unprecedented. At the start of the ceremony, new military weaponry was displayed before them. Upon seeing it, the people felt a sense of security well up within them, unprecedented in nature. Gunpowder roared, the sound shaking the surroundings, and everyone knew of the might and prosperity of Great Orlean. The commoners rejoiced, their enthusiasm unprecedented. The emperor called out with emotion, "Long live the people! Long live Great Orlean!" Before his voice had faded, the masses responded in unison, the 8 words resounding through the clouds. Once the review ceremony was complete, the flag was raised and music played. The people sang together, hearts united as one, their expressions filled with pride. The envoys of the various nations watched this magnificent scene, all shaken and moved. After the ceremony concluded, and they returned, the people continued to discuss it with one another. From then until the start of the new year, the fervour of their conversation never ceased. The might and strength of our Great Orlean is known to all under heaven. The people of the entire nation take pride in it as their greatest honour. Next, let us invite the Minister of War Gareth Blackwood to perform the song Good Fellow for Everyone. The Minister of Rights held a piece of paper in his hand, reading the contents written upon it. Is it not over yet? Upon hearing that a high official was going to sing for them, the commoners were all excited and happy. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood stood on the stage with a bold and heroic air. Being watched by so many eyes made his old face flush. But when the music started, he instinctively roared out a line, "The great river flows to the east. The stars in the sky join the Big Dipper." The viewing platform, Orlean Pendragon, nodded. She had said that this song was quite suitable for Minister of War Chen Shen. Originally, the ceremony should have ended after the national anthem was sung, but after consulting with the Ministry of Rights, everyone felt that this unprecedented day should be celebrated by all, and that they should make it more lively. So they let people eagerly sign up and prepared a programme list. On stage, Minister of War Gareth Blackwood sang with increasing confidence. After he finished and heard the thunderous applause, he was happier than anyone. He had said so, hadn't he? The #1 karaoke king of Great Orlean was none other than him. Immediately after, it was a musical piece performed by the court musicians, and the wonderful music and dancing made the commoners applaud repeatedly. The Emperor of Orlean looked at his subject below the stage, beaming with smiles, and praised repeatedly. This segment was arranged extremely well. After all the imperial programs had been performed, the Ministry of Rights announced loudly once again, commoners could also voluntarily go on stage to perform, and all performers would receive a monetary reward. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered even more thunderously. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Orlean Pendragon said softly, the preparations this year were still too rushed. Next year, the rules for this segment must be set in advance. This grand occasion did not end until late at night. Orlean Pendragon and the Emperor of Orlean had left early, but they did not order it to end. After the officials had all left, some commoners who loved the excitement went on stage to perform happily, even without the monetary rewards. When wealthy nobles and merchants tipped the performers, the people's enthusiasm grew even higher. Sterling manna. Orlean Pendragon had been home for a long time, and she could even occasionally hear faint shouts coming from afar. "Young miss, this is a snack sent from the palace, just newly developed." After placing the plate on the table, Lyra stepped forward to massage Orelai Pendragon's shoulders. Catching a glimpse of the two large bags on the floor, she widened her eyes. What is this? The key point was, how did these two bags of things appear? She had always been the one to tidy up the young Mrs. room, and she had never seen them before, and she hadn't seen anyone enter or leave either. This is a potato. After saying this, Orelai Pendragon pointed to the other bag. This is a sweet potato. Sweet potatoes and potatoes. Aren't these the grain seeds that the sky screen said could produce thousands of catties per moo? Lyra opened her mouth wide. Orelai Pendragon nodded. Exactly. Lyra was shocked, yet she did not ask anything. Was it not common knowledge that her young miss was a goddess descended to earth? Was it strange for an immortal to conjure things out of thin air? You may go now. After sending Lyra away, Orelai Pendragon continued to study the system. During this period, the faith points she received had surged. Especially today, the notifications were refreshing every second. After returning to the Sterling Manor, she had redeemed the grain seeds. The remaining points were enough to redeem 2 more bags, and Orelai Pendragon did not begrudge spending them. To her, prioritizing letting the commoners eat their fill was more important than anything else. The next day, when she brought the 4 bags of grain seeds to the morning court, the officials were all shocked. Involving food, the moment Minister of Rights Lucius Vance heard about it, he couldn't help but open the bag, take out a grey, dusty object from inside, and observe it fondly. Is this a potato? Can it really produce 1,000 catties per moo? Orelai Pendragon nodded. Yes. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance took out 2 more sweet potatoes, and unbidden tears flowed down before he knew it. Good. Good. This is great. An official was puzzled. Didn't the sky screen say that these 2 types of crops would only appear in a few years? Did Master Dragon find them ahead of schedule? After he finished speaking, he rounded it off for himself. That's right. History can be changed. If it can be done without any hints, then it's not strange for it to be like this now. Chapter 26. She is a saint of our time. Upon hearing this, Lord Tristan Thorn, who had already returned to the capital to report his mission, glanced at Orelai Pendragon, but said nothing. On the golden throne hall, the Emperor of Orelion also looked at her thoughtfully, then smiled. He stood up and walked down the steps with his hands behind his back. He looked at the 4 bags of seeds with equal delight. They grew so pleasingly. Good daughter, you've performed another meritorious service. The court officials were accustomed to the way the Emperor of Orelion addressed Orelai Pendragon. Among them, only Arthur Pendragon felt aggrieved. A dignified ruler of a nation, actually fighting with others for a daughter. How shameless. The Emperor of Orelion sensed this resentful gaze, glanced at him, and chuckled inwardly. Old Pay, my dear minister, I am sorry. How can waiting for a natural birth be as fast as just taking it for myself? Speak. What reward do you want? He twirled his fingertips, rolling a round, plump potato in his palm. His golden dragon robe made the ordinary crop appear even more precious, and the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Upon hearing this, the court officials' eyelids twitched. Orelai Pendragon held positions in the 6 ministries, had been enfeoffed as a marquis, and not long ago was named a princess, the highest rank. Fame, power, titles, and honours, she had gathered them all at such a young age. There was nothing left to reward her with. To reward her any further, there would only be this throne left. No one jumped out to say anything, because everyone knew that Orelai Pendragon did not want the throne. Orelai Pendragon's address had barely left her lips when the Emperor of Orelion glared at her unhappily. She quickly changed her tone. Father Emperor. The Emperor of Orelion then nodded with composure. I do not need a reward, but there is one matter. She had basically obtained everything she wanted, and what she hadn't, she would strive to achieve. Hearing Orelai Pendragon's words, everyone present looked up. Every time she said this, the entire imperial court would have to get busy. What was it this time? Orelai Pendragon took out a booklet she had prepared long ago and handed it to the Emperor of Orelion. Father Emperor, please take a look. The Emperor of Orelion, who was right beside her, curiously accepted it, only to see it densely packed with runes he could not understand. What is this? He held the booklet and couldn't help but look up at Orelai Pendragon. Why did this girl suddenly come up with such mysterious things? Was she done pretending? Among the court officials, only Lord Tristan Thorn knew exactly what it was. These are punctuation marks and letters. He didn't understand. Thus, Orelai Pendragon repeated the explanation she had given Lord Tristan Thorn that day. Scholar Kong, a direct descendant of the sage and a lifelong student of classical texts, could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart upon hearing this. Disregarding court etiquette, he stepped forward in a few strides. His eyes were fixed on the booklet in the Emperor of Orelion's hand. Were it not for the distinction between monarch and subject, he would have loved to grab it immediately to study it closely. Those present were not stupid. They were all learned scholars. They quickly understood the benefits of these two things. Letters could simplify the complex, allowing the common people to learn literacy with doubled efficiency, while punctuation marks could make text clear in phrasing and accurate in meaning. One enlightens the people, and the other corrects the meaning of texts. These two things would benefit generations to come, bless the common people, and leave a lasting legacy in history. The court official's breath hitched. In just a few words, how was she going to be immortalized in history again? Some people served as officials for a lifetime without achieving any political success, while for others, leaving a legacy that lasts for eternity was as simple as eating or drinking water. Everyone looked at Aureli Pendragon with envy, but there was no jealousy in their eyes, because those who were jealous had already been cleared out. Father Emperor, I intend to use this set of letters and punctuation, combined with some classics from the sage, to compile a dictionary of the Aurelian state, so that children may learn without hindrance, scholars may study classics without confusion, the common people may have a path to literacy, and all texts under heaven may be unified. Aureli Pendragon's voice rang out clearly. The silence in the Golden Throne Hall was thoroughly broken. So, this was her goal today. Unifying all texts under heaven. What an ambitious vision. The Emperor of Aurelian clapped his hands and laughed, his face beaming with delight. Good. If you want to do it, then go ahead. Aureli Pendragon also smiled, then lightly dropped a bombshell. Father Emperor, I do not intend to intervene in this matter. It would be most appropriate for the Elders I and Scholar Con to be the chief editors, and for the court officials to compile it together. As these words fell, the court officials were all stunned. Even the Emperor of Aurelian rarely showed a look of astonishment on his face. Even the usually composed Crown Prince Julian could not help but blurt out, "Do you know what this represents? This is a monumental undertaking that defines characters, corrects classics, and enlightens the people. Whoever presides over the compilation will be the leader of the literary world in the hearts of future scholars." She single-handedly created the letters and punctuation, yet now, at the final step, she was giving away this heaven-sent credit to others. Aureli Pendragon, however, smiled nonchalantly, her expression light and clear, showing not a hint of greed. "I naturally know. It is just that you, my lords, have deeper experience and more profound knowledge than I. With you all managing this together and pooling your wisdom, it will surely be done well and steadily, and it will also be able to convince the people of the world." And also she wanted to take a break. Moreover, once this matter was completed, everyone present would owe her a favor. She didn't intend to make them repay it. She just needed them to keep their mouths shut whenever she wanted to do something in the future. That was what Aureli Pendragon thought, but the others didn't know it. Everyone looked at her, momentarily forgetting how to speak. Some were shocked, some were ashamed, some were sincerely convinced, and some had hot eyes. What a magnanimous heart! Scholar Con's aged eyes surged with excited light, his voice trembling. With this dictionary, no one will ever misinterpret the original intentions of our ancestors again. Over these years, the words of the sage had been taken out of context and arbitrarily altered by various factions. The proper doctrine had been stirred into an unrecognizable mess, and even the ancestors of the Con family had been unjustly tarnished. To rectify this, he had spent years of effort annotating and explaining it word by word, but he couldn't stop those with ulterior motives from continuing to distort and question it, and some even doubted whether he was truly a descendant of the sage. Whenever he thought of this, Scholar Con was so angry he was speechless. At this moment, he bowed sullenly to Aureli Pendragon, his tone incomparably sincere. "Young Master Dragon's action has also fulfilled my ancestor's lifelong wish. I, Con, thank you, Minister. I will certainly spare no effort, and will not fail young Master Dragon's expectations." Aureli Pendragon also returned the bow solemnly. Scholar Con's eyes turned slightly red, and tears were faintly shimmering. At that moment, this old man who had studied the books of sages his entire life, in a trance, actually saw the shadow of his own ancestor in the young figure before him. Her actions, and her every word, how could they not be that of a saint of the current age? In the imperial court, the civil and military officials bowed one after another, offering a collective salute to Aureli Pendragon. The Emperor of Aurelian watched this harmonious scene and patted her shoulder with gratification. The matter was thus settled. When the court session ended, everyone had a smile on their face. More people talked to Aureli Pendragon, and even those who previously disagreed with her politically would praise her a sentence or two. There was even an old official with inconvenient legs who was actually hop palace and skip palace as he left the palace. Aureli Pendragon, Chapter 27, Dravidia Envoy. a mentally ill person. 3 days had passed since the military parade. Over these 3 days, the commoners were still discussing the topics from that day, clearly enjoying the lingering excitement. The imperial court had decreed that it would be held annually from now on, although there was still a long time to wait. Everyone was already beginning to look forward to it. The envoy delegations from various countries also began to set off, preparing to return to their homelands. In truth, they had intended to stay for a while longer before returning. The changes in Great Oraline were simply too numerous, and they had yet to acquire any technology. No one knew how the people of Great Oraline had suddenly become so united. Even if one were to grab a random commoner on the side of the road, that person's alertness would be maxed out. The moment they heard topics related to technology, they would instantly become vigilant, and might even report it to the authorities. Having stayed in the capital for so long, which country's envoy hadn't eaten prison food? Although Great Oraline's prison food was actually quite tasty, it was shameful. In the end, they had to shamelessly say it was all a misunderstanding. And since the commoners who reported them received rewards, once the news spread, the people of Great Oraline became even more sensitive. There was simply no opportunity to be found. The Dravidia envoy, Envoy Park Dahayan, was about to die of frustration. 2 days ago, he had sought out an acquaintance among the officials of Great Oraline, dropped palace hints both openly and covertly, but he didn't know if that person truly didn't understand or was just pretending not to. The very next day, Great Oraline issued a decree to send them away. Dravidia, what did that make all the money he had sent out? Was he just unlucky? He went to find other acquaintances, but for some reason, the officials of Great Oraline, who used to see him with eyes gleaming with greed, eager to swindle him for more money, now acted as if they were about to ascend to mortality. They walked with a light, floating gait, their faces glowing with vitality. When asked, they would say, "Oh my, how did you know I was going to leave my name in history?" Envoy Park Darhayan, psychopath. Even if he offered 3 times the wealth he had before, all he got was a light glance. Those people would calmly take a sip of tea and say leisurely, "I'm not that kind of person." Envoy Park Darhayan then were the ones who conducted money transactions with him before ghosts. It infuriated him. As the time to leave Great Oraline drew closer, Envoy Park Dahayan was getting so anxious, he was about to develop mouth ulcers. He had brought so many things, but apart from confirming the existence of the sky screen and the formidable nature of Oralai Pendragon, he had gained nothing. He couldn't even find out the formula for the cement roads. This wouldn't do. At the relay station, Envoy Park Darhayan narrowed his small eyes and waved over his accompanying guards. The group huddled together whispering, "We will do this." At the gates of the capital of Great Oralion, Oralai Pendragon was seeing off Xiaomu. The Tariq of a Malik envoy delegation was the first to request their leave. When Xiaomu said he wanted to leave, Oralai Pendragon was initially surprised. She didn't understand what had made him change his mind, and even the envoy by his side disapproved, and hadn't given him a pleasant look the whole way, until she said they were friends, and gave him a few prescriptions. Only then did the envoy's expression improve. The evening breeze brushed past the long pavilion, and the twilight stretched their 2 silhouettes long and thin. "Let's stop here, Princess." Xiaomu stood before the carriage. His posture was no longer as frail and timid as it once was, and there was a bit more composure and sharpness in his brows and eyes, like a new sprout that had finally broken through the soil. He dismissed his attendants, leaving only himself and Oralai Pendragon. "Princess, my time at the Sterling Manor was the happiest of my life. I know your wishes, so please look forward to good news from Mar." Oralai Pendragon pursed her lips. "Thank you." She waved her hand, and Lyra walked out from behind, holding several medical prescriptions in her hand. "These are the prescriptions you've been taking at the mansion, along with some medicinal meals that I had Master Zu prepare for you. My mother also prepared some medicinal herbs that are not available in Tariq of Amalek and placed them in the hidden compartments of the carriage. They have all been processed so they will keep." She gave detailed instructions, and Xiaomu listened quietly. After she finished, the young man smiled faintly, his eyes carrying a trace of cautious anticipation. "Princess, when I have established a firm footing at that time, may I bring my mother back to Great Oralion?" "Of course you can." Oralai Pendragon replied without hesitation. "You can stay in Great Oralion for as long as you like." But her voice paused, and her gaze landed seriously upon him, each word deliberate. "I hope even more that you remain safe." Xiaomu was suddenly stunned. The moon was smiling at him, gentle as a layer of mist. The unification of Great Oralion is an inevitable trend, regardless of whether you succeed or not. The outcome will be the same, so you do not need to force yourself, and even less do you need to put yourself in danger. Above all, prioritize your own safety. The long pavilion was silent. Xiaomu's nose felt sore, and after a long while, He nodded heavily, his voice slightly hoarse, but firm. Mar will remember, Princess. You must also take care of yourself. Wait for my return. There were rumors that the young Master Dragon would die young, but how could such a good person have such an ending? He would be fine. She would also be fine. Jammu boarded the carriage for the return journey. Inside the carriage, he took out the prescriptions Aurelire Pendragon had given him. They included medical formulas and other things that would allow him to live well in Tarik-of-Amalek. However, these were not the most important. As his gaze fell upon the milk tea recipe mixed in the middle, Downwood truly shed tears. He truly hadn't expected that just because he had eaten a bit more sweets, she would have people concoct milk tea, and after he showed his fondness for it, she had actually given him the recipe. There were many, many more such small things. In truth, Jammu was not stupid. Initially, at the palace banquet, how could he not have seen her intentions of utilizing him, and her ambition? Having grown up in the deep palace since childhood, even without power or influence, if he lacked cunning, he could not have survived this long. At the time, he felt it didn't matter. He would just pretend not to know. Who would have thought she would take the initiative to clear up the misunderstanding and indicate that if he didn't want to return to Tarik-of-Amalek, he could rest assured and stay in the capital, and she would find him the means to establish himself. It was only that day that he realized she had misunderstood him, and he had also misunderstood her. Perhaps she had noticed something. For those few days, his daily meals were accompanied by medicinal dishes, and Madame Pay would send over some medicine, saying it was to regulate his health. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, how could he not guess who had suggested it? Therefore, he was willing to return to Tarik-of-Amalek. Princess Xiaomu pressed his hand against his chest. It was beating wildly. Thinking of the situation in Tarik-of-Amalek, a trace of deep darkness flashed through the young man's eyes. If he could fulfill her wishes, he would spare no cost. With the Tarik-of-Amalek envoy taking the lead, the envoys from the other countries saw this, and, finding it inconvenient to linger any longer, one after another stepped forward to bid farewell to the Emperor of Aurelion and Aurelire Pendragon. Upon coming to Great Aurelion this time, they had all arrived laden with generous gifts to seek friendly relations, and now, as they set off to return home, their carriages were similarly filled to the brim with the gifts bestowed in return by Great Aurelion. The Dravidia envoy, who had stayed until the very end, also requested to leave the next morning. That night, the Sterling Manor was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Aurelire Pendragon had already fallen asleep, but was awakened by the noisy sounds within the mansion. Hearing her movement of getting up, Clara pushed open the door. What is going on? It's the third watch. Praise me. I'm going to go play some games for a while. There might, possibly, be another update later. Can a dreamer who generates electricity with love have some power today? Chapter 28 War begins. What's going on? Aurelire Pendragon asked, yearning, looking dazed. I don't know. Lyra has already gone to the front courtyard. Watching her young mistress like this, Clara felt her heart ache and stepped forward to drape a garment over Aurelire Pendragon. Lyra quickly ran back. The young maid's cheeks flushed, her expression indignant. Miss, it was just a few incompetent assassins. They've already been captured. You should go back to sleep. Incompetent assassins. Aurelire Pendragon paused in surprise. Yes. Lyra nodded. The guard said those few people fell down as soon as they climbed onto the wall, and they were in too much pain to even stand up. Aurelire Pendragon, that's a bit abstract. The key is that the capital's defences are so strong right now, yet assassins still appeared. Aurelire Pendragon was genuinely curious. Let's go take a look. Clara hurriedly draped a coat over her, muttering, could they have gone to the wrong place? But who enters from the wall when they go to the wrong place? The three of them arrived at the front courtyard. Everyone in the Sterling Manor had been woken up. Even old Madame Pay was there. Cyrui was massaging old Madame Pay's temples, while Arthur Pendragon sat in the main seat with a volatile expression. Soon, several people dressed in black with masks were escorted over by the guards, and they even had a pink sack with them. Seeing the people approaching, Arthur Pendragon and Aurelire Pendragon were both stunned. Nana, is something wrong? Old Madame Pay asked, looking puzzled. Arthur Pendragon scratched his head. I keep feeling like they look familiar. Hearing his words, the few people kneeling on the ground shuddered and lowered their heads. Aurelire Pendragon frowned, walked over, and pulled off one of their masks. Beneath the black cloth was a familiar face. Envoy Park Darhayan smiled awkwardly. Little Master Dragon. What a coincidence. Aurelire Pendragon raised an eyebrow and smiled. It really is quite a coincidence. Envoy from Dravidia. Arthur Pendragon obviously recognized them too, and he shouted, What are you doing coming to the Sterling Manor in the middle of the night? One of them gave an embarrassed chuckle. If I said we got drunk, and wanted to return to the relay station, but took her wrong turn. Will you believe me? Woof woof. Clearly, the dogs at the Sterling Manor didn't believe it. Aurelia Pendragon glanced at the sack on the ground, a ridiculous guess forming in her mind. She was well aware of Dravidia's actions during this period. They failed to steal the technology. Could they have come to steal a person? Aurelia Pendragon's mouth twitched. Why are Dravidia people from everywhere so inseparable from stealing? However, how could anyone be this stupid? Even if they stole her away, given their ability, could they escape safely? Besides, even if they actually made it out of the city, they would be caught and brought back before getting very far. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Envoy Park Darhyan struggled, his face burning like fire. This had been his idea. Not only did he fail to achieve the goal, but he had also embarrassed himself so thoroughly. But he did it all for Dravidia. The king shouldn't punish him, right? He didn't know about the king of Dravidia. The current situation is, the little master dragon, praised by everyone in Orlion, was looking at him with an increasingly gentle gaze. Envoy Park Darhyan, the next second, hearing her gently order the guards to slap him, then gently order people to drag them away, and then gently say to him, Envoy Park, you really are a hero of our country. Envoy Park Darhyan, oh, she is so gentle. Wait. Little Master Dragon, Dravidia, is a nation that Emperor Constantine, the founder of Orlion, decreed we must not conquer. Little Master Dragon. The common people didn't know what had happened. They only knew, as soon as the sky brightened. The Orlion Empire declared war on Dravidia. Chapter 1. What can replace human labor? The border of Jeju. It was a scene of vast desert and solitary smoke, with yellow sand rolling across the horizon. It was midsummer, and the hot wind, laden with sand, howled across the sky, striking their faces with a stinging, burning sensation, like fine needles piercing the bone. Once we cross this desert, we will be in the territory of Dravidia. The subordinate official held up a water skin with both hands, offering it to the front of the horse. He looked up at the general sitting tall on her steed, his eyes filled with heartfelt admiration. Lady Rona Vance narrowed her eyes slightly, tilted her head back, and drank a few mouthfuls of clear water to soothe her hoarse, parched throat. She swept her gaze over the soldiers resting behind her, and ordered the deputy general in a deep voice, pass the order down. We depart in 1 hour. We must cross this region before nightfall. She curled her lips, her eyes surging with irrepressible fighting spirit and excitement. If not for the need to maintain the pace of the entire army, she would have long since charged ahead to the front lines. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since she last held a weapon? Ever since she married General Kalen and gave birth to General Kalen Vanguard, she had been plagued by gynecological ailments. Was it that she did not wish to don her armor again? She did. Day and night, she longed for it. It was just that as a woman, there were always too many things beyond one's control. Some obsessions could not be fulfilled simply because one wished to do so. Who would have thought that when the sky screen first mentioned her name, Master Dragon in the capital sent several female physicians specializing in gynecological diseases. Although the ailments had taken root over a long time, after being treated for so long, she had recovered 7 or 8/10 of her condition. And this opportunity to lead the expedition against Dravidia was also secured for her personally by Master Dragon. Jeju was not far from Aegis marches, and she knew clearly in her heart that she was by no means the most suitable candidate. Jeju had its own generals, and they could have deployed her husband or her son. General Kalen and General Sealers Vance were both renowned figures named by the sky screen in terms of qualifications and prestige. They were far superior to her, a woman who had long lived in the inner chambers. Yet in the end, the imperial edict for the expedition fell upon her. Lady Rona Vance admitted that on the day she received the edict, when she saw the shock and astonishment in the eyes of the father and son, she felt delighted and joyful in her heart. Although General Kalen felt envious, he was also genuinely happy for her. Thus, that very day, she donned her old battle armor that had been sealed away for many years. The moment her fingertips grasped the red-tasseled spear, her long dormant blood boiled and burned in her chest once again. It was as if she was born to belong on the battlefield. The appointed time had arrived. Lady Rowena Vance waved her hand, her voice booming like a bell, set off. But just at this moment, the sky screen, which had been silent for a long time, lit up. Hello everyone, I'm your Orline State History content creator, Chronoarchivist Echo. Long time no see. Today's theme is counting down the famous heroines in the history of the Orline State. Let us welcome today's first figure, Lady Rowena Vance. General, it's talking about you. Lady Rowena Vance's personal guard, who had grown up with her as her personal maid, had practiced martial arts since childhood, and possessed strength that did not lose to any man. Hearing the words of the sky screen, her eyes lit up instantly. Lady Rowena Vance curled her lips. The fighting spirit in her weather-beaten eyes grew even stronger, yet she did not let the appearance of the sky screen disrupt her military orders. She only commanded in a deep voice, "Advance." The Auraline state had not seen war for a long time. There was no need to guess how much effort the military officials at court had made to secure the expedition, let alone how much painstaking effort Master Dragon had put in, standing against the crowd, to give her this opportunity. Before the expedition, she had also heard many idle rumours. They were nothing more than mockery, though she had long been out of practice, a mere woman who could not handle the skill of a great army. Yet, although she was married, she had never stopped training for a single day. Her martial arts and spear techniques were not inferior to those of her husband and son in the slightest. She would fight a beautiful, resounding victory. She must not let Master Dragon down, nor could she let the people of the world look down on her. Led by Lady Rowena Vance, the great army marched behind her, their iron hoofs crushing the yellow sand. As this contingent completely left the border of Shishu, the sky screen above slowly faded away. Meanwhile, in the capital, at Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage, Orlai Pendragon leaned back on a rocking chair, her eyes gentle as she looked at the 3 porcelain-like children before her. Beside her, clear tea was brewing, steam curling upwards. Nearby were several plates of seasonal fresh fruits, along with sweet fruit juice specially prepared for the children, the faint fragrance drifting through the courtyard. Standing in the open space was a newly made hand-cranked wooden fan. The frame was built from fine Namu wood, with several thin, evenly shaved fan blades embedded in the middle, surrounded by a circle of dense bamboo railing to prevent the children from touching them. A short, curved crank handle extended from one side. Its design was small and compact, yet it was already a rare piece of ingenuity for the current era. The little girl with double buns had eyes like round apricots and rosy, plump cheeks. She was none other than the youngest daughter of the Emperor of Aurelion, Zhu Yao. She stared at the wooden fan without blinking, her little face full of seriousness. Zhu Yuming grasped the crank handle with both hands, his little arm straining as he turned it round and round with effort. The wooden blades rotated, bringing forth gusts of cool breeze that brushed against Zhu Yao's face. She instantly narrowed her eyes, and her little face blossomed with surprise. "There's wind. There really is wind. It's so cool." Zhu Yuming panted, but smiled proudly. "Little aunt, wait a moment. I'll turn it faster so the wind will be even cooler." He gritted his teeth and turned the handle even harder. Within moments, sweat seeped from his forehead, and his little body trembled slightly. Soon, he ran out of strength, and his movement slowed down. Orlai Pendragon watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Beside them, Xiang Tong had been standing in the same spot from the beginning, his gaze fixed tightly on the rotating fan blades. Even at his young age, he wore a thoughtful expression. Relying only on human hands to turn it like this is truly exhausting. If only there was something that could replace human labor and turn it on its own, that would be great. Orlai Pendragon's eyes lit up when she heard this. She knew it. By bringing this thing here, Xiang Tong would not disappoint her. She reached out and rubbed Xiang Tong's little head. She was genuinely worried that the child would go bald at such a young age. Hearing this, Xu Yao trotted over, hugged Orlai Pendragon's leg, and looked up with her little face. "Older sister, do you know?" Seeing this, Zhu Yuming also hugged her other leg, cooing softly, "Aunt." Only Xiang Tong remained standing in place, his expression somewhat hesitant. Orlai Pendragon looked at this little adult, sighed helplessly, and took the initiative to extend one leg. Xiang Tong hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over and hugged it gently, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Big sister Pei, I want to know." Orlai Pendragon's heart nearly melted. She pointed at the teapot boiling water and asked softly, "Look carefully. What have you discovered?" 3 little heads turned in unison. "Stare, big sister. The lid on top. The lid is moving." Zhu Yao looked as if she had discovered a great secret, her eyes shining brightly. "Wow, it's true." Zhu Yuming clapped his hands. Xiang Tong looked at the Jum Palace teapot lid, deep in thought. Before the children could observe any further, "Hello everyone, I'm your Aurelion state. Aunt, the sky screen. The sky screen has lit up. It's Miss Bo." Zhu Yuming jumped up with excitement. Orlai Pendragon looked at the 3 expectant little ones before her and smiled gently. "After we finish watching the sky screen, we will continue discussing the previous question." "Okay." The little ones answered in unison, their voices crisp. "Okay tilde. Chapter 2 Yang Family. Since ancient times, it seems that many famous ministers, capable generals, or eternal emperors in history have carried a touch of tragedy. Most of them did not meet a good end. Echo had only just finished telling one segment when Orlai Pendragon's heart tightened. This didn't sound like a good thing. Wouldn't Lady Rowena Vance also? She had only just sent Lady Rowena Vance to the front lines. She hoped it wouldn't be affected. Lady Rowena Vance was one of the few who died of natural causes. Aureli Pendragon breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she wanted to be happy for Lady Rowena Vance, she thought of the fate of her husband and son. She was also a tragic figure. Although young, Juya was very sensible. Seeing Aureli Pendragon suddenly become sorrowful, she stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her chubby fingers, trying to smooth out the frown on her brow. Sister, don't be troubled. All the bad things have flown away. Tilder. It coaxed Aureli Pendragon's heart into softness. She really couldn't help but pick up the little girl and kiss her. Who would have thought that the Emperor of Aurelion, such a mighty and overbearing man, could actually produce such a little cupcake? It was sweet enough to melt her heart. On the sky screen, for some reason, Chrono Archivist Echo's face also carried a hint of sorrow. Actually, when I first started making videos reviewing the Aurelion Empire, I didn't know Lady Rowena Vance's name. It wasn't until I started editing the content about General Kaelin and General Sealers Vance and checked the historical records that I discovered there was such a woman who had also left a significant mark on the Aurelion Empire at that time. At that time, I was particularly surprised. So I went to look up information on Lady Rowena Vance. The descriptions of her in historical books were far less than a fraction of those of her husband and son. When she appeared in the records of General Kaelin's inner residence, the name used was even just the Zhang woman. I read these few documents recording her countless times, and the more I read, the more surprised I became, because Lady Rowena Vance's military achievements were not inferior to General Kaelin and General Kaelin Vanguard, and perhaps even surpassed them. I also felt a sense of sorrow. Such an impressive person didn't even deserve to have her name recorded. It seems history always erases the achievements of women. Juya snuggled in Aureli Pendragon's arms, her little head nodding as she listened. There were some things she didn't understand, but she could see the unhappiness in the adult's eyes. She said, Sister, I think it must be because they had no ability. Aureli Pendragon was surprised. How so? Juya tilted her head. Ao is better at studying than seventh brother. Before, Mother Concubine always told me to let seventh brother win, saying that otherwise seventh brother would be sad and wouldn't play with me anymore, and he would tell Father Emperor that I wasn't smart at all at studying. But clearly, Ao is better at reciting books than seventh brother, right? Listening to these innocent words, Aureli Pendragon smiled. Ao is very impressive. You see, even a child understands this principle. Aegis marches, commander's tent. General Kaelin gazed at the heavy lines of text on the sky screen, feeling as if his heart had been repeatedly crushed by a blunt object, a sour, aching sensation rushing straight to the top of his head. He stood there in a daze, his eyes, weathered by years of war, unexpectedly turning red without warning. It was all his fault. How could he forget what Lady Rowena Vance was like before she married him? At that time, she was dressed in bright clothes, riding a fiery steed, spear in hand, dazzling and high-spirited. But from the day she gave birth to General Kaelin Vanguard, that spirit of hers seemed to have been drained away all at once. General Kaelin still clearly remembers the tragic scene in the delivery room that day. That blinding red was a nightmare he never wanted to recall again in his life. And precisely because of this, in this era, where having many children was considered a blessing, they ultimately never had a second child. They married for love, and he understood his wife better than anyone. She was originally a person filled with ambition, but in order to leave an heir for his kin family, she couldn't pick up her beloved red-tasseled spear for a very long time. She willingly washed her hands of the sword to make soup, hiding her martial arts in the mundane chores of daily life. How many times had General Kaelin held her, whispering that he owed her too much? At that time, his wife would always gently pat his back, smiling and comforting him. It's okay. I'm not the current eldest princess. I'm destined never to have the chance to lead troops in this life. It's better to teach General Sealers Vance well. Watching you father and son be high-spirited on the battlefield can also be considered fulfilling my wish. That was what she said. But he clearly saw the tear that slid down quietly when she turned away after saying those words. Therefore, as the status of women gradually rose, General Kaelin tried every possible way to secure an opportunity for his wife. After learning about Aureli Pendragon's character, he wrote letters frequently, sending people to the capital by starlight. Only the news he received was always that it wasn't the right time. General Kaelin waited for a long time, long enough to think it was just an excuse, because she didn't agree. He didn't expect. She hadn't forgotten. Some time ago, when he saw his wife put on armor again, he felt as if she had come alive once more. At that moment, she was not anyone's wife, not anyone's mother. She was herself. Just Lady Rowena Vance. And in the trajectory on the sky screen, she finally managed to realize her dream, only to have her achievements denied by some people. Don't let him know who it was. He would definitely skin those people alive. A Knight General Kaelin, who came to that land later, Lady Rowena Vance, was born on the frontier. She was a native of Aegis Marches, the child of an official in Aegis Marches. Everyone knows that the folk customs in Aegis Marches are fierce. Even little girls know a thing or two about martial arts. Lady Rowena Vance's family had some assets, so from a young age, her father hired famous masters to teach her. When I was reading this period of history, I saw many people saying that her father was very good and treated his son and daughter equally. In reality, that was not the case. Having one more person who knew martial arts meant one more layer of security. Yes, in reality, they had no choice. Foreign tribes would come to raid every now and then. If one didn't have martial arts skills, one would only be left to die. It's not just Aegis Marches. The combat effectiveness of the common people living on the border is truly very high. I don't understand. If they know they can't survive there, why don't they move away? The person above, are you serious? Why don't they eat minced meat? Let alone the fact that their roots are there. If they move away without money, housing, or land, can they survive? They would probably die even faster. What kind of remark is this? It made me laugh. So now you know how great Aurelier is for conquering the foreign tribes. Because she witnessed the suffering of the people in Aegis Marches from a young age, Lady Rowena Vance was determined to wipe out the foreign tribes and bring peace. What a kind baby she was. The video started. In the courtyard, little Lady Rowena Vance mixed in with her brothers and sisters, practicing martial arts move by move under a martial arts master. She was born with a talent for martial arts and was more willing to put in hard work than anyone else. Day after day, she practiced horse dances, spear techniques, and fist fighting, never knowing what it meant to slack off. Whenever the family held evaluations, she could always steadily take first place. Spring came and autumn went, winter passed and summer arrived. The flowers in the courtyard bloomed and fell round after round. In the blink of an eye, the little girl with buns on her head on the sky screen had grown into a high-spirited, sharp-edged youth. The sound of hoofs thundered on the border. A sharp cry tore through the already restless Aegis Marches. Chapter 3: The Auraline Emperor. Indeed, the story that followed was this. Lady Rowena Vance carried a red-tasseled spear, riding her horse as she heroically wove through the enemy lines, looking like a god descending from the heavens. After the foreign tribes were driven out, Aegis Marches suffered heavy casualties. Lady Rowena Vance won the gratitude of many due to her conspicuous performance. But that was all, it was mere gratitude. After news from Aegis Marches reached the capital, the imperial court issued a decree to commend those who had shone in this battle. When Lady Rowena Vance heard that someone who had killed fewer enemies than her was also appointed as a minor general, her heart was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, it was destined to disappoint her. The decree did not even reach the Zhang residence. The government office merely sent an official to deliver some verbal commendations, along with a reward of some gold and silver. At that moment, Lady Rowena Vance's heart went cold. After the minor official left, the residence was filled with jubilation. Her father patted her older brother's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, her older brother had also been appointed as a centurion, a position neither too high nor too low. Lady Rowena Vance stood to the side, silent as cold iron. For the first time, she questioned this world. Why? Her father turned around, his face still wearing a gentle smile. But that smile was different from the one he had shown her older brother. Hearing him speak softly, his tone matter-of-fact, "Since when do women enter the army?" Lady Rowena Vance snapped her eyes up, the last remnants of anticipation in her gaze shattering completely into shards of ice. Why can't women enter the army? On the battlefield, swords and arrows have no eyes. When have they ever asked if I'm a man or woman? When the enemy's iron cavalry charged over, did they ever show mercy because I'm a woman? I fought through blood and carnage, cutting down enemies and breaking formations to defend our territory. Why, when it comes to rewarding merit, do I only deserve the phrase women should not enter the army? Her older brother stepped forward and sighed. You are a girl. The army is filled with a bunch of grown men. If you mix with them, what happens to your reputation? How will you get married in the future? Her father also said, it has been this way since ancient times. The video paused on Lady Rowena Vance's face, a smile of absurdity. Lady Rowena Vance truly did not understand. At this moment, they claimed they were afraid of ruining her reputation, yet when she was killing enemies, no one used such words to restrain her. She felt that the world should not be like this, but thousands upon thousands of people told her that it was exactly this way. So, at the beginning, she had also thought about giving up. It is understandable. When everyone is sick, The one who is sober is the one who is considered sick. Lady Rowena Vance's older brother and father were not wrong, from their perspective. It was indeed like that. Lady Rowena Vance simply didn't live in a good time. If she had been born a few years later and waited for Emperor Valerius to ascend the throne, it would have been fine. Even Emperor Valerius probably wouldn't have been much better. Historians have analysed that without Aurelier, Emperor Valerius would still have become a great emperor for the ages, but the progress of the Aurelian Empire would have significantly slowed, and the status of women would not have improved. Because Emperor Valerius himself was a man, and the education he received from childhood was just like that. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelian watched these bullet comments and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he had to admit, the people of later generations were right. Before Aureli Pendragon appeared, he only felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where to start changing it, much like someone struggling in a fog without finding a way out. That day at the Imperial Manor, it is just that Aureli Pendragon's performance was too stunning enough to make him risk defying the world, stunning enough that everyone else had nothing to say. That was why the later events happened, and that was why he was awakened. The video on the sky screen began playing Lady Rowena Vance's story again. After experiencing the words of her father and brother, Lady Rowena Vance did not ask the questions in her heart again. She continued to practice martial arts and continued to kill enemies, but she seemed to have lost her soul. When Lady Rowena Vance reached the appropriate age, she was like countless other women in the Aurelian Empire, subject to the orders of her parents and the words of matchmakers. However, in her bones, she was still full of resistance. Even if her family praised that man to the high heavens, to her, he was just a stranger. How terrifying. The two people were just short of actually knowing each other. They hadn't even spoken a single word, yet she was to be married off. Even in modern times, this is terrifying, isn't it? What's even more terrifying is that such bad customs still exist even in modern times. I have a friend who met her husband to an arranged meeting. Her family pressured her so much that she got married in a daze. After getting married, she realized their personalities didn't match and wanted a divorce, but her family didn't support her. Everyone was pressuring her to have children, and she is only in her 20s. That is truly a horror story. What happened later? Later, Lady Rowena Vance made herself look half dead and ruined her own reputation. After the other party found out, they took the initiative to come over and call off the engagement. I know some people might ask, why didn't she run away from the marriage? Here, the content creator wants to say that in ancient times, the consequences of running away from a marriage were very serious, especially since Lady Rowena Vance's father was an official, and she was an official's daughter. Chapter 4, Gold Doesn't Shine. First of all, breaking an engagement is an act of infidelity and immorality. Even if you didn't agree to the engagement, being dragged back and beaten is considered a light punishment. In serious cases, drowning in a cage, being buried alive, or being beaten to death are all possibilities. After going to the husband's family, being cast aside or beaten is considered light. Some people will even resell the person. Lady Rowena Vance was not without thoughts of fleeing the marriage. If everything mentioned above were aimed only at her, she could accept it. But she had a family. She had not only older and younger brothers, but also younger sisters. If she fled the marriage, her family would never be able to hold their heads high again. The sisters and nieces in her family would find it difficult to marry. She could not ruin them. After Lady Rowena Vance ruined her own reputation, it also affected her family, though not as severely. However, she still took the initiative to cut ties with them, and only returned to her ancestral roots after marrying General Kalen. Many heroines in current time travel novels end up being assimilated by that era. When I was a child and time travel novels were popular, I spent every day dreaming of traveling back in time and meeting a prince or something. Now that I think about it, time travel is just a disguised form of human trafficking. As a history student, let me educate you all. In ancient times, the law explicitly protected marriage engagements. If a woman broke off an engagement without cause, she would be caned and forced to marry. If she fled, she would be wanted and captured. In other words, the authorities stood on the side of the husband's family. Yes, if both the man and woman loved each other, it was fine. But more often than not, they would only meet a few times after the engagement before marrying. It wasn't until the reign of Emperor Valerius that this system was abolished. Don't blindly wish to time travel, ladies. Time travel. Me, do you think I can just travel whenever I want? Regarding Lady Rowena Vance later separating from the Zhang family, let me clarify, in ancient times, even if a woman was alone, it was almost impossible to establish her own household. Their lives and destinies were all tied to their families, social etiquette, and men. that is the case. Beneath the sky screen, one wonders how many people resonated with this. In a remote village, Lu Qiuqiu silently wiped away a tear. Reality was actually even crueler than what the people of later generations described. Her husband was dead. He had been drunk and accidentally drowned. She managed a small stall while raising her 2 children. Even though the wretch had been dead for several years, she was still viewed as his appendage. Just because a man praised her cooking when she was running the stall, she was pointed at and gossiped about upon returning. If she hadn't made a scene, she would have been accused of adultery. Because her business was becoming increasingly successful, Lu Qiuqiu had once toyed with the idea of opening a proper shop on her own. But in this world, opening a shop required the nod and approval of the men in the family. If there were no men in the family, she had to find her son to make decisions. But her son was still young. How could he handle such matters? What made her feel pathetic was her underage son had the right to make decisions, while she, an adult, had less of a say than a child. She was not respected. In how many nights had she calculated accounts under the lamp, her fingertips touching that string of coins, feeling sour and bitter in her heart? She clearly had the skills, the popularity, and the foresight. She could clearly live a steady life. Yet, just because she was a woman, she had to depend on others' approval even to open a shop of her own. The world weighed on her like a heavy stone. She dared not complain, nor could she cry. She only swallowed that breath, sighing softly. If only daughters could also stand tall and establish their own households, how wonderful that would be. Wang Xiaohu saw her mother gazing at the sky screen with a sudden look of despondency. Her heart ached, and she quickly stepped forward, gently pulling her mother's sleeve and comforting her softly. "Mother, don't be sad. Our lives will definitely get better and better." Lu Qiuqiu looked at the daughter before her, whose brows and eyes were identical to her own. She reached out and pulled her tightly into her arms, choking back sobs as she said, "Good child. Mother will do everything in her power to save up more confidence for your future." The world today is truly different. A few months ago, officials personally visited her home, asking if she needed support. Not only did she receive a pension for widows and orphans, but she also acquired a shop that was entirely her own. She only thought about earning more money while her body was still strong. In the future, regardless of whether her daughter marries or not, she would be able to stand tall, live freely, and securely. She decided to leave the majority of her assets to her daughter. In the past, she, like everyone else, thought that a daughter was ultimately water splashed out, and that she just needed to find a good family and have children in the future. But having endured those hardships, coupled with the appearance of the sky screen and Master Dragon, she discovered that women could also have a different way of living. It was not that she didn't love her son, it was just that her son was a man. Even if he just stood there doing nothing, people would cheer for him. Take her husband, for example. He was a chronic alcoholic, yet her mother-in-law would only praise him for his manliness, and then turn around and say she couldn't control her husband. Thinking of this, Lu Qiuqiu suddenly realized that she had actually had the thought, "It's a good thing my husband is dead." Chrono-archivist Echo's voice echoed overhead, drawing people's thoughts back again. After Lady Rona Vance became known to the world, the controversy surrounding her was immense. Some say she doesn't count as a heroine in the true sense. Some say she is a pampered wife operating under the banner of a strong heroine, believing that her achievements are inseparable from her husband, General Kalen, since Lady Rona Vance only had the chance to return to her family after marrying him. In historical records, the relationship between Lady Rona Vance and General Kalen was very good. After General Kalen entered Aegis Marches, he fell in love at first sight with this heroic woman. It was only after he disregarded rumours and overcame opposition to marry her that her reputation began to improve. It cannot be denied that Lady Rona Vance did borrow General Kalen's strength, but when those haters say the words pampered wife, don't they feel ridiculous? There's never just one type of heroine. It is never the case that one must be alone or fight solo to be considered a strong heroine. Gold will always shine. I believe that even without General Kalen, Lady Rona Vance could have lived very well, as evidenced by her later rebuilding the Vanguard family army legion and achieving countless military feats. No, that's not it. Aureli Pendragon sighed softly. From the moment Echo mentioned Lady Rona Vance getting married, she had anticipated that such controversy would arise. But without General Kalen, could Lady Rona Vance really have lived well? It wasn't that Aureli Pendragon hadn't thought about this question. Those rumours alone were enough to completely drown a woman, let alone living alone in this world. In fact, the answer to this question did not lie with General Kalen himself. If not for her own appearance, if not for Emperor Tiberius the Wise, if not for the reforms in the Aurelian Empire, Lady Rowena Vance's lifelong ambitions would have had no way to be realized, and in the end, she would only have met a more miserable fate. The phrase gold will always shine. In a man-eating society, it does not apply to women. What Lady Rowena Vance lacked was opportunity. An almost impossible opportunity to achieve. Chapter 5. Kaelin Vanguard, Juan's father and Juan's mother. But this impossible task was still completed because of Miss's existence. Clara often looked at her miss with warmth in her eyes. Orelai Pendragon heard this and smiled slightly. She had cheats. Behind her were countless towering figures. She also had a system. If not for these, she would likely have been assimilated as well. Lady Rowena Vance is a badass. Just how badass is she? Please watch the VCR. A map unfolded on the video, showing that several small countries surrounding the Orelian Empire had all been marked with a red dot. Under the sky screen, everyone held their breath. They had guessed something. Someone said in disbelief, these places, they couldn't all have been conquered by Lady Rowena Vance, could they? The second that question was asked, Echo provided the answer. The areas on this map are the answer sheet Lady Rowena Vance submitted to the Orelian Empire. After General Kaelin and General Sealers Vance died, she reinvigorated the morale of the Vanguard Family Army Legion and became the backbone of Aegis marches. But with a female general taking power, many were still unconvinced. She didn't say much, choosing to use her strength to prove herself. In the video, a middle-aged Lady Rowena Vance had suffered 2 consecutive blows, and overnight, many white hairs had appeared at her temples. She stood before the mourning hall, looking at 2 familiar portraits. She silently shed tears. At this moment, her personal maid pushed the door open, her eyes filled with worry. The general and the young general have died in battle. The military camp and Aegis marches have lost their pillar of support overnight, and people are panicking. Well, what shall we do from now on? Lady Rowena Vance slowly raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The brows and eyes that had just been full of sorrow instantly shed their fragility, were casting a sharpness as resilient as a spear. Her voice was steady and calm. Kai Ying, have I spent so long in an inner residence that even you've forgotten what I was originally like? Kai Ying was stunned. At that moment, many images seemed to flash through her mind. A moment later, she smiled with red eyes. Kai Ying has not forgotten. Although Kai Ying is older now, she can still kill enemies, just like in the past. At the military training ground, Lady Rowena Vance was dressed in athletic gear, holding a red-tasseled spear, surrounded by more than a dozen sturdy and valiant soldiers. Even Kai Ying was surrounded by 3 people. Lady Rowena Vance raised her hand and said loudly, "Begin." As her voice fell, the soldiers exchanged glances and charged forward together. At first, they held back, not daring to severely injure the mistress, but the more they fought, the more alarmed they became. As the battle intensified, their attacks became fierce. The wild wind swept through Aegis marches, blowing through her hair, but it could not bend her straight spine. In the centre of the crowd, Lady Rowena Vance fought 10 people alone, her spear shadows like a dragon, every step powerful, not showing any signs of weakness. When the last soldier was ruthlessly knocked to the ground, the whole place fell into dead silence, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. From that day on, Lady Rowena Vance became the general. Kai Ying was her deputy general. So cool. Sister slay me. Looking down on her strength, she slapped their faces directly. Kai Ying even won against 3 people. It's so satisfying it gives me goosebumps. Watch closely. This woman is about to start the legendary second half of her life. Actually, the first half of her life was also legendary, but she was bound by the ways of the world. In the second half of her life, the world changed greatly, and she finally had the opportunity to spread her wings. Descendants of future generations pay respect to General Zhang. The video scene shifted. On the border line, where smoke and fire rolled, the Rakshasa coalition tribe flags fluttered. Opposite them, in the Orelian army formation, a large flag with the character Zhang unfurled against the wind, actually suppressing the enemy's arrogance. This time, it was a thorough and satisfying total crushing victory. Under the sky screen, the Orelian people watched with undivided attention. On the battlefield, whether charging into enemy lines or setting up camp, that figure in silver armor and red robes always appeared in the most critical places. When attacking cities, she led the charge, her long spear knocking the defending general off the city wall and tearing open a breach for the whole army. When pursuing, she anticipated the enemy's retreat, set up ambushes in advance, and wiped out the fleeing enemies in one fell swoop. Her martial arts were still formidable, her red-tasseled spear dancing so fiercely that not even a drop of rain could pass through. But what was even more alarming was her strategic mind. I can only say that Lady Rowena Vance uses troops like a god. She is really good at utilizing terrain, and she can guess the enemy's next move. Emperor Valerius praised her as a born military talent. The camera seemed to grow ears. Upon hearing chrono-archivist Echo's words, it automatically flew into Lady Rowena Vance's military tent. A huge sand table was laid out in the center, with mountain passes, key routes, and enemy camps all marked with wood chips and flags. The generals inside the tent looked solemn, standing around the sand table, the atmosphere heavy. The Rakshasa coalition tribe was strong and well-equipped, and they held the advantage of the terrain. For days, their movements had been erratic, and everyone was at a loss. An old general frowned and said in a deep voice, "General, the Rakshasa coalition people appear and disappear like ghosts. Our army has tried to encircle and annihilate them several times, but we have returned empty-handed. If this continues, our morale will likely be exhausted." Another general also nodded, "Yes, General. The Rakshasa coalition people are familiar with the roads. If our army rashly goes deep, we will easily fall into an ambush." Lady Rowena Vance, dressed in light armor, stood at the head of the sand table, her gaze as calm as an abyss. Her fingertips held a long, thin wooden staff, which she slowly pointed to a narrow valley on the west side of the sand table. "This place is called Twin Tiger Gorge. The cliffs on both sides are towering, and only one path runs through it. It is the only way for the Rakshasa coalition people to retreat to their hinterland." She looked up, her gaze sweep Alice over the generals, her voice steady and powerful. "They think our army dares not go deep. Precisely because of this, they will retreat from here without any precautions." Kaying stood to one side, still somewhat worried. "General, if our army sets an ambush here, too few troops will not be able to trap them, and too many troops will easily alert the enemy." Lady Rowena Vance's lips curled slightly. The wooden staff tapped lightly, drawing 3 routes on the sand table. "Split the troops into 3 paths. The first path, lure the enemy from the front. You are only allowed to lose, not to win. Lure the main force of the Rakshasa coalition people to pursue with all their might, and enter Twin Tiger Gorge. The second path, travel light to flank the rear, seal off the exit of the gorge, and cut off their retreat. The third path, lie in ambush on both sides. Once the signal is given, they won't be able to escape even with wings." The wooden staff thumped heavily, landing on the location of the Rakshasa coalition tribe camp. "Aren't they good at using the terrain? This time, I will let them be buried in the very terrain they rely on the most. This is the great heroine. Satisfying. Ancient warfare isn't just about martial force." Lady Rowena Vance is a military talent with maxed out intelligence, and the later it gets, the more powerful she becomes. Woo-woo-woo. To be honest, if Lady Rowena Vance could have participated in the war back then, and the family of 3 had gone to the front together, General Caitlin and General Silas Vance might not have died so miserably. Aegis marches. Hash on the experience of having a formidable father and a formidable mother. Hash. General Silas Vance puffed out his chest, proud. Wait. He suddenly thought of something. Now he had to compete with his father for military merit. Wouldn't he have to compete with his mother in the future? Of the family of 3, he was the weakest. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't compete. General Silas Vance gritted his teeth. That wouldn't do. He was destined to have his own page in the family genealogy. Tomorrow, he would double his training. Grind. Grind to death. Grind against his dad. Grind against his mom. Chapter 6. Even a dog can become a general. The following scenes were entirely Lady Rowena Vance's show. After Lady Rowena Vance became a general, she not only turned the tide in Aegis marches, but also fought all the way to the royal court of the Rakshasa coalition tribe, capturing their king, Arhan, and beheading several major generals. This forced the remaining Rakshasa coalition tribe to continue retreating north, not daring to step a foot near Aegis marches, laying the foundation for Orlai's subsequent conquest of the Rakshasa coalition and their integration into Orlayan. After Lady Rowena Vance's military achievements reached the capital, Emperor Valerius spared no expense in promoting her and granting her titles. This great woman had finally achieved the dream of her youth in her middle age. She did not disappoint anyone's expectations either, continuing to fight and conquering much territory for the Orlayan Empire. Although they had the advantage of gunpowder in the later stages of the conquest, no one could erase Lady Rowena Vance's contributions. You must know that in the Hall of Meritorious Officials during Emperor Tiberius the Wise's reign, Lady Rowena Vance was ranked 5th, while the Emperor's old minister, Dan Zhen, could only rank 7th. Or, the Hall of Meritorious Officials. When the officials of Orlayan heard the chrono-archivist utter these 3 words, they all gasped. Although Orlai Pendragon had long proposed building the hall to give meritorious officials a chance to leave their names in history, hearing it confirmed by someone from later generations finally gave them a sense of certainty. Based on what was shown in the video, they had no objections to Lady Rona Vance ranking 5th. But why did that old guy Zhang Zhen rank 7th? The first place was undoubtedly secure. But who were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage. Aureli Pendragon smiled. If the minister's dream before had been just to enter the Hall of Meritorious Officials, the goal now was to be at the top of the list. She understood this group's psychology all too well. They were all officials in the same court. No one was willing to yield to anyone else, and no one wanted to be outdone by their political rivals. Being unwilling to yield is good. It's exactly the kind of competition needed. Fame does not scatter like floating clouds. All merit is recorded in the annals of history. It is truly ridiculous. Even the Hall of Meritorious Officials ranks General Zhang 5th, yet historical texts actually try to erase her existence. Heh, you haven't seen the toxic textbooks from a few years ago. They claimed Lady Rona Vance was actually a man death smile. I can go to F*** in ***. The Hall of Meritorious Officials was proposed by Aureli. How on earth is her brain wired? Previous dynasties produced many brilliant talents, so why couldn't any of them come up with an idea that makes people willingly work like dogs and horses? Ha 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 ha. Aureli truly masters the human heart perfectly. I wish for the uploader to do a review of the meritorious officials who entered the hall in the next episode. On the sky screen, the Chrono Archivist suddenly smiled inexplicably. Sterling manner. Arthur Pendragon. Why do I have a sense of foreboding? They only heard the Chrono Archivist say, Lady Rona Vance is 5th, Zhang Zhen is 7th. Guess who is sandwiched between them? Upon hearing this, Arthur Pendragon felt it was him. I just checked the data. It's Old Pay. Whoa, it really is him. Arthur Pendragon's old face flushed red with excitement. He knew he wasn't a mediocre person. This was called being wise, but appearing foolish. Old Pay, why? Although I quite like Old Pay, with that brain of his, even doing simple arithmetic is a struggle. Seeing these disparaging comments, Arthur Pendragon stomped his feet in anger. What's wrong with his brain? You people of later generations always talk about inheritance and such. Aureli is his child. Is it so hard to admit she inherited his intelligence? HMPH. Don't forget, Old Dragon has one massive contribution in this life, a contribution that has been unrivaled for thousands of years, firmly occupying the first place in the Hall of Meritorious Officials. That's right, it's Old Pay. That's right, relying on his daughter again.